Welcome back to the Montreal Major. We're going live with day 2 very, very shortly, but it's day 1 here for Tim and I. We landed just last night. Tim, you got the dress, but how are you feeling about being back in Montreal?
Well, as you say, Des, I looked through my outfits and I thought, what's the most Canadian thing I've got with me? A little bit of flannel.
It should have been red, though, really.
I mean, coming back to Montreal again, it's wonderful to be back. I had a little look into it because it's only just after Halloween this time, and usually we're in February, but I sort of had a look into it, and do you know what a Canadian ghost's favourite food is, Des?
What, Tim?
It's poutine. Got him!
That's. I've got a really good one for you, actually, as well. How do you know a clock is still hungry?
Go on.
It goes back 4 seconds.
Oh! Talking about time, though, Des. Do you know what time it is?
What time is it?
It's feast time!
There we go.
Let's go. The Major's started.
Major's officially started. Forget about yesterday. It's all about today. But for those of you just tuning in, let's take a look at what's going on across this whole tournament. In case you are just tuning in, here's the stages of how things play out. Today, we are in our final day of play-ins. We have got 6 best-of-3s to get through across 2 streams. And then we'll know who our teams are going through into playoffs, which start in a couple of days' time before our live finals on the 15th to 17th. I love that website, by the way, eventim.ca. Forget about eventim, you can get eventim.ca to get your tickets. Tim, what would you do with $210,000?
Well, even Tim knows that $210,000 is a lot of money, Des. What would I do with it? I don't know. Maybe something with my hair.
You reckon? I don't think that'd be enough money to fix that.
It might not be enough to fix this.
I don't think it'd quite do the job for you, unfortunately. But let's take a look at the bracket as well so you can see what's been going on so far. Now, we were flying yesterday. We didn't get a chance to catch too many of these games, Tim, but you can see the outcome here on your screen. Black Dragons versus G2 up at the top, Chief Esports versus Team Falcons, and then we've got our 4 teams that have gone down to the lower bracket. They've got to win both of their next 2 series, which they'll play today if they want to have any chance of qualifying. But just to kind of put the spotlight on one of these games, Tim, Chiefs versus Team Falcons. Productions are so with me. I love it. That's going to be our first game today.
Yeah, that's where we're starting off on the A stream. The interesting thing for me about yesterday is I don't think there were any big upsets. I look at those games and all 4 of those teams, I think, yeah, fair enough. Chiefs X was always going to be a close game. And I think I could have picked those 4 winners beforehand. But you know what I always say, Des? I love the early stages of majors because there's always an upset. There's always a surprise. And I think we're going to get that today.
Well, fingers crossed. Let's take a look at the games that are playing out today in what order as well. So you can decide, 1, which one you really want to tune in for. And 2, you can start deciding yourself what might be the upset. As you can see, we're starting here with Falcons versus Chiefs of 4. Black Dragons versus G2. That's going to be a screamer of a game because I know Black Dragons are dying to beat Loira. That is going to be their chance. We've got CAG coming up against CL4L, and that rounds out the games here on the A stream, but over on the B stream that starts a little bit later today. In fact, we're kicking off that first game, Tim, in Alpha versus X, and then we'll know what our last 2 games are going to be based on the results of those other 4 games.
Yeah, that's it. A lot of question marks there for the B stream because we've got big games coming up, all decided on what happens earlier in the day. It's a huge day for these teams. You're either going through or you're going home. It is either, you know, end of the major or maybe the start of something wonderful. They've all got that opportunity. It's all there for them on a plate today. The question is, who can eat it up?
Well, Tim, we've done our intros. Now we can start talking about our game. Let's take a look first at the Chiefs roster. You can see how they played out yesterday. And, of course, who's stepping into the field today? Jigsaw was the main man in the middle. 125 EPS he walked away with. But for the boys yesterday, I think they'll be pretty happy with the performance they put on.
Look, that's not too much of a surprise to Jigsaw. We all know, you know, we saw him with his time on Fnatic in EU. He is a match winner. There is no 2 ways about it. And he's come out yesterday and he's shown that. He can do it on the bigger stages as well. But, of course, this Chiefs roster is not a one-man team. There's plenty of quality throughout, and I think we're going to see a little bit more of that shine. You know, there's quality in players that maybe you haven't seen too much of. Then there's returning players like Textes. You know, we remember him back on Fnatic 2020 with Mag back in the day. He gets himself back to a major. You know, what a wonderful turnaround story.
It is, yeah, and it kind of shows, Tim, that even as you get a little bit older, you can still compete as well. I think many kind of saw him disappear, and I think he danced around a couple of teams, I think, in the lower regions for a while, and obviously now he's at a point where he's at a major, a great spot to be in. But let's take a look at their opponents over on the side of Falcons. And just in case you're wondering, yes, Dovahkiin and Guards are twins.
They are, as you say. It's interesting for Falcons. One of the things I picked up on at the previous international showings that we've had for them, they often seem to, you know, they've had a roster issue, they've had to have a sub, they've had to have... This is the 5 that have played stage 2, and I like that for Falcons. They've come in with some consistency. They've beaten Alpha Team yesterday. I kind of expected that, given Alpha Team are playing with a couple of subs, and it was 2-1. So I've got to be honest and say for Falcons, I think that was maybe a little bit, it should have been a 2-0 maybe. They had two very good maps that they won very, very cleanly, but then they had this sort of hiccup in the middle. And so for today, if they're going to win here, if they're going to beat Chiefs, we're just looking for them to not have that slip. They just need to go full throttle at this and get the job done as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. And I think the big thing is, looking at Falcons and their running, where some teams have had a couple of weeks to boot camp, for example, or speaking to their coach of the day, and turns out actually they've had a bit of a difficult week where a couple of the players, in fact the two twins, they're both studying the same degree, cybersecurity. They had their midweek exams last week, so they haven't had the clean running maybe they would have wanted to the major, but that's why now you're here, you've really got to put your foot to the floor. They had that warm-up yesterday. Today they've really got to show what they're all about. Let's take a look though at our map vetoes and see where this epic showdown will be taking place to kick off day 2. And first 4 bans have come through. A couple of interesting ones in there because it's not been a direct ban things that we hate in this case. It's also target banning on the other side. First pick though is going to be Chalet coming out here for, I believe that's Falcons that pick it out.
We love a little bit of Chalet. I think that'll be a really good place for us to kick this one off. Of course,
it's interesting because they haven't played it in the last 6 months.
Yep.
They're also in a spot where they ban it away the majority of the time. So I feel they've kind of saved this to now bring out against Chiefs.
Very potentially. You'd hope so, given that, you know, they've picked into it. We're going to have Border as Chiefs pick as well. Border's an interesting one.
Falcons hate this map, so they've done it specifically to pick against them.
I was going to say, looking at their stats coming into this, it was, you know, something that I picked up on was, you know, Border was definitely not one for them to go to. But to be honest with you, if I'm a team and if I'm going to say to a team, you're going to have a map you don't like that you want to avoid, I don't think Border's the worst one to try and avoid, because it's a small map. On a good day, you can just turn up and win some gunfights and win the map. So I don't think it's, you know, a terrible map ban for Falcons. This.
I also really love Bank as the last pick because both teams over the last 6 months are 3-0 on this map, undefeated, both on a hot streak on it. However, we did get to see Falcons play it yesterday, so maybe, just maybe, Chiefs will come in here saying we've got some recent tape on this one. If it does go to 3, that's going to be a massive showdown to end out this series.
Yeah, that's it. I'm sure they're going to have been having a look over those VODs from yesterday, as will everybody. You know, it's been your real opportunity to see exactly what is going to be brought to the table by these teams that you're playing today. So we can see the Chiefs Rainbow Six strap book there. That's got all the details, all the information that I'm sure Falcons could only dream of getting a look inside there.
The thing is, some teams turn up and they've literally got about a 50-page binder of strats and like images and write-ups of things that they're going to do, whereas here they've actually gone and bought like a £1 notebook.
A spiral-bound A5 notebook. I love it.
Literally, yeah, and have just started writing through that and getting their strats together. I'm sure it's not actually the strat book in that case. However, as we said, there's going to be a little bit of an interesting setup here between the two. I think with the 3 maps we've got, it's been a lot of kind of attacking the other side rather than trying to play to your own strengths here. So I think it's going to be really good to see how either side has counter-prepped and got ready for each other. Of course, we won't know 100% what the default is for each of these teams and what they play out, but I think it's going to be a real aggressive game, especially knowing that these two regions in particular are quite aggressive in play style, Falcons especially.
The thing is, but you want to get it done here and now as well. You know, you're looking at getting your spot in phase 2. You come in, you get 2 wins, you ride that wave of momentum, you're going into phase 2 feeling great. If you lose this one, you drop down to the lower bracket, you've got a make or break match there. There could be some other big names heading down there. Let's not forget this, you know, going to be particularly, you've got Cyclops down there, you've got Fear X down there, you've got some big names that are potentially going to be going through and making it difficult. So yeah, I think, you know, both of these definitely just want to get this on lock now. They can sit back for the rest of the day and enjoy the games.
One thing I'm really keen to see in terms of the start of this game is the banning strategy that comes out from Falcons on Chalet too, because looking back at Chiefs and how they played yesterday, the only operator that... the only operator the Jigsaw has played 11 attacking rounds, Lion, every single time. And for the rest of the team, we've seen Tex bring on the Deimos 6 times, but also seen Cairo coming along with the Dokkaebi 6 times. I spoke so much about the potency of those things as a combination that I'm really excited to see if one, it gets banned away by Falcons, but if not, how we see Chiefs really abuse that to put Falcons to the sword.
I know it's something that Fresh has spoken about on Twitter, these synergies between operators and how we see it used. The Lion and the Deimos, of course, is an important one to pick up on because those Lion scans come in. Anybody who moves gets pinged, yeah, that's an important part of it, but it's not really the whole picture there. If you're playing with a Deimos, you're identifying those operators. If anybody moves and gets picked, they get identified. They go on to Deimos's wanted list. He can then use his tracks against them. They're just a really great combination of operators.
Yeah, completely agree. Like, I remember when we first saw Deimos coming along, there were a lot of teams that were running him solo, and I was like, it doesn't feel like the way to do it. You know, in fact, it was one thing that Ubi spoke about during the reveal was the bait, essentially. You know, you've got someone being tracked out, and you know where the Deimos is coming from. Your teammates can help and assist on that. The Lion and the Dokkaebi helped shut that one down. But our ban so far, I'd say looking not entirely standard, if nothing else, but the Yin coming away, definitely one of those bans that we see banned away in the vast majority of games that get played. Grim definitely going to take away some of the poison that goes into these attacks. Valkyrie, no massive surprise as well, with the Intel game being taken offline, which leaves our final defensive ban for Falcons, Tim.
But it does leave us with that Lion Deimos combo and Chief start on the attack. So let's see if it's something that they utilise again against Falcons here. Azami, unsurprisingly, going to be our final defensive ban. In terms of both, if we look at both presence and pick rate, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I don't have the numbers, but I know at least 3 of the regions that Azami is topping both of those numbers. I imagine worldwide it will be the same if we had a look at it as a complete picture like that. Azami just head and shoulders above. And when I talk about presence and pick rate, the difference between those two things, presence is where we're taking the bans into account as well. So we're talking about how many, you know, what percentage of rounds is she picked or is she banned, so we get a picture overall, or your percentage of picked when available. So when the players can absolutely physically choose to pick Azami, how often do they choose to do it? She's clear top in both, so no surprise to see her go in as the Falcons defensive ban.
I was curious actually how things shake up, and the only operator over the last 30 days that has had a higher ban percentage than Azami is, have a guess?
It's
a shield operator, I'll give you that one.
Monty?
Blitz.
No, Blitz.
Yeah, Blitz right up there. I mean, we don't see it banned all that often in EU, admittedly. It gets used quite a lot, but I think around the world, obviously, teams just aren't quite equipped to be able to deal with the aggression that a Blitz enables you to employ. So maybe we'll see bans of that coming out throughout the major. For now, as you've seen, all our bans are through, and we are ready and set to go.
Ready, Des.
Ready and ready. Born ready, quite clearly. It's going to be Kitchen and Dine to start things off here as well to get us moving. And
I'm not sure
that's have
right,
a rehost. No, that was a long spray. Not a lot.
He's really worried about a spawn pick.
Gonna have a little bit of a rehost coming in there. It wouldn't be the start of Major Day 2 without a rehost, Tim.
Look, it's phase 1. It happens. Deal with it, Des. Deal with it. Move on. We'll get it sorted. We'll get
find some other fun stats to dig up.
I'm sure there'll be plenty for us to have a chat about, but we'll get this one sorted out ASAP and get into game. Yeah, if you did see that, don't worry. It wasn't just an overzealous counter peak. There wasn't that much concern about it.
So you can see here, if we look across the entirety of Stage 2, most banned is Monty at 48.7, so I don't blame you all for choosing the Monty. Valkyrie at 38.5, Azami at 38.5, so those are tied. And then looking towards Blitz. In fact, I'm looking only at Europe there as well, so that's what I was speaking about earlier in terms of saying I think we've seen quite a lot of Blitz in Europe. We go global and start looking at different numbers and find out what that looks like in just a moment.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is with Siege, it's always like this. You know, we have these shifting metas and, you know, we have these operators that move around in terms of popularity. And right now, yeah, the shields are on top in many, many ways. They are, you know, very, very difficult to deal with. We've seen a lot of rounds won on the back of them. But, you know, you start to see that innovation around them as well. New ways of doing things, new ways of defending, new ways of banning potentially. But the beauty of it is sometimes, the thing that I like about it is, okay, the shields are attracting a lot of bans at the minute because they're powerful, but what does that mean? It means that we start to see rounds with Thatchering. It means that we start to see rounds with mirroring. It seems, you know, that we start to see more Valkyrie, that we start to see these operators that otherwise were attracting a lot of bans themselves, and it just rotates things. And again, it just drives that innovation of, hang on a minute, maybe we can bring Mirror back into the fold here. What can we do? You know, because we did see a long period of time where when Mirror wasn't banned, she wasn't really played because teams had just got to the point of saying, well, she's never available, so we're not really planning to use her. And so even then when she was available, she didn't necessarily get brought in. But yeah, I like that sometimes. You know, we have this shift in power, the shift in bans, and it just drives a little bit of difference.
Yes, all players are back in lobby, so should be back into things in just a moment. So thank you for bearing with us on that one. A little bit of breaking the fourth wall there and giving a bit of insight behind the scenes. We have to let players back in the order that they're sitting, so we get everything lined up, like player cam wise and stats wise, and it all sings and dances nicely. So it's not like everyone just throws back in all at once. You have to make sure you're in the right order, which is why sometimes sometimes these things take a couple of minutes to get through. But rest assured, we are all now back in, and round one is about to get underway once again. We'll stick on that same site, kitchen and dining. Imagine we'll see the same operator pick sticking through as well, Tim, and we'll see how things shake down from there.
Yeah, we're going to get ourselves in now. I can see on my other screen that we are loaded in and ready to go. So as soon as we are confident that everything is working smoothly, which it appears to be, we will get going. So back in we go. We're on Chalet. You haven't missed anything if you've just tuned in. It was coming into round one, map one. We are bang at the beginning of today's story. And believe me, today's story is going to have plenty of twists as it goes on. As a reminder for anybody, the winner of this game, Chiefs versus Falcons, will go through to phase 2. This will be a qualification for the winner. The loser will drop down to the lower bracket where they will play again today, which is then going to give them an opportunity to avoid dropping out. There is going to be 4 teams that we lose here from Montreal on day 2 of phase 1. So let's get into things. It's going to be dining and kitchen to kick things off, Des, and immediately that lion scan comes in.
Yes, and as it should, it's more just expecting there to see a little bit of cheekiness, a potential spawn peak, someone having to run away. Of course, you get that instant tag that comes out. We saw those changes come into Dokkaebi recently, which of course means that you can't use it straight away. You can't kind of scare this potential early aggression coming out. But I spoke about this in the pre-game. Falcons, especially over in MENA, were used to very, very aggressive play styles, very, very quick rounds as well. And when I spoke to their analyst, Eden, it's one thing that he reflected on. I said, you know, one thing you'll see is a lot of the boys like to try and fix problems themselves. They will be aggressive. They might act a little bit out of turn at places as well. Not strictly a bad thing, but just keep an eye on that you will see them want to try and move fast at points here. Of course, in the defense, you're more reactive, but when they see an opportunity against Chiefs, they will try and take it.
Just got Oda watching the angle here, trying to support the breaching activity of his ace, which looks like it's going to be successful. They do pick up the player at the bottom of trophy stairs, but unable to do anything about it just yet. Hasham does take down Oda as well. That is that cover cleared away, so just going to make a little bit more danger for the ace of Tex as well. And they're holding on to this position well, but no, the track stingers have kind of done their job, really. Given enough of a distraction, the nade comes in, very nicely bounced off the roof, get that fuse ticking after it hits the surface, and then it finds the down, so it gives Chiefs a little bit of a way in.
I was going to say, I don't know if they know that he's down, though. Like, as far as they're concerned, there is still a player sat on those stairs, and there were 3 or 4 players all gathering around Solar and around the trophy window, just trying to catch him here, and the support's there. Will he get away with this? I think he might actually do it as well. This is unreal. Really Chiefs probably shouldn't let him get away with this, but they've changed their game tact. They've realized they've lost 2 players here and need to do something about it. They can't just sit here and wait for Falcons to run into them, because Falcons are playing this super well so far.
Yeah, Quiz was close enough to trophy window there to be straight onto it afterwards, but really needed to be in that position, because if he is, you know, there's a potential there that he catches the drop.
Nice.
As it is, he's going to manage to get Hasham, so that is going to be the down player. So a little bit of... no, Hasham was the one to pick up, sorry. So 20 HP on the side of Dove is going to now be low health as well. 4 versus 3. If Chiefs can find this next kill, there's a real opportunity for them to get back into this one with 40 seconds left to go.
Tex almost gets picked off there as the C4 comes through. Quiz is gone, a 4v2, and I feel like Falcons have done everything they needed here. They've held down well. Robbie, Irish player, one of the rookies that's joined this team, of course, this year as well. Now in a good spot where they've got a 4 versus 1, and you really couldn't have asked for a better first round out of Falcons.
No, it's been really good. I come back to that metric that I use sometimes. How bothered have the players inside of sight been? And the answer is not at all. Chiefs have not got inside of the map here. They've never really gained any control. They've not broken down utility, as you can see. We've still got electrified walls. We've still got castle barricades. You know, we've got Falcons players that are happy to take a peek and just have a look and see if they can get that final kill, because they know the round is done. So Chiefs really struggling on attack that round. Falcons pretty much unbothered, I think it's fair to say, just in their lane, playing their game, and they're going to be happy going into round 2.
That's it. And again, for me, it was the difficulty in removing the player that was sat on Solar Stairs, as we were speaking about, right? Overkin was there for a minute and a half. We did have tracks coming through. We had nades coming on through, players on both windows, downstairs and upstairs, looking to put pressure on. But it was like a stalemate in chess where no one could really take out the other. And sure, they get the down, but at least in the reactions of the players, they didn't seem to realize it. They got the down and then all moved away, which let them go back in and get him back up on his feet. And that was really 2 minutes of the round already burnt out. So well played by Falcons to hold hold on, but that's the kind of situation where you're saying to Chiefs, like, you should be able to burn this player out by now, and you're committing so much resource towards him.
Yeah, I think a bit more tenacity needed. You know, like you say, they've been playing the utility into that area. You've had track stingers going, you've had nades going, you know that he's a problem. So if the nade's gone in, you've either got to be following it with a drone, you've got to be following it with a player, you've got to be following it with something to think, if we want to take this area, or if we want to get this kill, we've got to go and get it. And I think Chiefs maybe just needing to show just a little bit more sort of a clinical finish to those duels if they want to find some success here. I'm interested to see how many drones and how long they last into the round as well, because that is one of my questions as to, you know, why didn't Chiefs know that? Why weren't they aware that there was an opportunity to finish that situation?
Well, Jigsaw is carrying on, by the way, with his streak of only playing line on attack. This is now 13 of 13 attacking rounds that he has picked that operator, and of course we've got Chris here on the Deimos. We were speaking about this a bit in the pre-show, about this synergy that you're seeing being built up between the Deimos and either the Lion or the Dokkaebi. It's a really good pairing. They're looking to lean into that a little bit in this round, with the Monty also tends to be able to take space, with the Nomad able to shut things down behind them. So I like what they're going for here. It makes a lot of sense, but it doesn't really work if you start losing players. It's the Bravo that's gone down early, so far from the end of the world, but here we go. This combo coming online. The Monty leading the way. Deimos up front as well with the track coming in. Of course, they've got to be mindful. They get the vision back on his side too, but they've got to find this shot. Will they get the man? No, he gets taken down as well. You've got to be finding the entry in that position as well when you've got that real-time track coming on through. But Chalet has just put him in the dirt, and how on earth has Robbie got in behind them here? They've absolutely crumbled at the seams, and my God, Falcons are decimating Chiefs.
They're looking great at the minute. Like you say, at the point where Chalet's able to challenge onto a Deimos that's tracking him and win, Falcons are going to keep winning rounds at that point. It's now 1 versus 5. I think it was 1 versus 4 last time around for Chiefs. They can't keep finding themselves in these situations. It's going to run away from them quickly. I mean, it was Falcons' map pick, so we would expect them to be doing well, but they're just getting cheeky now, looking, chasing for this kill. They all want it. They're all piling out of windows, doors, anywhere that they can potentially get an angle onto him.
No,
you can see a bit of chip damage there, and ultimately that final kill comes in.
They are feeling themselves so far. Now, I'm a pretty big advocate in general of a tactical timeout early on in the game, and I feel it should really come in here from Chiefs, because those two attacks, they've struggled at step 1 in both rounds. In clearing out Solar Stairs in the last round, took them 2 minutes to get anything done, and even then it was just a down. In this round here, and sure enough, there's the attack timeout. In that round there, that Robbie manages to get a vault in through the recently opened up wall, the one between, like, not sites, but between Master and Office, and kills 2 players. That shouldn't be allowed to happen. You've got a Monty, you've got a Lion, you've got the Deimos on side, you've got so many tools to make hunting down these players that are playing aggressively so easy, yet they still manage to stuff it up and lose to a flawless round at that as well. They've got 2 kills to their name across 2 rounds. It's not good enough.
No, it's been a tough start for Chiefs. There's no way around it. Let's not forget we're on Chalet. You know, there is usually opportunities for attackers to find a couple of rounds here. Chiefs are going to be wanting a minimum of 2-4, ideally 3-3 or better, and it's just not looking good for them at the minute. Like I say, yes, we can fall back on the fact that it ain't their map pick. It's usually, you know, one that Falcons are going to be favouring, but still, you're at a major now. If you want to be competing, you want to be going through into the later stages, you better have as broad a map pool as is possible, and Chiefs at the minute showing that they are definitely a little bit wobbly on the attack of Chalet at least.
Yes, it's not looking particularly good. However, hopefully after that attack timeout, they've shaken off that early morning rust, and we see them coming back in force here in round 3, going straight down into the basement here. With a pretty classic setup, dare I say, as well. You've got the electrification joined up by the hopefully chilling effect. Of course, not really used to it here, because here in Montreal, there's no snow this time, Tim. It was very weird landing.
No, it's very a very odd reception for me. Every time I've come to Montreal, it's been a -10 or, do you say less or more in that? I don't know.
While we're here?
Or less. I don't know.
The funny thing is, the day before we flew, it was 21 degrees. Now, this is Celsius, by the way, for the Americans. I apologise. It was 21 degrees, and I was like, the next day it went down to 11. So 10-degree drop in a single 24-hour period. I was like, that is mental. So it is getting colder, but not cold enough for snow.
I don't mind it feeling cool here. It feels like it should do. You know, we're going to come out to Montreal. It's what you expect. But
I like the cold.
yeah, certainly not the -20 that I've seen here before, when the inside of your nose freezes up if you're outside for
No, thankfully, that much we are swerving so far. However, it could get much colder over the next 10 days. There's a lot of Siege to play in that period. But back to the point, again, they've got a lot of denial to play in here with the Goyo, the Mirror, of course, got the Tuberal alongside the Bandit. They've got good tools to hold on. However, they've already found Overkin going down. Not the end of the world losing the Goyo. He'll have already placed all of his gadgets, but you lose a second, and this starts to get bad. They get the reverse C4 over the back of it as well, and Chalet carries on with his streak of terror so far. 2 kills to himself in this game, and Jigsaw's taken down on that Lion once again.
Yeah, it was a better start from Chiefs. They've lost the opening duel in the first 2 rounds, so Sean was able to get those entry kills. This time, Jigsaw able to lock it down, but they've not really been able to capitalise on it. There's been an immediate trade there. Falcon's able to keep things level. So as far as, you know, defending goes, you really don't mind that situation too much. We're going to see Falcons getting chased back down blue stairs by the Deimos scan. Order manages to pick up Robbie as well. This is at least better from Chiefs. Look at them. They're inside of the map. They're starting to take ground. They're starting to find kills, but still Falcons have an answer.
This is the thing, and I spoke about this back at the start of round 1, the aggression you expect out of Falcons. And Menas are very... Look at this, like, even at this point in the round, Asham's still going in aggressive here and trying to swing in towards Mud. The boys can barely step inside the building without being shot at this point. So every corner you step around and feel, yep, that's safe, they've pushed them back, all well and good. No, that line comes surging straight back at you, and you're permanently on edge for 3 minutes, as you probably should be in a round of siege, but this is, like, ridiculous levels of aggression out of Falcons.
The one downside for them at the minute is Jalad's health. If we look at the mirror, down to 8 HP, so it's going to take a graze from a bullet through a wall to take Jalad down. So certainly need to kind of keep him off the radar and only engage him into guaranteed wins, really, or absolutely essential fights. For the time being, his position might just get a little bit trickier. He was trying to play himself in connector, trying to find a little bit of safety, but Tuber out is going to save him for a little while, just freezing out that hatch for the time being.
A little bit of time still stalled. They've got the C4 in the back pocket of the Bandit as well, and no real, I was going to say, vertical destruction available to Chiefs outside of the Deimos, who has been getting busy on that, admittedly, trying to give them something. Now there's only 2 left, but the Deimos really levels up in power here. You know that half the team here at this point is now being tracked out. You isolate them, you're going for the push, and sure enough, there is the freebie. 1 left standing, and it's Asham in behind the mirror. Does he know that the plant's going down here on the other side of him? I don't think he does. That is so cheeky. Almost gets the down as well, but not quite. Quiz is there to get the completion, and Chiefs are finally on the board.
Yeah, I think that they desperately needed that round after the tactical timeout as well. It's going to be great just for the mental, just for the momentum to start building a little bit of something. Falcons need to shut this down quickly. Chiefs had a little bit of a wobble in the mid-round. Falcons were able to get those nice kills as they kept falling back. They'd take one with them, get the trade, and they managed to level it up at 3-3. But ultimately, Chiefs had done the chip damage earlier on in the round, really, and were able to make it pay. They're going in there, and you could see that Falcons knew they were playing it a little bit tentatively. You had Hasham on the Bandit, 25 health, locked in tight behind that mirror, not wanting to move. You had, the mirror, Jalad himself inside of Connector on 8 HP, not wanting to move, and it really seemed to limit Falcons in terms of what they could do. They really didn't want to, move around too much inside because they knew that they couldn't get away with getting caught on a rotate, take a bullet or 2, but still get into a better position. They'd have been dead. So, yeah, good stuff from Chiefs in round 3, managing to get something going.
It's one thing I'll say as well is I know that for Chiefs, one, they've got Jigsaw on side now, of course, as you know, that brings... It's only been recent that he's joined them as well, mind you, but I know one thing they've worked on, from speaking to them and speaking to Guz as well, fair play to him for giving quite a lot of insight into the Chiefs team. They're trying to take on this more structured EUNA style, where it is more about the structured gameplay, the strategical side of Siege, whereas, as mentioned for Falcons, not that they haven't got that in their arsenal, but looking at all the entries so far in this game, they've all come around about the 35-second mark. They really want to disrupt Chiefs and stop them getting to that excellent execution at the end of a round. As we've just shown in the 3v3, Chiefs played things out absolutely fantastically, even with limited tools to get the job done. It's in Falcons' interest to keep on trying to trip Chiefs up here. See them losing members early in the round. In that previous one, I think if Robbie got the kill onto Otter, who was the Nomad up around jungle, that would have changed the outcome of that round drastically. But you can understand here that Chiefs have got to be really careful and not let Falcons keep catching them out too early in the round, as Quiz almost found out here.
Going to get caught out. It's Jigsaw once again. 2 openers in a row now, taking down Jalad. That's the Vigil gone, and that's a big loss. He
should know this as well, because Jigsaw has been there at the start of every single round so far. He's killed him through that window once as well. He should respect and know that is Jigsaw's starting position in essentially every single round here, and it's just let that slip out of his mind and paid the price.
As I often say about Vigil, he's got to waste time and he's got to find kills, because that's what he brings. That's what his gadget enables him to do. Arguably now, he's died in the first 40 seconds. It's a waste of an operator pick pick, because you could have brought somebody else who would have had utility that maybe supported the team a little bit more. That hasn't been the case, but there is an answer at least. Jigsaw gets taken down on the Lion. That leaves us 4 versus 4. Quiz is low health as well on the Deimos. 17 HP to his name, but this is good. We're going to have Chiefs getting in, getting that wall open. That's going to help them now to clear out office. They can open this wall into dining. It opens up the plant spot for them. It's checklist siege, and I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and having else only one player, and you've got the one back on the other side as well. Again, I think when Chiefs get into a spot where it's about the execute and about the team play, that's where you'll see them come out on top. Falcons, no doubt, will try some other crazy stuff here to disrupt them and try and stop this execute coming off, but I feel if Chiefs get through with it and get away with it, it's a different conversation, and I think Falcons will struggle to recover. Holding on to here as well. Here's Robbie. Look at that. And Otter steps straight back into it. Almost finds a second. Maybe getting tagged out here, but like I spoke about, the sort of delay and the trap that you can use. You've got a shove off towards the right-hand side, giving a bit of cover on the Wamai. And in case you didn't know, of course, freezing the ground does deny away that track, at least for a short amount of time. Won't forever, but should at least help for now to hold on to this doorway.
This is it. It's not just doing that. The position that he's actually playing that Zoto canister, and it's really smart. It's squeezing out the door as well. It prevents him getting walked in on, but ultimately it comes through the breach instead. But there is a trade there. Manages to find at least Quiz on his way out from Dove. So that is going to be now 3 versus 1 as Falcons hold on beautifully. Hasham finds the final kill, and I love that Tubrai playing office. Like you said, you're using the Zoto canister to prevent the Deimos track, but it also freezes outside of the door, prevents them walking in on him from there without him being aware of it. He's going to have that sound calm of anybody stepping into that cold, anybody going through that, the chattering of the teeth are going to give him away. It's beautiful stuff, and it wasted so much time. And what did it do? It prevented them opening the dining wall. The exothermic was on there. It was blocked out for the longest time. They couldn't clear the utility off. Great stuff from Falcons.
Yeah, and again, I'll probably come back to what I said as well, is that Chiefs, I think, enjoy this more structured gameplay, whereas Falcons want to be the ones getting a bit disruptive. You saw that from Robbie. If he got the second kill on towards lobby stairs as well, it would have been beautiful. But on the sheer fact that he's there trying to be a bit of a disruptor, yeah, great, that's what we expected. But then also what you see is 3 players pulling back. You've got 1 below, 1 playing on the rotate wall. You've got a shove off towards bathroom door. The last player, when he stepped in from Chiefs, was being shot from below and 2 separate angles on the same floor. Like, you don't walk away from that, but it was just really good coordination and T-play coming out from Falcons and showing that, you know what, they can stave off and execute at the same time. That's where you start to get a little bit worried for Chiefs now coming into these next 2 rounds. They're going to try something a bit different here, dropping away from having Quiz on that Deimos, going towards Dokkaebi and Lion, and once again seeing the return of that Monty.
Got the knock as well onside from Order, so we'll see just exactly where that push comes in from, whether it's going to be utilising that gadget, trying to stay off the cams and have a little crouch walk in there. Of course, not only taking knock off the cams, but just reducing her overall sound profile as well, so making it very difficult for those defenders to pick up on an approaching knock. As it stands, Tex already in the building. Looks like he's going to be pushing up those solar stairs.
Really, it's about the control in front of him that's the big one. Last time around, the Deimos playing in front of the Monty, which...
They don't know. They don't know!
Oh, dear.
That's a big mistake there.
So, you've got drones, you've got Dokkaebi, you've got Lion, you've got Monty, and yet a player has still managed to remove your front line in this round. Really with no bother. That is criminal, to say the least.
7 drones online and not being aware of a player just lying prone inside a solar. Like you say, that's... there's a very good chance you're going to get what you've asked for in this round now.
They have killed 2 players, though, I'll give them that, and that's a good placement to be in. Again, now they're in a spot where they've still got a lot of tools. You've got 2 Dokkaebi calls coming online. You've still got an E1D to play behind. You've got smokes. You've got flat. They've got everything they need to make this work. This is now in their hands. They're in a 4 versus 3 with that numbers advantage, the gun advantage, everything advantage. They shouldn't lose it. You've just got to be so careful of that C4 that still sits in the back pocket of the mirror. But Dovahkiin's fell down. That's the Warden offline, so now those flashes even more potent.
They might just get away with this one. Like you say, 4 versus 2 at this point, and Jalad and Guards with an awful lot of time to hold on for as well. It's they can just burn that away. But I tell you what, Chiefs, they decide they need to up the difficulty a little bit for themselves. They're going to find a team kill. Jigsaw gets taken down by Order. together. 2 versus 3. 2 versus 2. Chalet is an absolute beauty through the wall. He knew he was there and he found his man. 1 versus 2, though. He's going to have to find several more kills to win this one out.
Sees it. Oh, saw him but didn't pull the trigger.
It's so difficult because we see them, but of course the players are all on their own resolutions.
Yeah.
So sometimes we sit here screaming, you saw him, and he might have been in behind the scope. It might have just looked slightly different on the player's perspective, but there was a moment there where I thought Falcons might just be able to play back into that one. Des, they've got to kick themselves there. They've taken away the tip of the spear. They've got the Monty for absolutely free. And then I think they get the Monty, and there's a bit of excitement there. There's a bit of, right, I just need to run away back to my team now. And you've not thought about that next step, which is there's a player on rappel, you're dead. Hold yourself in that corner. What can they do? They're not going to just push up solar stairs onto you because you're going to kill them as well. You're going to have a good chance in that gunfight. For me, you've got to play that a little bit more patiently. You've been fantastically patient. You've got your Monty kill. Just stay in your place. They can't move you.
Your natural instinct is like shoot and move, right?
Yeah.
It's always the way because they know exactly where you are at that point. You're not going to be safe staying there, so I get it as well. For me, it was more how the 4v2 almost fell away from Chiefs. Like, the team kill, I was like, eh? How on earth does that come about? That was off the back of a Dokkaebi call. Whether it was like a panic flick, like, oh, I hear a phone call, quick flick, shoot, and then that player's dead, I don't know. To then also lose a second player and a spray through a smoke, I was like, not a 2v2. Surely we don't see them giving this one away. But they do manage to bounce back and get things over the line. That's the important part. And I think for Chiefs here, after what has been a pretty catastrophic start for those first 2 rounds, to actually have 2 attacks on the board, I wouldn't be too beat up about a 2-4 half, to be honest.
I say this constantly, Des. There's an opportunity for them to come away 3-3. If they do, it's an absolute steal. It's daylight robbery from Falcons.
Yeah.
Because Falcons have certainly been on top. And Chiefs are showing great resilience. They're scrapping. And, if you want to win these games, you've got to win the scrappy rounds.
You do.
And Chiefs have done that brilliantly well. I'm just a little bit concerned for them in the second half. Falcons map pick on a map where generally attacking, is at least 50-50.
Yeah.
I expect Falcons to be getting them 3 rounds minimum. So, for me, this is a must-round win for Chiefs here. I don't want to put, too much pressure on it necessarily. 2-4, like you say, given the performances, wouldn't be the end of the world. But would it be enough? I don't think it would be.
Of course, we could see, I would say, 2 halves to a game of Siege. You could very much see Falcons come out in the second half and just not be quite with it on the attacking half of this map. And Chiefs could absolutely fly. Like, we've seen crazier things happen throughout the history of Siege, of course. Many a memory I can think of that would match that description. However, for now, we'll see how this final defensive round goes for Falcons. Find ourselves down in the basement, and Chiefs, they didn't play things out too bad here last time around. They actually looked pretty in control, even when they had limited tools to come through into the execute. The 3v3, they pulled off brilliantly. And in this round, just to really double down on everything, they've got the Dokkaebi, they've got the Lion, they've got the Deimos, and they've got the Monty too. And they're bringing the whole gang along for this round.
It's quite interesting to see them playing this site without very much hard breach. Normally speaking, we would have 2 focuses when attacking this site. First focus, clear the map, because normally now defenders will defend the entire map. So you're going to go top floor down, you're going to clear that. You're going to then start opening some verticals inside of Fireplace. You're going to try and see what you can get going, see if you can move anybody, see if you can maybe pick a kill up. But at the same time, really, you want a bit of hard breaching going on, I think. Get that main wall open, even if it's for a bit of phantom pressure. Maybe get yourself over towards Trench, opening towards default plant spot there. As it is, they're not going to have a choice other than to push single doorways and staircases, and that could be a tough one for them. Oh, I say that. They brought in the third. There was a 6-pick.
They did. I mean,
I was rolling. Well. I had far too much momentum behind me.
And the same with the Thinker as well. That's been changing, of course, for the Dokkaebi. So more of a change out to actually what we've seen across the last couple of rounds. So no big complaint on that side. Failed Deathmark pretty much immediately, a bit unfortunate for them. However, still trying to work their way through. This top floor being cleared out and any threats removed, I think, is the crucial one. I said earlier on about them being on edge every single second of the round. They certainly are. C4 over the top, 1 inside. Does he know about him inside a trophy? I don't think he does at this point, but we'll be able to get away. In fact, not inside trophy, he's just outside the window. And 1 now coming down solar as well. So they're being really careful here, and I like this, to be fair, coming out from Chiefs. They'll say they're not charging their way forwards and getting themselves picked off by players that are prone or ratting in a corner or swinging you blind as you step forward. But you've lost your Deimos there. That is not ideal.
it's not ideal when your setup is going to revolve around getting these top 2 floors clear. Every kill that Falcons get up here is a really big win for them. You see Tex has the opportunity here, surely. He's going to get backed into a corner. He does have a little bit of support, but this one just rests on a knife edge at the minute. We can see Tex taking a lot of damage there, but he manages to find Chalet. Order takes down Dove as well, and that leaves us now 4 versus 2. And once again, it's the same as happened last time. Falcons maybe just over-committing on those upper floors, and now Chiefs have a heavy man advantage and time on their side as well to start working towards that bottom floor. They've got the hard breach still. Everything is available to them.
Much, much better. And this is what you expect to see across the majority of these rounds coming out from Chiefs, to be fair. When you've got things like the Monty on side, you should be able to work your way through and isolate players and punish them as a team. They've really come on with the tools to make it happen in this round. Hashon being the only one left alive here, I think he knows that his days are numbered, or in this case, seconds, as the plant is now going down.
Yeah, he's just going to be looking to spray around the corner, not going to get any joy whatsoever. The Monty, of course, is going to be that constant tool of information and intel. Tex actually manoeuvres him into a brilliant position there as well. He's not going to be able to get his way past the Monty. Jigsaw's there to back him up. Great stuff from Chiefs, and they close out another successful round. 3-3 on the half is an absolute steal for them. They've really come back after that tactical timeout.
You look at it, really what's happened is they've had 2 really bad rounds that have been down 0-2. They've made it a 4-round half for them in a way. And across those 4 rounds, they've gone 3-1. I'd be delighted with that as an outcome. They've really warmed into it. It was a proper journey from really terrible to start to really amazing at the end. That last round was how I expected the majority of their attacks to go, to be honest, because they look so much warmer there. And Jigsaw, as mentioned, has played Lion every single round. That continues. 17 out of 17 attacks. He has now been on that operator. Long may it continue. I just wanted to play Lion for the whole tournament, so we've got a really fun story to talk about at the end. This player played 1 operator the whole way through. Wow.
Wow.
We switch sides, though. Now Chiefs get to go on the defense and show us what they can do. And Falcons, as mentioned, these are the teams. This is where I want to see that kind of team coordination coming together. 2 halves to a game of Siege. It doesn't mean you'll see the same as what you saw back in that first half. They're leaning into very similar operators by the looks of it as well, with the Lion, the Dokkaebi, and the Monty coming along. So no drastic change there. But the one thing that I'll probably look at for these guys and remark on is that aggression that we spoke about. The MENA region's known for being very fast and very aggressive Siege. It can mean sometimes players act a little bit too independently and pull themselves ahead of the rest of the team, and they pay the price for that. We are aware there's no sound, by the way. It is being worked on, don't worry.
We will have it back to you.
Oh, hello.
As soon as possible. Jigsaw getting another entry, picking up guards. Chiefs really starting to build a bit of pace behind them at the minute. That's the 4th entry for Jigsaw as well. Coming into this one, we highlighted him as a player on the roster, and we said he is a match winner. We know that about him. He is somebody who can turn a game, and he's showing exactly why right now.
I cheered too soon. Back to the silence board.
Des, you broke it. I think it was your cheer that broke it.
I haven't got a big button to press that says audio on or audio off, unfortunately. I have to live with that one, I'm afraid. But yes, Blackbeard going down. Interesting choice. Not really the one that you'd see dying early in a round with a shield in front of his face, but probably caught sprinting forward at that point and paid the price at the back of it. You look at the change in the comp coming out there. You're looking at like Ram, for example, and the Capital coming here for Falcons. Didn't see that coming out of Chiefs back in the first half. So more looking here, I think, towards execute-based utility with the Capital on side. And the Ram, as we all know, fantastic at that vertical destruction piece. Jigsaw, though, despite getting the entry, has now been picked out.
Robbie just managing to level things up there. Falcons going to be, I'm not going to say panicking just yet. There's plenty of time, and they're starting to walk on through sight here. Robbie managing to find another, but Tex did pick up Jalab before he was traded out. The problem for Falcons here is it is their map, and they need to be winning these attacks. They do, as I say, that managed to find themselves a nice double. All of a sudden, you've got 1 man left alive inside a site. It was only going to end one way, and Falcons going from what looked for a moment like potential Robbie solo play, just wandering in through sight and getting kills. All of a sudden, everybody else gets involved. They get it over the line, and it gives them a great start to this second half.
I love how it was very coordinated as well. Again, I was speaking about this aggression that you had to be mindful of when watching Falcons, but they're doing it as a team. You've got the Lion scan coming out, you've got calls coming on through, you've got drones rolling forward from 1 or 2 players as well. It is a concerted team effort at this point. And Chiefs there, I think, just got caught a bit by the pace of it. A little bit caught out on the other side of a mirror window, for example, is not a great spot for a player to be stuck inside of, and they pay the price off the back of it. So a good first attacking round. We'll see if Chiefs can kind of reset here and go, okay, that's the kind of game we're playing here. Let's speed things up a little bit ourselves.
On we go then. It's going to be round 8. It's going to be gaming and bar this time. Chiefs on the defence for the remainder of the game, of course. They're going to be, unless we go to overtime, they're going to be up on the top floor. I'm just interested to see how far this extension is going to go. We've kind of got, you know, two potentials here often. You'll have somebody holding mezzanine and library, potentially pull stairs, that trifecta of positions that we always talk about. Thank you very much, Mr. Observer. I don't know who we've got observing for us today.
I'm not sure, actually, no. Well, I'm sure we'll find out on WhatsApp, surely.
If it was medics, I feel like he'd have given us the
he gives us the
textbook
spin.
medic spin by now.
He does, yeah, he does. We've got Nova today.
We've got Nova, there we go. Answers are abound. So thank you very much, Nova, for showing us that area I was talking about. But it's interesting to see how far Chiefs extend in towards Office and Master. How much do they deploy out there to try and hold on to that? Falcons, do they try to play into it? Or with that extension, do they think that's going to leave them light on sight, both utility and man count? Can we look at potentially just getting straight on him?
They really want this player, though, inside of library, because obviously he's the main threat on towards the window. So you've got a Capitao, you've got a Blitz, you've got a lot of tools that you can work with to try and make this happen. And sure enough, there's the fire over the top. They want to try and force him forward, but look at that, just stood on the edge of the fire here. He's in a spot where he won't have to move away, and now the Wamai's caught one out too. This is dream territory for them. Both firebolts are down, and the Warden hasn't been forced away, so Falcons a little bit misplaced on some of the utility here. EMP coming in, there's now the Warden. I was about to say he's dead to rights, but Jalad, before we can even see an EMP go off, he's in there, and the plant is going down. Sure, 83 HP on the Bandit, but it's already been complete. Blitz even.
Great stuff from Falcons, just a beautifully timed collapse moving in. Order had a little bit of time in there that I recognised from my games. Just looked down at the wrong moment as Jalad hopped in, got himself warm, finds another later in the round with a headshot there onto Tex. Quiz just trying to fight back from above. It's going to be nothing. Falcons flawless, and they are looking fantastic and streamlined on the attack.
Keep it simple, stupid, right? The little acronym you got to remember sometimes. What do they really have to do in that round? Outside of smoke going in, plant going down, Glass to give the cover, barely anyone inside the building at that point. All they had to worry about was the player that was above the Warden. They EMP'd him and had a player jump in and take him down at the same time. So regardless of outcome there, he wasn't going to be very effective up on that top floor, even if he managed to kill the Capitao that came flying in after him. Really good coordinated push from Falcons, and for Chiefs, this half has started out very similarly to how the last one did. A rough first couple of rounds, and of course, they don't have the ability to take a tactical timeout. You only get one per game. They've got to figure this one out by themselves. There's no coach to step in and help them, and Falcons are quite far in the lead at this point.
Before the switch, it kind of felt a little bit like Robbie was, you know, he was definitely leading in terms of kills, and he was kind of keeping Falcons hanging on in there. But Hasham and Jalad have really stepped up over the last couple of rounds. You can see them now 7 and 6 respectively in terms of kills between them, and it's just really helping push Falcons to this next gear that we're seeing out of them now. This is, you know, definitely a different pace that they're playing with compared to that first half, and they're looking great so far. 5-3 now on the scoreboard.
What I really like about it is spoke again about the aggression and the solo plays you might see coming out of Falcons, but Robbie, I think, has really epitomised that, but more being opportunistic than anything else. I think back in the first half when he bolted in through that tin opener-sized hole that came through in towards the office wall and got 2 kills at the back of it. Look at it in the previous round, on the top floor, sorry, back in round 7, where he came charging on through on the Ash and just tore 2 players apart. Like, he is that kind of spear form, the tip of the spear, if nothing else. And it does make Falcons hard to deal with when they can change pace so damn quickly.
Just in the nick of time there, we see the Zoto canister hitting the wall. It's going to stop the thermite, but only for now. These are going to have to be chained together. It should be enough to keep that wall closed for maybe another 40 seconds to a minute at a push, but it is inevitable that it will open up. 2 kills come in, though. Cairo and Jigsaw managing to find 1 apiece to undo the damage that was done by Falcons. 4 versus 3, Chiefs in advantage, and they're doubling down. They are being emboldened as they start to find kills elsewhere around the map. This is going to be another 2-1 quarter potentially as Chiefs look to lock down their first defence.
Looking so much more composed this round as well, just really slamming the door in the face of Falcons and giving them absolutely nothing. Dovikin down to just under 50 HP too. It's not looking so ideal for him. And at this point, it's more, what can we do here? We've lost 3 players inside, what, 60 seconds of the round? It has been a very rapid start. Chiefs have met fire with fire and gone back against Falcons and completely shut the front door on them. Love to see it.
Falcon's just trying to get something going. It's going to be very difficult now. Chalet just holding that angle, sends in the flashes, a little bit of bait, maybe see if he can get somebody to peek. Just looking for that jump in that's going to be following the utility, but Chiefs are not biting. They know that they don't need to. 1:15 left on the clock. Plenty of time to burn, plenty for Falcons to work with, but ultimately, Chiefs can just hold their angles. Exactly what they're going to do. Quiz hears him coming, manages to find his man, and it is all up to the Ram. Low health, 45 remaining, having to just try and push both sides at once, knows there's pressure from above, knows there's potentially pressure from basement as well, and it is going to be a short-lived attempt as Chiefs. They do manage to get that first defense. It gets them moving, it gets them something locked down, and it just reminds Falcons that there's still a game to play here.
Do we need the castle strat? Do we need the frost though?
Do you think they're playing a castle strat, Tim?
I think it could be a castle strat.
Do you
I'll
think?
just play Fenrir Bar actually. I'll play Bar.
It is. Kitchen and dining going to be the site we're going to, so colour me not so surprised that that is what we're running out here as well. Castle is on side. No frost, as we heard them potentially discussing. Do we need that? No, you do not, apparently. So we're going to head, though, kitchen and dining, though, for round 10. As you can still see, it's still Falcons sat in the lead. They did have the on the front foot for the first couple of the rounds of this half. Chiefs have just managed to recover themselves back in. The question now will always come back to, do they build that into momentum? Because back in that first half, those final 4 rounds of the half, they went 3-1, Tim. Really managed to swing things back. Are we going to see a repeat?
I think it's going to, honestly, I think it's going to be more difficult for Chiefs to hold on this half. I think Falcons, the 2 rounds that they've won, they've looked sort of another level, another class. And I think if they can replicate that, there is rounds that they're going to find and they're going to win. Chiefs, you need to hold on to top floor, I feel, here. We saw Falcons do it beautifully. They had the Tugger out playing on office door, just delayed so much time, avoided the Deimos scans, prevented anybody pushing in on him, and wasted about 1.5 minutes just on his own. So I want to see, you know, something similar from Chiefs here, where they just really burn in that time. If you're going to play that castle up on the top floor, if that's going to be the use of utility that you bring in, you've got to make sure that you get the most out of it. However, is Quiz going to get the most out of this window? He's looking at it, he's thinking about it. Surely he is the man on the other side, but for the time being, he's going to hold his position. This is a real game of cat and mouse, Des.
Does Robbie know? He must have the right idea, but who's going to shoot first? Who's going to give away their position? I imagine the Vigil could have heard this one as well, but the patience being shown. I'll give it to Robbie. You've been waiting here a hell of a long while, and he knows to expect something, anything to come. But neither side giving it. Of course, worth noting he's on the 0 here with those 6 cams now that's been buffed up. Very good for the purpose of course, locking down flanks. And in fact, one thing that these guys remark they aren't too hot at the minute is info gathering. Well, 6 cameras are certainly going to help with that effort, Tim.
Oh, the tension is delicious, Des. The tension is delicious down there in the mud room, but we're not going to see it come to a head for the moment. However, office wall is going to be getting opened up. That's going to allow the long angle from that balcony window, so it's just going to make, again, Chiefs' life a little bit more difficult to hold on to that top floor. We see Quiz move away from mud now, so that time spent in there has wasted half of the round for Robbie, and nothing comes of it for Falcons, so that's not actually bad from the Vigil.
Well, at this point, he's stepping up, check the back corner of Piano as well, so no nasty surprises coming on through. Taking a lot of control if he needs it, steps in, is he going for his man? Yes, he is, really wanted the castle out, who's now got no choice but to run, and Jalab was there for the kill, but Quiz has come in below him here and managed to get away with the kill before sleuthing his way back in towards Bar and Gaming.
Yeah, failure to deal with this Vigil could really bite them. It just depends what he can do on the flank. We see Hasham go down as well. That's going to be the hard breach, so they may be going to be stuck with what access they have here, but maybe they can make it work. They've been doing great things with the shield. It's been the Monty that's been pushing them ahead here, but we're effectively now in a 2 versus 2. As I say that though, Hasham does get picked up 2 versus 3. 40 seconds left to go, but they still don't have control of sight.
Oh, but of course the cameras being able to look through the floor is also massive for them. They get so much information here if they aren't being shot out. The fact that there's a Monty coming up against 2 left on the other side is dream territory for guards. He should be able to take so much room here as long as he's not getting himself shot in the back, but there's 20 seconds to play with. They've got to make their move now.
That's the key here for Falcons. They seem to have just wasted a little bit too much time, kind of dithering. The challenge is going to come from top West Main. Can't quite find his man, but it is just backing them up. 8 seconds left to go. The diffuser is in sight with the Monty, but they just have to start going for kill. Almost does it. Almost does it. Quiz so close to holding on, but ultimately you almost saw the communication there from Falcons of plant isn't going to happen, we go for kills. And it was just that switch. The Monty starts dashing in, starts creating that chaos. It was a really good shield round from Falcons. Everything that happened in that round was basically because of the Monty creating the opportunities. Really good stuff, and they close out a round that could have gone the other way there.
It was just great kills up on the top floor as well. The way that they moved their way through and cleared that out was absolutely sublime. Really good stuff and very composed, whereas I gotta hate you kind of digging back up old trauma in this case, but look at Chiefs on their attacks and the number of times they were getting caught out by players rotating into them or not correctly droning things through. It was done by the book there by Falcons. Really good on the top floor, and yes, the end was very, very close. Could have seen them losing out to the clock in the end, but they managed to get the job done. They're now at 6-4. It is their map pick, let's not forget. So there is some expectation they'll walk away the win, but as we so often see in best of threes, teams tend to end up taking each other's map picks. So who knows how Border goes when we get to that. And of course, if we need Bank, it does await. As I mentioned back in the pre-game, both teams have got a 3-0 record on that map over the last 6 months. That'll be one hell of a showdown if it's required.
What could be our last round on Chalet then if Falcons are able to get themselves another successful attack. It's still going to see the Vigil brought along. It's going to be Order. We'll see whether they can get any extra value. It's not going to be an ideal start though, as Robbie manages to take down Kiro. That's going to be Sentry off the board, and a lot of utility gone with them. Of course, anybody not familiar, it's the recruit rework into Sentry and Striker, and it gives them the opportunity to bring 2 pieces of secondary utility. So it is a big loss when they go potentially, depending of course what they brought along. It may well already have been deployed, but still Falcons with a big advantage here.
Absolutely. Spot now to still try and capitalize on the back of this. That Monty once again at the helm, but with the Lion and the Dokkaebi on side, as we've remarked from both teams. Seen a lot of these 3 operators in the mix here. Lion, Dokkaebi and Monty. A staple of nearly every single round. Of course, a bit of Deimos being mixed in along the way too. But you can understand why it's helping them here against Otter, who's really been a bit of the thorn in the side playing on this Vigil. Wasting a bit of time at the start of last round, getting that kill inside a lobby and then disappearing into bar game a few seconds later. Just enough to keep them on their toes. You don't have to worry about where he is seemingly at all times. But playing quite tight together here. You've got the drones rolling on through, as you've seen. They have lost a lot of drones, it's worth noting here, inside 75 seconds. So a bit low on the intel game. We remarked on that as to why they brought the 0 in the previous round, and now they're last. First Dokkaebi goal comes out here as well, with one more just about to come back online for them.
Gods is going to wander on into sight, and again the Monty just becoming the magnet for attention, manages to find a kill onto Tex as well, and you feel like this round and this map might just be done at this point. 4 versus 2 now, and they're able to start just walking on in. Jalad and Hasham pick up the final kills, and that is going to be map 1 going the way of Falcons. Chiefs, a lot of work to do in this one.
Looked a little bit too cozy on those attacks for Falcons, I think, unfortunately. Just being able to go from slow to fast at the drop of a hat really kept the other side guessing. And for Chiefs, I think they won't be too beat up about it as well. Again, it wasn't their map pick. Maybe see themselves not the strongest on that map. But for Falcons, and I think Robbie especially, he was a real thorn in their side that entire game with the kind of pace he was coming at.
My concern for Chiefs is this next map. Like I said, I know that Border isn't a Falcons map, but I just kind of feel like Border's one of those maps where even if it's your map and not theirs, you can still easily lose it because it's just so many gunfights, so many close quarters opportunities. It can be turned around, and I don't know, it could be a tough day for Chiefs today.
Could turn out to be a 2-0 if they don't manage to spin this one back on its head. There are some high moments in there as well. You know, Jigsaw's had a pretty good game, as we remarked. His entry game was really, really strong, and at points they look good. I just feel where they really lost that game was in those rounds where they weren't fully present, where the droning was poor, where they weren't playing as a team, where they were letting Robbie somehow flank and kill 3 of them without being checked. Little things like that are what need to be corrected, because both halves, the first 2 rounds, they weren't there.
Yeah, and I think they'll recognise that. You know, they've got players like Tex on there, a lot of experience, you know, over many, many years of playing this game. Jigsaw, like you say, ability as well. It's a great roster overall, and I think, you know, they are definitely capable of recognising those issues and dealing with them quickly. But, like I say, I just feel like it goes into a little bit of the Wild West almost, rather than Border, when you look at Border as a map. And it is one that you can just win in a bit of a shootout.
I do worry, though, that with them hitting their shots, like you say, Border may well prove to be another Falcons map. But we'll find out after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in just a few.
Available now. Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Welcome back to our second map of the day here in this first series, but of course, Tim, it's probably worth stressing exactly what we're playing for here. This is the upper bracket still. Whoever wins this qualifies. You get to go through to phase 2. You lose, you go down to the lower bracket, and if you lose down there, well, your major's over before it's even begun.
Well, it's all going to get wrapped up today. That's the big point, Des. We come in with 8 teams, we leave with 4 at the end of the day. This game that we're watching now is an opportunity for somebody to avoid that, to get themselves through, to get it done, to not have to go through that pressure cooker of the lower bracket.
And it's a horrible place to be as well. Again, you've arrived and you've done all this prep and this hard work, all the travel you come over here, and to know that inside 2 days of play, you can find yourself going home. It's a bit of a heartbreaker, especially all the hard work that these teams have put in to get here. You know, some of these teams, G2 you saw on screen just a second ago, they're boot camp for the last 2 weeks, 13 days straight of playing to get themselves ready for this and to make sure they make it out of the current predicament they find themselves in. But a quick look back at our previous map in case you did miss it. Robbie, as mentioned, was the true terror for me. We saw occasional moments of brilliance coming out of the other side, but quite consistently, it was Falcons who had the aggression and had control of the game.
Yeah, it felt like, for me, Chiefs were more reliant on, say, a big round from Jigsaw to get it over the line. You'd want that opening kill and then follow up with a couple more. And we kind of see that with 17 kills between the top 2 there. Falcons, it felt like that threat was coming from a number of places. Now, looking towards map 2, it's border. It's not one that Falcons like. We know that. It's an opportunity for Chiefs to take it to 3. But let's not forget, as we've just said, the pressure is on Chiefs now. They're playing, you know, not quite yet playing for their position in the tournament, but they're playing to avoid that lower bracket. It's all on border now. If they don't get this done, they drop down there and they have that disqualification match. It's a tough one. For me, border is a little bit of a risk, and I'm particularly looking towards the operator bands to see maybe a little bit of an insight into what Chiefs think about how Falcons are going to approach this. The reason that I say that, Falcons just had some really good shield use. Guards used Monty fantastically well on Chalet. What is one of the big problems for attackers on border? And the answer is getting inside of the map. You're getting challenged in CCTV, you're getting challenged in office, you're getting challenged at top east, you're getting challenged in these locations, and it's difficult to get established. How do you fix that? You send in the Monty. You just walk in behind the shield, you take the ground, you force the defenders back. And the fact that we haven't seen Chiefs ban out Monty makes me a little bit concerned, because, I mean, I don't know, maybe Falcons don't, but I'm looking towards them thinking off what we've just seen on Chalet. I think they stick guards on the Monty again, they drive him into the map, and they build from behind him.
The thing is, for Falcons, I don't even know if they need it. Like, their ability and what I've seen, at least in terms of the pace of play that they have, has been so chaotic and difficult to deal with for Chiefs. I think they don't even need a Monty to be in front of their face. They'll be able to capitalize on the chaos regardless. So really, the onus spins on towards Chiefs. Yes, this is their map pick. They should be the ones in control. But it's them who I'm looking towards here to be able to stem the bleeding a little bit, slow down the onslaught of Falcons, and get some control here, especially on the defensive half of border. Now, you mentioned earlier on the Falcons don't like this map. It is their lowest preferred maps. They've not banned it once over the last 6 months. every time it's been banned, it's because they've banned it away. They refuse to go to this map in basically every single situation. Whereas on the other side of things, well, Chiefs, they're 2-0 on this map. They're very comfortable here. Last played it about a month ago, I believe it was, where they came away a pretty comfortable winner. Didn't ban away the Monty, it was banned away against them in that game. So maybe you'll see Chiefs exploiting it themselves when we get to that second half. For now, though, their attacking bans have all been about what they saw on the previous map of both Dokkaebi and the Deimos being taken away.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. I come back to the point that I made, and maybe I'll be proved wrong, I don't know. But going through, I look at Border, if you're going to have a bad map, something like Border isn't a bad one to have. You know, I've already spoken, it's a lot of gunfights. It's a simple map. There's not a lot to it. It's not a big map. There's not tons of space to take.
It's not Lair, is it?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
You know, if you're bad on Nighthaven and you get taken to Nighthaven Labs by a good Labs team, I expect you to be absolutely dismantled because there's just too much to cover if you don't know what's going on. Border, it's one of those basics. It's been around for a long time. It's small, it's compact. If you're going to win a bad map, I feel like Border is one that you can do. We will see how it plays out. We're into it now. Falcons, one map up already, having won Chalet. Chiefs, it's now or never. They need to keep themselves fighting in this one. Looking across the lineup, it might not be Monty, but it is Blitz. I said we'd see guards continue on that shield play. It's going to be a great way to push in and take space in Border. Here you go. I think that proves my point.
And this is the beauty of it. Again, they know exactly what they can do with this operator. You know that you're going to have roamers out here on the map. Go in and punish. And knowing that the Azami can be such a headache to try and deal with when she's like anchored in to this spot around 19, able to rotate back towards Fountain, best thing you can do about it is go hyper-aggressive like we've just seen. A really good start for them. A C4 now lurking underneath, which I don't think at this point Falcons will be aware of, given it's basically the other side of the map, underneath them, where they put that focus entirely on the top floor so far. So keep an eye on Karo here. Could do a little bit of damage.
It's like I said, on Border, how do you win defences? You keep the attackers out of the map. If they get established, if they get a beachhead, then attackers generally do very well on Border. Look at the damage now that's being taken by Chiefs. We've got two players low health, Order and Quiz. We've got the Nitro underneath not really working out, just having to make his way back up. Tex is going to be taken down to low health as well. Quiz is finished off. Falcons got inside of the map, and they have made life a living hell here in round one for Chiefs. 5-1. Des, tell me again. Is this a good map or not for Falcons?
That's a flawless round. Even Hasham's like, okay, that was a thing. It was brutal and punishing.
Once you get in as an attacker, you are usually fine. And if they can just abuse the shields to do that, Falcons will be fine for this first half.
Again, coming back to what I said as well, is I don't think they need to worry about running a Monty. The Blitz there was brought along purely to break that angle around 19, to get rid of the Azami, which they knew was going to really slow the round down and stop them playing around West. Now, what the best part was immediately you had a player in East Main, you had one coming in through off his window. They had this kind of 4 or 5 points around, like a star being built around this team of Chiefs, and just slowly condensed in around them. And this is what I thought Falcons did really well back on the previous map as well, is didn't seem the need to stand behind a Monty and have 3 or 4 players like, oh, well, Drone will get the Nomad to lock things down. No, they had players working their way through lobby while the Monty came down from solar side, for example, on the top floor. And I think that ability to have these backstab players, teams that aren't ready for that style of play are going to get run over by it. And that's exactly what Chiefs have just found out. I really hope they recover themselves early in this game and get a good going here in round 2. Otherwise, I feel it's going exactly the same way as Chalet did.
Yeah, they're going to face much the same, I think, up on the top floor. We're seeing the Lion switched away. That's in favour of a little bit more soft breach in the terms of the Reteros. Also some utility clearance as well, of course. We've got the Ram brought along from Jalad. Interestingly, the Blitz does actually get 6 picked away, so I think the lineup was looking towards the top floor site. They've decided that they can do this with the Ying instead. This is lining up, you know, definitely towards a plant, get those Candelas in, cover a bit of ground. This is going to be an interesting contrast. How well do Falcons take the top floor? How well do Falcons control the areas that they need to without that shield? Are they able to get in the map, or can Chiefs now fight them back?
Nah, I think they'll probably get in with very little bother, to be honest with you. Again, looking at how Falcons have played it out, I'm not too concerned that they're like crutching on a shield in this case. Of course, a shield always makes things easier, but now they've got something like a Ying to lean into to really go aggressive off the back of it. It's not Robbie running around though on the Ash in this round. Of course, you'd expect him to be, given the way he was playing back on the previous. It's a shot who wants to put his entry chops to the test, and Robbie, who's sat here on the Flores. Well, here we go, nice and quick, 1 behind half wall here. Doesn't quite find his man, stepping forward, but look at that, the backstab from Hasham. They've got a 2v1 there, and they've completely crushed the player out. Dovakin falls down as well. well. There's one more inside of office on the deck at this point, and they know exactly where he is. Can they punish before he manages to get away?
Yeah, they really need to. It gives them the man advantage as well as the top floor control. But as I said, Chiefs just managing to hold on a little bit better to this top floor than they did last time around. Robbie does manage to find order. 3 versus 2 though. Chiefs can now start to think about dropping away essentially. They'll know that they've taken down the Ram. That takes away a lot of that vertical opportunity that Falcons might have been able to find. So Chiefs just need to make sure they don't overstay their welcome up here on the top floor, but they won't as they manage to get another down. It's a 1 versus 2 for Robbie.
A minute and 20 to play. Diffuser not in hand. He needs to go and win this 1v1 separately, which might not be the easiest. I know that he's been playing out pretty strong, but as you've seen for a second ago, Faro Elise was in a good spot to do some damage, as was Jigsaw. He's now dropped away too, so they've really tried to deny that 1v1 that he was looking for. Diffuser now in hand as well. Bulletproof taken off the wall. Drops in here as well. He knows that he's in a spot of risk and danger. About 60 seconds to work with here, but needs to isolate these 1v1s if he's going to make this work.
Yeah, it should be a fairly easy closeout for Chiefs here, even with, you know, any verticality getting opened up. They just need to stay within kind of, you know, what I'd describe as touching distance of each other. They just need to be able to impact on any death that comes in, and they should be fine. Robbie, he's just trying to, you know, find anything he can. Is he going to open this wall up? No, he's not. He's going to be effectively using it as a drone instead. He knows that he's safe to drop and uses that noise a little bit.
Oh,
Fancy's
no.
first. They've given him the opportunity for the 1v1s. 20 seconds to go, and that's a 1v2, and that is a huge mistake from Chiefs Des. If you remember, I said all they needed to do was keep within touching distance, be able to affect the other one's death, and they didn't do it. They didn't account for the hatch drop into bathroom. As soon as he goes down there, he's got his 1v1. At worst, they both challenge him at once and he lines them both up. At best, he gets them one at a time. Brilliantly played by Robbie. Chiefs, they've let a round slip through their hand that should have been theirs.
I get the initial 1v1 engagement that was taken as well, but you're rounding a corner into a single doorway where he could be anywhere inside that room, and because of the distance he's got from the angle and you're up tight to it, he's going to see you first every single day of the week. That was basically a massive whiff by Robbie if he doesn't win that 1v1, and then you're leaving him down to an actual 1v1 to close, and at that point it's flipping a coin. It's painful because they did everything right there, Chiefs. They were in a 4 versus 2. Robbie's gone absolutely nuclear and dragged it back over the finish line for his team. They're up 2-0.
Almost everything right, Des. Almost. They were so close, like you say. The problem that they've got is that was, again, I don't want to keep hinging on these shields necessarily, but we see it getting brought along again. The top floor clearance wasn't as smooth last time. They lost a couple of players. Chiefs were able to stand up. They got, I think it was a 4v2 at one point. This time they're going to be fighting against that blitz again, so now they need a plan to sort that. They've got the Warden, but obviously it depends if Quiz is right place, right time to be the one that the blitz is challenging. They've got the Legion. The Goo Mines can be dealt with. They don't go invisible anymore. They haven't for the longest time. They can just be shot out. They can be spotted. That should be clearable by Falcons. So this is a pivotal round for me here for Chiefs. They're going to face an onslaught, and they've got to hold on, Des.
They want to crack this top floor quick before any of these players can drop away. You've got the Frost on the hatch, and of course the Warden's not much to go at the back. Speaking of the Frost, not that it matters anyway, because straight in they go. They're bound one more off the back of it too. Everyone's going down, but they're all getting straight back up at this point, Tim. There's still one more inside of office, and Robbie's going to try and find what he can, but down on 20 HP. That C4 looks increasingly threatening. Chiefs have held them back, and who knew, Tim, that a Frost would be what was Falcons' undoing?
There's going to be a lot of time that the Blitz can't run for as well, and that's a big nerf to the Blitz, not being able to run, not being able to close down that space between you and the defender that you're challenging. So at least for the next good while, they're just going to have to maybe try and sit back here. They've got time to do it. They can just hold off, let Robbie get his full speed back, and then maybe try to play in behind him. But I feel like Chiefs are in a good spot here, and that was a mistake from Falcons. I called Chiefs out in the last round for their mistake. I'll do the same to Falcons here. You got to know about that frost mat. I know that they're gambling. I know that sometimes you just got to say, we're playing this quick, we're going for it. But it was a big mistake. You can't drop your blitz into a frost mat like that, especially not just cleanly under a window where you'd expect one.
You still got to do your prep work at the end of the day is the most important part, right? And it was Robbie, Hasham and Jalab were all down. Obviously, a couple managed to get themselves back on their feet. One eventually finished off, and now Robbie's left with 20 HP to his name. And Dovahkiin 40. Not looking super ideal. What we saw last round, Tim, it can still go horribly wrong.
Just trying to jostle for position at the minute, move things around, see if they can get a freebie onto any of these defenders. I'm not sure that Chiefs will be making the same mistakes. A lot of damage done to the Mute, I think it was there, that was taking tons of bullets from above. The drop comes down and somehow managed to win the fight. It's a 2v1, Des, in the blink of an eye.
And you can see why Dovahkiin was the top-rated player for this team yesterday. That was a miraculous 2v1. He just pulled off. And now, what? How has Jigsaw got away with that? Got one onto himself, but Dovahkiin's there for the 3. And rightly so, he is absolutely ecstatic. How on earth he's won that 1v2 as he's dropped down the hatch? I don't know. The Mute had his number. He knew he was there. Dovahkiin had no idea and still won.
I feel like Chiefs are rattled.
I think they're in for a tap timeout, surely, at this point. Yep, they are. There we go. I mean, no surprise. It has been tragic.
I think they're rattled at the minute. You know, those are not mistakes that we would expect to see out of players of this caliber. And yeah, you can't lose that fight dropping down the hatch. As he drops down the hatch, I'm thinking, well, that's round over. They start watching it. He's gonna get the kill. It's gonna be round over. It's gonna be 3v1. But all of a sudden, it's a 1v2. And I don't know what went on at the end in the last few seconds. I think Jigsaw was quite lucky to just lash out and get a kill onto the blitz, you know, when he was full white flash, but it was just such an easy mop-up at the end to close things out. So again, another good round from Falcons, kind of just working with what they've got.
Dovahkiin's like, yeah, I'm the man. I'm the man. He knew it from that round as well. 2 rounds again that you'd look at and say Falcons shouldn't have won. That's 2 rounds given away by Chiefs when they should really comfortably up 2-1 at this point. Well, Falcons, they've just got that. They've got something about them, Tim, that aggression that I spoke about earlier on, that at the minute Chiefs just aren't coping very well with. Bit of a mismatch maybe stylistically between the 2 teams. But as it stands, it's Falcons with a flawless first quarter. Now get to go and do the same thing all over again. Chiefs managed to turn it around after the attack timeout back on Chalet. Will they have the same fortune here, or will Falcons carry on? Because don't forget, they equally get their own 45 seconds to have a conversation with the coach to really try and push this to the next level and end up with a very strong half. Whether that's 5-1, 6-0, they'll be ecstatic either way.
Yeah, this is beyond anything Falcons could dream of, realistically. You know, coming into a map that is their perma-bat, and like I said, Border, I think the point is being proven, is not a bad map to have as a map you don't like, as a map you don't play, because it is winnable just on gunfights. It is winnable just on taking the smallest amounts of space. You know, it is not a lair, it is not a Nighthaven Labs where you can't really get away with that same sort of tactic, that same sort of technique. We're going to see another top floor hold. Last time it was the push from the Blitz into CCTV. This time it is going to be the Monty. We'll see whether Guards does look towards CCTV and break again, or whether it's maybe a more direct push in towards site this time.
A different form of the shield coming along here. It's been blitzed for 3 rounds. The Monty here is mentioned. Line in support as well. Definitely change up the game plan, I think, to try and keep the other side guessing, because again, they've got their 45 seconds to figure things out, and none of those 45 seconds are how do we address what we've seen for the first 3 rounds. Falcons are probably talking about what do the next 3 look like to keep them having to figure out new problems here as you step on through. And there's a freebie. Jigsaw just steps across the doorway and break. That's Dov, getting rid of him. Easy peasy.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Chiefs at the minute. You know, just offering themselves up on easy angles. It's like they're a magnet. It's like they're a moth to a flame right now, Des. But the flame keeps burning them time after time after time. 5 versus 1. And Chiefs they're crumbling before our eyes right now.
Oh, I was about to say, it comes down to the gunfights being lost out so consistently here. And sure, Kara gets one back, but you're against the Monty and 3 others. Good luck, my friend, is all I can say. And again, it's another big 3K coming out from Dovahkiin. It was the same in the prior round, in the close that saw them win things out here. He's basically single-handedly won things out there, but Chiefs look so disorganized. 3 separate 1v1s, half the time not even shooting back. Falcons are making it look easy.
The 3 kills on break door for Dov there it was like a dance. It was like poetry. It was absolutely beautiful. He just he gets the first one through the barricade, sees his opportunity onto the Azami, then he just kind of swings gently with the 1 tap onto site, then he moves across. It was just like just sweeping through
fluid
them
like water,
with
isn't
the
it?
greatest of ease. It was so smooth.
People will probably jump on this and go, "Are you saying is as good as them?" I'm like, well, maybe he could be. We'll see how the tournament plays out. But it reminds me of watching players like Shaiko or like Spoit, for example, when they're just walking through a team. It's seeming like a trance or a dance.
It was just like,
it's beautiful.
It was
to
almost
watch.
choreographed for him to just be like, yeah, flick, hit there, shot there, and it was just, you know, it's brilliant to see players get into that sort of flow where everything's just clicking for them, and that was definitely one of those moments.
Well, he was our 4th highest rated player after yesterday. In fact, just a single point of EPS behind Hornet, who currently sits in 3rd place at 131. I think after this series, you might find yourself jumping forward a fair bit more. Same for Robbie, to be fair. I know he was speaking about Dovakin, who's had 2 nuclear rounds, but Robbie's been that consistent player again. Did really well last map, now finds himself at 6-1. That's 18 kills so far across the 2 maps. Not quite saying there's a record to be broken with how this game is playing out, but very impressive from those 2 players especially.
Chiefs, I think now or never just took on a new meaning after the first 4 rounds. Falcons absolutely dominating at the minute, playing in behind those shields, as I suggested that they might, just to create that space, to create that opportunity for them, and they're doing it wonderfully. You know, out of the 2 teams, Chiefs did use shields. They used Monty in 3 out of the 6 rounds on the attack of Chalet, but I never felt as confident in their shield play as I have in Falcons. I look at Falcons on the shield and I think, now, like, I look at guards here and I think it's a matter of time on the blitz until he does some damage, until he goes in and causes a real problem for them. Jalad manages to pick up Jigsaw elsewhere. 5 versus 4, another entry going in the way of Falcons. Tex taken down, and it is not looking good right now. The one respite that I can find for Chiefs at the minute is they didn't pick to start on defense. They picked the map, so Falcons chose attack. So at least there's maybe that for Chiefs fans to rest back on, that it'll get better in the second half. But right now, there is a huge gulf between the performance level of these 2 teams.
Oh, massively. I mean, at least they've stemmed the bleeding, Chiefs. I say that, not their own bleeding. They were both on basically no HP. Chris has got it all to do against both. Again, the 2 players we've spoken about to the death here, Robbie and Dovakin, coming bearing down on him. This feels like a terrifying prospect. Can certainly make a name for himself. He manages to win it out, but it is a big ask with half a round still to play out.
You get the feeling that they've got a good idea of where he is as well. The diffuser's down at the minute, which is something that Quiz could potentially use to his advantage here. But with 1 minute 15 left on the clock, it just shows how aggressive Falcons have been playing these rounds, Des. They've been playing them at absolute full speed, full force, no holding back whatsoever. And it's meaning when they do get into these 2v1 situations, it becomes very difficult. Yeah, he's got the diffuse, but how does he realistically hold on to it? I'm not sure about that push coming in from Dob there. We've been saying how great he's been playing. Robbie manages to mop it up and spare some blushes for the team, I think, there. I'm pretty sure as he came in through metal, he was on a reload. You've got 1 minute 10. Just reload and then push in. It's not that big a rush. I apologise if I'm wrong there, but I'm pretty sure he was his gun was out of action, and he knows that he's in small office.
I think he's at a point.
He really wasn't ready for the fight.
Dovakin's at a point where, because he's popped off for 3 rounds in a row, he's like, oh, yeah, I'll keep going. I can win this.
You get it.
I don't need to play this for you.
I'll look at him and I'll get it.
Him and Robbie at this point are racing to the top of the leaderboard, trying to fight with each other is the way that it's playing out. What I really love, and I spoke about this earlier on, you know, Dovakin and Guards being twins, both are currently studying cybersecurity. They graduate in January. They are not full-time Siege players like many others that you'll see around the world and throughout this tournament, of course. Imagine when they have the time to commit towards going full-time, how scary they could be. If he keeps on playing the way that he is today, and we see him build like that over the next year or so, Falcons could prove to be a real outfit that we see constantly appearing at events and fighting for big place finishes. Wouldn't that be lovely? Final
defensive round for Chiefs. The question is, can they get one successful defensive round to keep themselves fighting in here to go to that 3rd map? Bank will be the decider if we get there. It's looking unlikely at the minute, but over years and years of Siege, we've learned plenty of lessons about what is possible in those second halves. So there is still potentially a lot of Siege to be played here. But right now, Falcons just feel like they're operating on a different level to Chiefs. Chiefs, they just look shell-shocked at the minute, Des. They're punch-drunk. They're just not responding. They're not reacting. They're very barely winning a lot of these fights. They're coming away on low health when they do. Very tough for them, and they haven't had an answer for the shields at all the whole way through. They've brought the Legion consistently. It hasn't slowed them down at all. They had the frost map that caught the blitz, but other than that, there's been no real direct answer to dealing with guards.
It's so hard because top teams around the world struggle to deal with shields. There's a reason why they're as strong as they are at the moment. I like that play from below, and this we saw back in round 1. To be fair, it wasn't really droned out downstairs by the side of Falcons. They went in on that top floor, managed to get away with it, and Falcons, as said, weren't punished back then. Here, though, they have done just that. Good start in response from Chiefs. 4v3.
Much better. They had a plan to deal with the shield. Legion mine, shotgun underneath, job done. 4 versus 3, as now Falcons have to scramble a little bit. They have to try and find themselves a little bit of an alternative. It's going to be a push in towards office. They know there's one waiting around the corner, but they didn't expect Quiz to be getting aggressive and coming forward looking for that fight. 3 versus 2 as Hasham manages to keep them in it, and it's him again. Robbie, he's there. He really is him this game, Des. He keeps finding kills at the critical moments.
Otter's still got his 3 smokes to play behind here. They can stall things out, but now he's in a 1 versus 2. Robbie finding Jigsaw's feet here, putting the final pieces of this puzzle together. It looks like a 6-0 half is all but guaranteed unless Otter can work some absolute magic. Yes, he found the entry through the floor onto the shield player. Great start. But now he's probably wondering, how the hell am I now finding myself as the last man standing against a greater man count on the other side? Underneath here's got the right idea. Shotgun through the floor, but doesn't find his man. A shot on 7 HP, Robbie on 21. The shotgun or the SMG here will do enough for him to be able to bring them down. Of course, assuming he gets away with it. Flash not quite placed in the right position here. Working his way up towards Metal. Don't think they know that he's on the spot, though. A bit of danger with 40 seconds still to play. Really, Falcons have got the ability, diffusers in hand, for example, to make this work. But if they don't respect Otter or appreciate where he's coming from, this could really come back to bite them, and that flawless half falls away.
2 Toxic Babes still in pocket, and a sniff of one of them will do it. How about that? He knew that the plant was going down. He didn't know where the cover would be. I don't know. I'm looking at that and thinking, you've got to expect something from the hatch.
Yes, Chalet. Robbie!
You've surely got to expect something from the hatch. You can't crouch around that corner to take that fight. He's got 2 Toxic Babes in pocket.
I was going to say, you can smoke out the diffuser there. Exactly, and they die because they're so low HP.
7 HP, 1 sniff of that gas and he's gone. It's done.
Probably also
and then it's a 1v1.
Probably kills the second player because he was on
Very
21
possibly,
HP. He was
yeah.
gone as well, yeah. Hindsight is obviously a beautiful thing here, and he was so concerned about the plant going down that he wanted to deny the player, but you're right, not really appreciating where the second man, where the last man was, where the cover was coming from.
He's going to be above.
That's it.
He's going to be covering from above. It's the only place you can really cover that plant spot from. Unless he's dropped with him and gone off towards the ventilation rotate, which I don't think many attackers are ever going to do, the likelihood is that he is above watching from the hatch. Big mistake.
Quite the terrifying team Falcons are proving to be, because in their series yesterday, they won 2-1, yes, but you look at the actual round scores of those games, 7-1 on Bank, 7-0 on Nighthaven Labs. They rolled through those 2 games. Cafe, they lost by a single round. It ended 8-7 over towards Alpha. Here, we had a 7-3, 7-4, 7-4, you can see the top right screen, a 7-4 back on the first map, and here, this could go on to be a 7-0. I always say 2 halves to a game of Siege, but I do just worry that at this point, Chiefs' goose is cooked.
I'd hate to be Chiefs looking back and seeing how many...
You just hate to be Chiefs in general right now, Tim.
Well, yeah. I'd hate to look back and see how many 3v2, 4v2s they've lost. Because it's at least 3 or 4 rounds where they've had a decent man advantage and have gone on to lose it. And that's a huge problem if you're Chiefs. You know, I'm not saying that Border is over. It is... Might be over. Thank you, Robbie, for the perfect timing of that kill there. I'm not saying it's definitely over, but Chiefs need to start thinking about the next game. They need to start thinking about the lower bracket, where it will be make or break, where it will be all or nothing, and they cannot be giving away man advantages. They cannot be giving away rounds that are 4v2, 3v2, 2v1. They can't be giving them away.
And yet, Tim, they are, and that is... It's very clear the mental is gone.
Yeah.
And that means the lower bracket is no doubt going to be what they have to find themselves in. If he'd hung on for half a second longer, he would have found his man there. East main, where we're seeing the push coming through now as well from 2 players. Otherwise, it's just the ace to join them, but it looks like it's over, Tim. I'm not going to lie.
certainly does. We're going to have Quiz just moving across. He's got a little bit of intel there, gets himself a freebie. That at least gets something going for Chiefs, brings them back into it. 3 versus 4 now. They've still got the Monty as well, so they've got, you know, something to work behind. A missed opportunity potentially for Robbie there. Going to see himself getting faced down by the Monty now. Backs himself away, but again, smart play, checking his other angles, knowing that the danger isn't really coming from the shield, it's coming from those who will be pushing with him. So manages to escape for the time being, and it's going to leave Quiz to move underneath, maybe try and do a bit of work from down there.
I praise the ability of Chiefs, you know, looking at them coming as a team into the tournament, trying to adopt some more of that more strategic gameplay. Like, these are the kind of situations that I said early on, you bat them to do quite well in. Like, yeah, they're a man down, but they've got a lot of time to play with, and now they're just getting picked apart, not quite able to isolate the players that they need or be aware of what they're trying to do. And now in a 2 versus 4, this one looks all but done.
They've got a Monty in break. How is the run out not getting called? Falcons managed to get the kill. They know that Quiz is the last one alive top east. It's a matter of time at this point. Asham getting a little bit cheeky, calls the GG, but quite right. He is. As the game closes out, Falcons, they managed to get themselves the win. Des, Falcons, they're going to be going through to phase 2. What a starting performance from them to kick off the day.
Meeting expectations from the team themselves. They knew coming in it'd be a little bit bumpy, as mentioned, with a couple of players having like midterm exams and stuff last week, but they've turned up here looking like a real force to be reckoned with. 3 maps that are not purely 7-0s, about 2 7-0s, a 7-1, a very close 8-7, otherwise a 7-4. They look solid, Tim. Really, really good. And truthfully, I know it's probably a bit too early to start calling, but if I was a phase 2 team, I would be worried about the team that I'm walking into in a couple of days' time.
Yeah, I'm interested to see them now against some of the opposition that they're going to be seeing in phase 2. As I said, they've come in, you know, we've seen them at previous events where they've had substitutions, they've had, you know, bits of changes in the roster. This time they've been able to bring the consistent roster that they've had through stage 2. And, you know, maybe that's something that they can grow with here. I said, you know, coming into this, I was a little unsure after seeing them against Alpha Team yesterday. A 2-0 would have been nice against a team with a couple of substitutions, but still, they've come out and they've shown that they're growing into the tournament. They've done a great job against Chiefs there, especially on a map that's not usually played by them. Fantastic stuff, and like you say, looking towards them now, you think, maybe not the best team to be playing in phase 2.
It's crazy when you think about it that, as we mentioned, it's one of their perma bans. They hate playing on border. They refuse to go there, but they've turned up today and look like a team that's played there a million and one times. And there's a piece of saying, like, of course, every pro player knows every map to at least a healthy degree. They've played it a lot in rank. They know that I've scrimmed it a bunch. The team will have played it regardless. It's more down to preference, what they like playing on. So it's not to say they were going to be bad at border if they got taken there, more just they weren't going to be as comfortable there as you'd expect. But for me, they look so ready for everything that was thrown at them by Chiefs, and maybe there's a lot of homework that's gone into there by the team behind the scenes.
Big problems for Chiefs, really, in terms of mentality, I think, throughout that one. You could see towards the end, it really felt like, you know, they'd crumbled. They'd switched off at
25 and 7 for Robbie.
He's just had a real day, so it's fantastic stuff, in it.
He's had a game. He's had a game. Like, look on the other side, like, who even comes close? Like, no one's positive on that other side. Like, the entry record, really, outside of Jigsaw getting 4 entries on that first map, outside of that, absolutely atrocious. I think on border itself, they got a single entry. Everything else completely against them. There's no real facet of the gameplay you can look at there and say, if they change this one little thing a little bit, they'll be back in and be competitive.
Well, I mean,
it was quite a goal.
To be fair, if they improved at shooting, planting, strategy,
communication, teamwork, yeah, keep throwing it in.
It could be great.
Bless them. The thing is for Chiefs, again, they're not out here. Falcons, of course, have gone through, but Falcons. Chiefs now drop down to that lower bracket. They still get a chance to fight on. Who they play against will start to be determined a little bit later on today, but as said, there are 6 games going on today, Tim. There's still a lot of siege to be played.
Chiefs are going to have to come out with a very different performance in reality. You know, that's the top and bottom of it. Teams will look towards that and think they're definitely beatable in that lower bracket.
I think production can confirm in a minute as well. I think we have an interview that we get to have one of the players very, very shortly. We should be good fun. In fact, to say that now, and there he is up on the screen. How you doing, man?
Hello,
congratulations first and foremost. What a performance you guys just had.
Thank you.
Any questions, Tim?
Yeah, I've mentioned a couple of times, Gerard, you've had, in previous events, you've always sort of had a substitute or maybe a little roster problem. This time you have your roster from stage 2. Is that helping a lot?
Yeah, obviously this is, I think, our first time competing in a 5 roster full of us. And yes, we are ready this time, hopefully, as you've seen as well. So yeah, this is a big difference coming the full 5.
It's nice having the full 5, but I also understand from speaking to Eden that last week 2 of you guys in Guards and Doverkin had their midterm exams, right? So where teams like G2 have had a couple of weeks to be able to boot camp and really get ready for this, for you guys it's been a little bit disruptive, but you look fantastic. What does prep look like for you guys for this major?
I think prep it was very good. The Twins had the exams, but it wasn't affecting us like a lot. Maybe yes, like we couldn't do like we always do, but still we prepped very good for it, and I think we're going on the right way.
I can guarantee you they were sat there holding flank drones and just reading notes at the same time, prepping for their exams while the game was playing out. Would have been beautiful.
Yeah, I think so.
I've got to ask the question, who do you really want to play at this major as well? Because you've looked fantastic so far. Obviously, you're now in phase 2. What team are you like, I really want to beat them to prove a point?
To be honest, there is no like particular team. We are hopefully ready for everyone. So no team in mind, but yeah, I think we are ready for like everybody.
Just beat everyone sounds like the real simple answer. But Jalad, really thank you for that as well. Congratulations on a very, very successful couple of days, and look forward to seeing you in phase 2.
Thank you.
There we go then, Tim. Again, nice and calm, ready to face anyone. Prep work was good. They've looked good there. Obviously, phase 2 is a different beast, but who knows? It could be real soaring high skies for Falcons.
Yeah, it could do this. You know, what is the limit for them at this point, especially with that use of shields. Shields are so powerful at the minute. They've shown a real mastery of it there, used them fantastically well, and got a lot of rounds on the back of it. Great stuff, and a scary team to play against.
Well, we'll see how they do. And of course, we've still got plenty more games coming up today, so we'll go to a break, and when we come back, the action continues. See you guys later.
ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitte. Et je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Our second match of the day is here, and it's two teams that you and I got to see yesterday. And if you watched here on the A stream, you saw them yesterday as well. Earlier on in the day, just preceding this match, we had our very first team make it to the playoffs and escape the play-ins. And they took flight.
I like that. Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Because they're a bird-themed team.
Yes.
Because they're Falcons.
Because they're Falcons, and they flew their way into the playoffs. We have one team that's already made it out of the playoffs in the right direction, and today we will have yet another here on this match. G2 versus Black Dragons. And yesterday, honestly, these two matches couldn't have been any different in the way that they went about. Black Dragons played CL for L, and it was maybe not the cleanest match of Siege that we have seen, but Black Dragons still persevered and came out on top, and that's why they are here to go up against G2.
Yeah, and Black Dragons, obviously, they had some struggles in that game for sure. We talked a lot about their weaknesses in that matchup, but in the end, they managed to pull through. They found out how to win that. A lot of big plays came off of Ask, having huge roams, huge impact out there. He was named the MVP of day one. Also good impact from Hornet, actually beating out Ask on the EPS, but sometimes stats aren't everything. So really nice stuff coming out from a few key players on Black Dragons. Just pushed them over the edge yesterday. Today, it's going to be a bit of a bigger challenge, though.
Yeah, no, I mean, G2 is definitely a more experienced, more practiced, and some would even say better team than CL for L. And I mean, G2 made it to this position by beating CAG Osaka, who will be in action later today. They play that CL for L squad, as we talked about, with the loser of that match going home. As for G2, though, the star of the show was their leader, their lightning rod, Alimau, who had a tremendously good performance in maps 2 and 3 after dropping the first map to CAG Osaka in pretty stunning fashion, if I will say. As for the rest of the team, I mean, you can see those numbers. Not particularly great. Doki, 21-23. Blaz, 19-22. Admittedly, Blaz did improve as we got deeper into the matches, but you're going to need better games from those two players in particular today.
100%, but I do think the stats for G2 are a little misleading because map 1 was so horribly bad for them, right? I mean, you saw Uno there. He was their lowest rated player, their worst player by far. He was positive on maps 2 and 3. He just went 1-9 map 1, so his overall stats compiled are going to look pretty bad as a collective. But I do think G2, once they got going, once they got to the latter half of that match against CAG, they looked very good. A lot of people before the play-ins were saying G2 are the favorites to make it out. They should be the best team in the play-ins. They gave us a bit of a scare. They kind of looked like they were going to pull a Manchester and lose both games and finish dead last again, but I think it's safe to say we're past that. They're looking a lot better. G2 looking very good.
I mean, Doki's going to have to wake up here. I mean, what are you doing yawning before your first match? It is 11:44.
Okay, that's pretty early for gamers.
True.
I'm usually not up at this hour.
True.
I imagine Doki's not either.
I don't know where they boot camped because, well, Dogi's from Scotland, so that would make it 4 o'clock or almost 5 o'clock there, but he should seriously be awake at this point. G2 will have to wake up in map number 1 if they want a better result. First map that we're going to go to is Consulate. This was a map that was played quite a lot yesterday, a very popular map, with Black Dragons starting on defense, and we'll wait for the remaining maps to lock in. Lair will be our second map. Fascinating stuff. Lair is the newest map added to the Rainbow Six Siege ecosystem, and the newest esports map as well. Border will be the decider should it be needed, but we might not need all 3 maps. Both matches that you and I casted yesterday needed all 3. So I suspect with the way they played yesterday, we'll probably end up in the same set of circumstances. But let's go back to the most familiar map for us over the last 24 hours. Let's go to Consulate, a map that both these teams know quite well, Jesse.
They did. In fact, they both won it just yesterday, and I think this is a really smart pick by G2. This is something that they've done at previous events as well. They know they're a good Consulate team. The world knows they're a good Consulate team. We touched on it quite a bit yesterday in the broadcast. One of the OG great Consulate teams that really defined this map when it first came into the pool. Black Dragons won it yesterday for sure, but I think they showed some weaknesses. Some of their defenses, or some of their roam clears, I should say, didn't go exactly to plan. So I'm sure G2 were watching that game. I'm sure G2 have all the footage and are thinking to themselves, okay, we know what Black Dragons do on this map. They've had 24 hours to reinvent themselves, but it seems unlikely they're going to be able to change too much in that time. Let's go into this and let's counter-strat the hell out of them. Gonna be looking good for G2 on their first map pick, but we'll have to wait and see. Bans coming out. Both these teams loved their shield bans yesterday. I'm expecting more of that. Could be Monty, could be Blitz to start us off. It will be the Monty. Now the question is, do G2 answer it with a Blitz? Yesterday, they seemed very happy to compete with both shields banned out. Ended up seeing quite a bit of Fuse shield play instead, but no. Blitz left up, and it'll be the Grim instead, taken off the board from G2. G2 banned a ton of operators on defense on this map. Fenrir, Kaid, Clash, all have been recent bans for them. Fenrir's been their most common though, so not a shock to see that one coming on back. And then Black Dragons, they like to ban Valkyrie on this map. They like to ban a Zombie. We'll see what they want to pull out. A Valk would probably be the most expected answer here, and they keep it standard. So other than the Grim ban, I would say very predictable operators being taken out from both teams. Will that Blitz come into effect? We've seen some really good Blitz plays on this map in particular. I'm expecting we'll see a bit of it today. And Alamau immediately picking it. He could repick, but that's not a surprise.
Don't be fooled, because all of the attackers can repick. So will they stay on the operator? Will they change out? We know that the Black Dragons players have locked it in. Those will be the starting 5 that they begin with, and the very first bomb site will be in the basement. As we start to see more and more international play, we will have more data when it comes to which bomb sites are viable, which bomb sites are shaping up well for teams, and we'll be able to reference those. For the time being, outside of a smaller sample size, we can just go back to the regional leagues.
Yes. Interestingly enough, Black Dragons choosing to start on the basement bomb site. A lot of teams will prioritize the top floor site. A lot of teams think that is the strongest site on the map. Basement's good as well. Basement offers a lot of different options for the attackers. You can go hit server and go through the back. You can hit the front and go through the garage wall. You can take up above and you can do a lot of vertical play. Doesn't mean it's easy, and especially with this roam-focused lineup that Black Dragons are going for, if you want to go for that roam clear, it can be a bit difficult. There's a lot of corners, there's a lot of tough spots to try to find on this map, but G2 are no slouches when it comes to the clear, so I'm sure they're going to be very ready for all of that. They've brought an Osa, a Blitz, Therm, Habana, and Twitch, so certainly this main wall is going to be a factor. The two were out looking to keep this closed as well, but okay. No, not quite.
Wow.
Tries to stall it out, but it gets opened nonetheless. Nuxka, unfortunate. 2 Zoto canisters still in pocket. That thing opened in record time. I believe the Twitch drone was what shot that out. On for the kill too, but can't find it. They're in, Parker.
Alimau is off to the races. Ask with the very first kill. Alimau trades them right back. Both of these teams wanted to play each other. They have their wish. Alimau, country trader, leaving Brazil, now stealing Loira with him as well. 7 Brazilians in the lobby, yet one team will compete under the European flag. It's always fun to see Alimau play up against Brazilian teams, and now it's Florio to do battle with the Blitz. Attention is not on Blaz, however, as he tries to get that diffuser down. Goodbye to Alimau. Gudo dies. Ask it another kill from above. He's doing a tremendous amount of work. Laura dies to Hornet, and now it's all up to Uno. The rush strat for G2 not really paying off the way that they had hoped, and now Uno is left empty-handed inside a cafeteria. Rotating out, and he dies to Florio. First round goes to Black Dragons.
Interesting strat by G2. This is actually very similar to how they started yesterday's match against CAG. Fast, direct sight hits immediately off the rip. This time it got countered pretty quickly by Ask. The problem was they tried to walk in with Doki on the Osa with the defuse kit. They tried to go for an Osa plant. The problem is Osa doesn't cover from above. So Ask was sitting upstairs in piano. He had no pressure on him whatsoever. Their goal was to just rush past Ask and hope that he couldn't deny the plant from above. But Ask was on his game, and he was very ready for that push. Immediately killed Doki on that operator take the kid off the ground. They went for a bit of a secondary plant. Blaz then picked it up, tried to go for the plant, but again denied from above by Ask. So really good play with the vigil from Ask upstairs in piano. The rest of the team also just not finding success pushing through the bomb site on the blitz. So a bit of a fun, fast strategy from G2. Not the end of the world that it didn't work. They tried something. Is what it is. We'll continue on through to the top floor next. And this is, again, the bomb site that you'd expect to see being played quite often from these two teams. Not a ton of Plantanal that I'm seeing here. Usually Goyo is a very common pick here. We see Tachanka sometimes. I'm seeing one Smoke, one C4. So that does kind of restrict the options for Black Dragons. I wonder if they're going to try to play a little bit more down below, given their lack of Plantanile. Ask currently positioned down there by the front door. We'll see what he can do with it. Hunting for the peak. We see Deimos just outside there. It's Uno, of course, outside the front door. He's here. He's listening right now. He's trying to hear for a rappel sound or something, but I don't see anybody rappelling on that side of the map on the south side, so I think he's going to give up on it. They are going for an admin side clear. That much is obvious. They've got 3 players up on the admin rappel. They're going to drone it out for now. There's a Legion in here. Of course, that is Florio, who they'll spot out. They'll see the goo mines as well. And because they spotted that goo mine, Deimos can now use his tracker to find exactly where Florio is at. No mute jammers on the board, so they get that live ping, live information, and will swing in off of it. At the same time, opening the wall into the break room with that ace charge, but they don't know the second player. The Warden misses all his shots. Oh no, can't quite find the kill. Even with the pistol out, finally cleans it up, and Florio with one as well. 2 big kills from Black Dragon, denying the entry.
Blaz and Uno dying early is not exactly what you want. G2 struggling on their map pick for the 2nd day in a row. There's still plenty of time for them to fix the situation, but they're down in terms of man count. They've dropped Hornetau, and Gudo is very, very low on HP. G2 with 2 kills, answered back by Nuxka, who now himself is on the ground. A 2v2 with Doki on 5 points of HP. Not an ideal situation, but half of the round to go. In terms of utility, there are 2 impacts in pocket for Ask, and one of those impacts can kill Doki with just the tiniest bit of shrapnel. He primes a Candela now as he's all alone, and he's finished off by Guto. 2 rounds in a row to start G2's map, but they don't go in G2's favor. No, they go to Black Dragons.
G2, a bit of an interesting push again. They had a lot of pressure admin. The defuse kit actually dropped in through yellow, which caught me off guard. It looked like it was catching Black Dragons off guard as well, but their admin side game went so well. Eventually, Ask and Guto were able to come back, take that 2v2. Perfectly done by Black Dragons now for this 2-0 lead. The MVP performance, again, coming back out from Ask. He has once more been their best player, 3-0 to start this game. Important pick towards the end of it, but I really think Guto is the MVP of round 2 in particular. Yesterday, Guto went 7-14 on defense, despite being one of their better players on attack. So we're hoping to see Guto continue to succeed on this first half. Defense typically been his weaker side, but with a 2-1 start, nobody's going to be unhappy about that. Piano will be our 3rd bomb site, as is tradition. The split site gets some play, but it's not typically considered meta. One of them, I would say it's not a 4-site map consulate, but it's one of the most played sites that isn't played. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me.
Good.
I also said some real goofy stuff yesterday in regards to like, oh, well, then they need to do this, but this way, and then that way, and this way, when it could have been far less clunky, so I get it.
Good.
I get it, Jesse. I like your floral shirt today. Do you know that we're in Montreal and not Hawaii?
So I actually call this shirt my Hawaii shirt.
Hawaii.
Hawaii shirt. I think it's pronounced Hawaii.
Yes, I'm not pronouncing it correctly.
Oh, okay.
I'm using it as a joke.
Oh.
Any Auntie Donna fans will understand the reference.
Who?
You got a lot to learn about this town, sweetie. Well, not exactly the start that G2 wants. One of the players that was under the microscope yesterday was Blaz. Blaz was brought in deliberately to kind of shoulder some of that load from somebody like Benja. But Loira was also brought in with a very similar idea in mind. Loira playing Ashe. Ashe maybe not the main entry that she used to be, but still a very formidable entry operator if employed that way by G2. Blaz's impact in those first 2 maps yesterday was extremely minimal. I think one stat that we received was something like Blaz had only had an impact on like 13% of the rounds played midway through map 2. That is really bad. I mean, you are having next to no impact on your role. And as you saw from those numbers with how bad map number 1 was, the rest of the team didn't exactly have the greatest day either. Doki was one of those players as well that we talked about before the match. He needs to have a good game. And guess what? Doki is dead. Now Loira is dead as well. Uno is all alone, and he's gone. This could be a flawless round for Black Dragons, but no, Blaz gets a single kill, traded out immediately by Gudo. It's a 3-0 start for Black Dragons. I wonder if this will prompt G2 to call their timeout.
Trying to enter the top floor with the Deimos, with the Blitz. None of these operators being utilized particularly well. Again, we often talk about Doki as one of the premier Deimos players in the world. Yesterday, he had some struggles on it. He played 4 rounds not on Deimos. He played 4 rounds on Deimos while winning, but he played 7 rounds on Deimos while losing yesterday. Again, a failed entry from Doki this time around. The tag timeout will get called.
I was right.
You were.
I was right might be my favorite 3 words strung together.
You don't get to say it very often, do you?
No, I don't. I think that's why I like it so much.
Fair. There's value in rarity, I suppose.
Yes, it's called scarcity. And when you have speculative goods, the rarer things are, the higher their value becomes.
I did not take economics.
Didn't you literally major in numbers and maths and stuff like that?
Yeah, but I took the useless math.
Yeah, the fake online university.
I took the math that lets me.
You went to a diploma mill where they give you shirts made out of camo.
That Blaz got 19 kills yesterday. That's the math I took.
Your numbers tell you that?
That's what the numbers say.
What else do the numbers say?
The numbers also say that we're headed to round 4, and Black Dragons have yet to lose even a single one of them. Feels like they've just been dominating at the start of the round.
That's the analysis you only get from a math major.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I paid 40 grand for.
That's why Blast pays you dozens and dozens of dollars to be here.
Absolutely. I'm expecting a bit of a different push from G2 on their second go around. Round 1, you know, they went for a rush. They had the Blitz, they had the OSA, they tried all these ops, didn't really work. I think they're going to stop shortcutting at this point. They're probably going to go for a full top-down clear. I'm looking at their op lineup. I'm seeing a lot of hard breach, actually. 3 primary hard breachers, plus Deimos, plus the Ashe. So more opportunities for Doki to get involved in that early round. Again, been one of the best entries that we've had inside of Rainbow Six Siege, but struggled a bit in this tournament. Mirror windows as well being placed on the outside garage wall. That's going to really enable tricking from impacts or maybe even C4s. But the wall just opens and there is no attempt to trick whatsoever. So I suppose not. This time the mirror is still closed, even at that. They'll start to drone in now in G2. This is kind of where they have to show their hands. Are they actually going to full clear the top couple of floors? Because with the wall open now, they might not have to.
It looked like we were about to see a swing, and we will. Ali Mao on the Ashe. Looking for some motivation, something to change up and shake up this G2 offense. And they have their first pick. But he's traded out by Gudo, who himself is on the roam. The Mozzie now upstairs, joining his teammate of Ask, playing in piano. Doki is not that far away. He'll have to use one of those death marks. Mute jammers will persist even if Hornet is dead, and those will deprive G2 of some very crucial information. Good time for Black Dragons to retreat to the bomb site. They held map control, and now they can fall off with half the round to go.
Yeah, they all run back to the basement now, minute 30. Doki not able to get involved there and help out Alamau. He was very solo clearing into piano, and obviously got the opening pick, so you're not feeling too bad about that, but you got to imagine they could have maybe found a second trade had he had some friends up there over by benches, but at the moment, it is a 4-on-4 because of that. They can start working on these floorboards. The soft breach is not great. Blaz has some. I believe he just used his first breaching charge. Obviously, with Ash going down, that takes out a little bit of soft breach, although you can debate whether that's even best utilized there. They've got, in theory, an exothermic they could also use on the soft floor. But really, I mean, they're going to be somewhat limited when they're trying to open up this floor, and that's a bad situation. Ask came back from a flank. They had no idea.
Well, I mean, you're in a 4v4, which means that you can, in theory, put somebody on flank watch. But just as we saw with Ask yesterday, he is able to find these openings and do serious damage from that position. CL Pharrell were fed to Ask multiple times. A run in now from Doki. He gets one. Uno dies. Numbers right now favoring Black Dragons because Doki's been dropped. Loira falls and Florio collects both of the final kills. The timeout from G2 does nothing. 4-0 the scoreline for Black Dragons.
So G2 are definitely trying new things, right? They're not just hitting the same angle over and over and over again. They're not just trying the same thing over and over. Like, they are experimenting, but nothing is working. It feels like there's always a gap that Black Dragons are exploiting. There's some flaw in the plan that G2 have that Black Dragons are being able to find. And in the first round, maybe it was being able to stop the plant from above. In this round, it was just a simple flank that enabled Ash to come on up. It was also the fact that they didn't get more out of that roam clear. It's a pretty heavy roam game from Black Dragons. They had a lot of players outside of the basement to start that round. G2, they had Alamau in the building in 30 seconds. They had Doki on the demos, and yet what happens? It's a 1-for-1 trade. Not bad, not great. Certainly felt like there was more on the table for G2 to get there. You know, it felt like G2 could have had a larger man advantage than they ended up having. But maybe they weren't ready to go for it. Maybe they just weren't together enough to capitalize on those opportunities. Because of that, they're going to be now down 4-0 heading up to the top floor bomb site. They're going to have to try something new once again, and that's exactly what they're doing. I'm looking at a Finka, Blitz, Amaru, Ying, and a Nook. This one is not going to go off subtly, I'll tell you that much. Ask has been hiding, actually, on the Kaid, hoping to not get droned. Might be able to keep this wall closed now if they haven't brought anything to deal with him. And I mean, I'm seeing no EMPs. There's not great vertical pressure either. This is going to be a tough claw to clear out if they aren't able to find it. But again, this is going to be a fast plant, most likely coming in. I was going to say from the Amaru. Currently, Alamau has the defuse kit. Over by yellow, I mean, they're going to drop likely with the blitz in through yellow and try to get a plant that way. Here they go. Trying to make it in now.
Maybe, hold on.
They're going downstairs. The bomb site's up. Okay.
Okay, maybe.
Nobody else is in yet.
Now he's going back downstairs.
Loira's walking up Spiral at the moment. Probably going to be the more pinch player. Walking up is maybe a bit generous, standing at the bottom of. Here come the Candelas. This has got to be the trigger.
Maybe not. Okay, they find Ask. Get a nice pick on it. Now there goes the Adrenal Surge. Now this needs to be the trigger. Alimau is dead. Okay, so Diffuser is now surrendered over towards yellow. Doki dives in, dives out. Loira and Blaz on the board. G2 still searching for their very first round. They're in a prime position to do that, as they're up in a 4v2. We'll now go back to drones with half of the round still left. The Kaid of Ask is spotted out. It leaves just Hornet Town now as the last man standing. Hornet, a terrifically gifted player, but just way too many targets. Goodbye to all of Black Dragons. G2 finally on the board.
All right.
Let's go.
Good stuff from G2. I think they've realized that, you know, it's hard to give up gaps in your strategy. It's hard to make mistakes if you're not entering the building. Really, they delayed that push quite a lot. They faked it a few times. Faked me out a few times, and certainly Black Dragons as well. They didn't actually get going until they finally got the opening pick onto Nuxka. Really smart and disciplined play coming out from G2. They knew that if they just ran on in 5v5, Black Dragons have consistently throughout this game been ready for those type of plays. So they said, we're just going to wait. We're going to let you swing. And once we have the advantage, then we're going to jump on in. It was scary because they immediately lost Diffuse Kit, and that whole round, Black Dragons were in control of the kit, but it ended up going down to a 4v2, 4v1. At that point, doesn't matter who has the Diffuse Kit. So much time on the clock. They were going to be able to collapse on those last couple of players straight out and win the round. So, good stuff from G2, but it feels like that's one of those rounds that you're mostly winning off of getting picks before you enter the building. That's not something that you can do very easily outside of the top floor bomb site. So they're still going to need to come up with solutions for this third site, if they don't want to go down 5-1, that is. But at least they're on the board now, Parker. They can start to chain this into some momentum.
Momentum in Rainbow Six is quite a fickle thing, right? Because there isn't much in the actual game that gives you momentum. There's no economy system, there's no card system, there's no ults, there's no abilities, nothing like that. The momentum that you get in this game is almost always based around what's inside of your head, and every now and then based around bomb site rotation.
Yep.
Most of the maps now are relatively good, so it doesn't really matter what bomb site you go to for a lot of teams.
So G2 won round 5 off of waiting outside the bomb site and getting a swing. Okay, Ask equalizes. But the exact same thing just happened. Florio, another swing into a player outside the building, goes down immediately. Now, thankfully, Ask is a hero, and he makes the play to equalize now 7-2 from the MVP of day 1. G2, they're not going to full clear this. They're getting ready for their execute pretty quickly here. They can plant with the blitz. It makes it very hard to deny from above.
They'll know exactly where at least one of these attackers are coming from. Zuno looking for the smoke lineup? I was wondering what he was doing down there. Ask, get another kill. Ask has been terrific over the last 2 days. Black Dragon's success doesn't entirely rely on him, but it sure makes a huge difference. Hornet taking out Blaz, leaves just Uno and Doki as the last two standing. Doki's been on a bit of a tear himself. He's back positive in terms of numbers. He's got all 3 of those death marks available as well. Uno, no coverage, because guess who it is? It's the man of the hour, Ask. With the pick, Doki in a 1, never mind, Doki's dead. 5-1 first half for Black Dragons. Ask putting Alimao in his pocket.
Alimao and his former teammate, don't forget, when Loira first came out of Tier 2 in Brazil, he didn't get picked up immediately to G2. He went to a little team called Black Dragons, where he joined Ask and a few other players that are no longer on this team. And during his first year of competitive play, a few months, he was on Black Dragons, and he really kind of came up under Ask as his IGL. Ask had a lot to do with Loira's development and his initial play inside of the BR6 League. At the start of Stage 2, G2 ended up buying out Loira's contract. They brought him over to Europe. They upgraded him. In theory, they brought him to a better team to play inside of the EUL, a team that consistently made majors. After this result, Loira may be regretting that move, but lots of games still to play here. Defender side of map, of course. The point is that Ask really did have a lot to do with the development of Loira, and for Loira now to be going up against his former IGL, his former team, maybe some nerves hitting in. 2-5 at the moment, the fewest kills out of anybody in the server, up against his former teammate who is leading the entire server, 9-3. It's definitely a tale of 2 players. To pull it back, though, it is a defender side of map. I don't want to get too
5-1 is a little different, though.
Yeah, I mean, 5-1's a lot. It's not impossible. It is bad, though, right?
Your fancy math degree's not going to save you here, Buster, okay? 5-1 is abnormal.
It is.
There's too many numbers.
Statistically, you wouldn't expect that.
Statistically, that is correct.
Loira versus Ask in the front door. Look at this.
I don't know if I would want to engage with Ask with the way that he's playing. Right now, topping the charts with 9 kills. Looking for that first engagement through the main door. He can't find it. Now the death mark will go live. Who's it spotting?
Spotting at Loira, former teammate.
Okay. I choose my words weren't wording there. I haven't had my coffee yet today.
Understandable.
I was saying, like, why are we watching Blast? Was what I was trying to say. Like, why are we spotting Blast? But that's okay, because I wanted to see he was playing on the hatch, and is now being hunted by Florio, as Black Dragons are spread out all over the map and hoping to provoke a response from G2. They do, but not the way they want. Doki with the very first kill on the Hornet. That's done by... Okay, we are back. Down goes Blaz. Hornet and Gudo are dead. This is a good round so far for G2, and it is a defender-sided map. You expect them to pick up at minimum 2 to 3 rounds here.
All right, everybody backing off at this point. When Black Dragons were in a similar situation to this, they had Ask go for a bit of an aggressive flank and make the man advantage even wider. G2 already have an advantage, so perhaps not looking to do anything like that. All 4 players in the basement. A lot of time, I will say. Not a ton of soft breach. Secondary shotgun on Nuxga. Don't forget about that. So definitely they do have some options. The pistol of Deimos also can be pretty good with that destruction. But instead of working the floorboards, it looks like they are sprinting all down the spiral stairs. It's Florio and Ass going down spiral. Nux is going to rotate over to the server hatch instead as they come onto the basement.
It's very patient. Oh, that should have been a fight that Ali Mao could have won. A belated reload, a quad kill from Loira. How about an ace for Loira? Every single player dropped and finished off. We will await, though, because Loira did secure a downed player. We will wait to see if that was actually a real, genuine ace, or one of those aces where it says you got the kill, but you don't actually get credited with the kill onto the down.
5 kills or 4, MVP of that round, and that's a big statement. Again, I was just describing to you how Loira used to play for Black Dragons up against his former IGL. Now to come on out after having a really rough start, he had 2 kills before that round. Now it's saying Loira has 3. I think it was a misidentified ace. I think it was one where it said it was for one player, but it actually went for another.
Oh, okay.
Our HUD's a little bit, it's got some problems, okay? There's some issues sometimes. But Doki's putting up 10 and 5 after that round, so you got to imagine he was a big part of it. Of course, coming on in, having that ability to hold down the basements. We do tend to see a lot of really good play coming out of Doki when things get tough. World champion, of course, alongside Alamau. These are the players that should be thriving under pressure the most. Sometimes Alamau has been a player who has been described as someone who cracks under pressure, but it really does seem to depend on the tournament. Really what it is a lot of people say that Alamau tends to shake a little bit against Brazilian teams. Notably, yesterday they were not playing against a BR team. Now they are. Alamau putting up a worse performance, statistically at least 4 and 7. Don't want to read into it too much. Again, we're early, and 4 and 7's not that poor, but always something to watch out for when you're up against his former country of Brazil. Always an exciting sign to see. But it's top floor now. And once again, we've got the Capitao, we've got the Striker, we got the Ying. We're ready for an explosive execution to the top floor. Unlikely to be quick. I don't expect a rush here. They are, I mean, we're already 30 seconds in. They're entering in through Visa. They're going to enter in through admin, most likely. Clear out the players that are over towards the east side of the map. Nobody is actually in admin from what I can see. It looks like there's 2 players in the hallway. It's going to be Loira and Doki that are trying to lock that down. Certainly can re-aggress in. Doki wants to do just that.
Doki's just been getting better and better, Jesse, as this match has gone on.
He has.
Taking off a lot of damage, though, and scared off of his position over towards admin. A heroic run, but he's finished off by Visa Stairs, not knowing that Gudo was in that vicinity. It's an opening pick for Black Dragons, and, well, you've eliminated the most formidable opponent on G2 in terms of numbers. Still tools at the disposal of G2, though, and they can still sit and wait pretty as this round has gone by in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, Black Dragons are getting everything they want. Admin control, now this is going to be the main breach opened up. Can opener is probably good enough here. They do manage to use, this is the power of the Striker, of course, being able to both destroy that Electro Claw, EMP it, and open the wall. My Striker is so good. Now he can't be invincible when he jumps in. Didn't know Uno was there. That's a big problem. The answer back from Guto, though.
Now the swing from the Gridlock will come in with 2 HP. Alimau should be able to win this with the shotgun. Pulling out the sidearm instead, expecting a bit of a farther bit of contest. Swinging around, down goes Florio, and Alimau is off to the races. Gone. Vanished in the blink of an eye. G2 now holding an advantage in terms of HP, but tied up in numbers. Final 45 seconds. Hornet on the hunt. A swing with the shotgun, a nice corner peek. Blaz will secure with the Nitro Cell. Maybe a bit too much, but who cares? I mean, you got the kill either way. And now immediately, Blaz will get quite aggressive, pushing over towards Long Desk. He and Uno get the final 2 kills. And G2 doing as the map would suggest they will do.
Some shenanigans in the round. Really, for G2, I mean, they were able to catch out a lot of those players that were kind of solo entering into the site, coming in through the single wall from the balcony. 2 players ended up rotating over there. Of course, the first one, the Striker, ended up jumping in, died immediately. And then the Ying of Nuxgar rotated over to that direction and also was taken out on that solo angle. The 3-man push in through admin went pretty well, got the opening pick, but it just felt like those other players weren't having too much of an impact from Black Dragons. The angle's a little bit too tight sometimes, and the information maybe being taken for granted. The idea that player positions would be clear when they're not jumping into the demise. Cool use of the utility regardless, though, and Uno will continue that cool use of utility. Already caught a drone on the Mozzie. We saw some really cool Mozzie play coming out yesterday. Most notably, I would say, from Uzi in our second match of the day, which was, of course, Black Dragons up against CL for Life. But more and more, I'm seeing players bring this operator, of course, most recently buffed, coming into this major, getting an extra pest as well as impacts added to the kit, I believe. Spawn peek from Doki, not quite gonna land though.
No, I mean, G2 needs to just play the map. As silly as that sounds, you don't need to bamboozle this Black Dragons team with runouts. You just play a structured style of defensive play, and that's what we're seeing right now. Hold this top floor, force Black Dragons to commit to utility, have them drone it out, have them attack piece by piece. Right now, the lineup, if you look at who's repelled where, it's an admin take for Black Dragons to start off with, and then they'll cut their way towards the side of the map just over top of the bomb site, through projector, into office, etc. I think Loira's actually playing above the B bomb site. It's hard to tell. Yeah, no, he is. If he doesn't get droned in this little rat corner, then he could do some serious damage. There go logic bombs. So Loira's position will be given away. Ask is also seemingly up top, inside of office. So, CEO office to be specific.
Yes. Lot of players up on the top floor. Alamo taking a bunch of damage on the yellow stairs. Does manage to survive, but they'll start to track him now. Alamo's life in even more danger as Ask starts to hunt him down. Going for Spiral instead, though. Needs to deal with the Banshee before he gets too eager. Alamo still up above the site, but it's Hornet to strike first onto Doki. Now continue to push into the long desk. Will they go for the peek? They know exactly where he's at. This pistol, it deals so much damage. You gotta be very careful if you're on the other side of that, but no engagement yet. It's Blaz.
Blaz being hunted down by the death mark. There goes the Nitro Cell. Very similar position, and Ask didn't stand a chance. Knocked over by the air jab. Hornet also dying to Uno's Nitro Cell, and Blaz is looking for more over towards long desk, but he's fighting shadows. There's nobody over there. Black Dragons seeing their efforts on defense slowly bleed away. A 5-5 scoreline will likely prompt Black Dragons to call a timeout. There's a bit of a grace period before they get there. It's all up to Gudo and Florio now, as Black Dragons have been picked apart one by one, and they will continue to fall, continue to falter. Uno baited him in. Alamo credited with the final kill, and G2 will close the gap to one round.
So easy. I got the entry death 2 rounds in a row. We've won so easy. Fucking go.
Is that the key? Doki needs to be the opening death, and then it's a clean round win for G2? Not sure if that's the strategy they need to be pushing forward, but regardless, it will prompt the tactical timeout so G2 can refine those strategies and decide if they want to keep Doki on the opening death. He is their top fragger at the moment, 10-7, but whether he's been impactful or not, he's been huge.
I was going to say, I don't think Doki's gotten a kill in the last 2 rounds. So, I mean, the rest of the team...
Opening death. Hard to get a kill when you're opening death.
I should have been a math major.
You should have. I don't know if you'd be very good, though.
It's my greatest regret.
I think you're a better talker than you are a mather.
Thank you. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
What's 8 times 7?
58? 57? No, 58. 56.
There you go.
51.
Yep.
Got it.
I will say the 7s are hard. Black Dragons yet to find a successful attack. They were up 5-1, right? We all recall this. 5-1 was the halftime score, but we always talk about this.
I remember that.
Yep. Defender side of map is consulate, so you always do favor the defense, and 5-1 isn't going to be too big of a mountain. It doesn't seem like it for G2. The attacks from Black Dragons so far, despite getting that early advantage, just aren't coming together at the end of it. They're not often accomplishing their goals. In that most recent round, of course, the top floor was kind of the goal. They wanted to clear that top floor. They had a lot of players entering in through admin. didn't result in a top floor control. They never really had that. They couldn't get past the brick wall, which was, of course, Blaz up on the top floor, who is starting to play quite well. 7-6 now, putting up some pretty good numbers just behind Doki. Obviously, we saw yesterday Blaz was playing pretty well towards the later end of that game. So I'm hoping we can see Blaz continue to pick it up. Obviously, Blaz's first major was Manchester, where he won his opening game on GK, but then lost every game after that, hoping to avoid the same fate. They're in the same position heading into day 2, but I think they've got a bit better chances now here playing on G2. Despite the early deficit, they're now clawing this map back. This is their map pick, so a loss here on Consulate would be devastating to their chances. I'll remind the fans, though, once again, if you do lose this game, you get a lower bracket match later today. You are not out of it just yet.
As if getting into playoffs was motivation enough, not having to play a second game in one day should really be something that lives in the back of the minds of these players, but I suppose the alternative would be that maybe you just go home. Doki on a rampage now. Not the opening death, and you can see exactly what he's doing right now, holding court from above, almost tearing through Florio 2. That could have been a 4K for the small Scotsman. It's all up to Nuxka. We are a minute into the round, and it is a 1v3. Hold on, Nuxka. Never mind.
Come on! Let's fucking go! Nice go, kid. Let's go. Nice.
Alimo getting the final kill. G2 have tied the game.
Fucking knew they'd do this attack. The Legion's so good.
4 rounds in a row to start their defensive half. Black Dragons were able to do the same when they started on defense at the beginning of this match. So, is that one attacking round victory so far?
One attacking round total. It might be all that we get. That's what G2 are hoping for, a 6-0 half. They talked about how good the rounds were going when Doki was the opening death. This time he was the opening kill, and I gotta say, it went even better. Beautiful performance upstairs in Piano, and despite the fact that he was being pressured by a Ying, Hornet was tossing Candelas at him. That didn't stop him from getting 3 kills upstairs in Piano. The exact same way that he died, I will remind you, all the way back in round number 1 when Ask was playing that same position, killing Doki through the floorboards vertically. Doki maybe giving him a bit of a taste of their own medicine on that round, perfectly executed. I was a little bit concerned because, again, you're fighting a Ying, you're not playing the Warden, you're on the Legion instead, which is a great operator, but doesn't have anything to counter those Candelas. But I just don't think they were timed super well by Hornet. It wasn't able to get in and actually take a fight onto Doki when Doki couldn't see. So a bit of a misplay with that utility, and Doki, he's always going to punish you for making those mistakes.
No, absolutely. Black Dragons called their timeout. G2 have called theirs. We will play the remainder of this matchup without any potential delays. You notice there's been no drone bugs.
No, well, we're here on land, so it'd be hard to...
We have the bug squashers on site.
Exactly. We do have some poor drone throws.
That is correct.
But that's not a bug. That's just that's a feature of the game.
Nuxka needs to work on his pitching arm. He's having a better map than we expect statistically.
I think this is his best map of the tournament.
How many kills did he finish with yesterday? 20, I think?
Yesterday,
18, something
Nuxka
like that?
finished with 10. He finished 10 and 23.
5 kills so far today. I was off by about half, you know.
Yeah, well, map.
I was trying to be nice. I was wrong.
Yeah. Obviously had his struggles so far this tournament. Really like the intel right now from G2. That 3-4, of course, won't land. Was hoping for somebody to run past it, but Ask moved backwards instead of forwards. Now they'll definitely know there's somebody in the basement. A C4 blowing up at your feet is a pretty good sign. It's not the smoke who they're currently tracking. Again, they want to... Oh, beautiful shot! Right to the head. Didn't even see him, but still with the track, beautifully takes down Uno. It does get traded, but I mean, that's job done. You killed the smoke. That's massive.
These roaming UMPs have been a big deal for both of the teams. First, it was the Castle in the hands of Ask and Black Dragons. Now it's the Pulse in the hands of Blaz. And if Florio doesn't know it, he might be coming close and closer.
Oh, no.
To that Pulse. Look at this standoff here.
Oh,
2
no.
players, and there's the swing! The UMP wins it. The Adrenal Surge goes out. It almost gets Florio back up. Hornet is on the window. Good enough for 1 kill, and the numbers will equalize with a minute to go.
Great trade by Hornet. Wow, just on the window, immediately there for the frag back. Very fast, I like that. Now Guto's wanting to get a plant down here inside of CEO. There's not a ton of denial. There's the C4's been wasted already from Alamau. They've got a blitz in as well, but if Alamau's got a gun, it might not matter. 2 players immediately go down. Doki for the 3rd out of nowhere. I don't think they realized where he was at. There was a zombie hiding inside the corner as well. Just couldn't quite get in for those kills.
5 rounds in a row for G2, and now they're sitting on map point. Their own map, a very defender-sided consulate. All that's been done by the attackers is a single round, won by G2 in the first half. Black Dragons have been held off of the score sheet now for about 20 minutes, give or take. That frustration must be settling in. When they went up 5-1, Ask stood up and patted his pocket. All of Black Dragons have been put in G2's pocket at this point, and a split bomb site will be the place for the very final round of regulation. Overtime is certainly possible, Jesse. If we expect both teams to do 5-1 first halves, then this will be Black Dragons. Well, I mean, it'll be their job to ensure that we get that same side that they just had. But do we get there? I'm not sure. I've really liked the confidence that G2 has had. They've held map control effectively. Black Dragons have struggled with drone work. They've already lost 3 drones, and they're still just in the prep phase.
This map is kind of silly. It's so hard to effectively attack. Not to say Black Dragons haven't made mistakes. They absolutely have. But regardless, it just feels so difficult sometimes for Black Dragons to get anything going. Even in the 3v3 in that last round, they jump in, but they just don't have favorable angles. It's so hard to get into Consulate sometimes. It's always window repelled. It's always jumping in windows. It's always, there's no great entry points to this map, or at least there's very few of them. And oftentimes the whole map is played, as it currently is from G2. They've got 2 players up on the top floor. Alamau and Uno are up here trying to go for a bit of a... Or sorry, Uno's in the basement. It's just Alamau up in Secretariat. Now there's nobody. I was correct neither times. Hornet finds Alamau. He does pay for it with a down, but he should get picked up relatively simply. There are, again, no other roamers from G2 up here on the top floor. Ask being on that Ram is going to be able to do some really good work when it comes to the soft breach. Oh, bit of a rotate from Doki. Kind of cool, but finds nothing.
He could have possibly gone for the run out and then the jump through, but... I mean, it's a gamble, and it's a gamble that if you lose, you're in a 5v3. That's devastating. You can't really have that. G2 suffer a debilitating loss early on in this final and very pivotal round. Determines whether G2 goes out in regulation and wins their map, or we go to overtime, and there are still 2 more rounds to come. The rest of Black Dragons, after they'd walked on in, they picked up Hornet. Right now, they're assembled over toward Visa's side, looking to get into the building.
No EMPs at all. I got to imagine they likely didn't drone out that Kaid before they went for this, before they locked in their operators. So that's going to make things a little bit awkward here. The Blitz, however, will provide its own opportunity from Florio. Looks like they're likely to go into the top floor site, the mid floor site, if you will, into Tellers. They've got good tracks. These players can start to fall off. They've made a bit of a bunker there inside of Visa with those Kiba barriers. That forces Doki all the way around, but that's not who Blaz is looking for, of course. Will have some of this information from his teammates. Outside the window, great shot on Guto.
The fadeaway. A nice shot, and he drops. Keep in mind, Hornet is low still, too. Here's a rotate from Doki. Ask picking up Uno. Doki might actually be able to get this. He's rotating around, but he's in the wrong direction. That's a free kill. Goodbye to Ask, the best player from Black Dragons, now off the board. And Doki really can just use Consulate as his playground at the moment. Nobody seems to know where he is as he just rotates around endlessly. They don't use the Deimos tracker on him. There's Doki with another! Looking for more. Blaz with the kill. And it's all up to Nuxka to save the day. Black Dragons' lowest rated player in a 1v3, finished off by none other than the best player for G2. A perfect 6-0 half. G2 wins their map and stun Black Dragons.
Yesterday, through 3 maps, Doki put up a grand total of 20 kills. Today, through 1, he's hit 17. Barring a disaster in this series and the next, it looks like day 2 is going a little bit better for the star player of G2. Great stuff coming out of Doki and the rest of the squad too. Honestly, slow start. Attacks weren't all that. They had some ideas. The ideas were often being countered out by Black Dragons. It just didn't matter though. Their own defense is flawless. Start to finish, they know exactly how to win consulates. They do it better than almost anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, what an astounding result. I wasn't expecting a 5-1 half. I certainly wasn't expecting a 6-0 half, but here we are. Welcome to the play-ins. Anything can happen. We've got Lair up next, Rainbow Six newest map. Does G2 knock out Black Dragons 2-0 and G2 goes on to the playoffs? Giving Black Dragons a date later today to fight for their lives? We'll find out in a couple minutes.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive le rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Switch, je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Well, the man of the hour himself, Doki. Small guy, big impact on map number 1. As you can see, 16-8, as is KD, but it's not just about the kills, it's about how he played, particularly in those latter rounds on defense, racking up kills, roaming endlessly, getting under the skin of Black Dragons, forcing them to recommit to droning out areas they've already droned out because nobody could be effective at catching Doki.
Small guy, eh? You really gotta bring that up. You gotta bring height into it.
Oh, he's pint-sized.
Wow, he's not that small.
Well, I mean, he's Scottish, so pint is a unit of measurement that they know well.
Okay, I understand. Cultural differences. Played very well, regardless. 16-8. Again, he put up 20 kills through all of yesterday. 3 maps, 1 map, getting very close to that total. So having a much better day today. Excellent to see coming out from him, particularly on the defense. Really did come alive in that second half. Of course, all of G2 did. That's where they had their comeback 6 in a row. Really did help them out, of course. Now they will move on to their opponent's map pick. We will move over to Lair, which is a very unpredictable map at times, a map that a lot of regions still are figuring out how to play. It's a map that Black Dragons have never lost. They've only played it once, and they beat Vivo Keedstars about 3 weeks ago. But still, the stat remains.
Lair obviously is a map that has very low pick rate across all regions.
Yeah.
But it was seen a number of times in Brazil, admittedly. Vivo Keedstars, Black Dragons, FaZe Clan, E1, we got to watch it get played numerous times. And as we've been learning this map, so too have the teams. It's Deimos' office, Rainbow Room. Or well, next to the Rainbow Room.
Yeah.
That's the basement.
Wow, you really know the map.
I named 2 things. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
You should cast this game.
I try to.
Try.
I think I do an okay job.
Yeah, it's stuff to work on, maybe.
Is this the end of the road for G2 in the play-ins because they qualify for the playoffs? We will find out. 1-0, as you put it, for Black Dragons on this map. Only place there for them is, well, I guess technically would be down because they can't go any higher statistically.
Well, 2-0 would be higher than 1-0.
But it's still a 100% victory.
It is. Monty first, Blitz. Indeed, we get the double shield ban once again. G2 allowed the Blitz on Consulate. They've historically banned Blitz quite a bit on Lair. Black Dragons have only played it once, and they did ban the Monty. I'd expect maybe an Azami here from G2 if they're going to play Standard, but it's Castle instead. Oftentimes this tournament, we're seeing teams banning Castle over Azami. It's always something interesting where you've got to imagine there are particular places where they think that is a better ban, where that's going to be more valuable for them. The only op that they banned on this map previously was Smoke. I don't know if they'll repeat that. No, Tubarao instead from Black Dragons. That's a little bit more standard from what we typically see on Lair. Again, small sample size for Black Dragons and what they typically play. I'll say for G2 as well, they do have a pretty strong record on Lair for their own part. They played it 3 times this stage, being Wolves and Wild, but losing to ITB. Black Dragons, their name does not start with a W, so in theory that makes it harder for G2 statistically. They've yet to beat a team that doesn't start with W on this map. But, you know what? They'll give it their best shot. Again, brand new map, lots to learn.
Small sample sizes. Again, we go back to that. right?
Doki size sample size.
Correct. I would say roughly maybe even a little bit smaller than Doki sample size.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But no, I mean, when you look at a map like Lair, teams are still going to be learning it. They're still going to be figuring it out, how it is approached, how it is played. All of that stuff will come with time. It is a tremendously big map.
Yep.
It is humongous, some would even say. And we're starting in the labs downstairs on basement, first bomb site. So, number one, this will take a pretty big amount of time to actually get to the map itself. And then once you get there, you have to roam clear all of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the question, right? Do you roam heavily if you're defending on this map? The upside to roaming is it's hard to clear sometimes because there are so many rooms to go through, and you can absolutely deny the plant from above, so holding top floor is very valuable. But you are often quite susceptible to a direct site hit. If G2 want to just go for a rush, it can be very effective with these roamers taking a long time to come back to the bomb site. That's been one of the weaknesses we've seen. I would also say that teams are getting better at holding cutoffs and stopping players on the roam from returning to site. It's actually, the angles are pretty good. The cutoff positions that you can hold are not bad at all on this map if you know where to hold and if you can position yourself correctly. It's not easy, but I think a good team absolutely can do so. Right now, the focus from G2 does appear to be more on the basement, but they will lose their opening pick as Uno on the ace falls immediately to Nuxka.
Not exactly the start that you want, as Nuxka is in the basement, not terribly far removed from the bomb site. Just holding that map control. One thing that you tend to see with the bigger maps is that teams won't actually sit in the site. They'll move outside of it. They'll be on the outside, the outskirts, the peripheries, whatever you want to call it. And then you'll have 1 to 2 players roaming. This is a huge map. There are 4 different staircases, if memory serves correctly.
Yeah, there's a lot of stairs.
It's a very active map. You get your steps in for the day, that's for sure. Blaz now, outside a missile. Nitro Cell goes out. He's expecting something to happen. One logic bomb had already gone off, but there's mute jammers aplenty for them to silence those rings. Mute now being targeted by the Deimos, and there go the logic bombs as well. Lots of nuisances that Black Dragons will have to deal with, and plenty of information for G2 to potentially capitalize off of.
Yeah, weird push from G2 so far. Like, they started in the basement, but they do also still have Alamau top floor trying to go for a bit of a clear. Oh, great shot from Hornet will take down Blaz. Again, these basement players from G2, they're kind of just slowly bleeding out bodies to long angles. Another one as Doki falls to ask. Hornet's not done. A double from him, leaving Alamau all alone. He's yet to even look at the basement, and he dies to ask as well. G2 trickling in towards that site, never able to get even a single trade. It's a flawless round for Black Dragons.
It's been about 35 to 40 minutes since Black Dragons won a round.
Yeah, it has.
G2 went 6-0 on the second half on Consulate, depriving Black Dragons of a victory in their attacking phase. Now Black Dragons get to go back to defense. They do it on their own map, and they look significantly better. A flawless round. It's pretty great start. High flying, high achieving beginning. You can't get any better than that.
You really can't. And I mean, this is an interesting choice as well. This is Black Dragon's map pick, which means that G2 chose to start on attack, which is typically not going to be the favored side on a brand new map such as Lair. It's also typically not going to be a favored side against Black Dragons. Of course, in our last map, Black Dragons had a 5-1 defensive half. That was huge for them. But even yesterday, Black Dragons won 79% of all of the defenses that they played. That was more than anybody else yesterday. They were the best defensive team throughout our first day of games. And so if you're G2, you should be looking at Black Dragons, the team who are very good at one side and really not that strong on the other side. They struggled with their attacks against Steel for Life. They couldn't get a single attack against G2 in our first map. So it's an interesting decision for G2 to start on the attacking side. It might just be a mentality thing. They want to, get the hard part out of the way first, figure out what the game state's going to be, figure out how many defenses they need to win, and then they can just get to work at accomplishing those. Maybe change their site setup based on, or their site rotation based on how many rounds they actually need to win the game. Regardless, I mean, that attacking start didn't do a ton of favors for G2, but they did pull it back. So perhaps they'll be able to do the same thing today if we start off with another big advantage for Black Dragons. Of course, only 1-0 to begin here.
Grenade primed and ready from Uno as Hornet just outside of that Rainbow 6-room bomb site. guard this area and juggle those dread mines. Oh my, he could have had an engagement. He swings a bit too early. Uno tucked away into the corner perfectly. You'll see the damage that's done, but not much more beyond that. Uno looking for a follow-up, but he's shut down by Nuxka in this position. He runs face to face with Ali Mao as Ask trades back. That's the second kill for Ask in this round. G2 will allow that Adrenal Surge to now run out and get their 2 remaining players back to full HP. Black Dragons again sitting pretty. G2 have had a better start and more progress has been done, but that really should have been an engagement that Blaz won. No excuses there. He had the drop, he had the read. Ask had the better shot. Now it's Loira. Devault on in. Hits a goo mine, missing his target on the Legion, snapping onto Ask, but Gudo is there for backup and the insurance policy. It's well funded. G2, just as they did on Consulate. Not a great start. Down 0-2, Black Dragons springing out to a lead.
Got a European team versus a Brazilian team, but I figure we're gonna hear quite a lot of screaming Portuguese today between these two squads. I mean, it felt like a very standard push from G2. They had a lot of pressure over by the east side. They had a couple players coming in display. They had a couple players coming in more towards the northeast side to move towards storage. But regardless, it just felt like they were completely stuffed by Black Dragons. Alamau was on the Fuse shield. He was trying to make, he should have been that tip of the spear to get things going, but he can only be in one of 2 places. And when you're G2, you're pushing from 2 angles of the map. You can only have a shield on one of those because, you know, you banned the other 2 shields in this game. So Alamau, he did get in. He found a successful pick on that Fuse, but wasn't able to get anything more than that. And at the same time, the second prong of that push, the one that came in more towards display, got absolutely torn to pieces at the same time. Ask was just in sight, having a grand old time. 5-1 start. Not even surprised at this point. I'm not going to start talking up like 5-1 is unorthodox for Ask. He has consistently been putting up these ridiculous starts to the games, especially when they start on defense. Again, second half, that might fall off a little bit, but there's no doubt about it. He has been one of the best players in the tournament on D so far. We're just going to have to see if that does keep up. G2, now for their 3rd site. Of course, it is going to be Bunks and Briefing. They'll bring out another strat that's didn't really work on Consulate. It's going to be the Osa coming out paired with a Capitao.
I love Osa as an operator for a lot of these bomb sites, and watching teams use her well is something that I think is eye-opening for players. I mean, part of our job as casters is to just explain to people why certain operators make an awful lot of sense. Blast trades out a Talon Shield and half of his HP for a Nitro Cell, and now set up a bit farther back. Expecting that same area that we've already seen action in on both rounds prior. Will have some damage be done, but no. It's a good escape from Blaz. No Adrenal Surges this time as there's no Finka on the board for G2, so all the damage that is done will persist. It's not gonna change.
I will say for the Osa, it's not being used for the plant. This is something that a lot of lower level players will do. They'll try to plant behind the Osa shield. Instead, Blaz is just using it on the top floor, trying to hold a cutoff. I think that's a much better use of the Osa gadget. You're not actually very safe when you're planting behind an Osa shield. In Rainbow Six Siege, the defense have impacts. They have nitros, they have goyos, they have smokes. They have a lot of utility to stop a plant, even one that's going behind the shield. So instead, just to hold these cutoffs, it can be very powerful. Very tough to walk past an Osa shield when Blaz is playing passive. And so he's got 2 players that just can't really move because he's staring at both of them. This is good play. At the same time, his teammates are getting work done. Nux is going to go down to Loira.
Down goes Nuxka. Ask will follow. G2 with some serious openings here. That's your best player on Black Dragons in the ground. Hornet's been very quiet internationally and for Black Dragons across the board because Hornet, statistically, is usually a better player than he shows up to be. They'll need something big out of him now as Uno goes for the plant. Loira watching and tussling with Gudo, but neither really finding their marks. Ali Mao eliminating Hornet, so that was the one player we'd spoken of, now gone. Loira a triple kill. Florio knocked over, and Blaz credited with the final kill as G2 gets on the board. And they do so much sooner than they did on Consulate.
Listen, I'm on the record for being a bit of an Osa hater. I think this operator is very, very weak in the majority of situations, but I think that was really the perfect use case for Osa. It's a distraction. It is an operator that can pull the attention of all the defenders up top. And then what happened? Loira's in sight, killing 2 anchors and allowing the plant to go down. That is what you should be doing with this operator. brilliantly done by G2. I love that play from them. Obviously, the real focus of that execute was on the site. They never had any intentions of clearing the top floor, but that's not what Black Dragons read. Black Dragons thought, okay, there's this real big problem we got to worry about on the top floor. It's stopping our rotate down through the green stairs. It's stopping us from rotating back down to help our teammates. It's also distracting us so that we can't deny the plant from up above. I think that was brilliantly done by G2. They had a real clear game plan of what they wanted to get done in that round. They brought the correct tools to get it done. The Black Dragons, no answer to it. So, G2's first round on map 2 comes quite a bit sooner than their first round on map 1. Still could be a 5-1 half, but you got to imagine this is looking much better for G2 than previously what we saw in Consulate.
Do you have layer numbers, by the way, in terms of bomb site success across regions? You want to talk about them?
You want to talk about the bomb sites across? Well, I only have...
oh, now you're making excuses.
Well, right now I have stats for the tournament, and Lair has not been played once this tournament, so everything's at 0%.
Remember when I said across all regions?
Yeah, I honestly...
I was very careful with
I said yes to your question before I...
Before I finished answering.
Exactly.
Terrific job.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I will say, typically you see the basement site, typically the top floor site is what teams prefer to go to first. It tends to be the best site. Oh boy.
Ali Mao got 1 kill, but that's all she wrote for Carl. Gudo trades that one back. Hornet in the grave. Supporting cast for Black Dragons will be an issue if they go deeper into these series. You cannot rely on Ask and Hornet to an extent to carry all of the weight for this team. Nuxka's gone, G2 with a numbers advantage again. They'd earned it moments before. Ali Mao then died, and well, it vanished. Now it's Ask being hunted down. The Azami Agudo finished off by Uno. Ask with 1, Loira dies to Uno's Selma charge. I had thought I'd seen everything. Doki in a 1v1 against Ask. Doki still searching for his very first kill. Florio is down, and guess what? You've got a death mark. You know exactly where he is. Ask being hunted down. Florio picks back up, and it's Ask to win either way. Doki may be getting a bit too hasty with that engagement, and Black Dragon stretches their lead by 1 round.
Dude, Ask is crazy. I don't know what to say with this guy. He is consistently, both yesterday and today, and through Stage 2. Some people don't watch the Brazil Regional League, fair enough, and Black Dragons weren't a team that drew a lot of eyes with their performance in Stage 2. But Ask has consistently, start to finish, been the guy on this team. He continues to do just that, putting up ridiculous numbers at the start of map 1, ridiculous numbers here at the start of map 2. Yesterday, he had a 1.65 KD ratio, putting up 33 kills in 53 gunfights total. Really good stuff coming out from Ask, and 9-2 to start today. I mean, just ridiculous stuff down in the basement. I think G2's push there was pretty good. It was a direct hit through to site. They didn't want to clear out the top floor. Again, that can be very effective on Lair basement because it's such a big map. A lot of the roamers will take a lot of time to get back to site. But when Ask is in site, clutching up, having those huge plays, I mean, sometimes a player just pops off and there's not a whole lot else that you can really do about it. Ask having a tremendous game, carrying his team through these first couple of rounds. He's got 9 kills, the rest of his team combined sitting at 7.
9 kills in 4 rounds. Now we get into the 5th round, and this is just a player that honestly went through a bit of a lull in his career.
Oh, yeah.
And now coming back on this Black Dragon squad, Ask playing up to his own standards, maybe exceeding them a little bit. Black Dragons would have been nowhere near as competitive over these last 2 days without him.
Certainly not.
Doki still without a kill, by the way. He's the only player in the lobby yet to get one for the role that Doki plays. That is bad.
Agreed.
Thank you.
They'll start to set up now around this top floor again. This time it looks to be a different push entirely. They're going mostly for the outside wall that goes in towards Mask. Oftentimes you're going to be wanting to plant through operations on that Mask wall that the drone is staring at right now. If you can breach that wall, Hornet will find Doki, so his kill-less streak does continue. 0-4 to start today. He showed up big on defense when they were playing Consulate a couple of minutes ago. So that might come back to help him out, but his attacking stats continuing to suffer throughout this matchup.
I mean, admittedly, what did you say? You said, wow, what a performance by Doki in map 1. As long as things don't go catastrophically bad, Doki will be in a much better shape today. Guess what?
Right.
He's 0-4. So you are going to be eating your own words here.
Still, though, the round's not lost by any means. Lots of utility still. 2 Candles in the pocket of Alamau. A stun about to be fired off by Uno. If they can turn this into some utility, he's actually, okay, no, we'll move to the stun. Nope, back to the explosive. Looking for the shield, I have to imagine, that's in this hallway. There it goes, but he pays with it with his life. Great shot by Nukta, who finds a second on Loira, who had jumped in the bathroom.
Eating your words about Nuxka's prominence on this team. Blaz and Alimau, of which they've struggled to get into the building. The big challenge for G2 is just finding a way towards the site. They are coming up empty-handed time and time again. Blaz in a 1v5. Black Dragons looking for yet another flawless round. They can get it. Or Blaz can wait. A lot of teams in this position would just simply wait. Take a tactical timeout, not a real timeout, but just sit and let the team talk through it because you've got about the same amount of time. You got 45 seconds to try and figure out what comes next. Ask on the slow peek into operations, and Blaz with that pick. Hits him with some disrespect in the chat. Obscured by the Dread Mine and then choked off by the gas canister. Blaz has really nowhere to go at this point. Makes his presence known. Black Dragons really don't need to fight for this kill. They might, because why not? I mean, he can't kill all of you, right? No, he can't. He doesn't even kill one of them. Florio, the final kill. 4-1 the first half so far for Black Dragons. They have an opportunity to repeat it and go 5-1.
You really do see a lot of big stuff coming out from Nuxka in this game. I mean, he's put up 4 kills through the first 5 rounds on defense. You'll remember yesterday on defense, Nuxka had just 2 kills across 3 maps. They played 14 defensive rounds yesterday. He got 2 kills total throughout all 14 of those rounds. So he's putting up 4 just here on this map. But he did decently on the consulate defenses as well, I should note. Is a huge boon for the team. Obviously going to have a massive impact if he can start stepping up as well. A lot of people would have favored G2 as the team to win this game. I don't think that's controversial to say, just based on the performances that we've seen historically, and I think also with the showcasing that we saw from both teams yesterday. But if Nuxka can turn up and have a way bigger impact today than what we've seen from him previously, that tilts the scales, in my opinion, enough that Black Dragons should absolutely be favored to walk away with the win. Now, that relies on BD continuing this up on the attacking side, which has been their weaker side by far. Yesterday on attack, Black Dragons won just 35% of their rounds against the Tier 2 team CL for life. They walked away with the win regardless, and you got to imagine that's again going to be the game plan, as they've yet to win a single attack today against G2, but it's not unthinkable that they could continue to dominate on the defense, pick up a couple attacking rounds here and there, and still walk away with the win. Looks like our tech pause is now handled, so we'll jump right back into the game. We've actually got Bunks and Briefing coming back out for the 6th round. The full site rotation will complete for the 2nd time on Black Dragons.
One of the beautiful things about a newer map, Jesse, is that we get to watch as the teams make small adaptations, they figure out bomb site rotations, and they go from there. A good example of this was that Cafe map. It took a while for teams to start playing different bomb sites on Cafe. Originally, they didn't like the downstairs bomb site, then they didn't like the upstairs bomb site, and now they're back to playing all of them again.
Yep.
I will admit it is also operator and meta specific sometimes, because if certain operators are very, very popular, either on attack or defense, that will change the calculus for teams as to whether or not you want to defend upstairs bomb site, whether you want to defend something that's downstairs, maybe more spread out. So, that was the right call for Ask, by the way. He could have actually gotten the pick on Alimau there.
Yeah, what we often find is Ask, he likes to play aggressive, he likes to be out there on the roam, but he won't always push for the kills. He often thinks it's better to keep his life alive and impact the round later on. We saw that a lot yesterday against CL for life when he would be on the roam, particularly on Nighthaven. He had the opportunity to go for an aggressive pick. Maybe it was a 50-50 gunfight, but he'd often fall back. Then he'd flank for like 3 kills later in the round. That's something that he's very well known for, Ask. So a smart player, of course. Spent some time on Team Liquid a couple, not too long ago at this point. And of course, learned a lot on that team, and I think has really grown as a player since then. And there it is. Doesn't always take the first opportunity, but when he needs to, he will find it, and he finds Uno for the entry.
Ask with 10 kills, then down goes the Finn on G2. Ask still roaming now, in reception, about to go up main stairs, green stairs, whatever you want to call them. Sees one bullet tracer through the wall. That laser does give you away, and Ask wisely spots it. There's a lot of parts of this map that he needs to cover from this position. Now it's Loira to cut off some choke points. Trapped inside of the bathroom. He'll lose one of the walls, pull out the bailiff, and he emerges with a kill. He and Ali Mao getting one. Doki finally on the board as well. For this very final defense of Black Dragons, things have fallen apart very quickly. Hornet and Flory are the last two remaining. A shield play from Doki works out. They've thrown him on that fuse shield, but now Hornet could clutch, and he will! Oh my word! G2 lining up right in front of him. That SMG-11 so formidable.
You'd think they just won the map if you didn't know what scoreline this game went to, but it's a deserved celebration. Hornet absolutely dominating in those final 3 kills. He kind of baited his teammate there. It was a bit of a separation from G2. They had Doki on the shield, which also, Doki on shield's interesting. They had him solo in the north, trying to pressure in towards server, while the other 2 players worked in towards display and server. Doki was by storage towards the north, right? And so they decided, screw the 2 players down towards display. Let's both push up and go fight Doki. And yes, the first player got pushed to the ground and killed, as you often do when you get close to a shield, but that exposed Doki and allowed Hornet to grab that kill. They then had full trust that Hornet would clutch the 1v2 all by himself, and you know that he hit those shots. Hornet yesterday put up a 4.25 KD ratio on defense. I'm gonna repeat that one for you. 4.25. He got 17 kills in 4 deaths yesterday when he was on the defensive side. For him to also be stepping up now on the attack is massive. 7-3 today is a great start, especially that 3K clutch will catapult him up to being the top frag. No, not quite the top frag. The second frag of his team. Ask with 10-4 will still keep that title.
I mean, at least Doki was able to get on the board. They put him on shield ops. I do think that's quite telling. Doki playing shield ops when he has been historically one of your better aimers doesn't always bode well, but it also depends on how you want those shield ops to function, because, yeah, you're right. If you're a good aimer, you want to be on a gun, but you got to be able to aim with the pistol.
True.
Down goes Loira to Hornet. Walks in on Ash, gets the kill, gets a bulletproof camera as well. The clash of Doki attempts to take up space towards Hornet, but nobody can get there fast enough. Good reflexes from Hornet now as he's expecting one more to follow up. Oh my goodness, and he tears through Uno. A big misplay from G2 as to how they handled that situation. And Hornet's able to get out of there with his life still intact. Doki will only have 2 players on G2 as his supporting cast. That's a rough start for G2, especially if you consider that this should be their side. Doki puts away the shield, sidearm comes out, Hornetow dies. Things look a little bit better, but still not great.
Black Dragons hunting for their first attack of the day. Nuxia, of course, bringing that shield. The Clash is a very good counter shield operator. She brings a shield herself, but can slow those shield players, and so they really can't take that space that they're so good at doing. The top floor site now going to be trying to pick apart by Black Dragons. Lots of time, lots of bodies. 4v3. You kind of in this situation often feel like for G2 you've got to get aggressive, but at the same time they've got really good site utility operators. Clash can stall out the push, Smoke can stall out the plant, and then Warden can survive in case there's any flashbangs that come on in or Candelas. None of those actually in this lineup from Black Dragons, but the push comes out nonetheless.
Florio taking down Blast. Things go from bad to worse for G2, and now shield on shield action. Doki wins the engagement. He'll be last one standing, but it's Ask. 2 kills by Ask. Again, another double piece for him. And Black Dragons very quickly on match point. G2 might be quite eager for us to just move on to border.
It took almost an hour and a half, but Black Dragons have won an attack in this matchup. They've finally done it now here against G2. That puts them to match point 6-1, of course. And Hornet seems to be firing on all cylinders this map. Ask is absolutely putting in the work as well, but getting that 2K entry on Ash, I mean, that's so important. He didn't even have anybody with him when he's going in for that. Simply had information from drones and had the confidence of his teammates that he could go in and make that happen. If he went 1 for 1, I think he would have been okay with that. He went 2 for 1 instead and really put his team in a good position. Doki that whole time, yes, playing on the Clash, but didn't feel confident enough to play around with the shield because there's so many different angles into that top floor. It's very easy to crossfire, and without enough defender bodies alive to hold all those different angles, Doki kind of had to pull out the gun instead on Clash and try to just take fights with a bit of a disadvantage. So did their best there, of course, on G2, but it was too much from BD. Ask and Hornet having a fantastic day today, just as they did yesterday. Ask and Hornet were the only players positive in their victory against CL for Life. Ask was plus 13. Hornet was also plus 13. Everybody else was negative. Guto admittedly only -1, but still.
Take this time before we get into the action, unless Black Dragons decide to go fast, to remind you that there is a second stream happening at the present moment. It actually just began. We'll be saying goodbye to a variety of teams today. Our first elimination game is taking place between Alpha Team from LATAM and BNK Fear X over from Korea. That'll be happening on the B stream. It might actually be live right now. Feel free to take a look and see which of those two teams will be going home. First pick in this round is Ask. That is a great first pick for Loira, and I'll buy G2 a bit of breathing room for the remaining 2 minutes in the round.
The Chalet is a very interesting operator choice in this one, but doesn't really get the job done with that sniper rifle. The close range engagement favoring Loira in his battle against his former team captain. Still, though, they've not taken any top floor control on the side of Black Dragons. They don't seem to really care about top floor. They're gonna be going directly into the bomb site here. They're quite deep, quite close to the site. Hornet already inside of security. Florio finds a pick onto Loira. That trades out the only site player, leaving 2 players still on the main floor, but nowhere to stop the plants.
Diffuser going down in the hands of Florio. Who's there to cover? Alimau will drop. No coverage whatsoever from G2, but they win in the post plant so far, with 2 of those players from Black Dragons being put in the ground. Nuxka and Guto have to watch over this case. Blaz eliminating Nuxka. It's all up to Guto. Oh no, he's on the shield. Oh my, what a brilliant play, and almost a job done by Guto. The Scopos blocking the doorway, blocking your angle in is something that we don't really see all that frequently, but it is a clever usage of the operator, and G2 stays alive, at least for the time being.
That was really cool. We saw that strat attempted in the stage at least one time. I remember on bank top floor, a player tried that, but it was a 1v1, and they didn't really get the opportunity to successfully complete that. Still using that Scopo shield for cover, really, really smart. I don't think G2 realized the plant was going down there because the wall was never open. It's common to like hit the site on that bomb site, right? It's common to ignore top floor and go in and immediately start planting, and you want the defense to be ready for that. But usually it happens when the wall opens, and the fact that they immediately lost their collie, they couldn't get the main wall of bunks open, meant that they had to go in and plant in the doorway from the bottom of green stairs. And it was a bit of an awkward plant. They got it done, but the post plant was strong enough because the plant position just wasn't all that. So I think it was honestly a good attempt from Black Dragons, just given the situation they were in. You immediately fail to open the wall with Ask going down. You make the best of a bad situation. You get the plants on the ground, but end of the day, G2 strong post plant, still going to be favoring Black Dragons for the rest of this matchup. Surely G2 can't come back after, I mean, what? They'd have to win almost all of their defenses. I couldn't imagine that. Surely, Parker. G2 against Black Dragons?
I haven't seen that before. No, I can't say I haven't seen that. I have never seen it. In fact, I've definitely not seen it in the last hour. I know that sounds like it might be an odd time frame, but it's true.
Yeah.
I can't recall.
No, I mean, your memory is not as good as it used to be, but surely there wouldn't be anything like that.
It's because I'm older and I'm also now a diabetic, you know.
Yes.
It happens.
It happens. Your memory, I don't think it...
Diabetes absolutely affects you.
Does it?
Of course.
You learn something new every day.
I know. I'm learning about numbers today. You are learning about brains. So
wonderful.
Good for us. I mean, it is definitely possible that G2 can replicate that same success. This time, on the previous map, I said, there's no chance. There's no hope.
Mm-hmm.
But I was wrong then, and I can be wrong now. I don't mind being wrong. I prefer to be right.
Wow. We'll see what we can do on that. This is a strat from G2 where they are holding all of the top floor. They've got nobody really on the main floor. Uno is on the lobby stairs, so he could rotate down there. And he's got a C4, of course, as well. So should he need to, he can make that rotation. But they've got Doki solo holding on to operations with the Clash. There's a Buck down below trying to work something in. Ask has been given a lot of map control for free. Of course, no roamers down here on the main floor. But he's not been able to do much with it just yet. Alamau solo on the smoke is stalling a ton of time. Goes for a kill too. Nice.
And Doki will attempt something that was not the most successful on the very first defense for G2. Better coordination this time will net G2 a leg up on the competition, and down below, Ask desperately searching for a pick, and he gets destroyed by Loira. Oh my, and now Loira will use those openings created by the Buck for a Nitro cell.
Quite nice.
Or it looked like he was going to. He didn't ultimately end up doing it. Why do the Nano Bees make noise? They're not real. I guess maybe they're winged.
You're asking way too many questions, Parker.
I'm super sorry about that. Uno dies, and now the shield of the Clash, spotted by Nuxka. He manages to take out Alimau, second time in a row, by the way, that the Clash does not work. Gudo dies. It's all up to Loira and Blaz. Black Dragons with two members of their own, with Nuxka and Hornatow still on the board, but now it's Nuxka to clutch out. Loira and Blaz will search for the final kill, and Loira will get it. Could it be happening again?
It feels kind of similar to map 1, Parker, I cannot lie, but there's a long road ahead, and this is a less defender-sided map typically than what we see out of Consulate, so it's by no means easier. They're also completely against match point. They weren't like that on Consulate. Black Dragons only had 5 of the first few rounds on the first map. Now they're at 6 already at match point, so for G2, plenty to still get done. It got a little scary towards the midpoint of that round. Guto had a really good pinch coming in. I believe he entered in through operations while the rest of the team was not focused on that part of the map at all. And so he got one big pick there, but I think G2 were always in advantage when it came to the trades. They were always in good spot to trade out those picks and give themselves the man advantage back when Black Dragons were equalizing it. So I liked that round from G2. Maybe a little over-aggressive with some of the Clash plays. They were quite far forward. They ended up going down maybe when they didn't want to. But end of the day, they got the job done. It was a strong hold on that top floor. And now they get to go down to the basement. Again, one of those sites that sometimes teams can struggle on because there's a lot of options for the attackers. But for now, G2 staying alive.
Look at the lineup being brought by Black Dragons. Shield in the fuse. That's what happens when you ban the other shield operators, and Osa isn't played the same way. The gridlock can be very effective on big maps when it comes to cutting off rotations, and if you're worried about G2's flank, then gridlock is up there with Nomad as the best of them. I would like to actually talk to teams as to why gridlock has seemingly replaced Nomad in a lot of different scenarios. I wonder if it's because now it's easier to take care of those air jabs. Maybe it's the secondary gadgets brought by the gridlock, but slowly but surely there's definitely been a change there where Nomad has fallen out of play in favor of gridlock for a lot of teams.
I think Nomad has still got a higher pick rate overall, but Gridlock definitely does find themselves in good position sometimes. Loira, a triple kill as he jumps out the window, and he'll make it back into the map as well. Massive aggression coming out from Loira to get those two big picks against his former team, looking for a third as well. The Nitro Cell unlikely to land. Still with the gunfight, won't win it. It's Hornet to shut him down. Matches kill total at 10 as well. Heal up himself and the rest of his team, as he did take some big damage in that fight. Loira will die, but I think he is extremely happy, not just getting 2 picks, but the best player on the team in Ask and the shield player in Nuxka.
Worrying signs for Black Dragons as it seems like their grip on this map slowly weakens. It's a defender-sided shootout so far, from Consulate now to Lair. The attackers only winning a single map on Consulate. They've won 2 at least here on Lair, with G2 winning one of their attacks, Black Dragons winning one very quickly. It was their very first attack, which is what set them into this excellent position. Engagement now that's going on. Gudo shrugs off a bunch of damage from Doki. Doki will have to work double duty right now from inside of Toxin. He's within arm's length of the bomb chassis. Nades will go out, and he scampers away from that. as Flames block Hornet. Now, not just the Flames, but the gas as well. All of which will just need to be waited out. Still time for Black Dragons to pull this off, but as the timer continues to tick down, concerns for the Brazilian team will mount.
They're rotating Florio. He's all alone now, but they might not know he's here. He destroys the Kiba and jumps on in, but immediately shut down by Blaz. The Boss G rings out. At the same time, Hornet does find Doki, so they're starting to get into the site now. Baguto traded out and leaves Hornet alone in a 1v3. Finds the first. It'll need to be the ace if he wants to win it, but no, Blaz instead shuts it down.
Another round for G2, and troubling signs for Black Dragons as G2 slowly climbs back.
That's only rounds we've lost is when we give them entry pick. Okay? Like, we fucking got this in the late round. They can't execute it.
Just trying to listen into what Doki is saying.
Said the only rounds they've lost is when they've given up the entry pick. They can stop doing that. If they can keep the man advantage on their side, they will be invincible, running their way to overtime. They just need 2 more rounds now, Parker. They're in a very good spot to achieve that. And if Doki is correct, if they can stay alive on these roams, on these aggressive plays, that could be nice for them. I'm a little concerned that may halt some of the more aggressive plays that we've seen from G2. They don't want to be too passive. I would argue they won the last round largely off of the hyper-aggression that came out of Loira, jumping out for 2.5 kills just a few seconds into that last round while we were discussing the merits of Nomad versus Gridlock.
Gonna be another Gridlock.
Fair enough. I think really for Gridlock, like, she's got some big advantages over Nomad. Secondary shotgun can be nice on certain angles that you want to create. EMPs can be really cool sometimes, but just being so slow, not having the best of guns, I think in general pushes players towards Nomad. I feel you need a very specific reason to choose Gridlock over Nomad, whereas if you just want some flank watch, you're going to default to Nomad first.
The other thing, too, is that this is a map that needs quite a bit of soft destruction.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of these teams aren't bringing a ton of traditional soft destructors. So that secondary shotgun for Gridlock actually becomes far more important than you would have thought. Additionally, the F90 is just a terrific weapon. It's one that has been slept on for a long period of time. It's mostly just because of who it's attached to.
Yeah, exactly.
I fear that, like we saw with the AK when it went from Fuse to Ace, if the F90 was to come onto a new operator, and that operator was to be quite strong, they would nerf the F90 for both Gridlock and the new op. It's one of the downsides to that AK that Fuse had. If you remember, Fuse was largely useless at top levels, but the AK was such a good gun that it was a shame. Ace comes out, the gun's too good, it ends up getting nerfed.
And now Fuse is only brought without the AK, so it's very funny. I have to imagine, what, 9 years ago they gave Fuse a shield, the only op in the game who has a shield as a primary without, you know, while also having other gadgets. And now he's at the height of his popularity only because he has a shield and sometimes Monty Blitz get banned. It's the only time we see Fuse, but he's got a niche now, which is, you know, that's something.
Yeah, it's not bad. And I mean, it is a little funny to go back and look at some of the early operators and wonder what was going through their heads with the guns that they gave. Why did IQ have 3 rifles and no shotgun? Why did Ash and Thatcher just randomly have 2 guns that nobody else had? First down is going to come to Hornet. This is not the start that Black Dragons want if they want to remain competitive, as G2 winning this round will put them within 1 of overtime. Now, at that point, it would come down to who plays on defense in overtime more, because this is a defender-sided map. The defense are winning all the time. Doki, if his assessment is correct, well, he called it, saying that Black Dragons only wins when they get the first pick. They just gave it up. They almost gave up the second now, as Ask, who had 12 kills very early in this match, has shown very little signs of life, like the rest of Black Dragons, as they move to attack.
It's true they've given up the opening pick, but they've also given up a lot of map control inside of G2, the full top floor control being held by Black Dragons.
Down they go. Alimau eliminating Guto. Ask dropped and bleeding out on the floor. Nuxka and Florio, the only 2 still standing against a fully powered G2 team. Alimau dies to Florio, and the retrieval of Ask is now possible. So numbers will go from basically 2v5 to a 4v3, still favoring G2. The proverbial rubber needs to hit the proverbial road. 10 seconds remain. Florio has the diffuser. Nuxka now walking down green stairs, punished by Loira. Blaz dies to Ask. Bullets going back and forth, but whether it was time or the guns, G2 was bound to win that round, and win it they do. 1 round separates these squads.
There's a super smart flank from Alamau up the green stairs. Sometimes you look at a team and you're on defense, you're in like a 5v4, you want to say, guys, don't get aggressive because that's like, you know, that's too much. We're already in the lead, we don't need to throw it away. But Alamau, even if he hadn't gotten a pick on his flank up the green stairs, he would have just continued to waste time. The clock was so low, but because Alamau went for that flank, he got a kill, which was great, so they kept the man advantage. But he also was able to stall out and distract Black Dragons, which made it so difficult for BD to eventually go for that push. They had like 10 seconds remaining. Now with G2 mounting a comeback, the tactical timeout will come out. We've seen a lot of emotions from Black Dragons, ranging from jumping out of their chair, ecstatic after a clutch, to something very different now. A very serious conversation going on with the coach, Ghost of Black Dragons, crouching down, talking to his teammates, trying to give them the best opportunity they can to bounce back with this. They just need to win an attack. They just need to win one more attack. They won their first attack a few rounds ago.
I just need to win $1 million, and I'll be rich. It's that simple, isn't it?
It's, I mean, they could do it in 3 minutes, though, Parker.
Yep.
3 minutes. They could accomplish their goal, send us to map 3, don't have to worry about attacking for a while. That's all it is.
Basically the best time for you to call this timeout. I mean, Black Dragons could have tried to settle things down early on, but coaches usually know what is afflicting a team and whether or not they need to call it early. Was it yesterday that Black Dragons called their timeouts against CL4L in the first 2 rounds of maps 2 and 3?
Exactly.
So Black Dragons are not afraid to call their timeouts early on if they think the issue can be solved quickly. My guess is the coach says that's not the case. Black Dragons have lost half of their drones already. All 5 drones gone in the prep phase. It went down to 4 drones for a second there, and I was like, wait a minute, hold on, who got an extra drone? How did that happen?
That would have been impressive if G2 shot 6 drones in the prep phase. But you're right, 5 is crazy. It's very, very rare to see 5 drones going down in the prep phase at a pro level. That's going to be a massive intel disadvantage for Black Dragons right off the bat. Now, they do have some decent information otherwise. Grim is a great information operator. Can get some really good Bs out there to track players and get live information for the whole team. Nuxka can also get information for just himself, but of course can comm that to the rest of his teammates playing on that Deimos. So the information operators are still here. They still will have some intel on the side of BD, but the lack of drones is always going to hurt the team. They can start to open up this wall. The outer breach is going to be most important. What are they doing with this, with the Zofia? Okay, they're just running the impacts. Often on Zofia on this site, you'll see it to stop the bandit trick down below. This time, instead, they just will use the hard breach canister instead for Zofia, and they will get the wall open, but no attempt at stopping the bandit tricks from below this time. Still, the goal gets accomplished. They open both sides of the wall, they use the EMP perfectly, and now they can move on to taking operations and starting to push out these other players.
I always love rounds like this because we don't know if we're a minute 40 away from more Rainbow Six. Oh my, or a minute 40 away from map number 3. Terrible start for Hornet as he's blown up by a Nitro Cell. There goes the Zofia, there goes some of your soft destruction, there goes some of your target acquisition as well when you think about how her concussion shots are proximity based. Nomad as well, this time replacing the gridlock. G2 really has not been roaming, so I mean you don't desperately need a gridlock to lock down these staircases.
It'd be weird on this site to bring a Nomad, I feel. Maybe if you're going towards more R6 room, but clearly this is like an operation, so we're going to plant inside of Mask. Like, that is the clear objective. Moira is the biggest problem. Of course, still playing Insight on that Bandit. Already got the opening pick with that Nitro Cell. These Kiba barriers. Here he goes, Loira. He's got some protection thanks to this bunker that Blaz has set up for him, but he still will be the first line of defense as they try to get this plant down inside this breach.
He's really hunkered down in here with the Kiba barriers in front of him, blocking lines of sight and absorbing a fair bit of bullets until they shatter. Black Dragons have been battling the clock the last couple rounds. This one is no different. A Nitro Cell in hand for Uno. He might be able to have the cross onto the advances of these Black Dragons players. Down goes Ask to Uno. As we said, they didn't look in his direction. Loira dies to Florio. G2 with an advantage, but they have to hang on for the next 20 seconds. Blaz still in this position, popping up Florio with yet another kill. Florio on a single point of HP. He escapes the gas, managing to take down Blaz, and now It's Ali now to clutch out against his former team. He just needs to wait. Oh my, Carl, be patient. 1 second left for Florio to get the diffuser down, but no, he won't do the job. Overtime on the board for Black Dragons and G2.
Holy fucking shit!
Let's fucking go, guys.
Florio just not able to find Almau in the final seconds of that clutch. I mean, he just had to pick an angle. He wanted to go left, he wanted to go right, he wanted to go left, he wanted to go right. Almau stood still in the site. He stood still in our 6 room, he hunkered down, he held one angle, he made his choice. That's not what Florio wanted to do. Florio was indecisive and was not able to find that final pick in the 1v1. He played great up until that point. For me, really, that was Blaz doing great work as well on that Azami inside the site. Azami, one of the strongest operators in the game. We'll get attack timeout from G2.
Reason for this is that Black Dragons gets to defend twice. So G2 need to dot their I's, cross their T's, because they have an incredibly hard task ahead of them. It doesn't show it on your screen because right now we're watching the players talk to their coach, but only 2 attacking victories so far in this matchup. 10 rounds won by the defenders. That's admittedly 1 round fewer victories on defense than in the previous map, where only a single attacking round was won. G2 have their work cut out for them here. Imagine putting in all of this work just to get to the point where you don't win it. G2 clawing it back, going into OT and losing to Black Dragons would be heartbreaking. But G2 did give themselves a buffer by winning Consulate. They won their own map 7-5. Border is still there if G2 needs it. Black Dragons might need it too, depending on what happens here in this matchup.
Mental warfare being exchanged by G2. You guys didn't get to see it. I believe there were some replays were playing earlier in this matchup, but Ask was definitely typing up a storm. I can't repeat what he was saying, but he was certainly talking his talk to G2 earlier in this matchup. It's been a few rounds since we've seen any of that, though. Doki answers back. This is, again, going to be just part of that mental warfare. I mean, Black Dragons, you saw it in their demeanor. Start of this game, even start of first map, they were jumping out of their seats. They were so excited to be winning some big rounds. Now I haven't seen that. I mean, they've been so much more solemn. They know how important this game is. Of course, if you win this series, then you get to go on to phase 2. You get to go on to play some of the best teams in the world at this major. Fight for a chance at that top 8 main stage. You lose this map for Black Dragons, then you're playing later today in a decider matchup. We don't know who their opponent will be yet. They'll get some time to rest before that game. That'll be decided later in the evening. It's top floor for the first defense of Black Dragons. G2, can they make a good plan for this? They didn't know what site it was going to be coming into this. BD had pretty much all sites available as options to them. They actually started on the basement, so they are switching things up a little bit in overtime, choosing to start on the top floor instead. I'm sure G2 were aware that that was a possibility and won't be caught off guard by it, but it's just these little curveballs that keep getting thrown by BD, which are impacting G2 in every round.
G2 likes this Flores on this map, but I mean, I think Flores is a very versatile operator. Great for cutting through Kiva barriers. Exceptionally good for dealing with soft destruction. Nuxka, the very first pick. Doki trades it back right away. Uno is on the board as well. Alimau looking for something, but he's got his pistol out. Dying in that engagement. Ask with 2. Finished off by Doki, and suddenly it's Hornet in a 1v2. G2 desperate to win an attack. They only get one opportunity to defend. A victory here would set G2 up quite nicely to prevail on the stronger half in the very next round. But where, oh where, is Hornet? He just put down a mute jammer, so he can't be droned out. Doki going for the plant as Loira, and all 14 of his kills will watch. And there it's Doki getting off of the plant to give G2 one of very few attacking round victories. And it's G2 now moving to series point.
Doki, a big round on one of the rarest operators that we see in today's meta in Rainbow Six Siege. Throughout all regions in Stage 2, Yana was the least played attacker other than Blackbeard, which is a crazy stat that she was played so infrequently. Wow. Just outclassed by Ashe, by Nomad, the utility that she brings, even Striker in some situations, Zofia. I don't think Yana is a bad operator by any means, but very rarely is she the pick for professional players. Doki, you saw the use of those EMPs. I think that was the biggest thing. Yana's gadget's like kind of bad. It doesn't really do much for you in terms of the intel that it gives you. It's okay, but it's just not very effective compared to some of the other attacker utility. But that secondary utility, the EMP came in clutch for Doki as he ran up those lobby stairs. Was able to, I think he disabled an Ela mine. I'm not 100%. It might have been a standard beeper. Whatever he disabled, it really enabled him to run up those stairs and then have those first couple of picks that started off that push, clutching up in the 2v1 as well. Of course, great cover for his teammate who's getting the plant down inside a mask. Just played it perfectly.
Yeah, very rare to see those pocket EMPs be used for anything other than wall denial, right?
Yeah.
Using it to take out a bulletproof or a mine or some gadget that's going to impede you, that then enables you to take up map space very quickly, it's seldom seen. A lot of times you'll bring one set of those pocket EMPs because Thatcher doesn't really exist in the meta. Hilariously, he's actually being played by Gudo right now. But Thatcher's pick rate obviously has fallen quite a lot as other options have presented themselves. And those pocket EMPs, when used selfishly, can pay off. Just saw it in the previous round. It's something to keep in mind of. You just need to be quite precise with it because the explosive radius is small.
Mm-hmm. So far, Black Dragons have won a single attack through this series. They have lost, if my math is correct, 11 in this game. So this is certainly statistically looking good for G2, but...
You are a math major.
Yeah, thank you. This is the setup we've seen before from G2. Doki on the Clash, holding down operations. Loira on the Bandit, holding down the mask walls. Alamau on the Smoke, holding down the top east corner, more towards storage. I mean, this is very, very standard. And it's similar from Black Dragons, where you've got, once again, Mask down below on the Buck, hoping to find some impact, disrupt the movements of the Clash, ideally, as well as the Buck, which is the first objective here. They do take care of those Bandit batteries. The wall will get open, so that's going to be a nice objective to start this off. But still firm control of the hallway. Kiba barriers, a Clash. It's going to be very awkward. Even Bandit batteries being used on the Ops wall is a lot of commitment just to stop them from getting anything done from Ops. But, I mean, in theory, that will be the goal from Black Dragons, so they might find success with it if they are not going to attempt to push through Ops, and they're going to have to face Alamau and now Doki, who's rotated over more towards storage.
The big issue with Black Dragons on a lot of these attacks was that timer, the clock. As we said, they'd get a couple picks, but they could not translate that effectively to how the timing of this map would go. Doki once again as a nuisance on the Clash, slowing things down. Nuxka paralyzed, but for a moment, but Florio's there to take him out. First kill for Black Dragons. Maybe the attackers in overtime, Jesse, have a bit of an advantage here.
It is the opening pick. They said those are the only rounds that they lose inside of G2.
We'll test that theory. How well will the rest of the supporting cast of G2 do now that the Clash is gone? Lur and Blaz breaking double digits. You'll need big performances from them. Problem is, Black Dragons still have basically everything going for them at this point.
Players down below. Hornets try to make a rotate, but it's very, very late. This push is going to come in with like 15 seconds, Parker. It's going to be extremely late coming in. Hornets going to try to jump in through display while the rest of the team tries to focus more towards the north. Blaz will be that person that he fights first.
And Loira dealing some damage, but having more done to him as now he's on the run. Nitro Cell from Uno goes out. It does not connect. The walk in now towards the gas as Uno will wait with 10 seconds to go. Black Dragons lining up their marks, tearing through everybody. Loira last man standing, but Black Dragons shred him. 15 rounds of Lair needed. The attackers winning both rounds so far on attack. Very, very unusual.
God, that was a good push. I was very worried about it because initially they were focused towards Mask, they were focused towards operations, they got the Mask wall open, they were like, okay, great, and then Ops had Kibas and Clashes and Bandits, and there's so much utility, and then they make the decision. Ask, I assume, as the IGL, makes the call, we're gonna rotate over towards storage, we're gonna push the smoke that's up towards the northeast. Then they make a second rotation, they move Guto down south over towards display, they all make that push in, or I believe Hornet moved over towards the display window. Guto got the 2K pushing in with the brunt of the team. They had all those different angles coming in. The whole time, Ask was down below, too. He didn't come up to the top floor until the last possible moment in that push. So they knew it was going to be risky. They went in with very little time, but they used their time effectively. They were always repositioning. They were always getting set up for the right push. I really do think they planned that out perfectly. Out of nowhere, we're getting good attacks out of these two teams and the final dying moment. And G2, after getting what seems to be impossible, an attack in overtime, now have to do it again.
Trend line's got to break at some point, right? You can't have 3 teams win on attack in OT. I feel for the G2 fans at this point.
Yeah.
If they lose this round, my God, is there a worse way to lose? At that point, I would have just taken a 7-1 and moved on with my life. We'd be halfway through border at this point.
Yep.
Instead, what do we have here? We have a G2 team that is certainly more motivated and looking more practiced on attack.
This is interesting. Trying to get the mute jammer, and he got it. Beautifully done.
And now an opening from Uno. He's assessing if anybody's over there. A small hole in the wall. Who created that? What was done? Nitro cell from Hornet goes off. No damage is done to G2, though. Now Hornet can retreat, finding safety in the arms of Florio as the logic bombs will give away some positions of the Black Dragons players, but there's mute jammers scattered about. Also, is G2 even in position to hear this? It sure sounds like Uno hears a couple.
Yeah, I mean, they've all rotated back at this point again. These are the different styles that you'll see on this on this bomb site. We saw a lot of roaming going on earlier and some aggression attempted by Florio, but shut down by Loira. I was going to say, a lot of the time, you'll see teams play quite passive on this bomb site because it can be very difficult sometimes to retreat from the roam back to site. They had a very light roam going on, and I thought they were going to be able to play around those staircases, but Florio dying in the first gunfight that he finds means that is 3 Talk to Babes off the board. That's going to be your filtration stairs that are very, very exposed at this point. And G2, good map control off of just 1 pick. Ask. You know he loves a good flank, though. We saw this many times yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's the question for me is, will they use the death marks for these on-site players, or will Ask find an opening? He's very slippery. Ask in these clutch moments is almost always good for more than a single kill. If he can pick up a double in this round, that might be too much for G2 to overcome. Fortunately, I don't think that... Uh-oh. Okay. Ali Mao gets knifed on the stairs, and now Ask's position is revealed. He's taken out, though, by Loira. Troubling for Ali Mao. The Jackal is gone, and now the fire will stop Uno's advances. He's managed to open up some of the wall from filtration. Loira, though, crossing and dying. Nuxka follows very shortly after. Now Uno encroaching on the bomb site. He hears the phones ringing. He knows one's there. There's only a single player remaining for Black Dragons. Guto to clutch out. If he does not succeed, G2 qualifies for the playoffs. They will hunt Guto down with the death mark, and he comes face to face with the shield. But Doki seals the deal, and G2 with an impressive comeback win it in the 15th and final round to take a 2-0 victory and qualify themselves for the playoffs.
And Loira with some words, letting them know his former team, they'll take him out, send him to the lower bracket. Of course, still an opportunity to qualify to the second phase, but G2, they don't have to worry about any of it. They will be playing over the next couple of days in our Swiss format. Wonderfully done. It was not easy. Those 2 maps, it did not come super cleanly all the times. Their attacks certainly had their problems, but on defense, absolute domination over Black Dragons. And now, of course, despite the words said in the server and out, the sportsmanship coming through.
And one more opportunity for Black Dragons to qualify for playoffs. They are not done yet. They are still playing for a spot in the very next stage of our major coming up in just a couple days. As for G2, they'll have the remainder of today off, they'll have tomorrow off, and they will be preparing for the other teams that will be getting here for Phase 2. That will start on, is it the 10th, I believe?
I believe that is correct, yes.
I don't keep track of the numbers, I just keep track of the days. I know today is a Friday, TGIF.
Yeah, it's on Sunday that they start.
So it would be then, indeed, the 10th. So kudos to G2, and honestly, a very, very composed comeback that a lot of weaker teams would have folded.
Yeah.
You saw yesterday in their matchup against Black Dragons how CL4L kind of mentally bottomed out. G2 were persistent, they stayed with good vibes, they kept their heads level, they called their timeouts well, and they were able to respond well. We have Loira for the interview. No Ali Mao this time. Loira, how are you doing? Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you very much. I'm doing good.
Now,
so happy.
Yesterday, Ali Mao said that he wanted to play Black Dragons. You got them. Was today's matchup harder than you thought it would be?
Yeah, of course. I thought like we would win easy, but I respect the guys a lot. Like, they are like my brothers. I love these guys from Black Dragons. They're really my friends. So I respect them. I knew how they were going to play. I tried to save for the team like everything I could help for we win today. and it was a tough match. Like the attacks was crazy, not easy at all. The comebacks in both maps, but we managed to win. It was so good. I'm so happy right now.
Now, just from a player perspective, you spent 2 maps staring down a huge deficit. You were down 1-5 in map 1. You were down 6 rounds or 5 rounds in map number 2. Now, obviously, the side swaps change things, but how do you mentally stay in the game knowing that you have so much work to do to get back to be on the same level playing field as your opponents?
Yeah, I think on the first map, like we started a bit slow. They win the rounds when we were attacking, and when we turned to defense, we just had like, okay guys, we got a job to do here, and then we just kept playing round by round. We also learned this a lot from the LSQ, that we needed to do some comebacks on the LSQ, and we learned a lot to prepare our mental for this type of situation. And then on the first map, we just won round by round. We managed to win, and then on the second map, the same happened, and then we were just thinking like, okay, we did on the first map, why not on the second? And then we just won both maps.
Lawyer, I gotta say, obviously you had 2 great comebacks, but in some sense you're making it hard on yourselves. You guys chose to start on attack on layer rather than choosing to start on defense. Was there some strategy behind that? Is there a reason why you didn't want to start on defense on their map pick?
I think it's more like a general reason. It's not about this match at all, not about the players we were against. I think it's more in general that we usually play better the defenses when we start attack. I think we use the attacks to like activate our brains. Sometimes when we start defenses, even on the practice, we like start a bit slow, not communicating so much. So it's good for us like to start attack, but maybe not today.
I mean, it worked out, right?
Yeah.
It still was good enough. You guys got the win. Obviously, playing against your former team, playing against Ask. What are your expectations for them going through the rest of this format? Do you expect to see them with you guys in Swiss? Because they're not out of it yet. They get to go down to the lower bracket. And also, any words that you have to say to your former team?
Yeah, I think they will qualify for sure. They played so good today. I think they were just not prepared for these comebacks. Maybe not so much experience. Maybe they didn't play so much. They didn't play a major at all. Just Ask, I think.
Yeah.
So maybe they were just not prepared for this type of situation. But they are a great team. If they fix this, they will win the next matches for sure. And I think they will qualify, yeah.
Well, congratulations again. Enjoy your day off, and we'll see you in the playoffs.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Always good to hear from players that don't usually get the spotlight, and Lawyer is one that, well, you don't hear much from him on the side of G2. There's a lot of talkers on that team. Usually we hear from Doki, we'll hear from Uno, we'll hear from Alimau, but getting to have Lawyer speak to us and give insight is always valuable and very gracious, even in victory. As he pointed out, there's brothers. That was his former team that he just toppled. So I'm assuming this match was a little personal.
Yeah, it always is, right? But I think in Brazil especially, it's all love. It's always a good time when these teams go up against former teammates, right? They go up against their former region. It's always love at the end of the day, and I think you hear that despite what sometimes goes on in the server. Loira as well. I mean, still a young player, still only 19 years old, now playing for one of the most prestigious organizations in Rainbow Six history and putting on a hell of a show. Great to see from him.
And obviously a better result than they had in Manchester for G2. They've made it to the playoffs. They are not going home. They're a little bit farther from home, so it would have been of a lengthier plane ride for these players, but we will see them in Phase 2 coming up in just a number of days. We're not done here, though. We still got at least one more match for you to watch because maybe you want to watch the B stream. Team Alpha is playing FearX right now, but later on, two teams that we saw on this same stream yesterday, one of them will go home. Is it CAG Osaka, the team from Japan, or is it the North American Cinderella run of CL for L? We'll find out in just a couple minutes. Sit tight.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
As Black Dragons lead 5-3. They want to execute quickly. That's the key takeaway from that tack timeout. They want to move fast. Black Dragons giving up a lot of space for free. They need to capitalize off of that. Those are the words from Coach Budega here ahead of round number 9. The storage window, again, very vulnerable to fast executes, to fast takes. The only way to deny a plant there is upstairs in IT, which is easily denied, downstairs inside of assembly, which is easily denied, or in the site itself, which has a window staring at it. Makes it very, very awkward to deny unless you have a C4 or a Toxic Babe of some sort. So we'll see if CL for Life can find that gap, if they can find that execute. They want to go fast, but so does Ask. And with the Scorpion, he doesn't quite hit the shots he's looking for. No spawn peak, but no damage taken, so we'll forget it ever happened.
I'm sorry, the drones boosting just always make me giggle still. I don't care how long it's been in the game for. It's just always very funny. Very funny to me.
I love it when the Echo drones do it. That's my favorite.
Yeah. Why not?
No.
Be quick.
Just like CL4L needs to be this round.
According to Packer.
And Budega.
Packer having the worst game so far of his Tier 1 debut. Admittedly, it's not going to get much easier for him on attack. He finds a lot of success as a defender.
Yep.
I mean, you're going to lose the drone. You might as well pay somebody, right?
Sure, sure. I mean, opening the walls now, this is very default from CL for Life. That's what they kind of wanted to do. Packer down below, this is exactly what Ask did just a few rounds ago. You should be able to remember how well that went for Black Dragons. It went exceptionally well. So if they can replicate that success, CL for Life can actually get some legs underneath them, get some momentum going. They currently have the Warden tracked. It was the Smoke previously. This time it's going to be the Warden who's in sight. That's the one you want to clear out, right? That's the guy who's not going to get flashed. He can see through your smokes. If you take him out of the picture, then there's nothing really stopping you from jumping in the storage window and planting. But not finding him just yet. It looks like Packer might be going up the cargo stairs instead. Nuxka is taking plenty of damage on that Warden, despite the fact that no tracks have come out. He retreats now, the jump in from the IQ, an immediate jump out from Uzi. Trying to bait a C4, but nothing being brought.
Down goes Packer. He's slaughtered by Ask, and there have been a lot of kills for CL4L. They're happening when they're looking in the wrong direction. Ask is just feasting upon this team. Another round, another double kill for him. It's all up to Bino in a 1v4, and the magic that has surrounded CL4L feels like it's slowly fading. Two lined up, Ask gets his third kill of the round, and Black Dragons move on to series point.
Words being said about playing together and playing fast, none of that happened that round. You go very slow, and then when there's 60 seconds left in the round, Packer solo walks up the cargo stairs, doesn't use any of his Deimos utility, immediately dies to Ask.
But he coming from tellers. I mean, I thought Adam was going to go that side.
Adam was dead. Yeah. Can we all just clear top? Can we all clear top?
Yeah.
Let's all just go, like, open Aqua door, like, We just gotta play together, dude. We gotta play trades. We haven't traded a single round. We're just all dying one by one.
Ask finding both Packer and Adam by playing inside of Tellers was the key kickoff of that round that helped things go well for Black Dragons. Now they lead on match point. 1 round is all they need to go face G2 in a promotion match. Winner of that will, of course, make it into our second phase, the Swiss phase of our event, where they will be playing with all of the best teams in the world. CL4L, if they lose 1 of the next 3, they'll be down to face Kag Osaka in the elimination match. The loser of that game finishes dead last. Never where you want to be. They're going to clear top. I got to say it, Parker. Packer, a little bit less excited. I'm starting to get tones of frustration in some of these.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, you can even sense it in the way that they speak to each other. It's totally different when, you know, you're doing okay and you're turning around and saying, yeah, it's fine. We just got to be better. But you've allowed Black Dragons to win 3 in a row at this point. Oh, my. And Bino missing that pocket EMP. None left.
That's tough. That's really tough. They have an IQ, too. They didn't need to guess. They didn't need to gamble. They took a couple extra seconds to move Adam down to the basement. They could have just spotted out the claws, and then you know exactly where it is.
Even experienced teams do this, though.
They do.
Even some of the most experienced teams that we've seen forget to shoot default cams. They forget to use their gadgetry. We've had times where there'll be a soft hatch, and a Buck will walk in, leave it, and then a Hibana will X-Kairos the soft hatch. Why? Teams just sometimes forget. In the heat of things, there's a lot for you to mentally keep track of. A team like CL4L is obviously going to be feeling the heat at this particular moment, and they're bound to make more mistakes because of it.
You're absolutely right. They said we got to clear top floor as a team. Packer was begging with his squad to do just that, and they're attempting it here. Dealing some damage. Bakuto wins the fight eventually. Uzi falls the first one here. He might be done in this game if his teammates can't clutch up in the 4v5. Everybody on Black Dragon still playing around this top floor. There is Guto inside of Cargo. A trade for Adam would be massive to start pulling this one back, but he rotates down the staircase now. Hornet does as well. It is only Ask who remains in the mid-floor inside a cafeteria. There he goes, running out on the Mozzie. Been a popular operator today, but at the moment he is... Honestly, he's pretty committed at this point. He can still go down the vending stairs, but he's quite isolated away from the rest of his team. If they can move quick enough, they might be able to find a pick onto him and equalize it. That does assume they know where he is, of course.
Uzi having a really rough go of it as well. Nobody other than Adam really having a great match here on Labs. The numbers were okay until the second half came into effect, and then since then, it's been quite downhill for CL4L. Packer, a big kill. They need him motivated. They need his head in the game. He's starting off strong. Now it's Ask, though, to go under the radar. Diving down below the soft destruction, done on the wall, squaring up to the door frame. 30 seconds remain, and Black Dragons now find themselves in a very good spot, and it will only get better. Another round where Ask gets a double kill, and just like that, the match is over. Well, you got to hear the highlights from yesterday's matchup, but now you actually get to see the match in just a few moments. CL4L will go to battle against CAG Osaka. And which one will win? Which of the C teams will come out ahead?
It's a battle to be sure, Parker, of course. Only one region can send another team to Phase 2, Japan or North America. Both have representatives in Stage 2 already, Scars representing Japan, and then Sonics, SSG, and Dark Zero representing North America. The Spirit of Woos rooting for CL for life in this game, of course.
Being channeled by Packer.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean, both of these teams are going to be fighting for their lives. CAG is a team that traditionally goes out before we... Team that has never competed on the main stage of a major. They are perennial 12th to 10th place finishers, sometimes worse than that, and if they don't persevere today, it'll certainly be a worse result. Shureep was the standout player yesterday.
Yeah, Shureep played absolutely amazing, carried them through their first map win. Of course, yesterday, CAG looked to be in a position to upset G2, knock them down to the lower bracket immediately, but they kind of ran out of gas halfway through that series. They won the first map dominantly on Bank. They kind of threw away their lead on Cafe, and then they got stomped on Console at 7-2. It was a rough performance for them, but they're back, refreshed, revitalized, trying to take down Steel for Life and book themselves a date with Chiefs Esports Club later today in their qualifying match. You're absolutely right. I mean, Cyclops CAG, they have consistently been a team who have failed to make it to the higher portions of majors. They've been to so many events. It's actually kind of crazy. Out of all the APAC teams, they've probably been to the most events, at least in our modern era. Maybe some of the Korean teams are up there as well. I'd have to check the math on that, but CAG have been to a ton of events. Through those events, they've played a few North American teams, but it's been over 2 years since CAG last took down an NA squad. Their lifetime record is 3 wins, 10 losses against North Americans. So obviously this will be a tough performance. This is a weaker North American squad than they're used to, but nonetheless, it will be a challenge.
The keys to success for CL4L today will be to not tilt off the face of the earth. I think it's fair to say that yesterday's performance showed that they can hang with good teams mechanically and strategically as well. But as that best of 3 wore on, things went from bad to worse in the heads of these 5 players. Packer is somebody that you're going to lean on to be the experienced voice on the team to help prepare you for these matchups and for these altercations with other regional teams. But yesterday he seemed a little bit heated at what was going on with the squad. It's incumbent upon him and Coach Bodega to actually calm the team down, which didn't really seem to be quite so successful yesterday, but who knows what could happen today. They are mechanically good enough to go up against the CAG team, but they don't exactly have the same pedigree. And even though CAG has had less success than a lot of their regional counterparts, they're still inarguably more experienced on an international stage. We have the maps ready for you. Where are we going to play today, Jesse?
We'll find out, won't we? It will be back to Lair.
Okay.
We were just there in our last series. We're going to return once again, and it is the pick of CAG. Parker, do you know how many times CAG have played Lair in their history?
How many?
0.
Wow.
They've never played this map in any form of competition. I'm sure they've scrimmed it, but so far they have yet to showcase that map ever. CL for Life respond back with a Nighthaven Labs pick, another one of our newer maps in the pool. We saw them rocking that map, of course, just yesterday in their match against Black Dragons. You saw the highlights of it not too long ago if you were watching our break, the final moments of it where they did get eliminated by Black Dragons. Had some struggles in that map, no doubt about it, but also had some moments where they looked very good. Their defenses were certainly something to watch out for, and we'll finish on Chalet. That was the only map that CL for Life won yesterday. That was the Uzi Masterclass with some of the great Mozzie roams, and we saw that being the only success coming out of Steel for Life. CAG as well, of course, experienced on it, as it's been in the pool for quite a while at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing at a top level and you don't know your way around Chalet, I think there's some serious work.
Yeah.
That's got to be done here. But Lair will be a fascinating one, and it will also be just a small little quirk of our 2 matches yesterday. We ended the first series that we casted yesterday on Consulate, and we began our second series on Consulate, whereas here, we're ending on Lair and beginning again on Lair. What are the stakes, just in case you missed them? Well, the loser of this matchup goes home. For CAG Osaka, it's a significantly longer flight than most of these North American players will endure. But for CL4L, it will be a 2 and done, because not 1 and done. It'll be good experience for these players, but ultimately would be the end of the road of the only team that isn't competing at a Tier 1 level at this major. You mentioned that the Chiefs will face the winner of this match. The Chiefs lost to Falcons earlier today. Falcons taking flight, the first team to qualify for the playoffs coming out of the Middle East. Chiefs are still in it. They're still playing. That Australian squad still could make playoffs. They await the winner of this matchup.
I was heading to breakfast this morning and I caught a couple Chiefs players in the elevators.
Oh.
They were a little sleepy, I won't lie to you.
They're Australian, so they were standing on the top of the elevator.
They were, yeah. They had their feet glued to the front of it. They were a little disoriented, but it's okay. They got down to the player performance area eventually. It was a fast game, though. I mean, they really didn't play many rounds at all. 7-4, 7-0 up against Falcons. They weren't able to win any of the maps earlier today. It does give them a lot of time to watch this matchup. I'm sure they're watching right now and get ready for their game. They will be playing in a bit after this. I'm not sure the exact time of the matchup, but I'm sure that'll be available on socials for those who need to go find out. An important game, nonetheless. I mean, there's lots of Siege to be played today. Teams are often playing 2 BO3s instead of just one. So we have a large opportunity for Fatigue to start fitting in. Both Chiefs, CL4L, less so CAG, but Chiefs and CL4L have both have very little LAN experience as squads. You've got a couple experienced members, but that's it. So sometimes that fatigue, that pressure will get to you. Might provide a road for CAG with much more experience to pave through and finally make it to that second phase, but all ifs at this point.
I mean, all we can really do is speculate as the players are still getting themselves into the lobby. I mean, the lack of experience on layer for a lot of teams results in a very interesting matchup as teams learn throughout the course of the actual match, but then are also learning as the season goes on. And if you watch the match that just came before this, where G2 and Black Dragons competed against each other on layer, then I'm gonna sound like I'm repeating myself a lot. But not everybody watches every single game, so we have no choice but to say things in the off chance that there are new listeners right now. And do me a favor while we're waiting to get in. If you're a new viewer, aka this is your first time watching a match today, type 1 in the chat. The moderators love that. That is not Blast.
No.
That's Bino.
Yes.
That's Packer.
CL for Life, the biggest problem they had yesterday was with their attacks, right? They only won 21% of all attacks yesterday. It was the worst of any team that played, and a big issue with that was their roam clear. Often they were not successfully droning out players that were going for big flanks, that were going for big rotations, that were ratting out on the roam. They weren't able to find those players with their drones, nor were they able to clear them successfully. We're going to Lair, Parker, and this is a map that CL for Life have played quite a bit. Even back when they were under the Makers tag, they've played it quite a bit. But it's a big map. It can be a tough map to roam clear sometimes. If CAG are taking advantage of that, if CAG Osaka are running around the top couple of floors, it's going to be very difficult for CL for Life to hunt them down and find them, to give themselves that man advantage. It's going to be the main thing I'm watching for CL for Life, to see if they've improved from yesterday.
No, I'm very curious to see what changes both of these teams have made, but for the lesser experienced of the two, that's where my interest is going to be, right? CL4L. How have they adapted to international play? How do you prepare for a Brazilian squad and then immediately pivot towards taking care of a Japanese team that is going to play a completely different style of game? Interregional matchups are one thing. And a team with no experience coming in and playing against regions they've never even considered playing against before is something completely different. But it really does go back to mental for me. It is a grueling set of maps to play a best of 3, especially when most of these players, actually all of these players from CL4L, never competed at that level before. Enough stalling though. Let's get into layer. I know you don't want to hear us vamp any longer. You want the goods. And we will bring the goods to you. CAG versus CL4L. Loser goes home.
We'll get right into the operator ban. CL4L will ban the same operators every time they play this map. It will be Montaigne and Azami. If they deviate from that, that'll be a big curveball. Not just yet, though. Monty bans against Cyclops are something that is go together like two good things that go together. Lots of teams will ban Monty against CAG. Could be a Ying here. They have gone for the Blitz ban sometimes, but Ying's been their most banned operator throughout this tournament and throughout the stage as well. CAG have banned a couple of shields, but typically they like to play those shields instead. We've not ever seen them play on this map, so who knows what we could see for a ban here. Could be a Fenrir, could be a Val, could be a Kaid. It'll be the Kaid, there we go. Last one should be a zombie coming out from CL for Life, unless they want to toss something interesting into the mix. But otherwise, I think these are very predictable operator bans from both sides. I think that might be what you want as well if you're CAG playing a map for the very first time. You want to keep things kind of standard, you know. You've already got the element of surprise. You're already going to be catching your opponent off guard because they've got nothing to VOD with you, right? So if you can come into it and then say, okay, all of a sudden, We're also changing up the operator bans. If that catches you off guard, maybe that takes away your advantage to some extent. But not going to happen. In this game, CAG will be playing with all the standard bans as we get into our very first round. And of course, Anatol's jumping on the blitz. Why wouldn't he be?
All the players yelling, getting into the mood, getting into the groove, and now we will get underway. Very quiet. This is how quiet it is.
We talked yesterday about the ambiance of the siege sometimes.
Sometimes it's quite nice, isn't it?
It is. Shotguns roaring through.
The pitter-patter of the footsteps on the wood. Fine interior here at Deimos' lair where money is no option.
It's a shame they're destroying it, really.
Yeah.
Ripping up the floorboards.
Think about all the work that gets done to build these beautiful places, and then...
Honestly, we don't talk about them much. Shout out to the team that rebuilds the map after every round.
They're very fast.
They're very fast. They put a ton of work. They never get credit for their job. It's about 50 engineers and workers that get that done in the prep phase, or in the operator select phase every 15 seconds.
It takes Major League Baseball more time to just clean the bases than it does to completely remodel the interior of these maps. It's an impressive thing, I gotta say.
We might be the stupidest casters, you and I, Parker.
Have you heard Stokes?
Okay, fair. All right.
I love Sam.
Me too. We got the Blitz play coming out once again, looking to be going into operations, meaning that Anatson on the Legion would be the first one that they come into contact with. The drone of Anatson will start to find that out. A lot of the pressure from CL for Life have been placed over towards our 6 rooms. There's not that much utility here. There's no mirror windows looking to operations. There's obviously a zombie is banned out, so there's no Kiba set up. Instead, just a single reinforcement met with a open angle that immediately gets opened by the ace. So a lot of ground being taken for free. They've got the IQ down below as well to help stop some of these bandits from stopping the wall from being opened. We've got the ace of Black Ray will be opening up that outer wall right now. Greatly done. The utility work has gone by very quickly from CAG. In just 90 seconds, they've gotten, I would say, all the map control they really need. They just got to open this next wall and they'll be flying.
It was very quickly that Sharif got in the building. He was droned in very successfully. Now Uzi over by display. Sitting on top of a mute jammer within arm's reach of the bomb sites. Not actually sitting on it itself. Smokes will go into Deimos' office itself, and there's Uzi with the very first pick. Shuri finishes him off shortly thereafter. Blitz of Anaton reduced to smithereens. Probably the worst way to be reduced, if I'm being honest. Black Ray and Shuri blast to remaining. Black Ray dropped by Bino, and now it's Shuri swinging over towards Packer, doing some serious damage. 2 kills so far for the sensation that we saw play yesterday. Not enough for Giddy to deal with, sitting behind the table in a very impressive angle. CL Frel takes map number 1.
Big C4 from Packer. He only got 1 kill in that round. He did get traded shortly after, but he got the most important kill. He C4'd the Blitz to really stop that push in its tracks. That was expertly done. And CAG, I liked the push that they had. You know, they kind of faked they were going to go for a mask plant. They smoked it off. They opened the wall. They had everything to plant just inside a mask. But then they put the fuse kit on the Blitz and just sprinted through the bathroom hallway right into server, where they met Packer, and he put that plan to an end. Obviously, some good plays coming out from Bino as well, picking up a couple of kills. The rest of the members of CL for Life all contributing to that round. But for me, it was Packer with that most important pickup onto the Blitz. You know you're going to be coming up against it, right? You're playing against CAG. You know that they're going to be running Blitz on the majority of these rounds. Anaton is famous for his shield play, and while I've talked about the fact that he's actually been moving away from Monty in the vast majority of rounds this stage, he actually hasn't played much Monty at all. Blitz is a different story. He's been running a ton of Blitz throughout both Stage 2 of the Regional League and now here at the Major. It's not a surprise to see him back on the Operator, so it's good to see early on in this matchup that CL for Life have the answers.
I think early confidence is good here for this team. It's always very peculiar when a team does not play a map and then brings it out in international competition, but I mean, usually you want to save it for the later rounds when you'll find the most value out of it. 16th time's a charm there for Giddy. CAG don't really have any choice, by the way. They have to play layer now. If they are a really good team at it who's been sitting on it for a while, it's do or die. If they opt not to play layer, they could be on a flight back home in the next 24 hours, meaning their next opportunity to play layer would have to come at SI.
It's very true. I also find that oftentimes in these like weaker regions, right? Like Japan is like, the top teams in Japan are good. Like Scars is a great team, KAG are a good team, but the deeper you go, you kind of run out of those like top level squads. And so a lot of times teams from Japan and other smaller regions don't look like they have a wide map pool, but that's because the other teams in the region consistently ban the same maps over and over and over again. And even if Scars or Cyclops want to play a map like Lair, if every one of your opponents is consistently banning it because they just don't play the newer maps, then you're not going to get that opportunity to show it off. So I don't think the fact that they haven't played it previously immediately says that KAG are a bad Lair team, and certainly they don't think they are with this pick. As we saw from our first series of the day, or at least during my first series of the day, there was a series earlier casted by Ace and Des.
Who are currently casting on the B stream right now.
Indeed they are. This is a very defender-sided map, and so we expect CL for Life to go up to a bit of an advantage. The game plan from CAG right now is going to be to plant without taking the full top control. They're going right on in.
Off to the races. Shuri with Diffuser on Thermita. Bit of an odd position for him to be in. Anaton, the first kill, traded out immediately. Diffuser going down successfully, and CL Pharrell will now scramble in the post plant. Chibisu waiting for the drop. He can hear the herd of elephants from above. Are they expecting somebody to be beneath? Will they double swing it by any chance? No. They'll let them go by. Chibisu a little bit slow. How do you miss that engagement? Uzi prevails in that fight. All the while, CL Pharrell are wasting time, though. You got to get to that diffuser. The gunfire will go out. Uzi looking to the right, but the player to the left. Almost at the point of no return. CAG cleaning up. And now it's Adam to sit on the diffuser. Finished from above. Black Ray holding court. The timer too far gone. And CAG will answer back with a round of their own.
Good post plant from CAG. This is something that CL for Life have struggled with. Yesterday against Black Dragons, they allowed plants in quite a few rounds coming through there. Sorry, CAG are typically the ones allowing a lot of plants, 30 or 47% of rounds they played yesterday. Maybe bring some of that against their opponents. They do plant quite a bit as well. They planted in 38% of their rounds against G2. That's another one added to the tally. For CL for Life, you should be able to deny that from above, but just didn't quite have the angles. I love the chaos that CAG were bringing that round. They pushed early. They opened all the walls kind of at the same time. They tossed in a couple of smokes. They ran in with the blitz. They made it very chaotic. And in theory, yes, you can deny that plant from up above, but you've got to be able to find that denial within 7 seconds at the same time that there's going to be pressure on you from other players of the team up above. It's a job that is much easier said than done. And so CAG just taking advantage of that fact, get the plant down, and the post plant's a little scary, but they were always in the better position to win that.
Action time. Adam running the Tubarão and looking for a spawn peak early on. There is a silhouette close by, so it could work out, but nope. He'll hide his tracks and head out of there, through weapon into armory.
Cyrenaco's already downed. I'm not sure. Was that a pick?
I believe it might have been Uzi.
It probably was with the Boss G. You can get crazy long angle shots with that thing. It downs from almost any range. I think it's like 25 meters it'll down from. I could be wrong on that, but it's a ridiculous range that that thing one-shot downs from. Can't get the finish off, but still, I mean, 80 damage, 90 damage off of Cyrenaco will be exceptional. Still hunting around for more. It's not as good of a gun for shooting drones, admittedly. But this is an interesting hold from CL for Life. They're really dedicated to holding on to Armory. This is something that they've done a few times now. Obviously, they've played this map quite a bit, 5 times. Something that has been somewhat popular in North America. I've never seen this exact like shield setup that they had going on. The answer to it from CAG will be to look like run up the yellow stairs on the blitz. Here's the setup it's shown now, played by Adam. Upstairs, they've got the hatches open. The one nice thing about this is if they do try to plant inside of office on the side of CAG, you can deny it absolutely from up above. if you continue to hold on to Armory, but that's obviously much easier said than done. Anderson deciding better of that, I guess.
How many times today we see the shield start to just tear ass in one direction and then oopsies, and then just go the other way? Sorry, you can't say ass on broadcast. Yes, I apologize. Shuri now goes for the drop, enabled by those death marks, enabled by the sounds of the logic bomb. Tearing through one player, another will drop now at the hands of Anaton as Kitty dies. Packer and Uzi, last two left, both hitting the deck. Squaring up next to the doorways, expecting the next wave of CAG players to barge on in. That's Diffuser in Anaton's hands, going down, stopped by the gas. Uzi creeping up, Shiraniko dies, and now Black Ray looking for more on the ground, finishing off Packer. It's Uzi to clutch out. Oh, and he gets it before Black Ray seals the deal on the round. CAG, 2 in a row.
Was very close for Uzi. Almost had that clutch coming on out, but not quite. The numbers advantage never really favored them. I love the way that they started that round. Credit to Black Ray for ending it successfully. But the early round execute from Shuri to get control of Armory was fantastic. Well, actually prompted tactical timeout from CL for life.
Play a shotgun, and then in the next round, play a trap up and play with Atom on Armory, you know? Play double up on base for basement, double up with Atom. And then now just play a shotgun, and you don't need to play the hull, you know? Just give it up. They're gonna do a Pebbles play this round for Master, you know? And then for side, for bunks, they're gonna do a top takedown.
I mean, you want mute?
It's a blatant top take, so you just play the fight. You play for the for bunks.
Some very direct instructions from Bodega. Oftentimes you'll see attack timeout and the advice from the coach will be somewhat vague, it'll be somewhat general, right? This is going wrong, we gotta do more of this. This was attack timeout where Bodega says you're gonna play this position with this operator on this role, you're gonna be doing this round, this round.
Rotate anyone. We're good, brother.
Some questions, some follow-up questions as well. Uzi asking, should I play Boss G? He's playing Warden Shotgun this time around, not Vigil, so the Boss G not available. This is the top floor hold that they're going to be running. I couldn't hear everything that Bodega was instructing, so I'm interested to see exactly what this setup will be. But clearly some very specific instructions. When they're only down 2-1, they must really feel that this is a map they have to win the defenses on, and the fact they're down 2-1 already scares them.
Yeah, very early for them to be calling that, especially on CAG's map. You'd think, okay, maybe we'll settle in, but we just watched how defender-sided this map was in the matchup that came before between G2 and Black Dragons. So CL4L letting CAG walk all over them. While being walked on is something that some people might enjoy, for CL4L, they probably don't appreciate it. So in this sense, call a timeout, settle things down, and again, the big pain point for CL4L yesterday was the mental. It was picked up on social media, it was picked up on by other players about how quickly their mental deteriorated. I mean, it's their first time playing at an international event. They're not used to Tier 1 competition. There's gonna be some growing pains.
For sure.
The hope is that you continue to grow.
A lot of pressure on Adam in that, or sorry, on Packer in that role as well. Captain the team, IGL. He's been very vocal from this squad. We've gotten to listen into a lot of what he's had to say to his teammates, which have been very insightful. This round for CAG will start much like the last. They get the outer wall opened up. Now they can decide kind of what they want to do with the rest of this push. Traditional wisdom would say go take operations, go plant inside the mask wall. That's exactly what they did last time, but they pivoted from an operations-looking push into just running in with the blitz through the bathroom, called a couple of picks. They don't have the blitz this time, so the game plan must be somewhat different. Shirip down below playing on that Deimos, trying to hunt for some picks. He first scans Adam. Not sure if Adam, he will jump on a mute jammer, so nothing going to be coming from that. The rest of these players, though, still around the site. We've seen CAG stall out to an extent. I'm not 100% sure what they want to be doing with this push. I think it will be operations, but they've got players outside of bathroom, as you're seeing from Chibisu. They've got players in around mezzanine, which you saw from Shirip earlier. And they'll get a kill around mezzanine as well as Packer goes down.
Wow, they are just getting picked apart right now by CAG. We still got those death marks that can remain for the last three players, but thank goodness there are mute jammers here. Intel is the name of the game so far through these 3 rounds, so mute is a must for CL Pharrell. Packer also just seems to like that kid. He likes a shotgun and a secondary SMG as his main go-to, so why not? In contention for what might be one of the cleanest shots that we have seen so far at this entire event. Shoe Reap turns Uzi inside out. Another round from CAG. That's going to be the shot that people talk about, but it was a very clean round from CAG. They win that one flawlessly, and their lead continues to grow.
You didn't catch it, but Uzi put an NS in chat, rightfully deserved.
You played Castle, but Legion's fine. Legion's fine. Stick Legion. Yo, listen. Not even that, bro. We just got. I'm not even kidding. We gotta call rotations.
All right, some words being given by Packer at the end of that round. I'm sure they'll find out their game plan. Really, that was a round that came down to, some big plays from Shoe Reap. We saw a lot of that just yesterday. He had more kills in map 1 yesterday than any APAC player at a major since Yas dropped 22 against SSG in Yavla in 2021. It has been 3 years since an APAC player has dropped that many kills in a single map at a major. So breaking records on the side of Shoe Reap, having some massive impact, but even with the Deimos pistol, that thing is so good. It hits like a truck, and if you're hitting headshots, of course, it's always going to be a one-shot kill. So it's been beautifully done by him. They need him to continue to perform if CAG want to make it to phase 2.
Yeah, and right now, CAG is walking CL Pharrell like, I think their logo's a dog.
It is. It's a dog with a chew toy in its mouth.
I was going to say, that's what it appeared like, and it's CL Pharrell getting walked like a dog so far through these 4 rounds. But I wanted to argue against myself, but I don't really find many compelling ways to give hope to CL Pharrell at this moment. CAG are dominant, they're playing their game, and they're on the worst side of layer.
They're on their opponent's map pick. I would say that is the main angle of hope. Obviously, that's not going to be super inspiring until we get to that second map. That's some also not quite as good Deimos shots coming up Shoe Reap. It's okay, they can't all be winners. Trying to get that vertical destruction down from below. Just trying to track onto that, the player up above, deal some damage to the Clash maybe as well, but just couldn't quite find the angles. Dealt about, Adam's taking a bit of damage here in the midst of this, but hasn't managed to result in a kill, so they'll back off a little bit. Still playing down below. We're on the exact same site that we were just on. Are we going to be seeing the same push from CAG? They're running the Blitz back, which makes me think it could be a repeat of round 1's push, but the positioning is completely different. They're all up towards storage, and we're seeing a third iteration of this push.
There's the shield to engage, and Bino realizes there's not much to be had there as he falls off of his position. The shield recharges, and Anaton has found a considerable opening with plenty of map control to spare now. Lots of time. We actually lost the sound there. I was like, what? That is the quietest shield I've ever heard. Shoe Reap with 7 kills through 4 rounds, 5 active rounds at this point.
That's such a weird entry. They ran in with the Blitz, they killed the smoke, and then they left. They said, never mind. We're going to push somewhere else. And they've got the time to do that. They've got the time to reposition. So like, okay, now they're going to go over to display with the Blitz. Diffuse kit's actually outside the outer wall, so it's a multi-dimensional push to come on in.
Anaton suffering through an awful lot at this point, yet still going on, still going forward. Shoe Reap there, once again with the Deimos sidearm to do some serious damage. It felt like half of CAG. There's goo mines in their feet, and they will just run over CL Pharrell. Timeout is called, and since then, CL Pharrell is gone. Well, not much better. CAG in firm control, marching their way towards a 5-1 half.
I really don't envy Packer. Because every round he's trying to call adaptations for his team. They're trying to strategize, but every round CAG are doing something different. Even if the bomb site is the same, they've got a new plan every single time, and that's not something you expect to see from a team who are inexperienced on a map. Cyclops Osaka have never played this map. Ever. Ever, ever. Other than in scrims. And yet their strat book seems to be far deeper than anything Steel for Life are ready for. They were just saving it for a very important game, and with elimination on the line, it doesn't get much more important than this. CAG, I love the way they're running around with the Blitz, the multiple different rooms they're willing to push from. They'll bait one area of the map that they're pushing, they'll go somewhere else. They're playing all these mind games with Steel for Life, and then of course the gunfights are coming out strong as well. On the side of Steel for Life, not a single player is positive, only Uzi is negative, or sorry, is even. They're in a really tough spot at this point. This is the defender side of map. We saw in our last game, G2 versus Black Dragons, both of those teams won 5 defensive rounds, and that went overtime. So the fact that we could be seeing 5 attacking rounds from CAG is less than ideal.
Heck of a time for CAG to pull out a map that they had no experience on, quote unquote. No experience at a tier 1 level, of course, because...
Or any level.
Well, I mean, teams scrim it. My point was that you're going to be scrimming it and playing it. This isn't the first time that CAG have ever played this map. Could you imagine? Packer gets the first kill. I don't know what Shoe was trying to do. Probably just getting in very quickly, but a swift death at the hands of the smoke of Packer puts CAG in an unfavorable position and actually situates CL4L quite well for the remainder of this first half.
You'd be forgiven for forgetting that the bomb site is in the basement. Packer on the very top floor finds that opening pick on Smoke. Don't forget, if he dies, that's a very important operator to take it off the board, but clearly he wants to use that delay early in the round rather than late. It'd be a tough site sometimes to rotate back to. It's the same kind of setup that they had previously with the shield inside of Armory. I said I liked it the last time I saw it. Shirin Echo, I think it was, or maybe it was She-Reap, walked in and just took it for himself, so it didn't actually succeed for CL for Life. But again, this is kind of showing the difference in strategy. Still, CAG runs something different every single round. CL for Life, they're bringing out the exact same strat that they ran the last time they were here. Not saying that's even a bad thing necessarily if it's the best strat you've got, but it is a difference in playstyle and it might give that edge to CAG. Dokkaebi Call running out now. Can they get anything off of this?
Lots of sounds being made as the logic bombs go off. The blitz off to the races. Anaton absorbing a lot of damage. 1 kill onto Uzi. It's Packer with a second. He's got all the kills so far in this round for CL4L. GB2 looking for something. Adam will take 1 away from Packer. And CL4L are situated very well at this point. All up to the Deimos and the Dokkaebi. 3 death marks and 1 logic bomb for CAG though, so at very minimum, they will still have plenty at their disposal to track down these remaining players. Shiriniko going for the nade to possibly dislodge. Adam on the ground. Goodbye, Shiriniko. Under the ground. Black Ray is the last one standing, and Giddy vaporizes him. Motivating 6th and final round this first half, giving some life to CL4L.
I promise you, we're not going to see anything special on their defenses. I promise you.
Not expecting anything special in their defenses.
Nothing.
He promised it. Very confident up against a team that they've never seen play this map before. Maybe they've scrimmed each other, to be fair. It's possible.
Very confident for a team that has never played this map before.
Well, they've never seen Steve.
I mean, maybe he's from the future.
Maybe.
Maybe he's a time traveler.
That would be I imagine a competitive advantage, and we'd probably have to disqualify him for that.
No, I don't think so.
Well, in that previous round, it felt like CAG just got a little sloppy with it. I mean, immediately dying with the ram, didn't seem to have Packer droned out. You're walking into a shotgun at the top stairs on the top floor. That's never going to be a favorable gunfight. They followed that up with an okay clear of Armory, but they lost so many bodies getting that map control that eventually they just did not have the numbers in the 1v4 watched execute that they had. So now there's some life. I mean, a 5-1 feels like it's over, especially moving on to the attacking side for CL for Life. But a 4-2 is not the end of the world, okay? Is it great? Certainly not. But it does still have potential. And CL for Life, they're not afraid to pull out the same old tricks that CAG were taking advantage of. They put Packer straight onto the blitz. Uzi on the Finca. You've got a couple of operators that can get in and have some aggression in this round. Don't know if it'll be a direct rush play. This is a hard site to rush because there's so many little corners that the defenders can be hiding in. And they usually have quite a bit of good plant denial too that you can't really sneak past. But regardless, when the XU comes out, it's going to be very explosive. They've got a couple players over by operations at the moment, a couple players that are down kind of by the mezzanine stairs. You see their silhouettes in the bottom left. This is really going to be a focus of clearing out Anaton first, deal with that clash, maybe with the Capitao, maybe with some other options, and then moving on past that towards the mask wall. They are rotating a couple of players over towards, well, they're not sure.
Almost no soft destruction being brought from CL4L either. I think that's worth noting. They're going to go after gadgetry. The ace will be the main one blowing things up. in particular those mirror windows. So take care of the mute jammers, get them off of the mirror windows, assuming that there is a mute jammer behind them, and then you have the ace to take care of it, because that's really all you got. I guess you got the grenades of Finka, but I have to imagine those will be used for either deployable shields or pushing CAG off of their very comfortable spots. Adrenal Surge as Blitz rushes on in. Packer taking a bunch of damage, fire in front of him. He was also disoriented from the yokai that was over top of the stairs. Down goes Giddy to Black Ray. That's the very first pick of the round, and as the fire dissipates, Packer in hot pursuit of these CAG players. A battle of the shields now will unfold should Packer go the direction he was hoping for as the clash stands in the way. Anaton will look to buy time. Exposed on the sides, but impervious to those bullets front on. No grenades remain from Uzi, so that deployable shield far back at the end of the hallway will remain in place for the foreseeable future and allow Shiraniko relative safety to play off of it.
Kind of awkward, but here comes the second of the adrenal surges from Uzi. Just trying to heal up. They're not pushing off of this one necessarily. They do have players that are kind of around the bathroom hallway. They might want to jump Packer in. There's the first smoke. They got to get going because there's not much time left. The C4 pushed over anyways.
Packer and Adam with 2 kills. The shield is all in. Black Ray and Anaton, the last 2 remain. The Clash now having to put the shield away and engage with a sidearm. Good enough to deal with it against Bino, but not enough against the shield that chased them down. Strong round from CL Pharrell, and might we be seeing an attacker-sided layer?
I gotta say, it was a good push from CL for Life. The idea was really strong. They had a player inside of operations, they had 2 players coming up mezzanine, and then they had 2 players that were playing around kind of bathroom and display. It got a little risky because the Capitao Firebolts didn't seem to do their job. Shiraneko, I'm not sure if he was wearing fireproof boots or what he had on, but he just was not burning to death as those Capitao Firebolts just barely were missing him. So he didn't get forced out of there until very, very late in the round. But what CL for Life did, they always did it together, right? It was very in sync, very coordinated. I think that can be a little bit easier sometimes when you're rocking operators like the Finka, which give a very obvious boost. Here we go. When you're rocking operators like the Blitz, that kind of make that space and allow players to follow them up very, very conveniently. But they still did it expertly, and I think CL for Life deserve a lot of credit for that. Right towards the end of it, Adam got a huge flurry of kills playing on that Twitch DMR. Adam, one of those players that has been in Tier 1, one of the few players with Tier 1 experience on CL for Life. Played on Wildcard shortly and then on Sonics for a little bit as well. A lot of people were surprised that Adam did not get picked up for Tier 1 coming into Stage 2. After the LCQ performance that we've seen, where Adam destroyed many of the teams that did not pick him up, and now if they can have some success here at the Major, you got to imagine Adam won't be out of Tier 1 for very long.
No, I'm going to say something right now that I don't usually say all that often.
Okay.
I saw a good comment on Reddit. And basically they said that you can tell that Adam has proper bona fide Tier 1 experience based off of how he kept his composure in the matchup yesterday.
Yes.
And I very much agree with that. The longer that you play at the top, the more that you are in these high-risk, exhausting situations, usually the better you will be at dealing with them. Now, that's not always to say that it will happen. Lots of players get given tons of opportunities and continue to choke it, and then they don't end up finding success because they're just not built for it. But it was abundantly clear yesterday in the matchup with Adam that he's been there before and he was acting like it.
The opening pick for CL for Life, that could be them rolling with momentum now. Sharif did end up going down on the Goyo, meaning that this top floor is like really being given up for free. CAG wanted to go for a full anchor strategy inside the basement. CL for Life seemed to have read into that. The Jackal obviously makes it very clear when there are roamers and when there are not. If you see no footprints, there's nobody around. So that's a really good indication that will help speed things up on this early round after killing Sharif. Still 4 players left to find, and the question is, do they get aggressive to try to equalize the man count? I'm gonna guess no here, just based on op lineup, right? You've got Zoto canisters, Toxic Babes, a Clash, Dread Mines, Goyo canisters. You've got really an entire site that's meant to stall things out. I think right now CAG are happy to let CL for Life waste their own time. They lose another one to Uzi, and then eventually go for a stall tactic. Even if you're going to deny the plant, though, if you're in a big enough man disadvantage, that's not really going to be possible. CL for Life can flood this site. So we're going to need to see some kills coming back from CAG pretty soon here. Less than a minute left on the round.
It's a big map. It's a new map for a lot of teams still with very limited plays. Time is going to be a huge problem just based on its size alone. This was something that we saw with maps like Villa way back when. Teams would run out of time because it is a bigger map. Theme Park was another culprit where it's just a very large map. It takes a lot of time to roam clear it. Down goes Black Ray because Adam still has control above, and CAG are just waiting to die, it would appear at this point. A nice flick from Anaton. Shield goes out, but he's the last one standing. Yet again, it's a clash as the final hope. But CAG in that round had lost all hope. Another round for CL4L on the board, and we have a tie game.
Dude, where were these attacks yesterday? I genuinely feel like the attacks from CL for Life yesterday were very poor. They had the lowest attacking win rate of any team. And now we've seen 2 rounds from them on attack, and they've been very good. Very together. They've clearly had game plans.
I mean, I don't know. The flash isn't working. I'm just rotating like an idiot.
We've got a attack timeout from CAG.
Guys, really play off the drones and pick a one. Play off the drones and pick a one. Play like that. Uzi, pick 2 kills this round. Literally just like that. Okay. So, pick a drone and pick a kill. Uzi literally just pick a one with his drone and kill 2 on this round, you know? Literally just do that. Keep playing the game, and the gaps go appear, you know? Keep collective, keep calm, guys.
And the success from their attacks doesn't seem to be from some complicated game plan. Budega's telling them to drone and get picks off their drones. That's about as basic as it gets, but they're accomplishing it so well, they're executing it so perfectly, that it is resulting in, so far, 2 flawless pushes on the side of CL for Life.
Just let Bino do it, because he does it on the other side. Okay?
And Bino is going to be allowed to do something in this next round. What that is, not sure. He's got the defuse kit. Maybe he was talking about planting. Maybe
We don't know what it is, but he'll be able to do it.
He's going to do something.
Oh, he's going to do it.
The team is going to let Bino do it.
Let Bino be Bino, you know?
Let Bino live.
Let Bino live. So, either way, CL4L are a newly rejuvenated team, and they had some very big issues on defense early on. And CAG are an explosive team. They're an unpredictable team. But CAG have also had its struggles on attack. The fact that they were able to run up the score on attack is great for their squad, but now I actually like CL4L's chances with the way that this map has shaped out.
I agree 100%. I mean, you are right. CL for Life, 21% on their attack yesterday. Cyclops, 38. Not that much better. Still below what you would typically want to see from top-level teams, at least when the competition is relatively even. So, yeah, hopefully we're going to see some better stuff out of both these teams on the attack throughout the series, but I'm absolutely worried for CAG at this point. We didn't get to really hear or at least understand what their coach was trying to talk to them about, but this is their opportunity to find a little bit of an answer to what CL for Life have been going after. If CL4L are going for more kind of drone somebody out and immediately find them, maybe that's going to encourage CAG to play more in duos. Maybe they'll get a little bit more aggressive, try to beat out those drones and find picks before they get droned out. They've played relatively passive, I would say, the last couple of defenses. They haven't been going for early aggression. They haven't been roaming very much at all. In fact, I don't think they have been roaming at all. One early death from Shoe Reap is all we've really seen. And a minute into this round, there's not that much early aggression either, but here's perhaps a swing.
Uzi was waiting for them, but when you hear the sound of the LMG, do you want to take that engagement? That is the question. That's Chibisu, who's sitting at a single kill. Shiraniko also at 2 kills. Neither of these players tend to be performing this badly for CAG. Shiraniko in particular actually started to pick it up after Shoe Reap dropped off in yesterday's matchup.
Big pick from Adam to start things off. Chibisu's success will not come in this round, if it is to come at all. The Bees are making it very chaotic, but they're all together once again on CL for Life. This is the consistent theme. They are full clearing through the top floor. Bino finds Shoe Reap as well as they keep on pushing through. Maybe that's what he had to do, kill Shoe Reap. Regardless, it does get done. And he's going to be offered another free pick. Just swing his own shield.
Okay.
Black Ray, I get it. They're desperate on the side of CAG. They realize that if they just sit in sight in a 3v5 with 60 seconds, they're going to lose. But that is not the swing that you wanted to go for. If you're Black Ray, obviously you're going to favor Bino in that one. Now we've left just Shiraneko and Anaton left alive in the 2v5. Packer was downed for a moment. I'm not sure exactly what buy, but he did get picked up. Might have been a Nitro, actually. But he's picked up now, safe and sound. 30 seconds. They're going to open up these floorboards. They could drop the hatch or walk down the green stairs. But regardless, they're going to have a very dominating push with a massive man advantage.
CL4L won round number 1. That's the only lead they've had so far in this map. It's CAG's map, and we're 15 seconds away from them regaining it. But hold on, maybe Aniton and Shiraniko have something to say about that. Numbers not equalized, but close to. Diffuser in the hands of Adam. He has to plant. Aniton shutting him down. C4 just way too slow. Sloppiness when you had everything going for you. What the hell happened at the tail end of that round?
Boy, that's a 2v5. You really don't want to be losing if you're CL for life.
We didn't make Vert above Bunk Seaweed.
That is not a good one, Jesse.
I mean, they didn't make Vert. They had no time to make Vert. I mean, they spent a lot of time up top and just didn't have anything.
I'm kind of dumbfounded at that one.
Generally, the game plan with that bomb site is you want a full clear top floor if that's what you want to do, and that's clearly what the plan was. So they wanted a full clear top floor, use the Vert, and then either plant by dropping in the hatch, or maybe you've got your planter outside the breach, or maybe you're going to run down the green stairs. You've got a lot of paths to the bomb site. But they stalled for so long. I think they just forgot about the clock. I think it kind of got away from them. In the 5v3, you don't have to overthink your push. You group up, you push 2 against 1, you get your trades, you win every time. Even some of the best players in the world are going to struggle to shoot 3-4 players at once if you're all walking at the same guy. If you're together, that should be a situation that you cannot lose. But it's one that they lose nonetheless. That feels like the inexperience shining through from CL for life. Simple mistakes that you just cannot be making at this level of play. And with this game being as close as it is, you got to wonder, is that going to be one of the rounds that they look back on tonight when they go home if they don't manage to win this?
Yeah, that was a real head scratcher. I mean, you seemingly had map control. The 2 players from CAG were spread out on the map. You've got more than enough players for you to be able to get in, get the diffuser down, and then just watch the doorways. I mean, I understand you don't have vertical control, but CAG seemingly had fallen off of that position and instead decided to go back towards the bomb site. It was a bit perplexing. But again, younger teams with limited experience are going to have these stumbles. They are going to make what appear to be, I want to say rookie mistakes, but things that leave us scratching our head. It's going to happen with the teams, well, it's going to happen with all teams, but it's going to happen more likely if you have less experience.
We've got a fun operator lineup coming up just next. It's going to be a smoke glass plant with the help of a blitz. Currently, they're setting up around, I think it's again going to be an operations push. We do have, obviously, Uzi on rappel out here. He's taking a lot of damage, but he is over towards bathroom. I think the brunt of this push is going to come in towards the mask wall instead. Bino rotating here now. Packer with the shield. He's going to put it on his back when he goes for that plant. Just to be a little bit safer, almost like an Osa in the way that he wants to play this. Oh, that's a big bandit trick from Aniton. Perfectly done. There's no pressure down below. Uzi is on the bucket, an operator with utility to stop bandit tricks, but he was out on rappel. He was outside the building, nowhere near in a position to stop that from happening. And so because of that decision and where they want to play, this mask wall looks like it's not going to get opened, Parker. And if you're not opening these walls, that gives you one doorway that they've just smoked, so they got to push through.
And Shiraniko gunned down Adam from a similar spot, and now Packer will try to run past, but they're hitting all the goo mines. Bino's been dropped, Shiraniko is dead, so right now, the advantage seemingly for CAG, it will go even worse for them now, as it's just Uzi and Packer left alive, watching their chances at this map slowly fade away. The shield drawing all the attention as they back up. Uzi looking to burst forth from the bathroom, but also expecting a flank from the bandit. Reads into it quite well. Hey, you just got a leg up. A team kill from CAG has just blown this round wide open. Can Uzi and Packer pull this off? They've got 30 seconds to do that. Looking for information, spotted by a cam, seemingly somewhere. Could it be the yokai that they've missed? CL4L walking in, Packer now taking some damage as he closes the gap. Chasing down the Mira, Uzi dropped. It's all up to Packer to try to clutch out a do-see-do. Ring around the rosy with the Mira, and Shoreep wins the engagement to move CAG to map point.
All right, we'll forget about the C4. Okay. Shoreep, we'll forget about it. Yell it over, let him know. This is something he did yesterday, too, when they were up against G2 on map number 1. He's a very vocal player, Shoreep.
Same setup, though. We should just hit like just do the same shit we did.
I gotta say, you know, maybe we're analyzing it more than other teams
Bro,
just because we
when
hear
we're
them a
sitting- when
lot,
I'm
but
3-2 winning, you guys gotta wait for me to take the content.
the vibes from CL for Life do not seem to be at the level they were at earlier yesterday. It feels much more like what they were like at the end of yesterday when they were in a very rocky spot. I mean, it's going to happen, right? You're 6-4 down. You've been making some big mistakes over the last couple of rounds, which have cost you this. I really liked their pushes. They were clearly very together on those first couple of attacks, but then it feels like one thing goes wrong. They're making some poor decisions, and now all of a sudden it's like it's starting to slip away, and the mental's getting back to them. CAG with full momentum now. 3 players just one off double-digit kills at the moment. 9, 9, and 9 from Blackray, Anathon, and Shuri. Any one of them getting 1 or 2 of those kills will probably be enough to secure this for CAG and push themselves on to map number 2. Again, this is Kag's map pick, so it's not the, you know, it's not the end of the world if you lose it, but it's a map pick that they've never played, and CL for Life have played quite a bit. Like, CL for Life, as a Tier 2 team, have played this map more than the majority of Tier 1 teams.
Uzi with the leadoff pick on to Shiraniko. Goodbye to the Mira. Uzi's just been getting better and better, it seems, as this event has gone on. Admittedly, it's just a 4th map at this point, but
yeah,
there might not be many more maps remaining for CL for L, depending on how Labs goes and maybe even how Chalet will go. Certainly knocked CAG off their stride, but they've got at minimum 2 rounds to clear this map. They might need overtime to get the job done, but still a success, I would say, for CAG, especially after things looked a little bit troubling. Shuri, standing by the castle barricade, not expecting Uzi to walk in, get the kill, and immediately walk out. And now he assesses that punch hole in the window that was made by Anaton earlier on in the round. Excellent start for CL Frel to find themselves in a 5v3 with still over half the round to go.
The substitute, Uzi, really putting the team on his back to start things off. Very strong. Blackray finds their free frag onto Adam, though, but it's answered immediately back to Packer here inside of Showers. Doesn't really need to do much. His teammates are all finding the picks. Great work from Bino from behind the shield. And Uzi with the final pickup as well. A 3K on the round from the content creator, Uzi. Some big stuff coming out of him. I will say, one thing that CL for Life did very well yesterday were their entries. They were the best entry team in the entire tournament yesterday, winning 61% overall. A lot of that came off of Uzi going 8-3 on opening picks. Adam as well, a big part of that equation, going 4-1 on the entry. 2K opening coming in on the Yana. Not a surprise, but certainly well needed.
We just have to kill the guy bunks. The pillar guy does not matter. Pillar guy does not matter at all.
What'd you say about Yana again? We want to reference
Yeah.
that stat that you used all the way in G2 Black Dragons?
In Stage 2, Yana was the least played attacking operator other than Blackbeard, which will surprise a lot of our maybe older time viewers or a lot of the more casual viewers, because I don't think Yana is a bad operator. Like, Blackbeard is objectively bad, right? Like, if you're bringing him, you're going to be in a worse spot than if you just had, like, you know, a standard average gun and no utility. Yana, I think, does add to the team, but oftentimes there's just better choices. If you're bringing Yana, you'd rather have an Ashe usually. You'd rather have a Nomad. You'd rather have a Striker. You'd rather have, I don't know, a Nook sometimes, right? There's often better choices, but that doesn't mean you can't pop off and find some great kills. She does still have a strong gun. Secondary utility's not really there. Primary utility's kind of bad, though. So absolutely an operator that can be utilized well. It's just rare to see these days.
It honestly just doesn't seem as powerful anymore now that other operators have come in too. I mean, changes obviously to Yana. There's a period of time where Yana had the Gone 6. Did she have nades as well at one point? Like,
yep. Yeah, she's lost a lot.
There wasn't really a bad reason to bring her. Unfortunately, changes. 2 operators, they come in and out of the meta. Capital has seen his pick rate go up. Brava has had a steady pick rate as well. Saw Gridlock earlier today, see a rise in her pick rate, and Deimos is a staple for most of these teams, though is absent for CL Frel's line this time.
Good drone work so far here. I mean, There's not a ton to find. Okay, they'll find a Dread Mine. That's definitely value. So there's no mirror window, nothing crazy that you need, no Kaid Claws, but the Dread Mines will be utility that you're happy to clear out. They've also brought a Brava, so a lot of these drone operators, that'll be great for the Banshees in particular. Let's try to clear some of those out. Anaton opens things up. That's the Blitz player down. Packer will fall. Diffuse get on the ground as well from that. They are, again, trying to clear out top floor, but with the angles that CAG are holding and the utility that they have, this is not an easy task. Uzi just missing his shots, can't quite get it. There's an equalize, though.
Chibi-Su's been dropped from Adam, who's 417 does an awful lot of damage. Now it's Anaton's turn to fall at the hands of Giddy. Two separate players from CL Pharrell getting on the board with just a little bit left in the round. Over a minute. Adrenal Surge will give some staying power to the team. Not Giddy, though. He's torn to pieces by Black Ray. And now it's Bino to walk in. 9 kills for Bino, by the way. Very quietly putting up a great performance. In the last round, he was a huge factor in it, too. Problem was that Bino had access to that diffuser. Nearsighted by Shureep's gadget. Shureep walks up and tries to do the rest of the work himself, but through the soft wall, slaughtered by Adam, his second kill. Diffuser retrieved. 1 Adrenal Surge remains. You'll wait for it to regenerate. Perfect amount of time left in the round for this to help CL Pharrell. Now walk down those green stairs. Adrenal Surge working its magic. 1 toxic canister for Black Ray. As the 2 CL Pharrell players stand next to the door frame leading into the bomb site, but oh my goodness, Shiraniko could easily get them both. This is for the map. Sidearm out. Shiraniko tussling. Adam prevails. Running out of time, though. He will be vulnerable. He decides to go for the engagement. It's the only way to do it, and Black Ray shuts him down. A 50-50 gamble does not pay off for CL Pharrell. Right call, but the wrong result. CAG Osaka prevail on their map. They're up 1-0.
Close final round, you know, hard to criticize. They traded out well on the top floor. They had a 2v2 pushing in, but you're going against a smoke. You're going against Banshees. Defensive utility, it is strong. Always has been and likely always will be. That is the game that we play. Needed to get a little bit more maybe on that top floor. It's their opponent's map pick, and they put up a good fight. We saw some real bright spots from CL for Life. We also saw some big mistakes. Those will need to be fixed as we look towards our second map of Nighthaven Labs.
And Nighthaven Labs is up next. With no further ado, a quick break, and then we'll come back. Will it be a 2-0 for CAG? We'll find out in just a moment.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils médisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Well, despite all their experience and despite CAG not hiding, or not playing the map, rather, CL4L fell in map 1, giving CAG Osaka a big boost on their own map of Layer. Unfamiliar territory at a tier 1 level for the Japanese team. They now sit one map away from making it out of the dreaded elimination match and into, well, another elimination match, but one that, if they prevail there, they would make it into the playoffs. CL4L could be one map away from a very quick major and a trip home. The next map on deck is one of the newest maps, but not the newest. Not Even Labs will be CL4L's pick. Do we go all the way? Do we need Chalet as the decider? Or is this the end of the road for the team that qualified through the LCQs against all odds? Let's find out, Jesse.
Yesterday, Parker and Not Even Labs was the decider for CL4L versus Black Dragons. They lost that game 7-3 after failing to attack on every single one of their rounds. We'll get into the bans. Should be a Monte, it's CAG banning. Should be a Ying to start, sorry. Should be a Monty for CL for Life. These teams I feel very predictable with their bans. Some teams I look at their history, I say, oh, I don't know what they're gonna ban. I usually know what they're gonna ban inside of CL for Life and CAG. I'm expecting Ying, Monty, Tubarao, and then we'll see about the last defender. The problem is both these teams tend to ban Tubarao on Not Even Labs more than any other operator. So Cyclops are going to have to find some other option, assuming that CO4L take out their typical op here. They could also leave it up, expecting CAG to pick it, and then maybe take that advantage for themselves. Some theory that goes into these operator bans, of course. And nope, they'll stick in with the Tubarao. I would guess, my best guess here is a zombie. I would pick a zombie if I had to pick. Could be like a Mira. Those are probably the two best options. Ooh, okay, didn't think that would be coming out. Legion ban. This is an operator that has only really been banned by Team Secret internationally. This is something that they really brought onto the scene this stage. And the reason Team Secret like to ban the Legion is because Team Secret like to flood their European opponents with an absolute metric ton of shields. They love to run at them with Monty, with Blitz, even with Fuse if they have to. And you got to imagine that's also going to be the game plan for CAG. They've banned out the Legion. Their Monty is gone, but Blitz is on the board. You're going to be seeing a lot of that when they move over to the attack. Of course, the way bans work in Siege, both teams don't have access to that operator. So they're also going to have to, for these first 6 rounds, survive against the Blitz, and Packer will be the first one to pick that up.
Well, I mean, CAG banned it out so they know how to deal with it. How will that work for CL4L when they swap sides? Great question. Thank you very much. Bino on Heartbreach, he had a very good first game. Honestly, it was a relatively close layer when you think about it.
I mean, 7-5.
Yeah.
And for me, it felt like CAG were like relatively consistent. And then CO for Life, they had some really good rounds. They had some really, really poor rounds. And so it really does just kind of depend what form of CO for Life shows up today. Immediately, Shureep has hacked a drone, so he's going to get some of that Mozzie intel. I've got to say, the Mozzie pick rate has skyrocketed this event. The fact that he now has 4 pests instead of 3 seems to make a big difference. Also has impacts now, where he didn't have that in stage 2, but most people are still bringing C4 anyways, so I don't think that's had a huge, change in his pick rate. But I'm seeing a lot of Monty recently, as he's really upticked in his pick rate. And with the Legion ban, he'll probably get picked quite a bit even more.
Honestly, sometimes just a very tiny change can have profound impact on an operator's pick rate. So a single Mozzie Pest, huge difference.
Yeah.
A couple points of damage to a gun, huge difference. Well, quiet now, though, as the Buck of Giddy opened things up, was looking for a pick there, did not find it. Couldn't find any damage on the CAG. Exterior wall now opened by Bino. He sees a Mozzie Pest, by the way. There we go. I was going to make a comment about it, like you saw it.
Yeah.
So get rid of it. But and he can go on to drone now, as that'll be electrical that he'll be able to drone through.
The push probably going to come in through kind of connector as well here. I mean, typically you kind of see pushes going either in through Aqua or you see them coming in through connector. That's kind of the two main ways where you see the diffuse kit. Then obviously you'll also see players pushing IT, electrical, rafters, many different angles the attackers can take. Giddy down below to start as well. Very common to see Buck players down here disrupting. Often for Miro Windows, who is unbanned but not being played. Can do great work against some of those mute jammers and also just defined players down here as well. Can be very, very effective. The rest of the team, oh, there's a roamer down here. Wait a minute, hold on, that's a free pick. Giddy taking off first in this map.
Shuri was completely blind, and he caught them off guard. Chibisu's Nitro Cell eliminating Packer, leaving CL4L down to 3 players. They've done some damage to Chibisu, but that's really all they can show for it at this point. Shiraniko now contesting with Adam. Adam losing quite a bit of HP, and Shiraniko ultimately winning that engagement. And now it's Uzi and Bino against all of CAG Osaka. It's not their map, so they opted to start on defense. That means CAG Osaka considers it the favorable side. So far, I'd say so good. Uzi, the only one with a kill so far on his team. Bino inside of IT, fighting against multiple forces, and even if he got one pick, there was just too many. They dogpiled him. Round 1 goes to the Japanese squad of CAG Osaka.
It was honestly like a small opening pick. Obviously, the roamer down by cargo stairs, but I think it really does show that CAG have done their homework. You know, they watched that game against Black Dragons. The biggest thing that CL4Life struggled with yesterday on Nighthaven Labs.
When we see certain operators like
Were rogues.
Mozzie and like that type of shit, they're not gonna be like playing smart. It's like they're gonna be so. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just saying like they're gonna. I'm not even saying. I'm just saying like.
We see stuff like that because it's solid garage, but we should have took that. We should have just walked in.
And he's right. A Mozzie's a pretty good sign that, you know what, there might be some off-site players. I don't know if I would say they're doing things that are not smart, because they're smart enough to win the round that point, or at least get the opening pick. But it clearly kind of does give an indication of the play style CAG are going for. And based on what we saw from CL4Life yesterday, going for an aggressive play style on Nighthaven Labs where you do lean heavily into the roam game might be just what CAG need to win this game. You're usually roaming on Nighthaven anyways, but not top floor very often. Top floor is one of those sites that you typically do see all 5 players up above. The fact that one player was down inside of cargo was something that caught CL4Life off guard and absolutely punished them. So yeah, all right. Hopefully some of that adaptation come on in. You're okay to lose one round to something you're not expecting. The real question is, can you learn from that? Can you adapt it? Can you make sure it doesn't happen later in the future? Mozzie's back.
I like Mozzie a lot as an operator. I don't necessarily love what he and Mute did together, if you remember all the way back in that Mute Mozzie meta, but I think by himself, I think Mozzie is quite an intriguing operator to me. You mentioned the impacts changing up his kit, but CAG will roll with the Nitro Cell for now 2 rounds in a row, and I mean, Nitros are just too good to pass up.
Yeah.
CAG seems to agree. They brought 3 separate explosives. Uzi on the Ram had opened up that IT wall and was likely moving over towards rafters, and he got taken down. Not exactly a great start for CL4L yet again.
Yeah, that's a tough one to lose right off the bat. He did get to use one of those boogie drones, so some soft destruction did get utilized first. But you can see these players on CAG, they want to get aggressive early. They want to keep controlling this top floor. Bomb site is down in the basement, don't forget. So we've got a lot of positions to try to grab. Shuri with a second beautiful shot to find Adam. Now here comes the blitz, forcing Black Ray out. The Mozzie can't see. And with that, it's hard to win a gunfight. Tries to run away, but Packard manages to hit the shot anyways. It's not bad. They start to get that ground now. It's cost them a lot. They've lost 2 bodies for it, 2 of their best players in Uzi and Adam. But with that, they got full top floor control. All 4 players rotating back down to the basement, with the sole exception being Shurip, who is effectively in the basement. I mean, just playing the vetting stairs at the moment. You've lost your Ram, though. You've got secondary shotgun on Bino. That's good for soft breach. And honestly, you've got breaching charges on Giddy as well. So you're not that worse for wear when it comes to the breaching abilities. But with time starting to get a little bit low, and with your limited-ish breach, and with the fact that you have man disadvantage, you're never going to be favoring CL4Life in this situation. CAG, they just got to sit back and wait for the push to come in. You need something on CL4Life. A vertical pick would be massive, or some entry into the site without CAG realizing it. A lot of the players on CAG, you can see their outlines are kind of grouped up. Yeah, over in towards kind of the bomb site now, but They're going to be pushing Animus with this execute, trying to get a plant down on the back of Packer.
It's more than enough sight for them to all share it. You can sit quite comfortably here. Middle pillar. Packer going for the defuse, taken out by one of the 3 nitro cells that have been brought. Still one in back pocket for Chibisu. Shiranico engaging with a bit of pugilism. And all the bullets for CAG will hit their mark. CL for L not really having much of an answer for these strong defensive holds from CAG.
Textbook stuff so far. Just good roam game, get a man advantage, fall back to the site, don't do anything dumb, don't do anything aggressive.
Okay. But listen, they're gonna go storage. I want to see what they're doing. But most likely, what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna go basement. I'm gonna go Deimos. Okay, you should ping that to you. You should ping the beach jammers. Okay. No, that doesn't work.
I like the game plan. I like Deimos down below. He's right. The bomb site will be storage. Here's the thing, though, right? I mean, it's like CAG, they're not doing anything crazy. They're not doing anything special. They're just playing well in the roam game. They are being a little aggressive. They're taking early gunfights, but they're not, I would say, doing it in an unorthodox way. A lot of teams will play this style of Siege, and I think especially against a team like CO for Life, who struggle in this environment of challenging the early roam game. It is the right decision. CL for Life just got to buckle down and start punishing these early gunfight players, right? Make sure that you are aware that it's going to be coming for the gunfights very early on in the round. Bring multiple players to go for those trades. The game plan here is like to put Packer down below alone. I doubt we'll see anybody with him entering into the basement. This doesn't have a... Oh, he's got the shotgun, interestingly enough, to help him enter into the site. So we'll be heavily relying on the pistol when it comes to actually getting kills. Maybe making a rotate back? Maybe they need his nades somewhere? I'm actually not sure what he's doing up here. Yeah, they need his nades here, I think.
Wasn't it Brazil where we saw Deimos bringing the shotgun quite a bit that you and I casted? I'm trying to remember when it was. I think we saw it a few times in Manchester as well.
Yeah, it comes around every now and again.
I mean, if you're going to get real up close and personal, the shotgun's not bad. That pistol is better than most rifles in the game, so...
Yep. The pistol 2 shots, I believe any op in the game. Unless they're like, you know, think of stimmed, rook armored, whatever.
With very minimal recoil, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Remember when Kaida Nomad launched with pistols very similar to that? They called it the Han Solo gun, and then it got nerfed into the ground?
And they made a whole operator of that concept.
Hard to do that with Deimos, admittedly, because that is his identity. So...
Deimos is a very good operator, a very fun operator, honestly. One of my favorite ops that has been introduced to Rainbow Six recently. I would say, other than Shields, probably one of the top, maybe the top operator in the game at the moment. Can be very, very good for finding out isolated players. The roam clear is exceptional. Oh, that's not what you wanted. The C4 came out. The goal of the C4 was just, hey, let's deny the hard breach. What if we kill the hard breacher? That's even better. Anaton takes down the thermite of Bino, and that leaves very few left alive. He'll take 2. Why not? Giddy will go down, and that's all the hard breach now missing. They can't open IT wall. On this bomb site, they've got an angle, so I guess it's okay, but that is killer.
Thing is that everybody has a plan, and if that falls to pieces, you can be doomed, but if you can get 2 opportune picks to put the numbers back to even, then you're in mighty fine shape. Already 1 pick for CL for L. They will find another now on Anaton, and even with everything still closed, you can pull this off. I mean, realistically, they shouldn't be able to do it. Realistically, not opening that up should allow CAG to sit patiently for the next little while and wait this out. Problem obviously is that there's a Deimos and a Dokkaebi on the board. You're going to have information at your disposal. You'll be able to find them. Adam taking out Shuri, Black Ray dies, and this is a round that should not be falling apart the way that it is. And yet, it's the way she goes. Chibisu in a 1v3. Now being hunted down by the Deimos. He's a mute jammer though, so death mark flown away. It's gonna feel like a very long 20 seconds for Chibisu. Already taking some fire inside of storage. He can only guard one of these bomb sites at a time. He's got plenty of silhouettes. Nitro Cell goes out. Does some damage, but Uzi seems like he'll be successful with this diffuser. Chibisu losing the battle to Adam, and my God, how did CAG lose that round?
I mean, really, the fact they couldn't open the IT wall, I guess it didn't completely ruin their push, but it forced them to go to the other site. It forced them to push control rather than pushing in towards storage itself. And that's okay, especially because they had Packer walking up the cargo stairs. He entered in the basement on the Deimos. You saw him get that first big pick that they did not expect on the side of CAG. And then with that Deathmark track, he was able to force the second player inside of control to move and get shut down by, I believe it was Adam. So really good stuff coming out of the Deimos of Packer. You don't expect to be seeing a ton of that, but Packer really well played. Yesterday, Deimos was Packer's most played operator on attack, but he had just an 18% win rate through 11 rounds on Deimos. He plays this op a lot. He's not found much success with it recently, but of course can still be very good with it, knows how it works. Great stuff from Packer.
A lot of the time through yesterday's matchups, it seemed like they lived and died off of Packer. With Tristan not being able to compete for CL for L, I think it's fair to say far more weight has fallen on the Packers' shoulders, not just to guide the team as a leader, but to also do it with killing as well. A slow start for Giddy, as we saw one of the maps yesterday where he was in this exact same position. And I'm trying to remember which one it was. Might it have been Chalet, where Giddy had 0 and 2, 0 and 3. After a couple rounds? I don't think you remember.
Definitely had a rough start on one of them. Mostly it's because he starts on attack. This tends to be the trend for Giddy. When he starts on attack, he does start off quite slow. Yesterday he hit a 0.18 kill-death ratio on attack and a 1.8 kill-death ratio on defense. A whole decimal difference in terms of his ratio on one side versus the other. He doesn't play that many different operators on defense, but he plays a ton on attack. That might be part of it. He's forced to flex quite a bit on the attacking side of things. Here's an opportunity for Shiri, immediately shut down. Man of the hour, Giddy. We just talked about how he hasn't really been finding success. Well, Caster cursed him, Caster blessed him into having some success in this one. Great play.
Very rare for the Caster curse to go the other way.
Yeah.
There's an electric claw being thrown on the wall by Anaton. IT hoping to be kept closed by CAG, but that Ash charge from Giddy down below will make it much harder for them to hold, as there are no electric claws remaining for Anaton to shuffle that electricity around. IT has now been opened up. Now, walking into this bomb site will get a little bit easier. Where's Packer about to go? That's the question. It looks like over towards Fish, or Aqua, as a lot of people refer to it as.
Nope.
No, we'll hop in. This happens with shields. We've talked about this all day, and we talked about it yesterday. Shields will go in one direction, and all of a sudden they'll change their mind. IT open for Packer to walk in. He's backed up by Bino.
I typically like the Aqua push better, but he's got no teammates around there, and there's a lot of defenders that way, including a Warden, so that's always scary as a shield player. He'll find a second pick as Adam takes down Anaton, giving them a 2-man advantage now with IT wall open, and the shield player ready to jump on in. They should be in a good spot here.
Now only 2 remain from CAG. C4 for L starting to come back. Down goes Black Ray to Bino, and now it's Giddy to get the job done. Some words that are said that we can't say on television. Tie game between these two teams.
They're down a map, and it's only 2-2, but I appreciate the energy nonetheless. This is probably the best push they've had as well on Nighthaven at the very least. Making some space, of course, with the blitz when they had to, but mostly just getting the IT wall open and working picks off that. Finding a lot of those CAG players that are perhaps over-swinging, that are maybe getting caught off guard by some of the more steadfast angles that are being held by CL for Life. That's one of those bomb sites that you really can just wait for the defense to swing. You can put a lot of pressure on them, assuming you can open those walls, which is usually easier said than done. Less that aggression from CAG as well. That's something that they were able to utilize early in this game to catch CL for Life off guard. But at the moment, we weren't seeing quite as much of that. We go down to the basement, and I believe Anaton is trying to hide on this bandit. The fact that he just moves into Animus and then gets on cams. He's looking at like the cargo cam, the vending cam. He's seeing if there are any drones that are entering into the basement. What he wants is he doesn't want the enemy team to be bringing a Maverick or any sort of EMPs. They will bring 2 impact EMPs on Bino as well as the IQ. And also this is one of those sites where you can often deny those bandit batteries from up above. But it's always to your advantage if you're playing an operator like Bandit or Kaid or sometimes Clash, if you can hide in the prep phase and reduce the chances that the attackers bring the utility that is needed to counter you, it can be really, really a smart play.
It was IT wall yet again being opened up this time just by a secondary shotgun instead of any real dedicated hard breach, which as you can see on the side of CL4L, the only dedicated hard breach they have are a set of can openers. Thanks to Beano Striker, of course. So, yes. You don't really need dedicated hard breach with how CL4L are going to want to go about this bomb site. I mean, they're going to want to open things up, tons of soft destruction there with the Ram. They've got grenades, they've got smokes, go in under the cover of darkness, get the defuse planted. It's all really going to hinge on Packer. Where will he go? What will his focus be on that blitz? Warehouse has been taken now as they're up on rafters. The roam clear on the top floor will begin, still in many ways in the discovery phase of the round.
For sure. I mean, there's not a heavy roam going on at the moment. There are a couple of players here on the main floor. Blackray and Cafeteria, probably the most aggro player, but the rest of them are very passive at the moment. You can see they brought 4 Nitro Cells and a bunch of Alt Cams. Probably won't work because the IQ is on the board, but the game plan here is not to actively engage in gunfights on the roam, but instead to use the information from the Valkyrie to get picks with those Nitro Cells instead. Blackray would be the only one who might get into a gunfight before they actually start the round, and indeed, as he moves to the hallway, this angle, Giddy's outside the window trying to watch it, but unfortunately, they're not calling for that. And there's the Dokkaebi call, so they will likely all be having to play more passive at this point. The hatches start to get open. It's going to be another Cargo and Animus push, most likely from CL4L. Probably a 5-man execute, assuming that nobody dies to Nitro Cells ahead of time, and Blackray can't pull off this flank. This is going to be the real play. Who has the man advantage late? All based on this.
Giddy's waiting for the vault on in. No logic bombs remaining. A lot of utilities now been spent by CL4L, and they've limited results in terms of engagement. Giddy saw the slow peek from Blackray, but a bit too late for him to do any damage. Blackray taking some damage, but still walks away. Chibisu, another kill for CAG. CL4L attempting the plant. Adam to cover as Packer's tucked into the corner with the shield on his back. Adam side by side. Uzi taken down by a Nitro Cell. Packer bleeding out as now Adam will either have to get his teammate up or go for the defuse. Will they have enough time? Nice clutch by Adam in that moment. Packer at the halfway point, and Shiraniko will be able to stop the plant in its tracks. Packer not giving him the kill. CAG lost 2 in a row, but they seemingly have cauterized the wound. It's their first victory in almost 10 minutes, and CAG regains the lead.
That could have been such a sick clutch from Adam, but very unlikely, obviously.
Could have been so nice.
It would have been very, very clean. You could have put that on Twitter. It would have got a lot of likes, but ultimately, I think that that flank from Blackray, really, it's the story of CL4Life, isn't it? It's an aggressive player who gets misdroned out on the roam. They have a flank watch ready for him, but because you don't know where on the flank watch he's coming from, catches you off guard, gets the opening pick. Then Chibisu gets a pick over by Cargo Stairs as well, I believe it was, and then your entire push was focused just in Animus, right? So at that point, you're very linear. The opportunities are looking much better for CAG. And they will take the lead in this game, 3-2. Don't believe we have attack being called at this point.
I'll do something weird. Actually, I don't know, bro.
Oh, it might be.
Tech pause, it appears.
Seems like it. All right.
We're going to rehost games, so then coach can call timeout, okay?
I believe.
We didn't get to timeout in time, so we're going to rehost. Once we get in game, then you guys can talk once timeout's over, okay?
So, sounds like they wanted attack timeout.
Yes, but they couldn't call it in time.
So they're going to tech into attack.
Yes, so technical timeout into a tactical timeout, during which, for the record, you can't talk to your coach during the technical pause. You got to wait until everything's back up and running.
Yep. Bodega will know that.
Yes,
his wealth of experience here at international events. So we'll get the lobby resorted, of course, at this point. It's frustrating a little bit that CL4Life seem to be fumbling to the same issues they had yesterday on this map. Again, in some sense, it feels like they've done a lot better than yesterday. I think they've had moments that have looked way better than yesterday, particularly on Nighthaven Labs. But when there is a roamer out on the map, even when you've got the Deimos, even when you've got the Dokkaebi, they just don't seem to have that information. Flanking has been exceptionally effective against this team, and so that's something that if they manage to win this game, if they can win the series, move on to the next matchup, which will be against Chiefs. I'm sure Chiefs themselves will be very much ready for, and will likely be a weakness that was exposed by teams until they're out of the tournament, or until they win the whole thing.
Chiefs were up very early, and they've got to wait a long period of time between these matches. I mean, it might even be like 6-7 hours between games. That can be quite grueling, and if you talk to teams that have to wait a deal of time between it, you can kind of lose focus and momentum. Here's some stats for you right now. Black Ray having a very good day in comparison to what we saw from him yesterday. The same cannot be said of Packer. I mean, not a lot of international experience, so you can't really say this and mean it, but his worst performance so far.
Me and Black Ray have the exact same coffee cup. I'm clutching it right now.
That's the one here at the venue. I'm very glad. I'm glad that you are drinking the same coffee that he is.
A man of good taste.
I mean, there aren't a lot of other options.
No, there really
You're
aren't.
going to go out and go get your own coffee.
We got all 10 in the lobby now, so we're just waiting for the ready up. Should be very short now. Again, this will go into the tack, so we'll have a little bit more time to get on into it. Uzi has been a player that has really been the focus of attention for this squad. A lot of people might be not often watching competitive stage, but maybe you're a fan of Uzi. Makes a lot of great content, TikTok, YouTube. He's out there grinding every single day. And so if you're only here to watch Uzi perform at the highest level of the game, then welcome. He's played well. A 1.0 KD ratio yesterday. I would say the MVP of the only map that they've won so far. Maybe not well enough to be winning more than one map at the tournament, but if he pops off once again, if he can have the same performance that he had yesterday, especially playing around with that Mozzie, it's absolutely still in the cards. We'll be loading into round 5, so the defense is yet to come from CL for Life. Something that we've seen consistently both today and yesterday is that we've seen very defender-sided maps through the play-ins. That tends to be common when you see lower-level teams. And so there is an opportunity to bounce back from CL for Life when they get to the second half.
They've called their timeout now, so they're talking through this. So the next 30 seconds will be about how to approach this, not this, even the second half of this map, just what comes next. CAG with a 3-1 lead on Labs, on defense. That's pretty good. I mean, CAG picked this side. You'd expect them to be able to run it up. The operator bans are something that will intrigue me. The Legion ban by CAG will affect CL for L to some extent, but how much is the question.
It's storage. It's storage. No.
I think that was actually quite a telling interaction. Frustration from Packer when he says, it's storage, and it sounded like Giddy immediately said, it sounded like he immediately said, stop yelling. And so it begins.
Okay, then for server, bro, literally open the pillar wall, and then we hit Aqua, okay? But we need a nade from below. We need it from below to destroy the shield on Aqua, you know? But it's in the middle of the hall, the shield, okay?
Our HUD says tech pause. I assume it is a tech pause based on Budega still conversing with the players.
No, we're gonna bait and we're going weed, you know?
I know we are rehosting.
I'm reasonably certain that
once again.
Okay.
I'm reasonably certain.
We can just go.
Yo, they're going storage. Before the rehost, they went storage.
Yeah, you're good to join.
Yes, I did.
No,
Yes.
I swear there's
I'm not the kid that's going to tell the teacher that they forgot to give out homework, but that would seem like a bit of a longer timeout than...
It was top. It's 100% top. Yeah, it's 100% top. We literally won the attack on top.
They're expecting a storage to come through for this next round. I didn't catch, actually, before we rehosted, what site they had picked. But I assume he's correct on that.
There's no way I can smoke right. I'm gonna tell her. Does that make sense?
You guys
Go back in the pod for the bacon or we take That's all, bro. I guarantee.
Okay, stop talking, guys. Sorry.
We literally. Oh my
No talking, guys. Sorry. Okay.
We'll see as we load on in. I know that we had jumped in and storage was not the site, so I think they're rehosting a second time just to get that figured out, just to make sure that everything is correct and proper as we load in through the game.
No talking, guys.
Why did it look like storage?
No talking, guys.
Sometimes directions are hard.
Bro, I swear they were. Shy, good low.
All right, chat. Well, I believe we are jumping into it very shortly here. It seems like we are pretty much ready to go as long as everything is correct at this point. We should be able to start the game back on up. This has been a map that CAG have been performing a little bit better on. It's been streaky. It's been streaky for sure, with both teams winning multiple rounds in a row. If that keeps up, CAG could go up 4-2 at this point. We're heading to top floor in round number 6, so perhaps a missed drone from Packer on the previous round before the rehost. But in any case...
Not storage.
Not storage. That would be the bomb site below this one. Yankees will get going here. Look at this. Anatson hunting for drones. That's dedication. That's commitment to finding the drones. Says, screw setup. I'm going to stare at this staircase through a punch hole. Didn't find any, I don't think. The HUD is telling us that all 10 drones are still alive, so that seems to be correct. He'll reinforce anyways. And we'll get into our final round of the first half. It's not do or die for Seal for Life. This is a defender-sided map, typically. If they go down 4-2, they can absolutely bounce back on their own side. But after a long break like that, you got to imagine this would be a big round for momentum. It is a defender-sided map, but not incredibly so. It's not like Consulate. So a 3-3 split could roll into more momentum for Seal for Life on the second half, or a 4-2 split could be exactly what CAG need. I'll remind the chatters, once again, this is a do-or-die map for Seal for Life. If they lose this, they are out of the tournament. You need to win Nighthaven Labs right now, or you will be going home in dead last place.
That's true.
Nobody wants that.
This is our first elimination game.
Yes.
No. The Fear X game is going on the other channel.
Yeah, it's our first elimination game that we casted.
Yeah. Sorry, I should have been more specific.
As friends?
We are friends. What is happening in that game?
Well, the game has ended, Parker, and to spoil the results, it looks like Alpha Team have been eliminated in last place.
Dead last.
Dead last, unfortunately.
Technically dead last just because they were the first game. But one of these two teams will join them shortly thereafter.
Exactly, yes. Unfortunate, the Hispanic LATAM region has certainly struggled internationally. That will continue here in our second major of the year. Echo Drone actually making the life of this blitz very tough, but he's got coverage. Thankfully, it's Adam behind who will get the trade, take down Black Ray. And with a Toxic Babe, Yokais, they've dealt damage, but they can't get the kill. Packer's in sight. His feet will get shut up by Shereep, though. Deep inside of it now. Adam, another one, working off the back of that blitz that made so much space. There's over a minute left on this clock, but they've got full site control, so they're in a commanding position.
So we come down to this IT push now as two separate players from CL4L want to burst free of this part of the map. Shiranigo eliminating Adam puts numbers back to even. Bino surveys the damages that have been done. Down goes Anaton to Uzi. Shiranigo still in this little rat spot, still on the ground. In Chibisu to hold down the fort inside of CC. CL4L's had struggles in the past with taking the advantages that they earned. What about this time? They got 30 seconds. They do not have the diffuser. That might be a bit of a problem. They'll need to retrieve it. As the timer continues to work against them, maybe just go for picks. Maybe that's the focus at this point. If you're CL4L, you got to imagine that's the right play. Beautiful shot by Chibisu, and he gets not just one, but two from this position. Make it a third!
Oh my God!
Put CL4L on ice! My God, what a play by CAG Osaka. All that time spent waiting between rounds. And oh my, a 4-2 half for CAG Osaka. When do you start to worry? If you're CL for L.
But you can run out.
Honestly, it depends after this round. I'm not worried yet. It's a 4-2 defensive half on Nighthaven. If it goes to 5-2, then I'm worried. At that point, you lose your first defense. Your defense should be your strongest site first. That's when the concerns come out. I will say for that last round, Adam had the defuse kit. He went into site. He started planting. And then he got shot and dropped the defuse kit onto the floor. They had the ability to go back for that plant, but without the actual site control, without the ability to avoid getting shot down, they couldn't quite get it. So really good plant denial from CAG. That's something that, of course, they struggled with yesterday. They allowed plants in 47% of their defenses, which is the worst of any team here at the event playing against G2. Their same problems not afflicting them as much in this second match that they play against CL for Life. They'll move to the defense now. And again, this is going to be very telling. If they can win this round, 4-3, not a bad scoreline at all. You're laughing. 4-3, we're on the better side, no problem. You lose it, 5-2, that's a big gap. They're more than doubling you at that point, 2.5x. Far more rounds. This one is critical for CL for Life to win. And also, we've got the new strategy coming out as well. Anaton with the Blitz, trying to make use of that Legion ban.
I mean, you might be off to the races as the Blitz. Quick enough to get on in. There's no Legion, but there still is a Capkin, and Anaton has found that out the hard way. He's been reduced to rubble. Chibisu, very similar story with that SMG-12. Great success in the previous round on Warden. Now with the same gun, different operator, different side of the equation. As Chibisu walks in and will now pick up some more information from the CL4L team. Bino eliminating Shoe Reap as he flanks all the way through Connector from Electrical, and now he'll be joined by what appears to be a flank from Packer too.
Oh, the Dokkaebi has no idea. That's surely a free pick from Packer. Unless they pop a logic bomb, they might be able to find them out, but they've got no idea. There's the freebie. Packer, good headshot, and now we'll retreat back down the Aqua stairs. Anaton not getting much done on the Blitz. Ironically, one goo mine away from death. So the ban perhaps helping out. They had Capcan traps, they had Ela mines, they had C4s, all trying to bring him down, but they couldn't quite get that last bit of damage. These last couple of players, though, they need to make it back to site, and they will make it just barely. That's going to send everybody down to the basement now, with the exception of Bino, who's still in cafeteria. Adam at the top of vending stairs as well, but in a very safe place to fall back. Bino joins him, looks like they're both going down. So, a minute 10 on the clock, you've got man disadvantage, you've got literally 0 soft breach, unless you use those X Kairos. Adam, he kind of wants some more. This is a bit of a risky situation.
I was going to say, you can float somebody on this middle floor, given the numbers for CL4L. It's actually a good idea for them to send at least one player up top. Because while the attackers don't have soft destruction, look at the defender lineup.
True.
Shotgun in the hands of Packer, shotgun in the hands of Bino. They can easily open up kill holes that will doom the C4 or the CAG players down in the bomb site. Fire just ending as Black Ray drops, taking quite a lot of damage in the process. A kill, but it's traded out by Packer. CL4L still in the driver's seat. Anaton cannot do much on that Blitz at 6 HP. Nitrocell goes off, but is skirted just far enough away from it. Goodbye to Bino. Shiranigo taking care of that player off-site. Packer trades it right back, and now it's 6 HP of Anaton. Running out of time. He sees the mirror, will have to go for a plan amidst the smoke. He'll find an opportunity. At the 0 mark. And the run-up from Packer, who shreds the shield but has limited information. He's managed to get the down. Once the smoke clears, he'll have an idea of what comes next. Quad kill for Packer. They get the diffuser, and the gap will close. CAG still in the lead, but only by 1.
It was an optimistic plant. Packer, ridiculous round there, coming out 4K. The decision-making from Packer is exceptional. I think it's his best strength. He was the #1 player from CL for Life yesterday, putting up 25 kills through 3 maps. IGLing the team, making the right calls, always in the right position, and hitting his shots, of course, too. He's been so important for the team.
Go mirror. Oh, fuck, never mind.
I get it, no?
I mean, yeah, I think at time. Yeah.
They did not click Mira, to be clear. Sometimes the ideas come a little bit late, but, I mean, still, he's the brain of this team, right? He is the guy who is commanding the rest of them. He is coming up with the strategies. He's calling the shots. He does a lot for this team, and I think mentally as well, we've talked about quite a bit how he does have a huge impact on how the team hold themselves, how they respond to advantages and disadvantages. I called it a must-win round for CL for Life, and they won it. Doesn't mean that it's a free game yet, doesn't mean that it's going to be easy from this point forward, but it does mean that you've got some wiggle room. You've gotten your first defense locked on the board. You can start to string them together now. CAG are not going to have an easy time on the attack. It's those aggressive plays sometimes that do really make or break games. Will send you on to deep runs through a tournament or will send you home. Both teams have been very willing to make those moves.
Pivotal round, won by CL4L. CAG had persevered, it would have been a 5-2. Their victory in that round might have put this match a bit too far out of reach. But now with that victory, CL4L's 4 wins on defense, becoming easier to muster. Right now the main focus from CAG, open up that IT wall, keep Maverick out of harm's way, carve it open enough that a buck can easily destroy it, and in just a moment that steel reinforcement should fall. I think the issue's on the bottom.
Blacker, I think so. He's pinged it out. Kind of awkward here, but I think he's fine. He's got good cover. The Azami does have the opportunity to do the funniest thing, but not yet.
Which is impact it?
Just shoot the Mav, yeah.
I was gonna say, I mean, you don't...
She doesn't have impacts.
I was gonna say she doesn't have impacts.
All right.
I was trying to figure out what you were saying.
Wall open now.
I understand
it took a bit of time, but they get it done. It's fine. They're gonna probably move the Mav now over to connector, if I had to guess. I don't know where Shoe Reap is going. I guess he wants to just enter in and walk up the lobby stairs. Fair enough. There is more work to do. The danger that I always see with Maverick on this site is it takes ages to get these walls open. And as you saw on site, there's going to be Goyo canisters inside the bomb site. There's going to be C4s. There's going to be a lot of time denial on the side of CL for Life as well. So the walls are open now, minute 15 on the clock. The real question is, can they quickly start to open the last of these walls and deal with the more aggressive players? Adam, not too far away, inside Electrical, finds the opening pick.
Adam with 1, Black Ray trades him back. So the advantage gain from CL4L is only there for a second. As we move forward into this event, I will be very interested to see if the timing for attackers gets better. Things have slowed down considerably in the play-ins. Is that just because maybe the teams are not as experienced? Is it because maybe some of the play-in teams are just simply not as proficient? Not entirely sure. Giddy dies to Chibisu on the Nook, an operator that CL4L did not see coming. Packer 4-1 since the rehost. Putting his team on the back, 5-1, as there's another player there as well. Chibisu with a single kill, Uzi with 2 very fast, and Shiraniko now walking up the stairs. 10 seconds remain. Taking damage through the soft wall, and a huge 3K from Uzi to end the round and tie the match between these two teams.
Shots, bro. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
I love the push coming out from CAG in that one. They weren't able to get the main wall open from connector, which meant that they were in a really awkward spot where they had to just walk Diffuse Kit in through IT. Diffuse Kit IT is a really awkward spot to push, right? Usually you want your Diffuse Kit coming connector to go through and plant behind the pillar, or maybe you want to come in Aqua and plant behind the bomb chassis. It's not great. There's no great plant spots if you take your Diffuse Kit like Rafters or IT. So they were really constricted based on kind of what they had open. And then even with their limited resources with their push, they weren't together, right? They were very isolated. Great from Uzi get a 3K, but the 3 kills were not back to back to back. Like there was no trade attempt there. There was 2 separated. So they really opened the door for Uzi to get that 3K is what I'm saying. He still hit great shots. He still played well, not taking that away from him. But I don't think he should have had all those opportunities if they were playing a little bit more together on the side of CAG.
Yeah, I'm putting 2 fingers on
Appreciate that we're able to hear the teams speak to each other between the rounds, by the way, Jesse.
Me too.
I quite enjoy it. It was actually in Montreal in this same room because we actually casted groups here for SI a year and a half ago. Well, you obviously didn't.
I was there.
But you weren't casting.
Maybe I was.
You were analyzing.
Maybe whilst the game was going on, I was sitting there to myself going like, man, to get to 4K, woo! I was casting the whole
I like the quiver in your voice. It really sells how strong you would be at this role.
I think I'd be okay.
I think you'd be okay.
Thank you.
Back in the Corn Pop 16 days, did you not do play-by-play from time to time?
I did. I started my 16-year-old career as a play-by-play caster. That's right.
Old Corn Pop.
You know it.
Montreal was where the Corn Pop nickname died, too.
It is, where I decided to change.
This is a very important city to you, and yet it's still your first time here.
You've got this long-running joke. That's my first time in Montreal.
Behind the scenes, every time I talk about Montreal, I pretend that Jesse's never been here, and I explain things to him in a very simple fashion about the city. He doesn't find it very funny. I find it very, very funny.
Apparently they speak French here. That's crazy.
Yes, I've heard that as well. I didn't understand it, but I heard it.
We've got a couple players entering into the basement, not dissimilar to what Packer was trying to do earlier on this map. It's Shirif this time around. It's not going to have the same utility to get value down there like the Deimos, but will instead be able to move through it very, very quietly. So could still have a huge impact as he rotates, likely up through cargo late into this round. Meanwhile, his teammates are working on the IT wall. They're starting to clear these players out of top floor. I'm curious what Anderson actually wants to get done on the blitz. My guess and what it seems like he wants to do now is just rotate down below, plant on the blitz with the shield behind your back. I don't think you're trying to clear out top floor on this operator. But still opportunities, and if they see that as a potential ability, then they could go for something like that. The Deimos will rotate down to the basement eventually and start tracking the smoke. This forces Bino all the way back into control and maybe opens opportunity for a plant. They're in.
Anaton, with the case at hand, needs to fight his way through the smoke, through the barbed wire, all the while being softened up by multiple foes. What does he do here? He has no choice but to engage, picked apart by Adam. Still over a minute to go. Adam and Uzi taking some damage. Uzi now dropped. Finished off by Black Ray, over by Catwalk. Now it's Adam, seemingly under fire. Shiraniko pivoting, removing Bino from the server. Or CL Pharrell destined to just take these 1v1 engagements all round.
Perhaps. A couple of players still on in. Chibisu pretty isolated top of vending stairs. All three of these players not really next to each other. It doesn't matter though. Packer ends up losing it to Chibisu. He then managed to find the track on a Kapkan. This is a very hard operator to play against in a disadvantaged man count situation. They know exactly where Adam is. If they can find Giddy, they'll have full intel. They know where Giddy is now.
They got Mark as well, up on Catwalk, up on those rafters above Adam's head as he moves his way back to the bomb site. Giddy still holding above it. On this top floor, he'll retake Catwalk. CL Pharrell managing the clock very well. CAG don't know what the next steps are. Shiraniko with diffuser. He's the last one left. Looking at the bomb chassis. Nice pick, and he'll start the defuse. How far away is Giddy is the real question. Seemingly should be able to make it there in time, and yes, he does. By the skin of his country teeth. Giddy makes it there, wins the round, and CL Pharrell have the lead.
I thought you lagged through the rotate, Adam. Oh my God.
Another optimistic plant spot, for sure. No options, of course. It was that or immediately lose the round on time, but this is another round where we're seeing CAG just fumbling to put the pieces together. Oftentimes, that's one of those bomb sites where you want to jump in, jump out, bait the utility. We didn't see any of that. He jumped in, took some damage from a C4, took some damage from Toxic Babes, and then got shot in the feet. That's not the plant that you want as the blitz there. They had full top floor control, or at least IT. They had full bottom floor control. They had the smoke pushed back with the Deimos track. They had everything they wanted to go for a plant, but it just never came out. They didn't really find the angle. The smoke came back in. He wasn't actually killed. He was just tracked and forced back deeper into the site, where then he just returned and was able to Toxic Babe things off as he wanted to. Maybe it could have been nice if somebody else jumped in the window, tried to help out, if there was some pressure bottom garage there, but wasn't being put together. Cyclops yet to win even a single attack on this second map. We wondered if a 4-2 split was going to be good enough, and at the moment it doesn't seem like it is. 5-4 now, CL for life. 2 rounds away from winning their second map of the tournament and forcing a third.
been a dogfight for the CL4L folks. It's nice that they get their map, though, for the second bout of this series. Imagine losing your map first and then having to go to your opponent's map choice, knowing that it might be curtains for you in your time here in Montreal. Spoilers ahead, but as Jesse pointed out, we've already said goodbye to one team so far through the play-ins. Alpha, coming from LATAM, defeated by Fear X earlier today. The loser of this matchup will join them. Will it be the Western Hemisphere, sending 2 teams home? CL4L coming in through the LCQs, having a bit of that Cinderella run as we called it, and then having an unfortunate situation where they had to find a sub, and Uzi has been doing pretty well given the circumstances. CL4L lose Bino very early on. He was good in map number 1. He's cooled off quite a bit in map 2. CAG walk in and dispatch him entirely. And now Giddy marching down the stairs with the Bailiff out, losing the duel to Black Ray, who could yet find a second. But Uzi on top Aqua says not today. Numbers still favoring CAG for the moment, though.
Good fights from Black Ray. I think he's happy to go 1 for 1 there. Uzi, now you've dealt a bit of damage. You know exactly where he's at. Shuri's going to be hunting for them. I've got a couple of bodies up here. I mean... Oh, the Nitro Cell. You thought it was going to be a 1v2, but no. With Packer down below sending his support, that will take down the Twitch and meaning it's a 3v3, all of them falling back towards the bomb site. And they're going to be safe and sound down here. There is a buck up above them. 65 seconds to work with, and Ash as well, who has plenty of soft breach to work with too. They've got all the tools they need on the side of Cyclops to make this site unholdable. They can deny a ton of these positions. Time is okay. It's not great. It's not unusable. They don't really have much hard breach either at this point, but they're likely to be planting inside of Animus, so as long as they've got the Animus hatch open, or the wall open, which is what they're going to be going for right now. Ooh, actually, where are they planting? No, they're going to be opening up the assembly wall. They're going to be going down vending stairs for their plant. So, different strategy from what I was talking about, but still can be very, very effective. Shiraneko on the Thermite will just be covering for the plant. Anaton likely putting it on the ground, and here they go.
Anaton charging on in, no kills since coming back from the rehost. And he's on case duty at this point. Bad coverage from Shiraneko as Packer gets 1 kill. Anaton off of the plant, taking matters into his own hands. Now it's all up to Shoreep on the buck, as the time is such that if you lose the planter, it's all over. Anaton wins the duel because he falls off the plant, unsheathing the pistol and getting the job done. The case actually does go down. So technically in a post-plant, it's CAG winning the fight, and we'll need all 12 rounds to settle this.
That was actually absurd. Are you kidding me? Adam up above in the spot to deny that plant. That's one of those plants that can always be denied from up above if you do not hold control of storage. That's an auto win, surely, for the defense, but no. Still, we saw Adam struggle to deny that. He didn't actually have any angles open, so he was firing blinds towards the plant spot. Amazingly, Shuriep was able to hit a shot vertically and take down Adam. It was a ridiculous one, and at the same time, Uzi is there swinging, so everything's being done correctly by Steel for Life. They're coordinating at the right moment. They're swinging together. They're trying to stop that plant, but somehow Anaton jumps off the defuse kit, 4 HP, and hits the shot to take down Uzi. That's a goofy way to end that round. Incredibly impressive by both Shuriep and Anaton to clutch at the 2v2. Just never should be winning a round like that, but they do it. Sometimes making the impossible look so easy. And they pull it off beautifully. That is a round they desperately needed, Parker. They had yet to win a single attack through the entirety of this map. They'll get one now as we move into a technical pause. Not 100% sure on the issue, but they're all just rejoining the lobby right now, so I can tell you it will not be a long one, I hope. It looks from my analysis that it won't be a long one. I shouldn't make promises I can't for sure keep. Because if I say that and then we're here for an hour, that would be awkward. But I don't think it will be.
To the point now where we're doing analysis on rehosts. Don't really know what the issue is, to be completely honest. But all of CAG is back in the lobby. Slowly but surely, this CL4L team is joining them. And again, you can't really do much discussing on these technical issues. You just got to wait until you're back in and then be able to talk. Coaches can only speak during timeouts. Every player now back in the lobby.
CL for Life, hopefully very aware of that at this point.
What they do last time for IT? Nothing. No, but what
What did they do last time for IT? Nothing.
Ow.
No, but it's
Ow.
not the question.
I enjoy listening to them.
Yeah. Again, being told they can't.
I mean, bro, I would have been talking about it. That was for the 7th time.
Obviously, that top floor bomb site will be the next goal for CL for Life. The push last time tried to come in through, if my memory is correct, through connector, but they didn't get the connector wall open, so they had to go IT instead.
I mean, are you feeling the Goyo? I was gonna say the L shotgun, but
Tech pause is over. I can confirm we're starting the round, so they're free to chat at this point. Not with their coach, but amongst themselves. And I believe another game is starting on the B stream, given the chance that we're hearing. But this game's still very much underway. We'll load into the top floor now, as they will settle on the Ella from Adam, not the Goyos. So making that decision as a team. Again, Packer very involved with a lot of those calls, and the team, they trust him quite a bit. They always are going to listen to what he has to say. Not dictating things, but obviously they're going to have that conversation, and Adam makes the final call that he does agree the L is going to be the right decision here. Often brought on this bomb site to hold down top Aqua. Very common strategy.
Can't change it, so if the L is not the correct play, oopsie daisy.
True.
It's a bit too late now.
That would be awkward if you could change defensive operators in the prep phase. I don't know how that would work. You spawn in as Ella, you toss down all the Grismoths. You swap the Goyo, you put down all your Goyo canisters.
I like where your head's at. Let's run with this idea.
The thing is, defense, they're not strong enough. That's what everybody always says about
Just keep
Rainbow.
spawning in operators with, oh, Uzi spawn peeking shoe reap. Devastating. That's the Maverick. No other hard breach on the board for CAG. What a huge pick for CL for L.
That's going to be in a YouTube video next week.
Next week.
Maybe earlier. I don't know how fast this
God works fast. Uzi's editors work faster.
Nobody works faster than Bolo's editors, I'll tell you that.
I was gonna say, I'm literally on break in between a match, and there are clips of that map that just finished on my Instagram from Bolo's editors.
Yeah, Bolo's editors go crazy.
I hope he pays him enough.
Starting on the IT wall, very worried about an impact trick through that mirror window. Or a nitro trick. We actually did see that earlier in this game. There are no impacts to be afraid of, but they won't know that. There are nitro cells. There are bandit batteries as well, but none of them get deployed. So IT wall is open, safe and sound. Likely that util will be saved instead for the connector wall. They can't actually walk through that. They'd have to vault through it, which is a little scary sometimes. You're very vulnerable when you're vaulting. But they can still make it in. They've still got that long angle to view. Azami in Rafters is one of the strongest operator and location combinations that you can have. She's so good up here, and Black Ray immediately taken down by Giddy, just as I'm telling you. Zob can be so effective, still finding for even more. The mirror window makes it even stronger. Using those Kibas actually to protect yourself from below. There's a buck down there, Shiraniko, trying to make his presence known. And deals a little damage, pops the window and forces the Azami back, but Giddy's done his job, and Uzi's not done yet either. Finds the second on a Chibisu, really just bleeding into this site. CAG not together whatsoever. 3 bodies down while Anatom's on the roof with the fuse kit. Hasn't really felt like they've been able to put together a good push, and of course it all does spiral off of that opening pick onto the Maverick.
Packer looking for an opportunity. Goodbye to Uzi. Packer now with the final player in front of his very eyes. He wins it. And CL for L move to match point. CAG struggling to get in the building, struggling to gain any footing whatsoever. They're being punished by the strong defensive plays of CL for L.
Absolutely. CL for L have played the better game so far today in this map. I like their defenses. They won't be able to go back to the top floor. Packer makes the call, let's go storage. They're gonna run it back.
Was that not Pro League? That's compy.
That's peace.
So true. This could be the final round of the map. This could send us to Chalet and have a third decider, which will ultimately decide who goes home. CAG, one last chance to do or die now. They want to make this a clean 2-0 sweep. Map 1 went 7-5. I think it would be fitting for the second map to also go 7-5. Set us up for a fantastic 15-round Chalet. Could be exciting.
I'd like to see Chalet between these teams.
It'll be a fun one. I mean, it's a very frag-focused map, right? You see a lot of spawn peaks on Chalet. You see a lot of early gunfights. You see a lot of attacker-sided gunfights often, with attackers being able to sit outside the map. Maybe getting a little ahead of ourselves here. Another opportunity for gunfights outside the map. Adam is looking for a spawn peak again. It worked so well the last time, but doesn't find it, so he'll retreat. No harm, no foul. Taking this top floor is going to be the primary objective to start things off for CAG. The connector wall opens up. IT is the important one. If you control IT, then you can deny the plant from up above. It is being held shut at the moment. But of course, they've got Harbor Breach up there dealing with it. There are bandit batteries on the wall. It is Adam's job to deal with those bandit batteries. They get cleared out. And the wall is open. Objective 1 complete.
2 MB7s on the board for CL for L's, so don't be confused if you hear them rattling away. Packer and Uzi will both be holding on to this same gun. You never noticed that it says round 2 on the screen?
It should be rehosted.
It is round 12.
Yes. You can tell by the score.
Yes, I thank you.
6 plus 5.
Also that we've been here for a little bit of time.
Maybe the rounds got longer.
I don't think that happened.
Oh.
But thank you, I appreciate you.
A lot of the top floor players in CO for Life have fallen back. They don't really want to contest like Connector or IT or anything. They might still find themselves in gunfights soon here, though.
Nico pushing up. He spies the bandit, expecting a follow-up, but none will come. Black Ray eliminating Uzi. Down goes the Fenrir. Packer will follow. That was the target that Nico wanted. Getting ever closer to the bomb site. CL Pharrell sitting on map point. They have been picked apart by CAG. Last one left is Bino. Right now playing on that storage window, and a flawless 12th round from CAG. Wow.
Great clear through the top floor. Found every single kill. No trades whatsoever from CL for Life. Not a lot to that push. They walk in through IT, they walk in through Connector, they clear through the top floor. They managed to find a couple of picks. None of them get answered. We didn't quite catch the POV, but Black Ray, some excellent opening couple of picks there. Black Ray, not a common player to see in those opening engagements. Usually it is Shoe Reap who takes the opening fights. Sometimes it is Chibisu. Yesterday, Black Ray took about 19% of their offensive opening engagements. A little bit more active on defense typically, but he can get active when he needs to. Obviously, one of those guys that has been on this team for a long time. Black Ray so familiar with Cyclops, been to many international events with the team. And he's changed his coffee cup, so he's no longer drinking out of the same cup as me. That's crazy. Kind of messed up. Maybe he heard we were on the same cup and now he's changed. That's kind of rude. We are in the middle of a quick little rehost. Already, most of the players are back in the lobby, so it shouldn't take long.
I'm not pointing fingers, but CAG's always back in the lobby really quick.
It's a bug with the new land.
They are.
So you're good to go. Yeah, A-host.
Seems like there's a bit of a bug.
Yeah, basically what happens is that when a game gets rehosted, it doesn't count the rounds properly. So if you rehost, it starts that at round 1.
Yeah, so it didn't go to overtime there because it thought it was round 3.
Correct. So I don't know how this is going to work with overtime. That might mean we need to rehost every round. We'll see.
Surely you can set up the lobby in such a way where you swap every round. It's definitely a setting you can run. I don't know. We'll find out. I assume that we should be good for the next 3, but no promises, of course. should be jumping into it any second now.
It says round 13 on the screen, so maybe it's okay.
By himself.
Massive.
Yes. All right, it works. Perfect.
All right. As we load into overtime between these two teams, it is once again do or die from CL for life. If they lose this map, they will be eliminated from the Montreal Major. If they win it, then we're headed to Chalet for the third map of this series, Cyclops. The opposite is true, of course. The winner of the series overall faces Chiefs later today for the final spot in Phase 2. That is a do-or-die game as well, where the loser goes home. Slightly more SI points, slightly bigger prize pool if you go out in the next BO3 versus this BO3, I believe. Actually, I think SI points are the same. Won't really matter. CL for Life are unlikely to make SI off points. CAG might be more of a bubble team. I don't think they'd be making it if they get eliminated this early either, but I'm not the person to ask for that. There are better statisticians than I, keeping track of all of that.
SI points are a black hole for me.
Okay.
Because the criteria has changed a bunch.
It has.
I'm also not a numbers guy.
No.
You are the numbers guy. I am the talk about what's happening guy.
I'm relatively aware of the SI situation. I would
you're
say
good.
It's going to be a lot more relevant when we get into like Phase 2 and Phase 3.
Yes.
That's the gist of it.
Yeah.
Right now, if you go out in this point of the tournament, you're not going to be breaking any barriers.
There's a spawn peak, by the way, because Chibi Su was just dropped.
Oh.
Had to use an adrenal surge to get back up. I'm assuming Adam was the culprit. That's right now who the spectators are leading us to believe might have done this. Chibi Su bucking underneath Bino, and he's in a rough spot.
He sees the
Manages to get out of there. Oh, almost get out of there with his life intact. Uzi and Giddy both working towards that kill. Giddy credited with it. It's 1 minute off of the clock. Another adrenal surge will go out. Chibi Su inching ever closer back to full HP. Still a ways to go until he's fully healed. That last adrenal surge will get him close, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, they say.
Can they get the second wall open? They want to have the connector wall open quickly here. They do have the utility for it, but it's a matter of putting it on the wall. They don't really have the space for it just yet. Chibi Su is trying to play aggressive. Uzi, what an angle. Doesn't result in a kill. Takes a bit of damage from it too. The nitro cell popped. Can he actually get a kill off of it? Puts it back, rips it again. There it goes. One big kill on a Chibi Su. That's a two-man advantage now. It was almost more than that. Blackray answers back. He wants to reinforce this and get back to his team, but he realizes it's too risky. So he falls back to the other side instead, keeps his life alive.
A tussle with the blitz inside of Electrical. Anton had a big round before when he was playing on Ash, but now less firepower on the shield operator, but a bit more ability to deflect away your opponent's bullets. That's always quite nice. Uzi, the only player on CL for L who's been wounded, and well, Anton walks right in, gets rid of the remainder of it. Adam dies, Giddy follows as well. CL for L down to just Packer. He sees the shield, tries for it, decides Shurip's the target, and loses that duel as well. CAG, 1 round away from advancing to their next match, safe, at least for a short time, from elimination.
Death, Taxes, and Shurip screaming at the enemy anytime he has a good round. These are the 3 guarantees in life. An excellent round right when they need it most. The first round of overtime, Shurip, that did not look like a great push for them, to be honest. They were inside a connector. It felt like CL for Life had a perfect read on that push. They were able to keep a 2-man advantage going. But inside the site, Shurip just turned it on. He found 3 massive picks clearing through that bomb site. Took them all with him, and sometimes that is what it comes down to. Rainbow Six Siege, end of the day, it's an FPS game, and even if all the early signs point towards the defenders winning that round, it was CAG on the attack that walked away with it. CL for Life, just 1 round away from elimination. They need to win back-to-back rounds and the third map if they want to move on to the next game that they'll be playing. It is a tall mountain ahead of them, but the first 2 steps are the most important. This round and the next, they move to attack, which has not been their best side in this game. and they will need to attack the top floor, which is being held by Kag. Anaton on the Clash. Popular on this bomb site. I don't believe we've seen it today. Maybe my memory is wrong. Often countered by a buck down below. That'll likely be Giddy's job as we move farther towards this round. Nobody on the side of CAG are playing on the main floor, so the buck should have relatively free reign down to the bottom floor. That's why he's drilling this now.
You ever notice that Giddy kind of looks a little bit like Nade Shot?
I can see it, yeah. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe that'll convince Nade Shot to pick him up.
CL for L to 100 Thieves confirmed. You heard it here first, folks. Jesse just leaking the script for everybody.
I will say it's a little late. If you're going to pick them up, I feel like before the tournament would have been...
Maybe not what could be their final round at the tournament.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I've seen enough. Let's pick them up. What do you mean they lost? What do you mean?
They'll be back for SI quals.
Oh, no, no, no. This is not the way you want what could be the final round for CL for L. Sharoniko dies at a weird angle to Giddy that he wasn't expecting, but not before Packer is removed from the round. That's the shield down. That's a big loss for CL for L, especially given that Anaton is on a shield himself. The Clash will be a major nuisance. Don't really have a lot of tools to deal with this Clash if you look at what CL for L has in their pocket.
Yeah, I mean, the buck down below has got to be the main thing, right? But with Anaton playing top of Aqua Stairs, he's going to be in no way, shape, or form going to be exposing himself to those bucks. So they've got to find another answer. Diffuse Kit over in Rafters often can be difficult to plant from this position. They've got Kiba barriers, barbed wire on top of this as well. They need to make this push work. It is going to be a low time execute in the 4v4 with Adam inside of Rafters. No good plant spot from this situation, and they don't have Aqua Control, and they don't have Giddy.
And that's Shoereap going down below to take care of the buck himself and still play down there because there's a Nitro Cell in pocket for Shoereap. And up it will go, but nobody in a country mile from that explosion. Adam keeping numbers even as now Black Ray falters. He gets the kill, starts to plant the diffuser. Bino and Uzi now to watch over top of them. Damage being done to Bino. Diffuser goes down, and now these teams will be in a post plant with 3 players each. Chibisu far enough back. Down goes Uzi. The shield of Anaton still up and will try to guide these 2 remaining players of CL for L into harm's way. Nitro Cell goes off, and the last one, Bino, is dropped. It was a Cinderella story. But CAG, watch as the clock strikes midnight on CL4L. The second team to be eliminated here at the Montreal Major is the North American LCQ winners, Challenger League for life.
And for only the 4th time in their history, CAG will get a win over a North American squad. And what an important one it was. You got to feel for the guys on CL for life, of course. A good experience for them, all of them. Their first LAN event, minus the coach, Bodega. They fought well, Frank.
They did.
There were some really good moments in both of the games they played, both yesterday and today. It wasn't enough for a victory. But regardless, I think they're going to look back on this, and they should feel proud. A lot still coming up for these guys. I'm sure we'll see a lot of them bouncing in and out of Tier 1. Hopefully more in than out. But we should see all these players continue to play Siege at the highest level once again. They put on a great show. But today, the victory goes to CAG.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with CAG is that even though they still typically end up as this 10th place team, that means you just lost to a 12th to 10th place team in the world. It's not like you lost to some other also ran team. You actually played up against a pretty consistent opponent. Maybe not consistently the best, but still consistent no matter what. And I mean, Black Dragons was no slouch either.
With a substitute as well.
Yes, not just a substitute, but Tristan was one of their best players, if not their best player, through the LCQs. And then lose your best player on very short notice and bring in somebody who'd never played at a Tier 1 level. And have Uzi honestly play as well as he did given the circumstances. It's quite impressive, but there's always a loser in a matchup. And unfortunately, fans of the team, CL4L was the loser in this game. But hey, CAG Osaka get to play Chiefs. A battle of APAC.
It is.
Is it a Japanese team or is it an Australian team that makes it to the next phase of the Montreal Major? We have an interpreter standing by with Shoereap, so we get to ask some questions for the teams. First and foremost, congratulations. The question I want to ask you is, CL4L is a team that most people don't know about. Did you do anything special to prepare for them, or did you just play your regular game?
まずはじめにおめでとうございます。CL4L は比較的新しいチームで、まず何か特別に準備などはしたんですか？
そうですね、やっぱり DD コーチがしっかりとこの1日でなんか相手の置きドローンだとか攻めとか、防衛の形とかある程度まとめて今日試合前にしっかりプレゼンしてもらって、でその通りに本当来たので、うまく対応できたのかな。
So our coach DD took the last day and found all the good drone spots and everything. So we knew pretty much exactly what they were doing, and that's how we managed to win.
Impressive stuff. I wanted to ask you, right now, the meta of Rainbow Six Siege revolves a lot around shield play. You guys have been known for your shield play for quite a long time. Do you find that the current metagame favors your team in any way? Or have you had a good time with the shields that have been so popular?
現在縦メタですが、やっぱり今のこの縦が有利なメタというのは、昔からずっと縦を使い続けているチームとしては有利だと思いますか？
そうですね、実は僕も縦使えて、このチームだとブラレアニツン俺で縦一応3人使えるんで、使い回せるんで今だいぶ有利かなって思ってます。
So our team has 3 players, including myself, that can play shields. So I think that it's very, very good for us. The meta is very good for us right now.
I would agree.
Last question for you. Layer was a map that we didn't see you play. You brought it out in your first matchup today. Was this something that you were deliberately hiding, or did you just not have an opportunity to play it in the regular season in the Japan League?
レギュラーシーズン公式戦でアジトは一度もプレイしていませんでしたが、これはマップを隠していたんですか？
そうですね、やっぱり前回のメジャーの反省点でそのマップのピックできるあれが狭かったので、世界大会のために結構アジトは残してました。
In the past, we've had issues with having a small map pool, so we were intentionally hiding Layer as a map pick for the major.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Good luck in your matchup later today against the Chiefs.
これからチーフ戦、頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got the bracket ready for you because you want to know what's going on right now. What's happening in Rainbow Six Siege? There you are on your screen. So far, 2 teams today have qualified. 2 more will qualify, and they're going to be played on the B stream. We saw G2 and Falcons qualify earlier today. Falcons technically the first team to qualify. G2 followed shortly thereafter. We said goodbye to CL4L and Alpha Team, meaning up next on the B stream, Black Dragons and FearX alongside Chiefs versus CAG Osaka. 2 of those teams go home. 2 of those teams make it to the next stage of the major, phase 2, in just a couple days. We're going to say goodbye to the A stream because we're all done. You're going to Hawaii. I'm going back to my room, and you are going to the B stream. We'll see you soon.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire, fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire, fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché.
Especially in a 2v2, not something you exactly want.
No, good fireball placement right there, choking off the retreat or entrance for both these players inside of the site. This will give Florio ample time to actually get in with the diffuser, but the intel is still lacking. We obviously know they're bottom yellow, but Gudo's still concerned. They're elsewhere, a two-man retake, and the Capitao reacts in time, tagged up on the exit, but the Capitao has done his job. He's allowed the diffuser to go down. Demic on the wraparound will fail to find his mark. Now the ace down below has moved into his post-plant position, evaded all of the vertical angles he is now well aware of, given his time spent researching on the top floor. Air jab doesn't really matter in the end. Gudo knows his position and allow him to get the kill. Black Dragons looked like it had slipped from their grasp, but a second attack comes in the 2v3.
Yeah, they keep it calm, they keep it cool, they keep it collected at the end of the day. And that's the biggest thing there. Black Dragons, well within their right to still try and clutch things out, and they use every single piece of their arsenal in order to do so. Good information game, on top of being able to get that firebolt down to hold up the hallway, whilst they're also getting the case in. Very well done from Black Dragons. Fearax, though, they try and respond in kind. It's just too little too late. Sending those two bodies up yellow. The plant's already gone on. And also, a lot of red flags there for BD as they were encroaching on that position. And they played out extremely well. You know, they run off over towards the bathroom area, able to keep themselves alive, able to stave off their elimination long enough to make things really murky for Fearax. I mean, in a perfect world for them, Carter, they get there just in time as that plant goes down. They kill the Overwatch and more than likely get that player as they come off the plant, but none of that came to fruition in the slightest.
I also think, you know, some of a bit of a difference between the LAN and the online environment. I think if we're maybe online, maybe you see the Warden actually try to cross that single door. You know, the combination of ping and the reaction time, maybe just allowing him, even if he's tagged, to make that cross from bottom yellow to more towards the bottom spiral side and then get another angle inside of the site. But with how actively Black Dragons were holding that cutoff on the vertical on land, he probably would have reacted and taken him down pretty easily. Just a bit of a difference you might have to concern yourself with. Black Dragons stuck on that side and the retake just not working out whatsoever. They will get an elusive second attack on that tertiary site. Basement now unlocked as well. That is where Fearax will go back. We have a bit of a roam again. Vigil all the way on the top floor, and Mephi holding yellow stairs to allow him to retreat. This can be a pretty strong, at least combination of positions that allow Fearax to play aggressively, then get safe passage back. We'll see how much attention Black Dragons pay to it.
Have the Vigil back in for good boy. You in play too, just to try and assist with this Doke utility. We've been seeing that a lot nowadays, and you know we haven't been seeing too much. A rush, and wow. What an answer for that, Carter, as Mephi is going to catch two immediately off that phone call. Very well done from him.
I think we just briefly saw as well that was diffuser blown up on that skylight drop as well. Now, you're on the top floor, so it's a bit difficult, but look at this call from Black Dragons. Realizing the situation they're in, they immediately fill that space.
What a shot.
Nice shot from Nux right as the F-Naught triggers, but there's somebody spiral, and he will be able to get that trade. Good boy aware of the backside push now. Well aware at this point. Gudo just mechanically better in that instance. Ask bringing it back too. The fight that is left in Black Dragons after these early setbacks is more than commendable, but the cold reality of the diffuser stuck on yellow stairs is very, very real. But now with the 2v2 in a minute 20, they've got time to figure this out.
Yeah, it definitely makes you worried after what we just saw out of Black Dragons. Boiling this down to a 2 versus 2 more than likely bodes well for them. Okay, still at the top of yellow, and not exactly the cleanest look from them as they really have to just try and beat Fearax over the head with pretty much just brute force at that moment in time, try and get these kills back into a positive way, and eventually they'll do that, but now it's going to come down to where they want to try and put this case. We do still have the 2 remaining Fearax members sitting on the bomb site waiting patiently for Black Dragons to try and show up. We are going to have Ask working his way down yellow. This is going to be the moment in time for them to try and open things up as this smoke grenade will come in from the Jackal.
I'll block the angles to allow Ask the way in. Default still up.
Wow,
We'll give
what a
that
shot.
information, but what a heads up by Ask. Swings around the corner, anticipating the retake attempt. Effie taking a little bit of damage. Gudo creeping through, but that's just an engagement that favors the mute. Oh! A quick peek double to finish that one off. A round that changed hands many times over its course, but Firax winning, a key moment to stay positive on the defense.
Solid stuff for them. They've been able to at least compete with Black Dragons, even in moments like this where BD are kind of able to get themselves back into the round. They're still more than capable of winning things out, even when it gets down to a pretty nitty-gritty round like what we saw in round 5. But this is where the rubber truly hits the road. Round 6, some potential here for Black Dragons to try and make this 3-3. Firax will definitely be happy at the fact that they've been able to at least mitigate the scoreline, at least make it a tie ball game when this half swaps. But you have to be worried for their future, as Black Dragons has looked more than consistent on console defenses.
And especially when the main performer for Firax is Mephi right now. Obviously 4K in that round. He was the one that hit that double C4, hit the 1v2 at the end to save round 3. But he was also the one all the way back on basement, who I believe was the Oryx running around that not only got the trade on the guy playing server, but then walking back up, took down the guy cutting off his rotation on the Visa single window. A double kill in that round might be half of a 4K, but those were 2 of the most important kills in that round. Obviously 10-2, 5 KD at the moment. The best performer for Firax by a country mile, and the impact of all of those kills cannot be overstated. It has gotten Firax this 3-2 half, as Black Dragons seem destined to win that round. Going into the final one. Back to CEO, back to this top floor. No Amaru, no shield either. They have moved away from it on this bomb site after that first half, after that first rush. We'll see what the changes they make, as it seems maybe, actually, it's just an admin take 2 times in a row.
So muted. I did see him bring the trigger back out there for that breaching charge. No mute there. Interesting.
Just patient, I suppose.
Yeah. There we go. Ends up clicking that. I don't know if that was just a visual glitch on our end or what, but I promise you, I saw him bring out that remote trigger. Either way, they will end up getting that window open, and it's clearly looking like an admin take once again here from Black Dragons. No shield in play, as Carter had said. Looks like they want to try and work their way in via the staircase, as well as these windows for now. We'll have Nux positioned to try and get a couple of these Roteros in and try and blow up a little bit of this utility, making their jobs and lives a lot easier when it comes to their inevitable execution.
The barbed wire on Spiral is certainly important to clear, but Firax were aware of the possibility of somebody lurking up that staircase last time. The Warden just checks it. I believe it was Demic that round, just checks it, catches the guy walking up, and Black Dragons were stuck just to try to brute force their way through vending. So clearing that utility is good, but Firax are more than aware of that Black Dragons want to take that position, want to cut off that rotation in the long desk spot. So you'll have to do a bit more than that to catch Firax off guard. The Deathmark trackers might be the solution. Now getting some vertical play as we move past the halfway point of the round. Flashbang might go in, but I'd assume it's just baiting utility. Now, as I say it, the Cage targets all utility going out, but again, another double C4 from Firax. Diffuser dropped like a lead weight outside a connector window, will plummet to the floor, and Florio shot right out of the building. 2v5 as this execute has just completely fallen apart for Black Dragons, excuse me. The round has completely come together for Firax, a flawless one to end their time on the defense with a lead after that early start from Black Dragons.
It's a 4-2 half on their opponent's map choice, but are they going to fall into the same potholes that we saw Black Dragons start to trend into? The biggest thing there for me, Carter, is the lack of intel from Black Dragons in a lot of these openers. They're kind of flying blind, and they're getting punished a lot from just decent positioning from Firax, and even past decent positioning. Some of these positions that we saw from Firax weren't even all that good. Like the player over on yellow, that's something that you should know 100% before flying in through the skylight. Things like that are just going unchecked by Black Dragons. And not only is it punishing them, but it's punishing them in a very severe way. 2 big kills out of 1 Nitro cell, that's something that seldom happens. That's why we get so excited when it does. But to have that happen now in 2 separate rounds, that's something that you cannot allow, especially from this perspective.
And especially because when you are attacking the CEO site and you instead of going just straight through admin or straight through yellow, but you're going from one of the repels, one thing every team does is they take an extra 30 seconds to put in, like, let's say 40% of their Grim Util, some of their Candelas, an EE1D, to bait out the utility and bait out a C4, especially because you can hop back out if there's a smoke, at least on the CEO side. But if a C4 lands, you're rappelling into the window. You can't escape from that. And Black Dragons didn't really take the time to bait out that util. They threw it all in, and as a result, lost, again, as you said, 2 bodies to those C4s. Fearx will get a lead on the defense. You asked the question, will Fearx fall into some of the same potholes as Black Dragons? And I agree, but will they fall into the one big pothole, which is just the attacking side? Like, there's a lot of the same issues you can run into, but how many times have we seen teams? I mean, we saw it earlier today. Up 5-1 on the defense, and because this map can be so difficult and it requires the attack to do so much, you struggle. And Nova going back on those shields, he's 5-4 right now, but even though he was pretty solid on this in the Korea League, he has been less than stellar on the shields in Montreal so far.
Yeah. You and I have had a little bit of a discussion about Nova, and you never really know what you're going to get out of him. You're either going to get a Nova life game where he seems like the most unbeatable opponent, especially when he's on shields in the world, and then you'll also get these games where he just simply cannot muster a single play. But oh my goodness, what a moment we have here. Nux is accidentally going to kill Gudo. Ass gets one, but now Fearx, they are all over BD across the board, and exactly that, Carter. What the heck is even going on here? It's all up to Florio. He's going to get one, but the jig's up. We all know you're on the mid floor.
I don't even really know what happened right there. I just saw the blitz run into piano. I'm like, oh, they're going after like the one guy there. The entire team just died. Florio. Got to be careful now. A good TCSG player is a fearsome one to face. 2 very, very solid kills to cut the manpower from Fearx in half. And he is just moving completely free inside of the site. No head holes on yellow as well, so while he can't get aggressive, he can creep awfully close to this door frame. And if Fearx don't take the time to drone, Florio could go unspotted in this position. We're using exothermic for soft destruction. That is how much we are being careful.
Hey, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, right? That's what you have at your disposal. That's what can make those vertical holes. And hey, if that's the only way we can do it, then by God, that's the way we'll have to get it done. Fearx, they're going to take their time, Carter. I was really hoping, because you guys have 4 drones active right now. If you didn't drone, I was going to be pretty angry with you, just to let you know. But instead, we'll get this. Florio inside of a 1v2 with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, we'll tag up the Maverick as he comes in, but Demic with a very well-timed drop. Towards the end there, I really appreciate that thoroughness from Fearx, because not just were they droning out the thermite to get that information, we see 1 drone on the cafe side and 1 drone on Spiral. Basically putting 2 drones in a position where they know if that Cade moves. They have completely isolated him. If he wants to leave that double door, they will have intel on it. And if he shoots that drone, they've got the Spiral one as well to know if he could have crossed in a cafeteria. It's one thing to see a team be patient and do that, but to see them ISO it, it's just very, very nice. Especially when Fearx are looking to overcome at least a theoretical hurdle on their attacking side. They've won 1 round, and logically, the moment you have let that 3-round lead escape, you are now down 2-5. You've lost the first defense. Black Dragons will take that tactical timeout. They were able to stave it off on their attacks by winning round 4. Of course, lost the next one. 2-4 certainly manageable. But now, Sam, Fearx are 1 round away from match point on your pick. You got to figure this out.
Yeah, you got to call a timeout here, Carter. And that's exactly what we're going to get. And you guys can all see as clear as sunlight during the day. Ask and the coach and everybody else in between all turning towards him to see exactly what they can kind of pull out of their hat. Because as of right now, they're putting a lot of value in their potential to hold down the map. And what we saw inside of that last round is that Fearx are not fearful in the slightest. In fact, if they can get 1 domino to fall, it really seems as though they really know where the rest of those cards are being held. And they get a lot of kills at the drop of a hat, really, Carter. It was a pretty important round there for Fearx as they have fully set Black Dragons under their back heels, and we'll see where things go from here. But as of right now, Fearx, even in comparison to the maps that we've already seen them play, look like a completely different beast.
And with just 1 round victory, this map has gone from pretty standard consulate fare between a team that might be their pick, but still getting 2 solid rounds of the attack, nothing to worry about. And just 3 minutes later, now we are in a whole lot more of an interesting position where Fearx have taken that lead, and the onus is on Black Dragons to mount this comeback to win CEO as they move up to the top floor after dropping basement in round 7. You're going to have Nova back on that blitz. We know it. FearX know it, but hopefully more importantly, Black Dragons know it. And how will they account for it? Not a lot of Legion, of course, but the Malusi, the Grzmots from the Ella, and the F-Knots from the Fenrir. A lot of traps to make sure that Nova cannot get control for free like he did last time.
Correct. And that's the big thing here. That's really what we want to focus on for FearX. How are they going to try and process this map, where they're going to start, and really what is that kindling for them, right? Black Dragons that last time around put a lot of value in the mid-floor, and why wouldn't you? It's a basement bomb site that a lot of that verticality plays extremely well into the offensive hand if they're able to get control of it, but instead Black Dragons goes punish left, right, and center. It makes their life very difficult because of that. Are they going to try and pull value back towards the site? More of a turtle setup might be something that they try and look into, but for FearX, you can tell, at least as of right now, a little bit of patience all up until this moment here.
Ooh. Gotta be careful, remember, we
They're
saw
gonna
what
go for the
happened
plant.
when you didn't bait out that
Uh-oh.
utility, so there goes
Oh,
the
it's a Twitch drone! Rin!
That is goated from Rin right there, and the diffuser goes down. That is
Wow.
so excellent from FearX. You just cannot account for that for Black Dragon's setup. 2 players face that blitz. There's not a lot he can do after that. Man disadvantage is a little worrying. Mephi the only one outside on Repel, and Good Boy anticipating somebody to go hop out the art window. The call is likely being given. Mephi, you don't need to watch that. You can look towards yellow. You can watch the CEO window. Good Boy will
Nice.
do his work. Take down Gudo. That lets Mephi fully focus on the top floor. Hornet completely gives up on the run out.
This is the round.
The indecision has given FearX it. Match point now in their hands. What a play from Rin. We have asked a lot of questions of him at times, but with one shock drone, he has given FearX match point.
A lot of people ask me, Carter, and a lot of people have asked me across the years, what separates Rainbow Six Siege from a lot of different games? And I always say it's creativity. They give you a toolkit, they give you a huge sandbox to play with, and it's your job to understand what you can do with these tools. And that's just another one right there. You and I have never seen anybody operate around that bomb site in that way. In fact, that's why both you and I were like, oh, you're swinging in that window. That's crazy.
It's funny. The only other time I've seen it was coincidentally on console, but it's a different site. There was a match in the NAL where Bolo on Twitch was like shocking Zoto canisters on Twitch as they got thrown in. But, you know, the Zoto canister hits the wall, freezes it stationary. Like, that's cool that he was that proactive and got it in a hidden spot. But, like, you got to track the C4, react in time to shock it, and the fact that Rin, of course, got it in that position, but that's a bit harder and more dangerous utility to miss if it goes awry. Just an unbelievable play from Rin right there.
Unreal.
And now up 6-2, denying Black Dragons a comeback after their tactical timeout. We really might have a 7-2 if FearX can just keep their cards playing.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, honestly. Like, I did not see us at this score line, and neither did I see FearX kind of go into the casino and just be like, I love winning, and just keep it going. You know, and that's the big thing here. At least that last round, not a lot of gambling, not a lot of things where you really had to worry all that much, but you definitely needed some positive reaction out of Rin there. And if you didn't get it, you more than likely lose the round by just banking the case there inside of the actual bomb site. So life would have got a lot more difficult for them. But speaking of difficult lives, look at things from Black Dragon's perspective, folks. They have to go for 4 perfect rounds here up against FearX, who have been very patient with their delivery so far.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if you're on defense. A 4-round comeback, no matter what, is just like, oh, God, we don't have our tactical timeout either. Like, it's just going to be a weight that is hanging from your neck for the rest of this, especially as this is your pick. Like I said, this is a map that Black Dragons have really only dropped in the past 6 months to Liquid and FaZe, the top 2 teams in the Brazil regular stage, our first and second place teams. But still, they will mount a very impressive fight early on in round 9. A 2-piece from Gudo and Ask. There might be a trade, but Black Dragons needed this. They've got the case in their hands. I don't care what vertical control you can get with that revolver, Mephi. That diffuser is in the hands of the defense for the moment. You'll need to reset to find a way to get it back.
Stun out. Fully blinds his opponent, but doesn't want to push off of this, at least for Mephi's sake. And why would you? You got a lot of verticality to play around here. This revolver could be the saving grace for FearX on this round, especially as Ask is so dangerously low on health. Rin's going to get a big pickup here onto Nux, and they know that there's a body around here. You can see how fearful Black Dragons is being, as they do not want to try and give up these bodies at such a critical moment.
Especially with Ask so low. I mean, look at that HP. 7 health remaining. of all the players you'd want, it would be him playing close with that shotgun. Maybe the best chance to win a fight
Hornets.
that low HP. Meffy hops in.
Oh.
Just
Oh.
encircles him with that shotgun. But every single shot lands and does not go to waste. But Hornet, equally so, able to find Good Boy on that rappel. And now Meffy has a whole lot of work to do. He'll need to be 15-3. We'll need a straight 5-0 KD to finish this off. And Ass can make it easy for him. Ass could feed himself, get a little too cocky, and just one shot from that revolver. 1 of 6 will do. Prone on the floor, that is how you take the advantage away. The surprise factor will keep Black Dragons alive, but a strong opening too. We'll give them 1 round out of 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrifying prospect for Black Dragons right now, as FearX, time and time again, have been complicating these rounds to the nth degree. This is just yet another example. Just, things not working out for FearX in the way that they wanted to. If they end up getting those 2 big picks up top and they don't really, end up getting those big volley of frags back, then we probably have a completely different round on our hands. But instead, this is what we have, and Black Dragons are capable of keeping that case locked up on the top floor. A valiant effort, especially from Ass, because he was dodging everything and the kitchen sink there inside of that connecting room. So making life a little bit easier for them now is a breath of fresh air, more than likely amongst the bench of Black Dragons, but still a lot of work to be done here on Consulate.
Still a bit ironic that was a exposition defense, as all the action taking place on CEO. I mean, we saw that bottom floor like literally one singular time, it felt like. They are able to get that victory as we move on to round 10. Holding on to this top floor, you can run the shields. The shields are very good. That is undeniable. But just look at this Black Dragons lineup. 4 trap operators and a smoke. That is very good for countering that blitz as well. Catching him in the toxic canister, slowly whittling him down on HP with each throw of the smoke babe. And so FearX will move away from it. And it has to be said, this is where they start to get a little bit weaker. It's always been sort of their weakness on attack. If they're a bit slow, they struggle to problem solve a bit. And to be fair, on that bank game we just saw, they did quite good at losing key operators and then rotating to execute around to get new map control, to solve the problem, to get a big play and speed up the pace to fix an issue. But still not having that shield on how difficult a map like Consulate is to attack Sam. They got a gap, they've got a buffer. Still might be a bit difficult.
Yeah, most definitely. You still have to hit your mark, and that's the thing. Although you might have 3 rounds, there is a world where Black Dragons is able to pull this back. There's a reason why they selected this map, and it's because of how potent the defensive side is, and obviously they are banking on the fact that they can make this defensive bastion work. And, well, what a better way to test it than being asked to go flawless, practically, through 4 rounds. FearX trying to recreate themselves, and I think Meffy ended up getting stuck or something there.
I was about to say, I imagine he was probably stuck on like drone or the rappel bug or something. We don't often see the rappel bug anymore, at least I think, but I think that was the reason why. And if you can't get on drone and he's stuck, you just got to send him to cams yourself.
Look at the horizon, Meffy.
No kill number 14 for you, unfortunately.
What's that thing that Gibby says from iCarly? How's my hair, Sam? It's good. It's real good.
A lot of lines Gibby has. That's also the line from The Wire, but anyway, that's beside the point. Look at Judo going for this swing. Oh, nothing Devin can do at that point. Gifted a 5v4, and they'll get technically the actual opening pick. Just swinging on into the admin's side, and we'll know somebody is bottom Visa as well.
Oh.
Just so difficult to deal with, especially in a man disadvantage. You got to feel for FearX right now. They'll try to push forward. Nova will fire off the close swing, and will find one. And because he fired that off, he will get away scot-free. They also know this player's behind the shield. Excellently placed nade, but Florio with the flick. Good Boy tries to get him on the fall-off, and it just does not work. Smoke canister, final one going out. Maybe even pre-placed on that door, not entirely sure. Nova will just creep forward. Hope that Black Dragons give him an engagement. Gone 6, hits the computer monitor in front. Insult to injury, Black Dragons now 2 rounds in a row. Maybe a timeout from FearX, only because if you lose one more, well, you've only got one more chance to close this in regulation.
Yeah, very true. I don't know if they just let this one go through, just given the circumstances of how that round opened, right? That little bit of an issue there.
There is a pretty big asterisk on it.
Yeah, so I think that's the biggest thing here for me, but still plenty to be done. And actually, they're going to take it right now, feeling, very similar to what you were pointing out there. Sphere X have to try and get something going for themselves. They have 2 rounds in order to do so, but might as well use that timeout here to try and discuss what you could bring to the table, not only in this round, but the round post that. So Black Dragons now will have some time to discuss things as well, as their coach now has access to the bench, and I'm sure they will be having a very similar conversation. Look at how similar the score lines are for these BD members. 3 players at 8 kills, Florio with 6, and then Nux bringing up the rear with 3. Across the board, they've each been able to find their timing, find their mark, at least in a couple of these rounds, but nobody really boiling to the top. We did see Ask there for quite some time, having a heck of a game for himself on that offensive half, but since then, things have kind of cooled down.
Certainly so. It should be noted, by the way, that, of course, if you're not familiar with the Fear X squad, the coach behind them is Dark. We are approaching almost a year for him on this roster. He joined after the Atlanta Major, and he is from Brazil. He is Brazilian, and big reason I imagine why when you saw them winning certain rounds, he was the most vocal of all of them, yelling at Black Dragons. But of the incremental successes that Fear X have had, a lot of them have come after Dark, making his entrance on the team at SI, taking a map off Furia, the eventual world champions, at that event. Then, of course, beating G2 at Manchester. And now in this spot, finally fighting for what feels like just the first real achievement that Fear X, previously Sandbox, have had in ages.
Yep.
Making not even a deep run, just a run in a tournament. That is what they're fighting for right now. And if you get a win on your opponent's pick, it feels a whole lot more real than if you even just win yours. They'll pause, they'll wait. Very early peek by Hornet. Just barricade it back up. Not entirely sure what angle you can even really see right there based on where he was. Maybe he was trying to run deeper, but...
Not really one for run-outs, I'll be honest. Usually the guy that's like, dying potentially in the first 15 seconds of the round? I don't know.
Yeah, you and I are not really comfortable with the gambles like that, are we?
No, I'm not a gambling man when it comes to stuff like that in Siege.
No, if you're going to do it, Ella pistol would be the pistol you use.
True. Love the red dot on that thing.
Can we add that to every pistol?
I think they actually ended up doing a pseudo version of it when they did the SMG for Clash, and then they also brought it in for some of the reflex sight as well. It's just a little bit bigger. That's the biggest thing.
We'll use the boogie drone, cover the sound a little bit while also getting some vertical destruction. You'll be able to look down on anybody looking to actually retake Visa later in the round. Electroclaws will go out, but this is not a heavy roam by any means. And one player maybe playing aggressively by yellow stairs, and one pushed a little bit up Visa, but that is it. Nobody from Black Dragons are looking to get aggressive, and Sam, I honestly think probably a good idea for a team that at least has a reputation for being sluggish. Don't give them that.
Yeah, most definitely not. Not exactly something that would bode well for you, especially as it kind of be of a bit of a Kickstarter there. One of the boogie drones in, and potentially the last one going down for Good Boys. We'll line that up and start to play the verticality downstairs for the garage. Any denial? Yeah, we do have a little bit. Ask is going to have the wall denial, and Nux will be here to assist with that, as those Zoto canisters will be ready and waiting for this wall to try and have any play from Fear X. And they've taken quite a bit of time here, Carter. Still outside the building for all intents and purposes, as they will just now be finding their way in on the piano side, as well as the teller side, trying to get a little crunch going on this mid-floor. But the only thing they're really going to get from this is verticality and some wall access, and it's not coming in good timing.
No,
not coming in good timing at all.
It's just the unfortunate reality of an operator lineup like this. If you have the Tubarão and the Cade, it's gonna slow down any attack, and if you're a slow team, it's gonna punish you for it. It is not gonna make things easy for you at all, and especially for those Zotos. Not only can you just throw them on a wall, but even throw them on a door to make it harder for the attack to push in. With that shotgun close quarter is actually probably better favored against Hornet than you would otherwise think somebody pushing down Spiral, but Nux there for a pretty quick trade. Nova might rotate across as the bulk of the attack coming from the opposite side, but the Clash is bought in yellow. If you're going to shock any player, the guy with the diffuser is the exact prime candidate for that electricity. We'll rotate around, but oh my god, the timing on that one. Nova will actually find his way in. Unknowingly, Florio gives him an opportunity, and there's nobody close to deny this. Good Boy's able to get the kill, make that two, as long as the Buck acquires very important control. Pass might land one, make that 2 shots. Unbelievable pre-fire from the Cade. Will rip the head off of Demic, but Methy falls back. The vertical control in the Clash make this very difficult for him to win, but the shield could block that verticality. Very importantly, he will creep forward, and they have to react in time. Ass covering, he will drop. He wins that fight! but he downs the Clash, and it does not matter. The veteran, 4 kills for Ask to save Black Dragons on, let's be honest, some pretty bad luck.
And you can see the relief on Ask's face. All of his body language says, I was not supposed to win that, but somehow, some way, we did. And blood pressure has to be through the roof right now for this bench over here. But Black Dragons, they are catapulting themselves towards an overtime, and they've gotten it down to one last round. One last defense, and then there's some potential for them to try and take this in OT, but they got to cross that bridge first. Maximum and off the back of some solid FearX antics. I mean, I really liked what we saw out of that offense there, especially with the fact that Good Boy was just putting people to the sword left, right, and center as they were trying to regather themselves around the yellow pillar down low. But it all came down to Ask and some Clash play, and fortunately enough for them, able to get it across the line.
And ultimately, like, Nova, I really thought was going to struggle getting in yellow, but just some things you can't predict. The moment Florio decides to back off is the exact moment Nova decides to run in, and the Clash is like, I was just there. Like, you were supposed to come in. Like, I was waiting here for 45 seconds for you. And it's the kind of things you can't predict, but it's the kind of plays that Ask has been able to pull off in moments like that. The round that got them the victory over Furia was them struggling to attack on Skyscraper, slowing down, reaching a stalemate, not knowing what to do, and Ask walked up main stairs, won 2 fights in that position, I think got a 3K overall, but made a play like that just on the opposite side. They needed him to show up, needed somebody to go big, and consistently Ask has not only been that player with high impact kills, but with massive individual plays like that. He is just the star player on this roster right now. And 12-7, I mean, the only player actually positive for Black Dragons at this point. Very clear who the MVP is. 3 defenses in a row now. Good Boy will try to use the element of surprise to his advantage, moving into the main lobby early. See if anybody will give him an angle or rotate in front of him.
I really like this, too. This mid-floor bomb site usually begs the question as to how the defense is going to hold on to that top floor and how the offense is going to deal with that. But FearX have quite a bit going on here. You have that unit to try and deal with the top level, but you also have the Nook to try and sneak in, slip through the cracks, and get a nice play going on for that mid-floor. Potentially some big pickups. A flash comes out from the buck, or rather the blitz, and 2 big kills going the way of FearX. 1 remaining player at this top level.
Well, nobody remaining at this top level. No, Ask is still alive.
Yep.
You came through for Black Dragons last round, my man. Your number will be called again here. Florio is alone on the site. And Ask with a very difficult situation presented to him upstairs. It's such a hard spot because you want to fall back. You know it's likely you're not going to win it no matter how hard you try, but he'll call up Florio. They will walk through the breach and try their best. Will spot the Lion. The quick peek actually working out. Gets the long angle on yellow too. Will down 1. Some chaos spurred in the FearX lineup, but Nova sprinting past will finally cut him down. A 1v5 must happen for Black Dragons to secure their pick. Will find one. Not even that! He gets too confident. Hits the kneecap, not the head. That won't get the job done. FearX explosive in round 12 to secure the key to their opponent's pick.
Wow, oh wow, Carter. Was not expecting this. Was not expecting this at all when we sat down for Consulate in between these 2 teams. I thought we were going to see a very dominant map here from Black Dragons, but that's anything of the sort. I mean, Ask is really the only positive thing that we see, minus his KD spread, out of Black Dragons. Everything else is everybody just really grasping at straws and trying to catch up to FearX. He was really the only one that was constantly neck and neck with these players and trying to make the most out of these situations. But past that, it was the FearX show and really showcasing just how positive this team has grown to be. I mean, these last couple of events, things exactly haven't been all that great for them. I mean, they predominantly finished like, what, 10th place across a lot of these different events. So
we might be talking about 20.
Yeah, it's been a little rough. I was trying to give them a little bit of credit, but you know how things go.
10th is like a deep Swiss run, and they've not been in Swiss in like years.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So we're going to get the stats up here for you folks. You can see exactly what happened inside of this map. And Mephi, the biggest player here for FearX, but across the board here, specifically Mephi and Nova, that duo making a lot happen here.
Yeah, maybe not a career Nova performance, but a good one.
Yeah.
Which very controversial player, as Vanek said yesterday, very controversial player in the community, but you can't deny he showed up today on that shield when Fear X were succeeding. Even if he was not getting kills, he was making space. 92% cost. But I think it's also undeniable that this was the Mephi Nova show. As you said, I mean, a little bit more shoddy impact on the way down. Good Boy did have some moments. Rin, obviously, it's not registered in the cost, but I think that Twitch drone is worthy of 10% on that CEO attack, to be honest with you. But Black Dragons, overall, this is a team that I think we can say, if you're thinking about what's better, the coordination or the individual performances, I think you're going to say they do a lot better in the latter than the former. And so when you have 4 players going negative, only Ask is really able to get positive. And let's be honest, at about 12-8, 4 of those kills were in that 1v4. Without those, he's only 8-8. It really was a bit of a struggle overall for Black Dragons, and now they've lost their pick because of it. We have Fear X's territory of Cafe up next, and they might make Phase 2 for the first time right after this. map we just saw, I mean, like, what do you even say? Like, I get FearX beat G2. I get that this team has potential, but a win like that on Concept, we really could have had a 7-2 on Black Dragon's pick, Sam, and the fact that we are here, I don't want to get my hopes up because I've been there for this team at moments like this before, but FearX might finally make it out of Phase 1 after ages, barely even cracking it close.
Literally ages. I think the last time that this roster, or at least the start of this roster, was in a really positive way, a really positive tone, was all the way back in like 2019 when they weren't even under their own organization. It was like Mantis FPS.
And like, if you want to be generous, maybe when they were C9 in like 2021.
Yeah, maybe. I honestly, at this moment in time, there's been so many bad versions of this team that I've just like lost the plot as to when they were actually doing good. Just because like they've just routinely showed up to these events, have not been able to really find their stride, and have been sent home time and time again. And it's something that they've been continuously trying to work diligently towards and trying to break this terrible, vicious cycle that they've been a part of. And today, that might be this moment here on Cafe, a clean 2-0 up against the Black Dragons, let alone this roster of Black Dragons, but a team that took an entire best of 3 off of one of the best rosters in the world that we have to offer for 2024 and kept Furia at home. So would be pretty inspirational if FearX was able to get this done, especially in a convincing way like a 2-0, but we will just have to see. Do not let that deceive you, folks. I know that says Bank, and I know it says Clubhouse next, but that is not the case here. We had Consulate first, and we'll be playing Cafe as our second map choice.
Which is a bit of an interesting map for FearX, that it is their pick, because in recent history, they've only played it twice and lost it both times. In the Korea League to Mir, and then also as well to NIP all the way back at SI, but while NIP have certainly struggled, they have always been a really good Cafe team. So if you're, like, sure, you lose 7-3 to NIP, but a lot of teams have lost 7-3 to NIP on Cafe in particular.
Who would expect the grueling team to work well on the grueling map?
Exactly. Like, they might struggle on a lot of other things, but the utility map where everybody's slow, well, NIP will succeed just fine there. But FearX up 1-0. And Black Dragons, I mean, I think they are very aware, and I think the pressure is starting to get to them. We saw them in a similar moment to this, actually, in the playoffs in Stage 1. We thought in Brazil, all the way back in March and April, that this team had the shot to qualify back then, and they just collapsed. First round of the playoffs, lost. LCQ out of the picture, didn't even make the finals. And now, while they might have made it to the major, think about how they were reacting after some of those rounds. Not screams, not cheers, but sighs of relief. Ask taking a deep breath, holding his chest. I mean, Black Dragons, it is clear that the pressure is starting to get to them. Not to say they can't recover, but their comfortable territory is gone. They're on FearX's turf to save.
Absolutely. And I think that's the big thing here for FearX. They've faced so many insurmountable moments that now it's just like, all right, well, we can kind of just play our game. There's really no pressure in a situation
What are we
like
going to do? Get eliminated?
Again? Oh, no. It's almost like we've been here before. So, yeah, there's really no pressure for them in that regard, Carter. I guess that is one luxury of having a situation like FearX have had for the last 4 years. I know that's a crazy amount of time in esports terms, but I mean, I guess that is the one positive thing that you can pull from that. They're not fearful of going home because they've had it happen to them so many times that now in a moment like this, they're probably giddy at the end of the day to just be like, oh my gosh, there's actually a moment where not only can we make it out of Phase 1, but we get to do it up against a really solid Brazilian squad, and let alone that fact. But now it comes down to our map choice as well. A lot of things boding well for FearX and their fans at home. I know that this roster has had fans for years internationally, and this might finally be their moment here to shine.
I guess if you even want to be specific, I wanted to check real quick because I was like, I think they actually made it technically out of groups at SI, and they did, but they went out immediately. And also, SI is a bit of a different format, but like still when it comes to majors, this team has struggled, and still this team made it out of groups, but then went out immediately in the 13th to 16th place spot. They are still looking at these international tournaments to make a more compelling run. And just to even talk about, before we get into the op bands and the nitty-gritty, about what this means for Korea, a region that like has really struggled for a long time. You know, D plus Kia for the briefest of moments seemed like they could be one of the first APAC teams really to make like a compelling major run all the way back at Sweden, one round away from actually making that final, beating FaZe. And we've yet to see a team really live up to that. D plus Kia fallen off, or Sandbox, now FearX struggling to enter the spotlight, and Talon might have led the way. But really, if FearX are able to make this run, we're starting to look to D plus Kia to say, what can you do? Is the Korean scene finally, not saying they're going to win, but is there finally some development in what has been one of the most struggling regions in the history of Rainbow Six? We'll have to see, and FearX could make that argument right now on their pick of Cafe. Rin looking to get aggressive outside of the Christmas window. Once he's shot at, not much you can accept.
Rin?
Never mind, he's
Rin?
going for seconds.
And thirds at this point. Gave the initial look, window gets broken a little bit, pops a couple shots, then comes back to see if there's anybody that he can potentially remove from the map very early here. Nothing doing for FearX, but setting a good precedent. We are not going to allow you to take this map in any sense of the term. Mephi's so very aggressive here. Might get two. Knows this player's still outside.
Oh, my Lord. He gets it!
BD, what are we doing?
Talk about a team not feeling the pressure. Mephi and Rin going for the double swing outside of the building, and now Hornet in a double crossfire. Hornet banks the nade around, and Rin says, all right, if I die, you are coming with me. 4v2 as we just reach a minute into round 1. FearX, if they came to play on Consulate, they have come to win on Cafe.
Well, just from that, you know what the conversation was from Dark during that in-between break, huh?
Do not let up.
Do not let up, and just don't, in any sense of the term, just keep your foot on their necks. Like, you have to keep this pressure up. It's getting insurmountable for Black Dragons. This anxiety is building, and the last thing you want to do is come into a map like Cafe and be like, all right, we're just going to let them go through their natural clear and get this burn going and all this stuff. No. Immediate pressure. That's what you're looking for, and that's what they've gotten. It's now down to these 2 remaining players for Black Dragons, Carter, and it seems like an impossible task.
And think about what it means for Black Dragons as well, who are clearly, at least by my reading of their body language and their tone, seem to be a bit rattled by the pressure when right out the gate, a team that for a long time was a laughingstock in Rainbow Six is ego-peaking you and winning every single fight.
Especially moments like that.
Yeah.
Like that was an alien situation for them. They would never do something like that, and now they've found nothing but success with this round off that aggression.
Exactly, and just FearX again proving that. Okay. All right, well, good boy might be caught a bit lacking on that bomb chassis. The Nook stealthing quite well into the site. But FearX still with that lead, still performing very well in this round. Florio will hit the drop, but needing to break that barricade. They'll know he's here, but Ask has got a really important position. These Yokais are very important for this round, but a nade going deep will force them to cross.
Oh.
But not only does he make it out, he makes it back in. He can go back on that Yokai drone and try to stop it from planting behind the B bomb chassis. I don't believe he shot it. No, maybe he has. He will go back to Flick. We'll try to move into Freezer, but the diffuser will go down. The time is far too low. Demic will take the coverage, and now it's a 1v3 for Florio. We'll see the Yokai, the intel relaying to FearX where he is, and this man is stuck in Freezer, full reinforced. 2-piece for the Goyo. Everybody from FearX coming to get a piece of the action in that 3v1. The counter defuse succeeds. FearX with the first.
I mean, just what a call from Dark. I love everything that we see, the discussion that must have been had in between these maps really showing off in that first round, Carter. And that's exactly what you need. I mean, I know we already kind of crossed this bridge, but it's the entire story of round 1. FearX getting on the gas, getting in the faces of Black Dragons, and not allowing them to have a single sector of the map without at least giving up a body or 2. And FearX get away with that flawlessly, practically. They end up losing, what, 1 body to the 4, or rather 3 that we see out of Black Dragons. That is exactly what you want out of a defensive start here on Cafe. And now it's going to lead into Black Dragons having a lot of questions. Are we going to have FearX be on this aggressive tone for the majority of their half? Are we going to see them slow things down? There's going to be a lot of soul searching for BD going forward into this offensive half.
Yeah, literally the only 2 deaths they have. I mean, you have Rin getting naded, who then traded his own death by taking down the guy that threw the nade at him.
It's so beautiful.
And then you lose that Warden, who, the Nook is just lurking up long hallway. That probably evaded any cams they had in that position. No barbed wire as well, and dies. And it's like, okay, well, we have 4 people alive. So really, you dying helped us, because now we know where that Nook is. So everything to be gained from the deaths, the very few that FearX suffered. Starting out on the defense, maybe doesn't mean a lot to anybody else, but for them, just to start off with a win to keep that momentum going from Consulate, they're going to feel very good. And I also like you start off those spawn peaks last time, and They're still roaming, but nobody's trying to get overconfident now. We do see a little breakage at the windows, but Rin's not going back for a second or a third peek. Mephi's not in a position for a run out right now, but we'll see what Fearx decide to do later in the round. So any intel they might have with the Valkyrie on the board could influence plays like that.
Love this pacing change that we're seeing from Fearx. This is exactly what you'd expect after that initial round, but that's the issue here for Black Dragons as well, folks. This is not something that you can go, oh, they didn't swing us off the window, so obviously it's going to be a turtle setup. They're going to try and play this closer to the site. They're not going to be as aggressive.
It's not black and white.
Exactly. You still have to go through the motions, don't you, Carter? You have to do that discovery. You have to get these drones in and try and figure out how Fearx have set up this top floor. And a little bit more of an aggressive motion here from Rin as they'll fly out, I do believe, the dining window, but make it back in safely at the bottom of white.
Nobody that actually cut him off. I kind of got worried that somebody might already be in reading. But Black Dragon's fully focused on the cigar side right now. Good boy, peek after peek, peek. Well, Nate will go out, but he will get back up, thankfully, with that stim pistol. And, ooh, IQ, Nux. I don't know about that one, buddy. Really a silly decision there, especially now that Rin has killed the guy on white rappel. Black Dragon's just fumbling a stalemate and now giving Fearx the lead after Nova went down. Such an important operator on that smoke. I mean, this is a bit of a rough spot. Gudo will try to push forward. The Doc playing a bit further on Pixel. He'll make his way into Freezer. Find two inside the site. And Mephi's on the opposite side. It's just Demic inside a Cocktail who's got to hold on for dear life. Flashbang goes in. Oh, everyone's just dead. Black Dragons looked awfully silly there for a second, but everybody else, especially Gudo, able to land the shots and keep their guns up.
I mean, that was really the only thing that they could do, and to be honest with y'all, that was not going to be great at the end of the day.
If that didn't happen, it's looking rough.
Yeah, and even given that circumstance, when your only option is, hey, my Gridlock's going to crouch walk into Freezer and try and kill the guy in bathroom, things are not looking up for you. They're not looking up at all. So Gudo, very fortunate at the fact that not only is he able to remove that bathroom player, but gets the flick onto the ladder as well. So he's able to get that big pickup on the second player too, completely blowing the doors off of Fearx and what they'd already built up for that round.
And I also want to say as well, kind of like going back to Nux's play sprinting into the dock, you know, I think that is a lot of instinct and emotion taking over that moment, realizes it's the dock, realizes it might not finish him off. So he sprints in to check, but as we saw, Gudo walk through, you know, the Freezer rotate hole, but that angle was watching the IQ as she crossed as well. It's very possible that Demic, the Aruni playing Cocktail, could have just taken down the IQ anyway, even if she got that trade. So obviously, you know, at least in that case, the IQ gets the kill, but still really giving yourself away and walking right into the defense when, you know, it does suck that you might not get the kill, but maybe should have played it safer. I think also as well, if we never really did talk about the op bans, but on that side in particular, the castle, with Black Dragons banning that, you've basically taken out one of the two big categories of Cocktail defense, right? You bring a castle, you extend into stage. If you don't have a castle, it's pretty hard to do that. You kind of got to play on Pixel, unless there's an Azami, which Fearx also banned, so not much you can do. So Black Dragons know a lot of what Fearx are going to do on that site, but still, even then, the emotion getting the best of them in certain situations.
Very representative of that moment right there. The antsiness in full display.
One Mozzie pest disabled.
And yeah, we don't get to see all that much Mozzie anymore, but he did get some recent buffs, so makes him a little bit more potent as to what he was in previous patches, and that's why you're going to start seeing him a little bit more. Might start getting back to the mute Mozzie method, as I like to call it. Not so much in this round. We won't have the mute in to try and deny any walls or any info utility from coming through. We'll have the Evil Eyes, though, to kind of assist in that regard. I was going to say a decent amount of damage from onto Ask, but a new screen flash that we've gotten in these recent patches kind of doing me in on that. It's going to get down to the 4 versus 4 here, though, as we're going to continue to try and get a pickup on this top floor.
And good boy, the player playing aggressively in Pixel shut down, but Ran actually going to retake the position. Our Black Dragon's aware of this.
Oh, all on timing.
Yeah, Ram hears somebody
nice
confusing, shots. And I think Ren actually baited by the sound a little bit, but Hornet not letting up off the pace. Will almost find 2. Maybe even a 3rd could take that fight as Demic starts moving up the white stairs. Hornet cuts his losses, falls off. Gudo is just in reading room, though I think this site might actually be mining. Honest, it doesn't really matter. I mean, he's just watched 2 people rotate down white, though the moment has actually evaded him. Headhole opened up in the laundry wall, and Mephi is still caught off guard by it. Gudo has just found these gaps 2 rounds in a row to make an even situation. Black Dragons favored. Demic, low HP, will have full intel on 1 very briefly. Spray will bait Gudo into peeking, but the trade is right around the corner. Black Dragons with the first time in a long while since round, what, 1, maybe 3? No, round 1.
Yeah.
The start of this series.
Yep.
Finally have a lead again.
Gotta feel good. Gotta feel good after that. I think the admin might have told the coach as well. Like, oh, are we already having a timeout? Oh my God, Fear X. They're gonna call a tactical timeout. For a split second there, I thought the admin was like, "Hey, you're yelling kind of loud, man." Like,
no, you can't do that. They can have a decibel monitor sitting there. Like, it's a bit too high.
Yeah. Better keep that down. Dull roar. That's what we're looking for. But no, Fear X is going to call their tac timeout. And why wouldn't you? These last 2 rounds have been very shoddy. And the reason for that is mostly these gaps that have been discovered by Gudo. I mean, we go back to the previous round, not even the one that we just saw, but the one before that. And it's exactly what I said it was. Gudo, all he did was crouch walk into Freezer. This is something that we should have covered. This is something that should not be allowed, but he still gets away from a 2K in that moment and proceeds to kill the last player in that round as well. These are things that FearX cannot allow to exist on Cafe defenses. These are things you must nip in the bud. And that's what they'll look to do on these rounds as we continue on to our second quarter, if you want to call it that, of this game.
Maybe not really an operator you can easily incorporate onto this site, but when we see Cocktail or Reading Room or Mining again, maybe one operator you could bring is the Mira to maybe alleviate that problem.
Yeah.
As basically, aside from this site, defending Cocktail plays a role, or having a presence in Cocktail or the third floor plays a role in every other one on this map. And given that mining is viable, it might be something worthwhile to do. You place a black mirror on the Cocktail side. You can not only contest the long angles into stage if you want to, but you can also just stop anybody from walking up long bar or walking and finding a gap in Freezer like we just talked about. So I'm curious if they will make that change later on. Should address, by the way, the good boy prone inside of the site just now, likely trying to hide the Maestro. We saw a lot of changes. What we've resulted on is not really anybody, aside from the nades, I suppose, that could deal with that Maestro, but we have seen a little bit of Brava action, a little bit of Twitch action in the previous round for Black Dragon, so their only option will be to destroy those Evil Eyes.
It'll be pretty rough for them. A lot of info utility here for FearX, especially with these Valkyrie cameras working their way in. Pretty creative spot there for Rin.
The light makes it so difficult to see. I remember on Oregon, you used to be able to, like, throw it. Maybe it was on the old one, and it would basically just, like, meld with the light bulb, kind of.
You can still do that on Clubhouse Basement with the light bulb that protrudes from the top of Dirt Tunnel.
Yeah, it's super cheesy and annoying, but I do love that. It just makes it so difficult to spot.
I still use that one, and honestly, that that camera spot for Valkyrie on Clubhouse has been around since, like, 2018, 2017, so
Ooh.
that one's got some gears to it now, but an oldie but a goodie, folks, so feel free to take that from my arsenal and add it to yours. Minute in here, though, for Black Dragons as they are looking a lot more confident in these clears.
I see some damage exchange. Obviously, Hornet lighting Mephi up on that vertical angle down to the bottom of Red Stairs, and as he tries to catch up to him, there's actually a hole made in the floor. Not sure. I believe that might have been from a C4, as certainly one has been used right there. I think it was actually an impact grenade from Demic. We'll light Hornet up just a little bit, then a C4 will put Florio at a very low HP, so Black Dragons just softened a little bit as we move through the mid-round. But all they're doing is trying to acquire vertical destruction. At this point, they need to make a decision. Do you want to go Freezer? Do you want to go Bakery? Usually at this point, you'll go Freezer. But there might be some VIP pressure you have to concern yourself with, even though there's no deployable shield.
Ding, ding. That's the biggest thing right there, right? That VIP position is of the utmost importance if you do want to try and go for that Freezer attack, mostly because they can encroach on that Freezer wall. They can also try and assist with some things working their way in from booths or brown stairs, wherever that secondary swath of players are going to try and work their way in from, because you don't want to be a one-trick pony. You do not want a one-fronted assault when it comes to Rainbow Six. 9 times out of 10, that does mean that things are going very poorly for you. We'll have to see what Black Dragons can potentially produce. It's looking like the Freezer job is coming pretty quick, but they have an answer for this white position. It's actually going to be the Osa here, going to try and shield things up and make life a little bit easier.
Ooh, Evil Eye will be revealed, but what a shot right there. Oh my god, there was a second behind that ops blocker. Nade will go in. They've got more than enough time to deal with this, so that Evil Eye should go down as a result, and Nux just moves on in with the diffuser. This is the man with the diffuser. Smoke grenade goes out, but oh, it goes a little too far. Not even a little bit of damage done to Nux. Nova will land a successful retake, but they are ready for it. Downed on the swing in the Freezer. Rin might find a nice frag, but Black Dragons with a strong lead. Good
Wow.
boy. Might land that one with the Bailiff, but we've got vertical destruction. Unfortunately, that Black Dragon should be able to hold. Or even maybe they can drop Freezer if they want, as Good Boy now reaching towards the end.
Oh!
What? You're kidding me, man! How do you get away with that? You know he's there! There's only one spot he can be! You've got an angle on that position! What are we doing?
Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. Oh, Black Dragons, what are we doing here? That's rough. Also, that was almost bingo right there. That was almost a bingo square out of Carter.
Don't worry, Manic already cursed.
Did he really?
He didn't say that, but that was. I almost had to put a quarter in the swear jar. After what just happened that round. That was woo.
Well, you're definitely going to be cleaning that laptop screen. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah. I can't even see it. Thin film over the top now. So
Get it out. Get it out. Get it out.
Oh
Come
my
on.
God.
Walk over here. Sit down. Talk to me. What's going on?
No, if I sit down, I'm gonna explode. I'm gonna combust, Sam. I'm literally, the fire's gonna emanate from me and it's gonna consume me.
Oh Lord. Oh man.
Oh my God. I mean, rounds like that happen. It really is a bummer, but like. Dude, I know it's a bit of a deep angle, but like.
We're still in our first best of 3 of the day, too. Like, after that round, I already need a beer. Like, this is ridiculous.
I'll say this, though. I will say this. Obviously, like, that is an insane and unfortunate loss right there from Black Dragons. And even then, let's be honest, even though I might have laid into him a little bit, that pre-fire comes like half a second earlier. He probably does land it. Probably does win that round. Still did come very, very close. And at the same time, everything before that was Black Dragons.
Yeah.
So far, they have looked like the better team on this half, and that might have been a crazy moment right there, but really, this should be 3-1 with how these rounds have gone overall, and we really still need to see a more compelling argument from T-Rex.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. Black Dragons has done a really good job of presenting a solid offensive assault and made life much easier for themselves in a lot of different instances, but inside of these last rounds, specifically this one, as of right now, the picks are not going their way. They're going to end up losing to Ask. That's been their best player thus far throughout the series. They're going to try and work their way in through hell. Rin's going to get another big kill, and that's the thing, folks. What are we doing, Black Dragons? This is why you've been making me angry throughout this series. We don't know that anybody is in pillars. We don't have any of this information readily available, but yet we are trying to execute onto the bomb site. That's just very disappointing. I'm just going to be honest. That's not what you want to see, and it's not going to find you any success on a map like Cafe. This map is very congested, although it is large, given the fact that it's 3 stories. So Hornet's going to get a nice kill to try and bring them back into the good graces of the Siege gods, but I highly doubt that this works out.
I highly doubt as well, though I gotta say Furex are being a little liberal with the angles they're taking right now. The guy in train poked his head out for a second. The guy in red did too.
Oh, come on.
And they've got time to make this
Oh my
work. Oh my
goodness.
God. Demic might put him to about 1 HP,
There
but
we
he gets
go.
punished for it. Good C4 from Rin, pre-placed. That was the guy Pillar. Now the guy Train that Hornet is hunting down to make this a 1v2. We'll move further into the red hallway. Oh my lord. Okay, hold on. No way.
Stop it.
He's such low HP. Surely this is an easy kill for Rin to land. Flashbang will go
There we
out.
go.
It doesn't even blind him. Lands on the opposite side of the table. Furex guarantee themselves a tie game. And sometimes we kind of wish he did more. But that round, I'm not complaining for the performance Rin put in.
What a game here from Rin so far. And honestly, out of the games that we have had so far for Fear X, this has been the best showing that Rin has had. So very excited for him and what he's been bringing to the table for Fear X. But speaking of fear, you got to be fearful for Black Dragons and what the hell has been going on these offensive sides, because, man, it is not a good look. This is the same team that was so dominant up against, Furia in a lot of different moments inside of their best of 3 to close out the LCQ for Brazil, that honestly I thought that this was just going to be more of a pretty easy moment here for them inside of this first phase here in Montreal, but instead we're getting the exact opposite. Fear X is challenging Black Dragons in a lot of different ways, and really the only thing that we've seen them pull lever-wise is hero plays. They're just trying to go for these big sweeping moments where they just beat Fear X over the head with some crazy play, but yet a lot of these things are going awry. They don't have the information. They don't know what these players are, and let alone that fact, Fear X is punishing them left, right, and center from these different areas.
I will say, though, to provide a little bit of a counter-narrative, I think at the same time, you could make an argument that Fear X have really relied a lot on that as well. I was literally about to say, how many times in the rounds that Fearx have won, has the big moment really been, wow, look at all those kills they got early on, but specifically outside the building. Either spawn peeking, usually outside of the snow door, actually, both times now. It's where Mephi got both of his kills all the way back in round 1. It's where Rin just got most of his kills in round 5. And then aside from that massive clutch and counter defuse in round 4, it has been Fearx that they're able to get a lot of kills early on at an entrance to the building or outside entirely. That is where they've succeeded. When it's come to actually just like playing the defenses and repelling the Black Dragon's attacks, once they are in the building, once they do have that intel, it has been very, very difficult. So I do agree that when it's come to some of the faster plays, Black Dragons seem to be going a bit half-cocked. When Fearx do let them get set up, they need hero plays to bail them out. C4 goes forth, and
oh my God.
The third double C4 kill for Fearx this game. Ask will land the trade, but Good Boy is already worth his weight in gold. I would do it. Rin, the intrusive thoughts win! The voices command it, and Rin will deliver. Ask the only one left. 2 kills for the ARX. Z-Ping right on 1, just a little bit above the Maestro. Nova move deeper into Train, actually just move further into the round. 4-2 for Fearx. That clutch going a long way to give them a lead at the swap.
Wow, just wow. What a defensive half there from Fearx, shutting down Black Dragons in a lot of different instances, but mostly when they were getting highly aggressive to start off the round. That last one kind of stands in stark contrast to what we had been seeing. I will definitely say that that was not the most crazy aggressive round there from Black Dragons. They were just trying to deliver on that top level, but who really delivered at the end of the day, Carter? It was Fearx. Just getting kills left, right, and center, and especially yet again a warhead essentially in the pockets of Fearx. Yes, it's actually just absurd. I have never seen this level of success with nitro cells in my damn life.
Have we even seen a C4 just get 1 kill?
Nope.
Like, I'm actually trying to remember, have we seen this entire series a C4 just kill 1 guy, or has it been 2 every time? 3 times. Oh, we did just get 2 rounds ago.
I don't believe him. No, I'm kidding.
And apparently, we did get 1 kill. However, the fact that it's happened 3 times is kind of crazy. It's a little weird.
Yeah.
And Fearx, well, they don't really have a whole defensive half of it, because it just happened on the final one. It has, though I will say, even in that case, all the times Fearx were successful, they managed to get a lot of kills before Black Dragons even entered the map, and it's not a strategy you can necessarily always bet on, but hey, it happened 3 times, and add in a 1vx there, and you've got a 4-2 half. We'll see how they are on these attacks now as Black Dragons, who are probably feeling cheated out of a couple wins in 1 through 6 overall.
Yeah. I don't think there's a way that you don't. Just a lot of these moments. Perfect time, perfect place for Fearx. For Black Dragons, just an unfortunate set of circumstances that they have now fallen to. But doesn't mean that they're out of it just yet. Cafe is a map that predominantly leans towards the defensive side. This top floor can get a little antsy for the defense as it has quick access from the roof, from a lot of different angles too. Fearx will look to exploit that. Black Dragons will do their best to try and put a few obstacles in front of them. Already have done a decent job inside of this first minute, but it was mostly Fearx just seeing if Dragons wanted to try and go about things in a very similar way as to what we saw from Fearx in their first round with those more aggressive swings.
You realize we never actually saw Mira from Fearx on that side. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
we also
we'll
didn't see Dokkaebi. I'm like 90% positive. No, I lied. I wholeheartedly lied directly to your face.
But that's the thing. It like literally didn't have an impact. It's like maybe
No.
they got the clear, but overall, it just Fearx were just shooting them at the beginning of the round every single time. Ask will find one. The Mephi trades it out soon after. The Black Dragons will bring those mirror windows immediately, and you can see why. They can put pressure on the stage side. Ooh, Nova hits that rappel. It's so risky.
Man.
You just haven't cleared pallets. You haven't even got close to the site. I've seen that a couple times this tournament. People rappelling into that white window when they really shouldn't be, or at least they should take the time a bit to make sure that pallets is clear, because they just swing around and you're so worried about bathroom, you're so worried about everywhere else. Demic, oh, hello, there's
no
somebody
way.
close on white stairs. These are common positions we know about. Does he? Oh, no, he doesn't know. Trying to flash up above. Hornet and Nux both get 2. Mephi on the opposite side of the map. Suffering from Fearx players, not really giving the respect to some default positions held by Black Dragons. Black Dragons, I mean, they maybe struggled to pick up some must-win rounds on attack, but here, from the beginning to the end, it was round 7 for them, through and through.
Solid patience from them as well. Don't go for any spawn peaks. Force FearX to try and deal with this map clear. And every single step of that map clear, they're punishing them. They're punishing them left and right. I mean, constant bodies falling off the board here for FearX and never really able to get anything going, even post-valiant effort. Especially from what we saw over there on the white windows. I mean, a little bit too aggressive as we saw that swing in through the hallway, but nothing that FearX can't build off of. I mean, if you're able to get some players over in Christmas, maybe you make a situation where you can trade some things out, that might end up going a little bit better for you, but as of right now, it's a little bit too disjointed for them on this offense.
It feels like a bit of an unnecessary risk, especially since you did have not full stage control as there was a mirror window setup, but you had done some work to clear out bathroom, that's why they put the utility there, so you could just allow somebody to rappel into stage, and well, you got to be concerned about the mirror windows. At least it's safer than hopping into white, where the only way out is up the hallway or down the hallway, and either way, they can shoot at you until you get beyond their sight, or you just take the fight with them. Cocktail will go Black Dragon's way, or the first bomb site will go Black Dragon's way. We'll go to the mining as the second choice. This new defensive squad, mirror windows back in play in likely the exact same positions, save for no freezer mirror this time on the left side of that wall. I'm actually curious where she is going to put that last one, because everyone puts that one on the freezer wall, like back towards Cocktail, but in this case, we'll decide to put it far back as well.
FearX going to make their way to the roof of Cafe, the traditional starting point for this map. Even when it comes to a basement bomb site, really just want to make sure that life is easy for you and then you're able to get some information on the full breadth of this map, let alone that fact, but a lot of the times verticality playing into these bomb sites is going to be a perfect example of that. That's why Black Dragons is standing so tall on this top floor. You've got to have some semblance of control over Cocktail, and Hornet going to take a lot of damage, but he responds in kind as Mephi will be down to 28 HP.
Kind of fine with that if you're Mephi. Oh, guys playing close to my door with a shotgun.
That's Blitz too? What the hell just happened?
So I'll give Nova credit for some good performances on Consulate, but I will say the Nova I saw yesterday, that was happening a little too frequently. Moments where I'm like, you're Blitz. How did you just get shot? I don't know if he overextended or what. I'm assuming he had the diffuser. Is that's the reason it's so deep? I think it was maybe just Florio dies to the same position. They are just not respecting this long angle. Walking around Cocktail, taking 1v1s with everybody. Not necessarily a default position, but I can tell you, I've been shot from that angle. Opposite side. Playing Cocktail, somebody takes stage, and then you're just lit up on the Cocktail balcony because you're not playing careful.
Yep.
This time it's the opposite. They're not aware of that deep angle all the way by the balcony, and 2 people die from it, and then Florio just gets a third for good measure on the retreat. 5v2 now. Seems like maybe a bit more even with the damage Mephi and Hornet exchange, but now I really don't know what FearX is going to be able to do.
Yeah, no. For all intents and purposes, this is most definitely a tied ball game. I mean, FearX don't really have a candle to hold to the light of Black Dragons at the current moment. And yeah, it is a 2 versus 5, but it's a quad kill for Florio as he gets that pick up top and does have the potential for the ace up against Good Boy. Good Boy has made his way closer to the bomb site. Going to see this player side of the area. Good Boy will take him down and also hop over. It's going to be Florio for the ace. Congratulations, my friend. Yeah, and a heck of a round for him. Just really no respect on that top floor and what Black Dragons could potentially deliver, and boy, did Florio deliver. 3 kills across the board, and let alone that fact, but also taking out the Blitz in a pretty disrespectful manner, I would say. The only way that I could really break that one down is it more than likely flying into the bomb site, just not really paying attention to that mirrored position that we saw from Florio.
Yeah, just moving into the top floor. They want to establish the early vertical pressure onto the mining and train section below, and to be fair, I don't think it was really like a Nova-specific failing. I mean, we had 2 people blissfully, well, not even blissfully, painfully ignorant of that long angle from the Aruni. The Blitz, I'm assuming, died to it as we didn't see the actual kill, but considering where the Aruni was the entire time, she only left the Cocktail side once she was leaving the Cocktail bar entirely, and that's when she got that 3rd kill on the exit. So Nova might have died in an important operator, but FearX as a whole, either unaware or not respectful enough of that angle held by Florio, and he gets an ace on top of that. Didn't even really need to. I mean, really, the 3 kills he already got would have been enough to, like, all right, you're the MVP, you got the round for Black Dragons, but you will get all 5 as a result. Black Dragons now poised to take the lead with the strength of these defenses so far. Cocktail looked good, and while it might have been an individual play from Florio, it was still an overall strategic failing from FearX that enabled him to get that 3K positioned just right.
Yeah, pretty discombobulated. They had a general understanding of what the setup was up top, but I don't think that they knew how valiantly Black Dragons is going to fight for it, specifically Florio, obviously. Been a lot done in that regard. Now FearX forced to go back to the drawing board. And what do they cook up, Carter? Well, something that we don't see all that often. Akali will come into play.
Is a Lems playing? What is this?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nova will actually end up playing this, and this is somebody that can seemingly make one of the craziest plays you'll ever see in your life, but in the same breath can also fall to pieces and be the very first domino to end up falling for FearX. So we'll see if that ends up being the case here inside of round 9. But this is definitely the time for FearX to try and right their wrongs.
We'll go a long way to counter that Clash. She's so strong right now just because kind of ever since Zofia fell out of favor and before Ashe really re-entered the meta, there weren't a lot of operators that could deal with her where you felt comfortable parting with that utility. Capital Firebolts, for example, could be good for taking her out, but that means you won't have them for the execute, possibly. Callie, you fire one bullet, and you're going to push that Clash back real quick. She's going to get very, very nervous very, very fast, and she can crack those mirror windows as well. So not something you can bring all the time, given the sniper's long range. But in this case, it will serve its uses alongside the Ashe to crack that second mirror window, disabling both important bits of utility on this cocktail side. FearX might need to start speeding things up, though. Minute 16 seconds, and it is still a full 5v5. Not even taking damage, I believe. C4 sent over through the top. Good boy will find one. It's the Clash now, left alone. Want to get this Callie in a position, try and find a way. The Hornet will be the gun that the Clash cannot hold. 4v3, FearX still maintaining that lead. The Clash looking to move back, will wait, try and find any bit of information. Will even still hold a little bit longer. So I'm wondering if some people actually forgot about her as Nova with the SMG-12. Looking to push down White.
A little scary here. Asko popped the hole in. Oh, he ends up finding Rin.
That's ridiculous.
What a moment out of the secondary shotgun. Gets it down to the 3 versus 3. And FearX have worked so hard to try and make this moment, but the remaining utility is really harsh. It's making it to where Black Dragon's more than likely favored here, although the verticality in favor of FearX.
Yeah, I mean, no EE1Ds, no flashes, both your nades gone. You got the smokes at least, and you popped this Goyo, so you could maybe smoke off Laundry. But even then, I'd be careful smoking off that cross. Somebody might get a bit too deep, a bit too fast. Nux rotates into the position, switches the SMG-12. Matthew with the spray will cut him down. Nova on the entry finds another, but Hornet retaking up top. And they react to it. Look at them rotate, moving all the way from reading. And Matthew will be able to put it down at 000, completely unaware. Hornet, no information going his way. A late rotate by FearX, and it might just save them the round. Pushing down 4th. Will peek that close angle.
Crazy.
Sees the edge of the body, but Mephi reacts quicker. FearX pull a round out of a hat and retake the lead when it seemed all for naught.
It was necessary, Carter. It was a necessary thing, and FearX were able to get it done. Now, what's the big difference between this offense and a lot of the rounds that we'd seen previously? Well, the biggest piece to this puzzle is the fact that they were able to at least stay equal with Black Dragons whilst also trading out for map control. That was a huge deal for them, and also, let alone that fact, but their ability to work their way into the bomb site and use those impact EMPs in a very creative way, Carter. I know that you caught it, but for some people at home, those impact EMPs are actually yet another way of dealing with Clash. If you're able to splash one of those against her shield, she's just another person with a shield staring at you. She can't try and shock anybody. She can't slow you down, and let alone that fact, you might be able to actually encroach on her position, smack that shield, and get that big kill. So instead, Black Dragons try and respond in kind. They try and get that big moment there with the pocket SMG out of the Clash, but nothing doing for them. And unfortunate circumstances, but something positive for FearX. Finally on the offensive half, will proc this timeout from BD, but they're going to have a bit of a discussion as to how they can try and thwart FearX's game plan from here on out.
I think it's important to keep in mind that most of these rounds have been close for FearX. I mean, Black Dragons have certainly been very, very competitive on Cafe overall. That round in particular, sure, FearX were able to have that man advantage for quite a long time, but it was still really, really close in manpower the entire way through. And on that attacking side, I think a couple different decisions are made, and Black Dragons could very well tie the half or even come away with a lead with how close their attacks were. They win 2 defenses. They look very, very strong on both of them. And now FearX have the lead, but this is the issue with dropping that pick. This is the issue with losing Consulate, just going down 1-0. It can be really, really close, but as long as FearX just
are 1% better in a couple rounds, they could close this out 8-7. They could close it out 7-5. Black Dragons need to be more than what they are right now, and I think that's why they take the tactical timeout. It's not that they're playing bad, but it is just that Fearx are competitive enough to win rounds when they might not have a right to otherwise. So many good defenses so far. You've had good success overall. Bar Cocktail and Fireplace all going your way, or Mining, excuse me, all going your way. And so now, I believe it's actually the first time we've seen Black Dragons go kitchen so far.
Yeah. Something that Fearx are well aware of. The blitz working. Being able to take space throughout the map will definitely make life a lot easier, but Demic also working into the fuse. This is a map that, or rather a bomb site, that plays very heavily into the favor of cluster charges. We don't get to see him all that often, but he's definitely become more of a known quantity here in the last year, given the buff that shields have gotten, and the fact that Fuse does have one of those shields. He's had one since the very beginning of Rainbow Six Siege, all the way back 9 years ago. And that piece of utility, if you really want to call it that, has been the biggest piece to his puzzle.
Oh, he's not even aware. Florio's really looking the opposite way. Smoke canister goes out. Demic gets the control for free. It is a slaughter on the first floor. Hornet fired a couple shots through the smoke, and he's out of ammo! But with a quick draw, one shot to the head, John Wicks entered the building. 2v4 now, and Mephi at 18 HP. Hornet has just saved the round for Black Dragons and maybe even denied Fearx match point. As Rin has the vertical angle, but they do not have diffuser. Ask is sitting on it like a nest egg. Fearx will need to take some time to figure their way out of this 2v2.
Now life has all of a sudden became very difficult.
Oh, what are you doing?
That's the timing! Ask! Oh, I think he was trying to reinforce the rotate. Try and make their lives a little bit easier over on the coffee side, but they might have just given up the round, Carter.
I think we're just overthinking it. Like, I get the play, and if it works out, you know, it's a lot easier to hold Bakery, but you are so exposed, and you know their top floor. You know they're up there. That's where Rin got some of those kills. That's where Rin was firing shots.
So many angles to worry about, man. So many angles, and that's the big thing there. I'm in total agreement with you. That's a risk that you're really just not willing to take in a circumstance like that. When it's down to a 2v2 and your life is basically gold. I mean, very rough.
It's very rough. Rin just around the corner, trying to give information to Mephi. This is a good use of the Zoto canister. We'll even see the pre-position. You'll down him. Hornet might just be the man to save this for Black Dragons. As Mephi moves further up Small Bake, he'll have to hit that barricade. He'll give away information. The DMR hits like a truck, but one shot from a pistol would be his undoing! And the headshot is good enough! One bullet to save it. Black Dragons almost sell their dreams away, but Hornet, the man of the hour, keeps them in the game.
I know we've been singing the praises of Ask a lot for this BD squad, but you know who's been a very close second for this roster? It's got to be Hornet. Hornet, time and time again, has not only been consistent, but he's been concise in the way that he's been capable of delivering for Black Dragons. And yet another moment there. Look at how creative he gets with those Zoto canisters as well, folks. I know we talk about it all the time when it comes to breaching and the fact that he can ice down those exothermics and the rest of the hard breach utility. But something that we don't see all that often is them utilized in gunfights like that, where you're able to really slow down your opponent and make it to where they are not such a quick target to deal with, and that more than likely gets him that kill onto Ram. I mean, Ram not able to really work that angle in the way that they want to, and it ends up getting taken down by that DMR on a very tight angle from Prep. A huge moment there for BD, a huge moment there for Hornet.
And I just want to highlight Hornet as well. I mean, he's a bit of a strange player in that I think a lot of people, even some casual viewers, are probably very familiar with his name. You have heard him before. He's been on a lot of teams in Brazil, and when you're thinking that to yourself, you might forget the fact that this is one of his only international events in his entire career. I wanted to check to make sure, because, I mean, it's a pretty important stat, so I wanted to fact check real quick. But yeah, Hornet has been playing in Tier 1. He's played for Black Dragons before. He's been playing for 5 years.
Yep.
This is his first international event, I believe. Such a tenured player. He's played on Ints, Black Dragons, Keyed Stars, Last Stage, the team I thought might very well qualify to a major. And yet Hornet, despite being a valued member of all of those rosters, he still has not been able to get the spotlight that he deserves. And 14-5 right now, he's been a rock for this roster when some of the more rookie players have struggled. He's the player keeping Black Dragons competitive right now, not just in that round, but like I said, 14-5, barely anybody positive on this side. FIRX will be wishing they got that round. Nova almost quick enough to land that kill, but he's the only one that takes damage in the engagement. Very cheeky drone on Cocktail. We'll see the Aruni moving around. But FIRX still have a lot to do. Still a lot of work to try and take match point.
A lot of time still left in round 11. FIRX trying their best on this top floor, trying to gather information and see which way they can try and work themselves into this puzzle. This entire top floor has been set up to the absolute hilt. See the laser gates, the mirror windows, let alone that fact, but the Wamais to back that up too, making life pretty difficult for this offense as they are being begged to clear out some of these harder positions. Think of the things like Pixel, think of things like Cocktail when it comes down to it. All things that are question marks for FIRX at the current moment as Black Dragons are starting to look for some responses that they could build upon here in the dying moments of round 11.
You don't even need to respond to anything. I mean, nothing's happened. You're trying to preempt things, be proactive, but FIRX have not put forth any sort of argument.
Oh, no way.
As starts walking up, and Nova's just unaware. He's been at this doorway for like 8,000 years, and Diffuser just dropped at the top of the staircase. Demic will fall down off the roof and immediately get that trade, but Ask is fine with that. You've taken away a Twitch, and more importantly, you've just taken away a body. You were already off-site. There were already 4 players here. FIRX were needing Nova to set up to start taking Nubalk and put this case down. They just hop over the balcony, and they've not even droned Hornet. There is no information whatsoever. We are flying blind in round 11. Mephi will pop off the barbed wire just to get traded. Black Dragons have started smothering FIRX, and the consistency finally pays off.
Really bad moment there for FIRX. Not the way that you want your opening portion of the round to go there. If you can even really call it that with the given timing that we had left, right? Sub-minute, FIRX tries to work their way in on that top floor, trying to gain access via Cigar. But instead what we get is a flank from Ask that is essentially a powder keg for the rest of Black Dragons to blow FIRX out of the water. And they don't really have anything to try and, get themselves back into the race inside of that round. FIRX not really capable of finding a pick, didn't really have any map control to their name either. In fact, once Black Dragons carves them out of the Christmas side of things, a lot of FIRX just fly in through windows, hatches, and skylights, and they get punished left, right, and center. Nothing really to be done for them in that regard, especially as it all boils down to one lone soul trying to bring things back across the line for them. And yeah, we've seen some solid things out of these players in the past, but really the only clutch moment that we've seen go off without a hitch was Ask in the basement of Consulate. And past that, it has been a very difficult thing for both of these teams to try and make the most out of those moments. And now Black Dragons, speaking of moments, looking to take away the entirety of Map 2 away from FIRX on their map choice and push us on to Map 3.
It's just been a rough cafe overall for FIRX. This game could very well be over for Black Dragons. I mean, it could be a 7-4. Think if that pre-fire lands just half a second sooner on that kitchen attack for Black Dragons. They have won FIRX's pick, and we're talking about the trends in the overall series that we watch and how it sets up for Map 3, but FIRX have really only been competitive in a lot of those rounds where either luck or timing or even patience and composure and skill have gone their way in individual localized moments. On these defenses, Black Dragons have looked better. The first 2 rounds looked really good. They drop reading, in all fairness, but that was still a late rotation and a good call from FIRX. But aside from that Hornet clutch, all of these defenses, Black Dragons have looked better. Black Dragons have looked better on this second half. Somebody who's really struggled is Nova so far. 10-9 on the last game, but with those shield plays he had on Consulate, he was very high impact, very needed by FIRX. Here, 3-8, constantly dying with a diffuser, constantly failing to create space. They might pop the weird mirror window, and Florio might take a lot of damage. FIRX will fill it soon after, but Black Dragons still leave the roam on relatively their own terms.
Reinforcement still to apply as we'll be shutting down a couple of these angles. Obviously decently late into the round, but that's one that can definitely make things a little bit easier as you do have those angles played over towards white, but you don't really want them to play those back in on itself. from that landing towards the top level. So end up using that reinforcement to take that angle away, but it's still a 5v5 as we get down to the last minute. FearX have been able to negotiate top floor control and some information on the bomb site, but that doesn't mean that Black Dragons don't have a lot of responses still in the tank.
There's still 5 players on the board. You can rotate the Solus down below to deny the plant too. No impacts. You got the shotgun. You can still use that verticality to your advantage. And with FearX taking so long, a benefit you have, you can just start ratting. You can try to catch them off guard. Again, Nova shot in the side. Cade baiting the blitz in. And like a Venus flytrap, swallows FearX inside of Dining. Matthew will find an important couple kills, but Good Boy up top, all he can do is relay the information, and Ask is unmovable inside of Terrain. Good Boy finds him, and the only hope is the low HP. 1-player pillar, direct information, the vault drop, the sound cue comes out, a must-win fight for Good Boy. Starts sprinting, can't even win it. 1 bullet does the trick, 7-5 for Black Dragons. Map 3 in the cards, and FearX's chance might have just slipped away.
And it's unfortunate for FearX, really. I mean, Black Dragons having a very solid understanding of these defenses and exactly how FearX is going to tick. From the very start, constantly at the necks of FearX and making life extremely complicated. Rin not having too good of a time here, as you can see. FearX getting up from the bench, but a heck of a game for Ren at the end of the day. I do believe he ended up 13-10 or 14-10, one of the two. But either way, just not the results that they were hoping for going into their map choice.
And it's a lot of that map is, especially on FearX's attacks, is further evidence of the phenomenon that not only, you know, did Rob and I said yesterday, but also that we saw very briefly on Conflict because it was overall successful. But if Nova is not able to have impact on that shield, a lot of that old FearX starts coming to the forefront. The slowness, the lack of problem solving. We did see quite a bit of it on Bank and even in some cases on Consulate, but there are just moments where if they take 2 minutes, 2 minutes 15, and are going into a 5v5 execute, and Nova's not able to get a kill or push an anchor out of a position, he just gets shot in the head like he did quite a few times throughout that game. I mean, it just seems like FearX struggled for responses. And if you want to take a look at the stats, I mean, Nova lowest rated player for FearX, and Rin's efforts, Mephi's efforts as well, not as good at console, but Rin's efforts especially, all for naught in the end.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. It's feast or famine right now for Nova here at this tournament, and we just need more out of the shield play. I mean, we've been beating this horse for what seems like ages now, given the current iteration of how shields have been able to be played due to the patch and just how potent they are. And with that being said, you need more out of your shield player, just bar none. You need more out of Nova in a situation like this, and it's a 7-5 victory for Black Dragons, but just think if Nova has impact in a couple of these rounds that we see on offense out of that Blitz shield, we could be seeing it a clean 2-0 victory out of FearX. But that's going to do it, folks, for Map 2. We'll be back with Map 3 after a short break.
ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Well, FearX had it so close. A strong victory on Consulate and a very close scoreline on Cafe, but undeniably Black Dragons hit their stride on that second half, and now Lair will be the decider if FearX get to push forward finally for the first time in ages, or if Black Dragons will make good on that LCQ run.
Pretty crazy world we're living in right now, honestly, especially with the two maps that we've seen. I really thought we were going to see a little bit of a better FearX on Cafe.
Yeah.
But to now have it all end on Lair, that's where things are going to get pretty odd.
It is kind of funny in hindsight, considering, because I brought this up, at least based on the available stats I had. I mean, I was only able to find, two FearX games happening in the South Korea League where they played Cafe, and they lost both of them. Lost both of them in regulation. And one to a domestic opponent, then one to NIP, months ago, all the way back in February. So clearly feeling more confident on that map now, and it was a closer scoreline, a better result comparatively, but still a regulation loss, and Black Dragon just overall looking like the better team on Cafe. I suppose you could say the same. FearX certainly looking like the better team on Consulate, but as we go to Lair, this was an important map for Black Dragons in the LCQ. It's their highest preference map, and it's because even though they never played it, they never banned it basically a single time in the entire stage, brought it out in a key moment, and were able to begin a lot of that LCQ run with a victory on this map. So, of course, it's comfortable territory for FearX, but it has a lot of meaning and a lot of positive meaning for Black Dragons.
Yeah, most definitely. And that's the most worrisome thing about the situation that we have currently in the server. FearX are definitely not on even ground, especially with the fact that Black Dragons gets to start things off on the defensive side. This has quickly became a very worrisome prospect for them, as Black Dragons can start off with an absolute just crazy half, something like a 5-1, and just make their life very easy on the offensive side, where they've looked to be the more put together of these two teams. Now, granted, a lot of these offenses for both teams have not been all that great, but Black Dragons have them by a decent margin, I would say.
And, this is another map that Black Dragons did play earlier, important context as well, played it against G2, and was another case where they had a very solid lead on the defense, and then, unfortunately, it slipped away. Though the funny thing is, they also ran to the score on defense the first time we saw them play Lair in the Brazil League in the LCQ against Keyd Stars, and it was a 5-1 defensive half, and they were able to just win enough attacks to, in the end, a minority, but still enough, to close that map out 7-4. So both times that we've seen Black Dragons play this map, it has been 5 rounds of the defense. One time, they were able to win 2 attacks, and that was enough. The other time, well, the other team gave them a run for their money on their defenses. That was G2 earlier, and it was a close 7-8 loss. We'll see what FearX is able to do. They've got some good results on this map as well, but again, a lot of it is against those domestic Korea League opponents. I'd certainly say a victory over Talon, which they were able to achieve, is something very good to look at, but Black Dragons, the emotions are hot. They've got the momentum. We'll see how FearX are able to do. Like you said earlier, they've been in this position before, but it started to gnaw at you. Was Cafe your moment? It was your pick, and did you just let it slip away?
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing here. We won't have that answer until we get into layer, but just imagine the stress, the weight on the shoulders of this Fear X roster. This is something that's been an insurmountable thing time and time again. And yes, you've had your moments where you've been able to punch through the clouds, but even then, it's been a very quick and very gloomy day past that, right? So they're looking to kind of right these wrongs that they've had on a year-to-year basis here on layer. A fresh-faced map here for the competitive scene, but something that we've grown to, I would say, kind of love a little bit here in the last 6 months, you know, and I will be the first one to tell y'all, I did not like this map. I really didn't. And to this day, I still really don't like the basement all that much, but that's besides the point. It's something that's definitely grown on me, and one that will be the ending of our best of 3 here today.
And something that FearX need to be comfortable on. They need to like it. They need to love this map. They need to eat it morning, day, and night if they want to come out on top over Black Dragons. Both these teams might have a decent enough record. The Black Dragons won the previous map, and they had a narrow loss to G2 on this. And with G2 making an improvement, qualifying to Phase 2, overcoming that hurdle they faced at Manchester.
Okay.
We're in a bit of a different spot right now, and Black Dragons might just be the favorites. Attacking bans will come out. A Deimos ban, and when you're thinking about that second floor, how many soft floors there are, I wouldn't want to deal with it either.
Yeah, most definitely not. And also with such a large map, Deimos kind of narrows your vision in a good way. You're able to track an operator, you're able to work through the map, and as long as the person, you know, piloting Deimos has good comms and a good understanding of the map that you're on, you can more than likely communicate where that player is and just make your life overall easier. Monty, Deimos, Kaid, and Tubarão will be our bans here for layer, and especially those defensive bans. I think we're going to have some things held up in a very solid way, a way that definitely assists the offense, especially when you think about how many exterior walls layer has. A lot on that mid floor, a lot for the top floor bomb site. Tubarão makes all of those easier to play around. To not have him makes things a heck of a lot easier for that offensive side.
Yeah, Tubarão, I mean, obviously was released in a very strong state, and I feel like as teams have gotten more comfortable, I feel like with every stage, every event, I have just seen him integrated more and more into lineups, especially where exterior walls play a very important role. But I have no numbers to back this up, but just feels like Tubarão has played a lot more on this map than he necessarily is elsewhere. Not that he's played little on other maps, but it feels like there's so many sites, especially that second floor, but even this bottom floor as well, with how big it is. I mean, just look at how many rooms are on this floor alone.
Yeah.
The bomb site is tucked into like the bottom left corner, and then you've got ventilation, you've got missile, you've got all these places you got to go through, and even if you want to go direct, the defense could be sitting in any one of those spots to mount a retake and take a long angle. So getting rid of the breach denial operators will just make it a lot easy to open up the exterior walls on the top, middle, or bottom floor. But one player we got to see, Sam. One player we need to see have an impact is Nova. This map is large. It is difficult to take the control of. And if you have a shield player who's playing these roles and not having that impact, it hurts any team, but it will hurt you that much more on layer.
Yeah, just know if at any moment in time you're like, oh, kind of a dunk moment there on Nova. No, well, yeah, but also you have to have more. You just do, folks. Like, he needs to find more value out of these shields. If not, give it to somebody else, man. Like, you're just clearly not cut from the proper rug in order to make this happen. So we'll have to see if he can get things going on here, but that's definitely something that I will most definitely be staring down here throughout this series. And it might start off early here as Nova's already working his way in through garage and staring down Missile Hallway.
I will back up. Scared for a brief moment as it seemed he was a bit separate from the rest of the team, but he will join the pack.
He's already up
on the opposite side. Thankfully, I think there are some people behind him. Yeah, explosions being set off, breach charges being detonated.
4 bodies downstairs.
Yep.
Where's our 5th player? Are we upstairs?
Yeah, saw him upstairs earlier. I believe the plan is probably... Oh, no. Demic likely going to backstab with those Candelas.
Could be a big moment here for FearX. There we go. This player over here inside of the Arsenal side. Hornet's got that hatch open for the immediate retreat as well, or the potential to try and shut down a player moving through that door that we did see below. FearX, very quick to the punch initially to gather map control, but now they're going to slow things down, try and get some info game going for themselves, and try and set up for this execute off the back of not only Blitz, but also this Ying, and it's going off very awkwardly right now.
Yeah, just 2 players falling immediately. Demic immediately smoked back out of the building. Nova walking into a goo mine. Every single player, aside from Mephi, it seems, meets some kind of obstacle. He'll trade with Nux and Gudo. Nova downs 1, but all the angles favor Black Dragons. You saw the indecision from Firax despite all that execute utility and the shield. They were very unsure of where to push exactly. Nova moving from the left side to the breach. Demic rotating on the back. They knew the numbers that faced them if they wanted to move into the site, and they were just never able to clear things out. And even with the utility, Black Dragons were just able to cut them down the moment they walked through their crosshairs. First defense will go Black Dragons' way. Remember, they've played this map twice this stage, and they have won 5 defenses every time. That has not always been enough to guarantee them a win in the earlier case against G2. But this is a team that over 2 plays has been so strong on this starting side.
Yeah, 100%. And it's really worrisome for Firax right now, Carter, mostly because even with that execute going off in a certain way, right, they really weren't all there and ready. We got to see that from the perspective of the Ying, and we're just not actually sitting at home plate prepared for the situation that we're pushing for. Firax kind of go in half-baked, and they get blown out of the water because of that. Black Dragons have a lot of these different instances completely shut down. We don't see a lot of active play out of Nova as he's been boxed out by utility. And then it comes down to just kind of a half-hearted offense where it's a 2 versus 4. You're trying to make the most out of the situation, but let alone that fact, you still have presence on that mid-floor that you can't even deal with. It's a fleeting round that you're just grasping at straws trying to bring back across the line, and it would have taken a massive error out of Black Dragons for that to happen.
Kind of round you want to start out on, that you controlled from 3 minutes to 0. Not a single time it felt like you were disadvantaged.
Yeah.
Not a single time it felt like you were the underdog. It was your story all the way through. They'll go to the top floor where could be the same story. Not having the Tuber out, not having the Cade. Won't even bring a little bit of hard breach denial. No bandit, no mute whatsoever. They'll allow those walls to be open, but they'll bring a lot of the same tools that are left available. No Azami, oddly enough, but look at all those traps. The Gurjamots, F-Knots, and the Goo Mines. Basically the trifecta perfectly meant to counter the Blitz with the smoke. To do that if he wants to, then also just deny any plant going in. So I imagine this is a lineup we'll see quite a bit on layer, and also probably just quite a bit throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, and this could be picturesque for Black Dragons as well, given the circumstances of Firax's lineup. This is clearly looking to try and poke and prod around with the Rotero drones, break up all this utility, Carter, and then go in for your execute. Get those smokes down, get that Blitz in there and playing actively, and then those Candelas as well. It all bodes at least well for Firax if they're able to get the execute going off without a hitch, but that's the big thing there. Black Dragons have a lot of different obstacles that they can place in front of this roster, and Demic, I mean, he's just lost here inside of the Sky Bridge. He gets gunned down, and Firax, once again, were discombobulated. Things are mistimed, and it's starting to go wrong.
It's just going wrong massively, though. Ren able to find a couple big frags, and yet Black Dragons still the better by the end. Gudo with the Blitz taken down, and Good Boy finished off. Firax hit the go button. They call the execute, and while it's not the reason they lost the round, I think a lot of it is summarized by the fact that Demic is lurking Skybridge, aware of the guy Green Hall, but never droned, never aware of the guy playing his trade on Green Stairs.
Yep, 100%. And very similar to what we saw from the first round from Firax, right? Somebody kind of gets in a scuffle, and then all of them feel as though it's a necessary thing for them to try and get this execute to go off, even though some people are ill-prepared. And yeah, they're able to at least get 2 big kills onto Black Dragons, but the immediate response, Carter, huge frags pouring in from the blue side, and that's where things just completely start to fall off the wagon because Firax don't have map control. They don't have man advantage. What do they have that's positive for them? Well, it's really actually nothing. At the end of the day, they have to try and work their way in and make the most out of a situation that's already boiled over. And now Firax are down 2 rounds due to very similar circumstances. Yeah, again, they were able to get some kills at least initially there on that kind of second volley of players working their way in, but it was too little, too late, and it really wasn't coordinated. Black Dragons finding a very easy way back into that round, especially in the kill department.
We'll see them change philosophies now. 2 rounds, it has just been, alongside the shield, an entire focus on bringing execute operators. Capitao, Grim, Ying. So many bits of utility that you use to close off positions, make it the swing, or even take an angle at all. If you're just sitting in a corner with a shotgun, you get blinded by 8,000 Candelas. It's like, all right, cool, I don't even get a chance to play the game. I love that. But now, that's not worked. 2 rounds in a row. So they will switch. None of those operators present. This is almost looking like a year 3 lineup. Sure, we've got the Dokkaebi and the Blitz, but Sophia, Thermite, well, all right, it's happened again.
What, Nova, where are we putting ourselves that we're getting this punished?
I want to say this, by the way. Nova playing, I think, like 48 rounds on Shield in the South Korea League had north of a 70% cost between the regular stage and the LCQ. And he did have a solid map on Consulate, but this is somebody who plays Shields not like once or twice or flexes onto them. Nova's playing Shields all the time. He played it, again, almost 50 rounds on attack, Monty and Blitz in the South Korea League. And if your Shield player is just constantly dying to these positions, I get you get unlucky sometimes, but it has started to become a very problematic trend on potentially their final map in Montreal.
It's unprecedented how valuable shields are in their current iteration. And I know we touched on it throughout our previous 2 maps, but with Nova having these constant moments where he's just falling off the wagon, he's not able to make the most out of what's presented to him, it's just caused a massive gap in FearX's ability to take these offensive rounds. And yet we have another situation here where he goes down, no real chance for them to try and work themselves back in, at least as of now. Are we still trying to get this exterior wall? No, this is a different one here. I got worried there for just a split second, but they're going to put that down. End up getting that open here now as we get down to the last minute.
Oh, hello. Hornet switched to the shotgun rapidly. Not much Rin can do right now, aside from maybe try to hop out that window. Taking the fire. That's actually Good Boy on the opposite side. Rin is instead moving from Old Bridge, trying to pinch this mute stuck in the hallway at the moment. Second Dokubi call goes out. No capitalization.
No
We just
way.
forgot about the breach. I mean, Demic trying to play double duty, watch the door and the breach, and it's taken advantage of. Good Boy finally dies outside of the single doorway. Tactical timeout's got to be coming after this round. You got to be winning these attacks on Lair, not because they're easy, but because they're necessary. Ask. This is a spray transfer. 3K, 3 rounds in a row, and remember the Black Dragons, a Consulate that was sighing after rounds. The energy is back. The passion is there. They know the wind is at their backs. They know they are the favorites on Lair.
Insane stuff here for Black Dragons. Just really playing their game and not trying to put too much value into these, certain moments. Just trying to keep things close to what the strategy is and making the most out of it. A lot of these different moments that we've seen from Black Dragons has really been the downfall of FearX on their side of the fence. It really hasn't been something where Black Dragons has done something so grandiose that it's caught FearX off guard. Again, a lot of this comes down to FearX just purely being discombobulated, being disconnected, and not being capable of finding a way back into these rounds post, really, Carter, I'm not trying to be mean here, but just mistake at the end of the day.
And, if you look at that round in particular, if you're going to just go with the normal breaches, utility burn, bring the Twitch to destroy any bulletproofs, bring the Zophias to destroy any, other bulletproof utility, all right, that's fine, but if you're going to bring the shield, that's kind of the main operator you're looking to tip the scales when you're actually going for that execute, because otherwise you're just relying on flashbangs, smokes, and whatever utility you're able to clear early on. And if you lose that shield immediately, well, you don't have the Grim that you've been running for 2 rounds. You don't have the Capital that you ran in round 1, or any of the other operators that make an execute easier to navigate. So if Nova just dies unceremoniously to like I was about to say another C4 kill, but they've actually mostly been from FearX, funny enough. But still, like a C4 kill from a shield at the beginning of the round, your team's kind of screwed at that point. Like, there's only a mute jammer, but once they open the breach, all they've got is the secondary utility. They don't have any primaries except maybe the concussions to try and actually work that 4v5 out, especially when Black Dragons realize that they don't need a peek.
Yeah. And even given that circumstance, they picked the proper moments to do that too.
Yeah.
FearX just mismanaging a lot of these different moments, and it is clear as day when it comes to this score line. Not only a 3-0 when it comes to the overall round, but just look at the players here. Everybody showing up and showing that they're more than capable of taking it to FearX. And we're going to have yet another round that could end up going awry. Nova showed that blitz for quite some time there, but eventually rests on Twitch. And let alone that fact, we have the Glass in too. FearX have went away from the shield strategy for now.
They have just been trying everything so far. Fully leaning into shutting off angles and giving information to the blitz to push into the site. All right, that didn't work. Let's try just a bit more normal operator lineup, a bit more standard operator lineup. All right, that's something at least. Doesn't necessarily come from the utility. Even a Dokumi call necessary, but Good Boy gets it.
I will say this, though. Probably the most aggressive swing that we've seen from Black Dragons thus far.
Probably.
So, see if they can potentially build off of this, as FearX hasn't exactly been gifted, but definitely something that they'll be happy that came very quickly into this round. A nice opener, as they'll be able to take down Nux. Round 4 could be in the cards for FearX.
That could be. think of what they tried to do before. Obviously, the shield is gone. But didn't it look a lot like what we're seeing right now?
Yes,
4 guys down below and then struggling to figure out where to push. Sure, you're in a 4v5, but you've got 2 shotguns likely controlling both of the main choke points on this bomb site. And they're probably going to win that fight if you end up trying to take it. Nova will cross, taking a swing with the 417. Pre-fire lands on Ask. Gudo only 1 kill, and he'll push for more. Catches a guy with a Selma in hand, but on the switch to the AK-12, Demic somehow comes away with that one. It might not necessarily be pretty, and Black Dragons aren't making it easy, but Fearax might just fight back and get their first attack post-timeout. Nova info on another, the Grim and the Z-Ping doing wonders for the information. C4 will be the end of him, but Fearax have more than enough manpower to close this out. And the time as well, 55 seconds. Hornets got to try to catch some of them off guard. Fearax need to make some kind of mistakes or timing needs to go his way. That's one. Barricade broken down, but good boy, patient, aware, and conscious of the fact he might be swung. And that'll pay off. It gives Fearax their first after, let's give them credit, a round that they began and ended on their terms.
Yeah, very positive note there. A very good understanding that Black Dragons, at some moment in time, is going to want to take that fight. It happens a little early. It happens inside of the first minute. Nux, his gunfight ends up going awry, and it favors Fearax entirely, especially after Nova switching over to a gun, switching over to that 417 of Twitch, finds 2 big kills in that round. And, I mean, that is the biggest round that we see out of Nova throughout this entire layer thus far. Might be something that they continually try to lean into. Don't trust that attacker pick just yet, as you can see some things already shifting. Nova might still lock in that blitz, but honestly, I think it might be worth going away from it. Might be on a round-to-round basis as to what the bomb site is, as to, you know, if they do feel comfortable with that. But as of right now, Nova made his presence known in that last round in a very considerable way. Why not try and give him a gun?
417 especially, I mean, it used to be kind of a joke of a gun, but now alongside the other DMRs, quite a powerful weapon to use. But
yes, sir.
He's sticking it. He's going back with the blitz.
Okay, so what do we want to see here, Carter? Really what we want to see is we want to see them build up around Nova properly, right?
Yeah.
A lot of these different instances, we see Nova work his way in and end up getting gunned down, blown up, whatever you have, really, in that moment. We need to see Fearax, no matter what happens to Nova, build off of that moment. Whether it be a refrag, whether it be them taking map control, something has to happen that's positive with this blitz.
And if you're going to, since it is an R6-room defense, if you're going to try to send the blitz from operations and aid it by a backstab from Newbridge, which even though it's a very different operator lineup from that attack, you could still do the very same thing. We need the proper intel. Cut off those flanks, get a drone, green stairs, so if somebody wants to walk up, they'll be able to do it and know they can well and truly only focus on the guy playing close on the hallway. But Black Dragons are doing the same thing again. They're aware that they might try to go for that backstab. So they've got 2 players there again, not on the stairs, but around the actual entrance to the site itself. So it's something they need to be worried about, especially as one player is close with 2 players are close with that shotgun.
Yep. And that's the thing as well, you know, for Black Dragons in this operator lineup, they've practically brought the exact thing that you would want when dealing with a blitz. You've got a lot of trap operators. You also have those Dreadnought mines in. All of this is going to complicate things, but all of a sudden, Fearax with some big kills. A very patient Nova will help in practically droning out this player inside of the deep site.
Almost died to the C4, though. He's at 48 HP, and we've seen players a couple times this event reveal their feet a little too much. Look at that angle, just barely tagging Mephi on a tight angle to the doorway outside of the site. Gershmont will hit Nova. Shield gets exposed very briefly, but he'll back off to safety and move outside to regroup. Rain watching this window, likely calling. There's nobody actively swinging, but as we can see, Gudo is close by. This blitz is going to make a hell of a lot of noise, and the Goo Mine hops in. He's in a tricky spot, and again, he dies. Rin outside of the window. Not a whole lot he can do, but Black Dragons are ready for that rotate. And again, the diffuser's trapped inside the building. Mephi keeps the advantage. Mephi keeps it alive, and Rin shuts it down. The blitz again, I can't call it super impactful, but the guns around it give Fearax their second.
And what did I say, man? That's all we needed to see. You don't need to see a crazy amount of success out of Nova when it comes to that shield, Carter. What you need to see is the offense building around them, taking map control, taking gunfights, and being successful in their rights, right? Or rather, in their own right. And that's the big thing that we saw out of Fear X there. They were able to get those 2 big picks all off of just kind of that big moment that we saw out of Nova. A very patient moment there in the hallways. He's just staring down his opponent, gets to get that info to his team, and they make the most out of the situation. I think the only thing past that was a huge moment for me, for Fear X, was once that happened, post that moment, they slow things down and they re-engage in a different portion of the map. That was a huge, huge moment there for them. And although the Blitz ends up dying, they're capable of keeping all those different active angles that nip Black Dragons right in the bud and bring us to the scoreline.
Yeah, the fact that they're able to keep control of those rotations that happen once the call comes that the Blitz is coming from the opposite side, over by Bathroom. Black Dragon's able to keep a lid on things.
Memorial or something. I'm trying to remember what that... It's got all the paintings, and it's got a name very closely associated with that, but my mind is enigma right now.
It is important to note that this will be the first time that of the 2 times Black Dragons have played so far, they will not have been able to win 5 defenses. Though technically, I will say they won 5 defenses with overtime involved earlier, so that number might have a bit of an asterisk to it for the G2 game, but still... There's a possibility of a tie game going into their attacking half, and that has been the struggle for them on every single time they've played this map, and is often the struggle. Fearx have a bit of a better result in that Talon game. It was dominant attacks and defenses, a 7-3 overall, if I recall correctly. And so are they going to be able to manage that here, attacking basement for a 3rd time? They were able to win it before without that Blitz, Sam, and Nova's like, I think I'm back. I think I can do it again.
Yeah, 5 out of the 6 rounds of offense, Nova will be on the shield. And funny enough, his most impactful round was more than likely the Twitch with those 2 kills. That last round, impactful in a different way, but not really able to find any numbers of his own. But Fear X, looking a lot less fearful in this regard. And here we go, Nova.
Here we go.
Oh, that is such a bad moment.
Stop giving him the
He
diffuser.
doesn't get the flash off. That's the biggest thing for me. We're not using the Blitz utility, and we're just giving him free insight into our ankles. Just please shoot me in the legs. I want to die, apparently. And Black Dragons, although they do get that pick onto Nova, they're actually going to end up at the bottom side of this man count as they lose 2 bodies of their own.
But these kills, these successes are happening in spite of the Blitz. They are not happening because of it. They are happening in spite of the Blitz going down. And he's got diffuser every single time. Like, these plays are happening constantly where he just gets caught out either by luck or by a misplay with the diffuser. And so they're dropped into comfortable positions, at least now because of the gunfight, you've got control of it. But Nux through the floor challenges Demic on the vertical angles. You don't really have an easy way into the site. You can use that hard breeze charge at least to open up a small hole in the wall, but no Grim, no Capitao, no smokes. All the flashes on Mephi have been used.
Oh, they got it.
Well, that's good.
Yep.
We'll take what we can get.
Exactly. I was a little worried there for just a split second. I saw that Mephi didn't have any secondary EMPs, nobody really having any utility to try and deal with that 4th right, but instead it'll be the angle up top that will be able to take it out. Now Good Boy breaking up a lot of these floorboards, making life a little bit difficult for these Black Dragons members that are still residing inside of the site.
Pop the Vulcan pack on the breach. Gersmot and smoke canister prepped. Send on to what they believe will be the execute coming down bottom yellow. Nephew the diffuser pushing in. They'll move forward, though it is a bit of a rotate, a bit of a different position. Ass completely blinded, keeps swinging, and Rin keeps killing. FearX won't stop winning. Round 6. It was not pretty, but 3 in a row. By God, they somehow tied the game.
That's crazy. That's just absolutely absurd, especially with the value that we've gotten out of Nova's Blitz shields. I mean, they're practically playing the game with some cement shoes, honestly, and somehow, some way, they're still capable of pulling things across the line. Obviously, the circumstances of round 6 a little bit different from what we'd seen previously, especially given the fact that they were able to trade out Nova for 2 bodies on the side of Black Dragons. That definitely made things a heck of a lot easier for them. But besides the point, Fear X able to use a lot of that map presence, specifically that verticality, to make life difficult for Black Dragons. Then the swings start to come in and find a lot of these big moments. Black Dragons able to at least split things even. Stevens is 3-3, but a lot of those rounds seemed more than, inside of their control before slipping and going the way of the orange.
And is it going to be enough?
I brought this up on Consulate that even though Furix are playing it close because they had a couple heroic moments, it might be enough just to close it out 8-7 or in a close 7-5. And really, that's what's happened here. I mean, Black Dragons overall, like you said, the Blitz was just not doing it. And maybe not necessarily lead shoes, but the fact that you have such a powerful operator that is just not having an impact. You're leaving so much on the table, so much potential energy unrealized and unchanged into actual progress. And you still got a 3-3. You still got 3 attacks. That's commendable in its own right and is really the individual performances from Mephi, Good Boy, and Rin that have made this a workable final map, that have stopped Black Dragons from running away with that lead on the defense and now put them in an objectively difficult position. Mirror window will get popped right as the breach opens up, and he shoots it. Wow, that is impressive from Mephi. Opens it up, finds the edge of the exothermic. Didn't even need an impact. You are giggling for the rest of the round at that
down. What?
All right. Well, now we overcooked it a little bit.
Yeah, that was. We just didn't need that. We really didn't. And Rin's gonna end up going down, but hey, at least the mirror windows are gonna persist.
Think of what Black Dragons were doing. They were contesting Skybridge by just playing there aggressively but closer to the site. They didn't need to peek those windows or anything like that. I think Rin just getting a little, I don't think too cocky, but Rin, I think, just overthinking it a little bit.
Yeah, most definitely. Probably thinking that there's an easy pick out there as they were just able to thwart the game plan of getting that main breach open. Probably somebody waiting right outside of that, just loitering around, but obviously not the case. It's going to be the roof player instead that'll gun down Rin and give the advantage over to Black Dragons. Although a lot of different ways for Furix to still stand tall here. Some solid defensive options still lie in wait for BD.
Spotted by the drone, bottom rocket. Thankfully, you can teleport back with the other Skopos robot. Ultimately, I will say, even though it is a 4v5, I mean, Black Dragons have generally been incapable of opening up these meaningful and impactful breaches. Ask has uses other exothermic, but the wall to operations is fully reinforced now. If the other wall is opened up, you still are well short of where you wanted to be before. Summa Charge will land to make that better, but Furix are in a position as good as you can be in the 4v5, especially with this Scopo still out on the roam. Might have been spotted, but it will be a thought in the back of Black Dragon's mind as Reed takes Skybridge. And honestly, the important thing here, Sam, I think it's just the fact that, well, never mind. I was going to say it's clear, but again, somebody swings the window from Furix, and somebody goes down. A 4v5 is winnable, but now a 2-man deficit as Black Dragons are going into the execute. Somebody's got to go big, and it seems that person's got to be Mephi. He loses that key fight, but it's still a 2v2. Nova Demic going big. Nova needed to perform, and he's hit all the shots he needs, but Gudo creeping up right outside the bathroom will reveal his position, and the shotgun will be his end. Furix take the lead. The first time this map, and maybe the most important round with how close that came.
Yeah. Definitely some antsiness there at certain moments, but able to get it across the line nevertheless. They're going to Black Dragons, the round going to Furix, and it's going to be an immediate timeout here from Black Dragons after their first round of offense, as there was a lot of value that ended up just being squandered from the first minute and 30 that we saw. Black Dragons just not really able to make good on their promise, especially when it came down to the execution there, Carter. We see the phone call come out, and none of the gunfights go their way.
To be fair, I did not know you could shoot the exothermic from that angle in the mirror window. To be fair, I'm gonna give Ask some grace. I didn't know you could do that. I mean, obviously you can shoot the exothermic, but I don't know, just the angle you place it that close, the open the mirror window. It's unlucky, and I think that is a bit of a different situation if you're able to open that up earlier on. But still, as you said, they try to push in, and Furix just completely win every fight. I mean, it is really funny that Nova, every round this man has not played Blitz, he's gotten at least like 2 kills.
Yep.
On the 417, on the SMG-11 now, and this guy's not got many kills. He's only got 5. All the times he's not played a gun, he is basically averaging at least 2 kills.
Or all the times that he's not playing a shield.
True, yes, all the times he's not playing a shield. Also, you got to point out, I mean, Black Dragons at this point now have won every opening pick, and they are still losing the game. They were able to convert it in the first 3 rounds, but aside from that brief interruption in round 4, Sam, I mean, Furix they've been able to recover these, and it's been, I guess at this point, the whole team with what we just saw that round. Demic was really the only guy that we hadn't seen start performing in that late round, because even Nova had it a couple times, but with him getting involved, I think another double kill for him as well that round.
Furex are literally just winning this by being clean and hitting their shots and bringing back and recovering these deficits.
Yeah, and just playing on good pace as well. I mean, there was a lot of different moments there where Black Dragons were prepared for them to get more aggressive and go for these swings, and yeah, they were able to get some kills because of that, but once Furex recognized what the situation was, they slowed things down to a grinding halt, forcing Black Dragons to try and go for these executes, and although they had a lot of really good utility to try and work off the back of for that execute, Carter, it went completely awry. I mean, you have EE1Ds flying in, you've got dope calls flying in, and nobody able to make anything positive off of that information game. But yet again here, folks, we're going to have another kill going the way of Black Dragons. And I am not kidding, only one opening kill throughout this entire game going the way of Furex, yet we still have the round count that we do.
I've seen many a man on this map fly too close to the sun at the bottom rocket door, and they fall as a result. Candelo will go in. Like Good Boy lost his life earlier, so the Vigil not going to waste as much time as you would like. Will Furex be able to recover another 4v5? That's the big question. One player up top watching that hatch and the other 3 down below. We saw the Black Dragons, or sorry, Furex, when they were just trying to almost kind of default and just like kind of probe for that information on the bottom floor, figure out where to push. They really struggled. Will the blitz from Nux have a bit more impact than Nova did?
All quiet around the map. Nux waiting for the call. A decent amount of damage as he'll get tagged in the foot. Ask with a nice kill onto Rin as he'll try and close the gap. Nitro Cell right off the front of the shield and able to make some space off of that too. A nice kill here. Can he get the second? He won't be able to. And this execute looking very clean for BD.
There's just nothing it feels like Furex can do. If the last round was a great recovery with the gunfights, I mean, I'm glad they're getting excited because it was a pretty unenthusiastic round, it felt like, from everybody involved. They hit the Finka boost, the Blitz pushes in, and, well, the Blitz Nux knows how to use his blind. Nux knows how to use that. Nux can use that utility, blinds him, takes the fight, almost gets the second. It's a pretty clear cut and dry round, and one that we really didn't see from Furex on their side. They just had to wait for Black Dragons to swing. And to be fair, they did win those fights when they were on the attacking side, but that was Black Dragons realizing that they could use the Blitz to create pressure, to get kills, and use him very, very effectively in that round. Only for 1 kill, but still the space he created behind him and the pressure he laid before him, very, very strong, especially when you consider the fact that, I mean, if you've only got 3 players on the site, a guy dies in the first 40 seconds. As long as you just maintain that advantage, it really isn't a complicated round after that.
No, just got to keep it rolling in a positive way. Don't try and get overzealous. Don't try and do anything that's, high flying at the end of the day. And that's really what we saw to Black Dragons. They kept it very clean, very close to the chest there, and were able to deliver at the end of round 8. Now looking to do the same in round 9, although a different cast of characters will be selected for this. We did have the Blitz there for quite some time on Nux, but instead he will move on over to the Maverick. And this could bode extremely well for them, as Maverick is one of those operators that does a very good job of dealing with these exterior walls, and this is going to be one of those situations.
Black Dragons are kind of different from Furex in that while Nova is like a hard shield main this stage, Nux is the guy who does play the shields. But Black Dragons as a whole don't really play the shields all that much, at least not to the same degree that Furex have. Nux will be that guy, but he will pick up a gun more often than not. The shield is really something that Black Dragons used in more focused, specific situations. Whereas Furex obviously is a mainstay of their attacking lineup. So Nux making this rotation, not shocking. They'll bring the breach as if he's not playing shields. This man is playing something with which he can open up a reinforcement. And how he'd be able to do that, as it's a first floor site. They'll look to full clear the top floor, and seems to be a bit of a roam presence, but a lot of players scattered right now. Nux just outside this window. You almost see that look players get in their eye when they're right at the window and decide to vault in. And, well, maybe we should have thought better. Ask able to land that trade, but how many times this series overall have we seen the guy with the diffuser hop in, get aggressive, die, and then diffusers are stuck inside the building?
Yeah, and let alone that fact, but it's Nux. I mean, that's the biggest thing here. I think the only reason that they risk that at all is they more than likely sussed out the fact that Furex have no wall denial. So that makes it to where Nux is just kind of a moot point. Just another guy with another gun, as those Selmas will be able to do that job instead, and they'll more than likely end up getting that wall open. Black Dragons trying to make some progress on this top floor, have made their way up green stairs. These smokes constantly pour in from Nova to the point where he's actually used up all of these in this area.
Gonna have to rely on those C4s now and the Clash as well, though, who is on the top floor. Nade thrown behind, but Rin doesn't really care. We'll just move around them, navigate, and Florio gets this diffuser down entirely uncontested.
Wow.
The player, Good Boy, even tries to fight on the site. Florio falls off, kills, and then just moves on. Gudo ready for all this recovery. Rin might style on him, but it is a bland round from FearX. Black Dragons with like a staircase and a hallway. Mount, set up, and complete and execute with very little response.
Yeah, it's pretty poor when your entire strategy is playing the top floor so you can have verticality to try and shut down a plant, and not a single person even shoots at the guy entering or planting the bomb.
The attack is literally just like, oh, cool. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. I mean, you might as well put lights like it's a landing strip for him to enter that site.
The
it's
site
craziness.
is that way.
Yeah, exactly. You know, for a long time when it comes to game development, we had that conversation about yellow paint, right? I mean, just put yellow paint all over that entire area. Just be like, it's yours. This is where you want to do it. Just put it down right here.
Yeah.
Craziness.
And especially if you're going to have players up top, I mean, I get the possibility, you know, if you have the Clash on site and you lose that vertical control, she's in a bit of a difficult spot, but you had 3 people up top. Maybe you put that Clash down below?
Yeah.
Because once the call comes out that they're going for that breach, I mean, you don't know necessarily that they're going for a direct hit. To be fair, Ask did rotate in earlier on, get a kill from the opposite side, so they were definitely probably concerned about some backside presence, but the Clash isn't really doing a whole lot on that top floor, especially when she's stuck in that narrow hallway. She can't swing across the breaches, move across rooms. She can either move forward or back, as evidenced by the fact that she just got naded from behind in the front. There was really nothing she could do and got trapped for the duration of that plant. So I think just a bit of a misallocation of resources from FearX in that round. And Black Dragons, even though they've had problems with the attack in the past, FearX are really just not giving them any issues that they have to solve.
No.
Aside from that first round, I guess.
Yeah, and really that's the biggest thing right now. When you have rounds like what we just saw out of FearX, where you go, okay, you're playing the split site, or rather you're playing it split, you're playing it on the top floor to try and cover the bomb site. There's just no, teeth to this bite out of FearX, and that's really the issue. Just no good understanding of where these players are positioned, no solid angles to try and shut down anybody entering towards the bomb site. It's just all very half-baked out of FearX, and Black Dragons are well within their right to be able to take that round, even with minimal map
This
control.
is a similar situation as well. If you just saw Hornet walked up operations because it's full reinforced and nobody's actually playing there. So Black Dragons have, as these rounds have gone on, have rotated, even in the first attack, showed that they really just wanted to do directs, get the reinforcements they needed open, then go in for a diffuse plant. So if you already have operations and you can open that breach up pretty soon, yeah, sure, it might be a 5v5, but if one kill goes your way or you're able to push that Clash back, Black Dragons are already rapidly approaching the position where they could mount and execute, and I think more importantly, just start wasting util. And I know the smoke is not in Nova's hands, but FearX have been awfully liberal with these smoke canisters, and now that Black Dragons are kind of setting up on their terms, I'm kind of getting concerned.
Yeah, I'm a little worried too.
And at 15, that comes out.
Yeah, FearX, they've been able to at least whittle down the timer and keep even man count, but a lot of utility still to be had on both sides respectively, especially when it comes to Gudo and those Bs. And this could create enough space for them to try and get a plant down. You can see a lot of this building up over on the far side of the room, over towards that outside breach. Nova trying to find some solid position over here for Sky, but he might go for the full rotation. We'll have to see how this works out, but at very minimal time, Black Dragons have got to try and find a place to plant, and it's got to happen now. Ask with a nice kill as this plant continues to try and go down.
C4 goes out, it goes through, he's shot, he might get it off, but it doesn't deny what needs to be happening. Clash down as well. They've got the time to pick up Rin as all Black Dragons are retreating, so it will be a 4v3, but only 2 guns in all likelihood alive. Mephi now creeping down, Hornet ratting on bottom rocket. I love that. Waiting for the retake and the face check bottom floor. Demic will spot one, hopping into the memorial window, but on the fall off, he's down. There is nothing FearX can do. Rin is stuck in this corner, sitting on the diffuser. There is no counter argument. There is no method to this madness. It is just Black Dragons getting 2 rooms, a plant, and a round victory 3 times in a row.
Yep. Set up the crossfire for the main breach. Get yourselves inside of operational, get a nice little breach over on that side too, so you can hop, skip, and jump through that rotation, or rather reinforcement, Carter, and then get that plant down. And that's the biggest thing there. FearX knew that plant was going down. They had zero way of countering it that was actually active. If any of you noticed, a smoke did eventually roll into that area and try and prevent the Capitao from actually putting the case down, but it was too little too late, man. We knew what this entire strategy was from the very jump out of Black Dragons. When you see that main breach go off and you see them breach over on the terrace side, Carter, they're more than likely going to be going for a plant on one of those walls. And FearX just do not move their chess pieces in a proper way to be able to thwart that game plan.
And really just, we had the Cade Tuberal ban, and even though FearX were able to get 3 attacks, Black Dragons have just been able to play around that lack of breach denial far better than FearX were able to. They struggled to get those 3 rounds across the line, and Black Dragons, all of these past 3 have looked really easy and really uncomplicated for them. Especially, think of what, usually if you're doing a direct take and it's on one of the, second floor bomb sites or first floor bomb sites, assuming there's a basement, one of the first things that you need to drop if you're low on time is likely a guy going down below for the C4, just because you maybe take too long to open the breach, take too long to get the diffuser, you got to bait out the smokes, but you're just out on time, you got to hedge your bet. You just got to go in, right? But Hornet was down there for like a minute. They had more than enough time to wait for Nova to get that C4, and so even though he gets the kill, Hornet can just get that trade. Black Dragons got everything they wanted with time to spare, and that just seems to continue to be the case. Nux going back on this blitz, bringing back that shield. We'll see what they do, but I hope FearX get the game plan. They are not going to try to full clear here. They're just going to try to clear out their little portion of the map and move in off it.
Yeah, get the necessary things, Carter. You don't have to go farther than that. And that's the big thing when it comes to Rainbow Six in general. It's so very easy to overcook a strategy and be like, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. We're going to end up getting these far angles and have somebody try and flank in on the rear. You don't need to do all that. You really don't.
Sometimes you do, but not always.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a perfect iteration here. Black Dragons have a very good understanding of what these map bans are doing overall to this situation, and they're making the most of it right now. Some solid information on this Mira, and oh my, Good Boy's not even able to get away from the frag grenade.
Both those walls, the exterior and the interior, soft. The nade does him in. Rin will refrag, but the blitz goes in. Bye-bye, buddy. You are done and dusted. Oh, another one! Mephi can't hit the feet. Quick movements from Nux will keep him alive and full clear that top floor on match point. They say no direct for us. We will clear your own. We will give you that response. You're going to regret ever thinking you could hold on to R6 room. Final 2 players have a crossfire on green stairs. Black Dragons will reset and drone to find them.
Terrifying prospects here for FearX. There's so much time remaining, Carter.
A whole minute.
And that's the thing. It gets to a sub-minute. A lot of people get antsy, especially when you're a little bit fresher to Rainbow Six.
Oh,
this is practically like an infinite amount of time, folks. That's the big thing here. But hey, what a moment. They're going to be able to get rid of the blitz, and Smoke will be able to at least exist for a little while longer. But Demic, he gets caught off by Gudo. They have the entire bomb site to themselves as more than a good recognition moment here from Nux as he discovers both those players off the bomb site.
Not much you can do at that point. Once Black Dragons make the call, they flood in. Oh, a nade lands. Nova put very low. The entire tournament riding on his shoulders. And Florio just outswings him. Consulate looked so good, looked so positive. And it was just a slow decline afterwards. Black Dragons qualify to Phase 2, but FearX failed to make it out of Phase 1. 4 majors in a row.
What a beautiful moment here for Black Dragons. As you can see the emotions on all of these players. And just that feeling of relief. As everybody will fly in. Even Cherry Gun, CEO of Black Dragons, will fly in there and give a hug to all of these players. Unfortunate scene here on the FearX bench is once again so very close to making it out of play-ins, but just a hard moment to swallow here as they played up against a very feisty Black Dragons that struck the iron while it was hot, man. They exploited FearX to the absolute fullest there on layer.
And I think you can tell, really, that there's a bit more heightened emotion from FearX there because based on the improvements they've been making and based off Consulate, that really felt real.
Yeah.
It felt like they could actually make that qualification to Phase 2, and even though it was close on Cafe, the fact that they were keeping competitive, they were able to land those hero moments, and even on Lair with those attacks, the fact that they were able to have the gun skill, have the timing, and the ability to bring 3 attacks on Lair over the line despite the fact they really did not have any good setup and were constantly working out of a 4v5. And they get to those defenses, and it was just clear that, sure, FearX weren't maybe being super proactive, but Black Dragons just had a better game plan and knew how to execute it better on those attacks. They left nothing to chance.
No, they didn't. They took advantage of a lot of the different situations that were put forth by FearX, and the biggest thing was the information game. I mean, we saw in a lot of different instances there, especially inside of the dying moments of that last round.
Yeah.
Blitz discovers both players on the top floor, immediately feeds that info back to Black Dragons, and where are they, Carter? They are in your home. They are stealing your food. That's what they're doing. I mean, it's crazy, man. Just eating porridge right out of the the vat there. So
Sight was looking just right.
Exactly. So cooking well for Black Dragons. Although, you know, it didn't start off great on their map choice, they were able to get their job done at the end of the day.
Indeed they did, and Black Dragons will, at least for the moment, make good on the promise they set in LCQ. They still got a lot to match the heights Liquid reached because, I mean, poor group stage into a top 4 finish at Manchester is a pretty damn hard streak to beat.
Yeah.
And I think Liquid are starting to look like genuinely one of the better teams in the world right now. So we'll see what improvements Black Dragons can make. I think there are still some flaws, some chinks in the armor that they got to worry about. But nonetheless, Black Dragons looking at least in a good position when everyone is performing.
Yeah.
Because look, think back on Conflict. What was the big problem? Ask was there. Hornet was at least competitive. But it was, unfortunately, the rookies again, specifically Florio and Nux, struggling to pull their weight. And as we get to Lair, this time around, a much better team game. Gudo wasn't carrying like he did in LCQ. It was Hornet this go around. Maps 2 and 3, Hornet was really good. But finally, that floor was raised for Black Dragons. And usually when that happens, that is enough to get things figured out in the end.
Yeah, 100%. And, yeah, I mean, it was really Hornet throughout this entire series that made the most of this situation. As for FearX, though, a lot of Mephi, a lot of Rin, but then it falls off a cliff after that, Carter. Yeah. And that's the biggest thing there for me. And especially for Rin, I feel so bad for Rin. I mean, Rin constantly puts a lot of emotion, a lot of things into the server whenever they end up playing. And today, just the team was not good enough. Even though Rin had a lot of really big moments there, you could say the same for Mephi, but just the team overall not able to get it across the line.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I mean, well, you know, obviously we can take a look at the stats. Rin in particular, that map, it wasn't really great overall from FearX, but definitely the piece that shined the most in what was a very dark period of time as we got to the second half of that game. Hornet, again, having a really, really strong performance. Overall, you know, I think over the course of the series, as we'll see, likely Mephi probably the MVP overall. Rin maybe in second. Yep. Mephi and Rin as the two to follow up. I want to highlight, by the way, 18% cost from Good Boy on that map right there.
Yeah.
Definitely. Obviously, we kind of highlighted Nova because the shield ops he was playing, but, I mean, that is almost egregious. 43% overall in the course of the series. Hornet, obviously, the MVP for that side, or for Black Dragon side, but, man, the thing I'm honestly, like, it's not even the stats that I keep thinking about, Sam. It is the fact that that really did feel real. Like, that really felt like FearX were really going to finally break from that lost streak, that this could be the moment that against Black Dragons as well, they beat G2 last major, that this could replicate that moment in a qualification match to make it to Phase 2. And honestly, just the fact that they didn't, like, I'm bummed as much as them. Like, I think they have made so much improvements. They are looking so much better than the team they used to be, and I don't know. I hope we see them again, because it seems this team is slowly improving, and I think they've got it in them. We'll just have to be next time. That is our first qualification or elimination game done, and we have one more coming up next. It is Chiefs versus CAG right after this.
as Black Dragons lead 5-3. They want to execute quickly. That's the key takeaway from that tack timeout. They want to move fast. Black Dragons giving up a lot of space for free. They need to capitalize off of that. Those are the words from Coach Bodega here ahead of round number 9. The storage window, again, very vulnerable to fast executes, to fast takes. The only way to deny a plant there is upstairs in IT, which is easily denied, downstairs inside of assembly, which is easily denied, or in the site itself, which has a window staring at it. Makes it very, very awkward to deny unless you have a C4 or a toxic babe of some sort. So we'll see if CL for Life can find that gap, if they can find that execute. They want to go fast, but so does Ask. And with the Scorpion, he doesn't quite hit the shots he's looking for. No spawn peak, but no damage taken, so we'll forget it ever happened.
I'm sorry, the drones boosting just always make me giggle still. I don't care how long it's been in the game for. It's just always very funny. Very funny to me.
I love it when the Echo drones do it. That's my favorite.
Yeah. Why not?
No.
Be quick.
Just like CL4L needs to be this round.
According to Packer.
And Bodega.
Packer having the worst game so far of his Tier 1 debut. Admittedly, it's not going to get much easier for him on attack. He finds a lot of success as a defender.
Yep.
I mean, you're going to lose the drone. You might as well pay somebody, right?
Sure, sure. I mean, opening the walls now, this is very default from CL for Life. That's what they kind of wanted to do. Packer down below, this is exactly what Ask did just a few rounds ago. You should be able to remember how well that went for Black Dragons. It went exceptionally well. So if they can replicate that success, CL for Life can actually get some legs underneath them, get some momentum going. They currently have the Warden tracked. It was the Smoke previously. This time it's going to be the Warden who's in sight. That's the one you want to clear out, right? That's the guy who's not going to get flashed. He can see through your smokes. If you take him out of the picture, then there's nothing really stopping you from jumping in the storage window and planting. But not finding him just yet. It looks like Packer might be going up the cargo stairs instead. Nuxka is taking plenty of damage on that Warden, despite the fact that no tracks have come out. He retreats now, the jump in from the IQ, an immediate jump out from Uzi. Trying to bait a C4, but nothing being brought.
Down goes Packer. He's slaughtered by Ask, and there have been a lot of kills for CL4L. They're happening when they're looking in the wrong direction. Ask is just feasting upon this team. Another round, another double kill for him. It's all up to Bino in a 1v4, and the magic that has surrounded CL4L feels like it's slowly fading. Two lined up, Ask gets his third kill of the round, and Black Dragons move on to series point.
Words being said about playing together and playing fast, none of that happened that round. You go very slow, and then when there's 60 seconds left in the round, Packer solo walks up the cargo stairs, doesn't use any of his Deimos utility, immediately dies to Ask.
But he coming from the tellers.
I mean, I thought Adam was going to go that side.
Adam was dead. Can we all just clear top? Can we all clear top?
Yeah.
Let's all just go, like, open Aquador, like, we just gotta play together, dude. We gotta play trades. We haven't traded a single round. We're just all dying one by one by one.
Ask finding both Packer and Adam by playing inside of Tellers was the key kickoff of that round that helped things go well for Black Dragons. Now they lead on match point. One round is all they need to go face G2 in a promotion match. Winner of that will, of course, make it into our second phase, the Swiss phase of our event, where they will be playing with all of the best teams in the world. CL4L, if they lose one of the next three, they'll be down to face Kag Osaka in the elimination match. The loser of that game finishes dead last. Never where you want to be. They're going to clear top. I got to say it, Parker. Packer, a little bit less excited. I'm starting to get tones of frustration in some of these.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, you can even sense it in the way that they speak to each other. It's totally different when, you know, you're doing okay and you're turning around and saying, yeah, it's fine. We just got to be better. But you've allowed Black Dragons to win 3 in a row at this point. Oh my, and Bino missing that pocket EMP, none left.
That's tough. That's really tough. They have an IQ too. They didn't need to guess. They didn't need to gamble. they took a couple extra seconds to move Adam down to the basement. They could have just spotted out the claws, and then you know exactly where it is.
Even experienced teams do this, though.
They do.
Even some of the most experienced teams that we've seen forget to shoot default cams. They forget to use their gadgetry. We've had times where there'll be a soft hatch, and a Buck will walk in, leave it, and then a Hibana will X-Kairos the soft hatch. Why? Teams just sometimes forget. In the heat of things, there's a lot for you to mentally keep track of. A team like CL4L is obviously going to be feeling the heat at this particular moment, and they're bound to make more mistakes because of it.
You're absolutely right. They said we got to clear top floor as a team. Packer was begging with his squad to do just that, and they're attempting it here. Doing some damage. Bakuto wins the fight eventually. Uzi falls the first one here. He might be done in this game if his teammates can't clutch up in the 4v5. Everybody on Black Dragon still playing around this top floor. There is Guto inside of Cargo. A trade for Adam would be massive to start pulling this one back, but he rotates down the staircase now. Hornet does as well. It is only Ask who remains in the mid-floor inside a cafeteria. There he goes, running out on the Mozzie. Been a popular operator today, but at the moment he is... Honestly, he's pretty committed at this point. He can still go down the vending stairs, but he's quite isolated away from the rest of his team. If they can move quick enough, they might be able to find a pick onto him and equalize it. That does assume they know where he is, of course.
Uzi having a really rough go of it as well. Nobody other than Adam really having a great match here on Labs. The numbers were okay until the second half came into effect, and then since then, it's been quite downhill for CL4L. Packer, a big kill. They need him motivated. They need his head in the game. He's starting off strong. Now it's Ask, though, to go under the radar. Diving down below the soft destruction, done on the wall, squaring up to the door frame. 30 seconds remain, and Black Dragons now find themselves in a very good spot, and it will only get better. Another round where Ask gets a double kill, and just like that, the match is over.
I don't like the fact that we freezed on that, and it reminded me and just let me sit the fact that CL4L have been eliminated, and I wasn't able to cast them a single time.
Yeah.
I couldn't cast Packer. I couldn't cast Giddy. I couldn't do any of that. They're gone.
They are, buddy. I'm sorry.
They're gone, Sam.
Yeah.
And now we got to say goodbye to another team. One more as the overall day. As we just got done with our, I guess, first elimination.
Yep.
You know, well, no, technically
Not
third on the day overall. You're in Eyes first at these final two games. But the decider matches that we have just seen, Fear X, we said goodbye to them. And Black Dragons, the Brazilian LCQ team, have made their way forth. Two of the big three regions got their LCQ teams. G2, Black Dragons, CL4L, unfortunately, the odd men out there. But who will make it from our final game? We have Chiefs, the O's Hope on one side, and for once, a CAG that is actually looking pretty competitive in this tournament so far.
It's true. It's very true. So we'll throw up the bracket here for you guys and show who has already qualified and who has not exactly had the best of straights here, as they will be sent home if they're not inside of that list. We're down to just Chiefs and CAG, whose lives hang in the balance. As for everybody else, they're done and dusted. G2, Team Falcons, and Black Dragons, the only ones to make it out of the thick of it so far. And now it's just down to Chiefs and CAG once again to try and figure out who will be our last team to make it on to playoffs.
And I mentioned that CAG have been looking pretty strong so far. I mean, obviously, you know, G2 pushed to 3 maps in both of their games, but the first map that CAG played against G2 was a dominant 7-3 victory. They were undeniably the better team, and they had a lead on Cafe the second map, and unfortunately, as is growing to be a trend amongst a lot of these teams from Japan, Korea, they're now reaching the point where they're competitive, but they are struggling to close out these games. And that was a series like that. There were opportunities on map 2 to finish it off, to beat G2, and CAG unfortunately failed to realize it. But going into the series later, they dropped down to the lower bracket. They were able to beat CL4L today. Say goodbye to our NA underdogs, the T2 team gone. But overall, with the record that CAG have so far, I mean, obviously, we had some great individual performances from specifically Shoereap on the first day, like 22 kills in his opening game. But the series, obviously, was close against G2, a 2-0 victory just now. And you got to think back to Manchester. 1 round away from eliminating BDS. This team is quickly and maybe even quietly becoming a team you got to worry about.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, CAG has always been one of those teams that you have to worry about them, but you only really had to worry about one major factor, and it was their offensive sides and how they could build up around Anaton and his shield play. But now they've got a lot of really solid players. I mean, look at these EPSs across the board. A lot of these things quite positive. A lot of these costs looking pretty good as well for their overall performance so far at this event, and looking to build off the back of that. But you can most definitely see in Anaton that he's been making the most of what we've been having with shields in this last year. Blitz and Clash, his most played ops as of right now.
It's a meta that is just built for him. He made, alongside Cyclops at the time, that debut onto the international scene, pulling out some of the most insane Monty movement we've seen, and in a funny way, playing Monty how a lot of teams wished they could play him right now. Most teams used him as the human drone before, but he was really the one that was bringing out the movement, the quick peeks, the gunplay that nobody really used on Shield except Blitz, and Blitz was really a niche pick back then. And now when we still have a small amount of op bans, but 3 operators with shields that are all to some degree a threat, you can't just ban the shield away from Anaton anymore. If you ban the Monty, he'll pick the Blitz, and if you ban the Blitz, he's got 2 other options to fall back on. The other side, we have Chiefs, which played against FearX yesterday, won 7-4 on both maps. But today, they looked awfully weak. And moments yesterday as well, there was a lot of sloppiness from Chiefs. You could see the inexperience, but against Falcons today, lost 4-7, lost 7-0 the next map. And Falcons are looking good. They've got some strong individual performances, but with this veteran talent, Tex and Oda specifically, you got to be doing better than that.
Yeah, it's also just absolutely gutted their defensive win rate. They're currently sitting at a 27% defensive win rate, which is just absolutely atrocious. And honestly, I'm just going to look here real quick just before I do say this. That's actually the worst by percentile half that any team has is Chiefs' 27.27% defensive win rate.
And funny enough, it's only by a hair because FearX also have a 27.8% defensive win rate. So both teams struggling on the defense, and they did play each other yesterday. And part of the reason I think that is, of course, we saw a lot of defensive struggles. Well, let's be honest, just struggles in general from Chiefs today in their earlier game against Falcons. But yesterday on Skyscraper, they got a 5-1 attacking half. And it was their defenses that actually proved to be the big problem. Even the same on the previous map of Clubhouse, they were able to get a 3-3, and it was the attacks that won them that game. So as we see what maps we could go to here, I want to see, are these maps going to be more attacker-sided, more defender-sided? Because if the defenses are going to be a problem for both teams, or sorry, for Chiefs in particular, if you are going to a map that is even hard to defend, we might start to see a lot of trouble for Chiefs in particular, but for CAG as well. I mean, it's a spot where Chiefs might have qualified over Gaming Gladiators, but they're the undeniable favorite for me in this matchup.
All right, production. Let's see what's behind door number 1. It's going to be Clubhouse initially. What's our second choice here? Let's see what we got going on. It's going to be Consulate. A lot of defensive bastions will be provided inside of these first 2 maps. Carter, how are you feeling about this, especially with Chiefs starting off on the defensive side of Clubhouse? You're already pinching your nose. I'm a little worried. Folks, he looks stressed.
I'm sure a lot of you, if you watched the games yesterday, are well aware of probably what I'm thinking about right now when I'm thinking about Chiefs on Clubhouse. There was a lot of silliness. Defenses were actually, by and large, fine from Chiefs. The coordination on the attacking side, it was lacking.
That's a way to put it, yeah.
Even if they ended up winning it on that half, there were quite a few rounds where, I mean, they would have the Thatcher up, Bandit spotted, they know he's on plat wall, and they just couldn't open it. Or they sent a Monty in, and he's by himself, nobody covering him in rafters. So when I talk about, Chiefs looking a bit nervous, not having ironed out all the kinks in their roster, Clubhouse was the map out of all the ones, at least I've seen played so far, where it seemed to be the most problematic, even in the game they won. Following it up on Consulate after, because it's Chiefs' picks, Cyclops are obviously going to pick the defense to start.
Yep.
And CAG might have weaker attacks right now, but they've at least shown the life on both sides, whereas Chiefs just seem to have this thing around their neck where these defenses, they are constantly giving away openings, constantly letting the attack get in, and CAG just aren't really having that same issue, even if the attacks are a bit difficult to come by. then you got Layers, the decider.
Yeah,
Just like-
I was honestly just about to lead into that too. We have a pretty interesting map pool here, all things considered, especially for these teams and how they've been performing. KAG, even though we sung the praises of their offenses and what they can do with those shields, they're honestly not looking all that great. A 37.5% win rate, 6 out of 16 of the rounds that they played on offense is all that they've been able to muster. Although their defense is looking a lot better, a 53% defensive win rate, one of the higher ones that we have. Only 2 other teams actually positive when it comes to that, and one of those teams being CL4L actually that ended up getting sent home, but Black Dragons being that other roster sitting at 75. As we start to warm up the servers here, folks, be worried about what Chiefs can produce on this defensive side, as they have, at least so far, had the worst defensive win rate that we've seen inside of our play-ins. But as for KAG, their offenses have not looked all that good either. It's going to be a mid-off to start things here on Clubhouse, Carter, but once we switch sides, I think that's where things are really going to get antsy.
Well, I also think that, if you're looking at KAG, it's a bit more of the expected picture. As teams start becoming more competitive, as they start getting that experience, it's very likely that the attacks are going to be what lags behind the rest. You have to have a bit more coordination. You have to go to the defense while they wait for you to push in. You've got to use utility to create openings, while ultimately the defense not only gets to put forth the setup that you have to react to, but then they really get the ability to react to what you're doing a lot better because they're waiting for you to leave a gap in the information. They can flank a little bit easier. But for Chiefs, sure, they have a positive attacking win rate. I don't know how well that success can be replicated, because even in what we saw yesterday, they might have had a 5-1 attacking half on Skyscraper, which is undeniably impressive, but it came from abusing a mute ban and picking Lion, Dokkaebi, and Deimos into it. And even in those rounds, it could have been a 3-3 or even a 2-4 that they lost. A lot of those rounds were close. A lot of those rounds were 1vx's or just barely beating the clock. So sure, Chiefs might have a high attack, low defensive win rate going into this match, but I am a bit worried that that attacking win rate is a bit of a red herring and more of a case of small sample size than genuine high-quality attacks that merit that 66%.
Yeah, and that's honestly what I'm really worried about as well. I think it's been one of those situations where, just given the fact of the sample size, right, they've been able to at least show something in that regard, but it's definitely one of those situations where it could just all be hot air, right? And that's really what we're looking into here. Is Chiefs actually going to be able to stay on this warpath when it comes to their offensive sides, or have they just been simply blowing smoke this entire time and, been able to pick up some of these easier rounds against some of these opponents? But we'll just have to see. Only time will tell as we'll get into round 1 here. We won't even see Chiefs on that offensive side until 6 rounds later. It's going to be KAG to start us off once again, ladies and gentlemen. And our bomb side of choice for Chiefs, it's going to be downstairs to kick things off.
And I also think that as we see the op bans come through, you might be wondering, why the hell have Chiefs banned Maverick? Well, it's actually the main operator they've been banning throughout this tournament so far. At least in the games that I casted yesterday with Rob, it was pretty consistent as well. On Skyscraper, they banned the Maverick and the Mute, and shock here, maybe not banning the Harbridge denial, but banning a strong operator on the defense. The Mirror they take down. Again, maybe not like the number 1, 2, or 3 candidate I'd pick on this map, but if you don't have the Black Mirrors by dummies anymore or on Church, attacking this very site is a lot easier, but of course they are defending to start, and they have the Azami. That also makes this site so much better. You just set up a fortress around the AK position. There's not a lot you can do. For the KAG side, banning Deimos and Cade. The Cade, I think, is pretty self-explanatory. Can't get the hatches. Garage wall, probably not something that's going to be electrified all that much, if at all. But the Deimos as well. Chiefs tried to play a lot of it yesterday. They were always running Lion and Deimos, and then Dokkaebi, Lion, and Deimos. So banning that is a key element of their attacking strategy, taken off the board.
A little bit of an extension over towards Swamp. Little area there next to Lounge. These drones in here for KAG as we'll start to roll around on this mid-floor and start to discover what this bomb site setup is for Chiefs. They do know it's downstairs, but they don't know the full extent of the positioning of these Chiefs players just yet, and that's what they'll look to try and close in on. A lot of these Chiefs members already making some solid moves to try and set themselves up for success, but we might already see an aggressive peek here out of Seeker. I thought this player was just going to try and wait idly by to see if anybody tried to work their way in from that lounge space, but doesn't seem like the case as of right now.
Once that hatch gets opened up, you got to be careful that they might just try to hold it for 15 seconds or so, try and catch you retreating back down to the bottom floor. Tex plays it safe, especially with his kit. He's got the shotgun and the C4. It seems to be he is the blue player on this setup, so don't take the gamble, especially since a lot of you are anchoring, especially with these traps. You want to have all that utility.
Yeah, not worth it, especially in a setup like this. Every single one of these bodies remaining makes it to where KAG has to figure out a way to bunker bust this bomb site. If you give them a freebie earlier on into this round, then they know that there's going to be a pretty obvious gap somewhere along the lines, or even if you do cover all your bases with your remaining 4 players, as soon as they're able to get another play going on, then things are more than likely going to go awry for the defense. So instead, Chiefs will play things back into the bomb site, and Quiz will actually be the first one to take down Chibi.
Now, Quiz didn't exactly have the best statistical performance yesterday, but there were a lot of plays that I think could have had a lot of impact, and he just didn't really get the timing right, or didn't go his way, unfortunately. But he was making a lot of moves that I really thought were quite impressive and impactful if he were able to just be a bit lucky, unfortunately, on this map in particular. This time he gets the opening pick. We get a follow-up. Now KAG in the 3v5. I was thinking, all right, you know, they seem relatively safe right now, so how are they going to deal with these Vulcan packs? How are they going to deal with these Kiba barricades? What if it goes too late and they run into an EDD or a C4? Well, now that they're in a 3v5, it's a lot more of a difficult position, and I'm not really even thinking about those things anymore. I'm just trying to figure out how they're going to get down to this bottom floor and make it out alive. They'll sprint into the site and immediately pick up the pace, but Anita just stops firing halfway through the fights. Shiraneko might get the trade, but the damage is done at that point. KAG just cannot accomplish anything at the moment. Boogie drone thrown as a Hail Mary to cover the rotate, and Chiefs have got both angles covered. First round for the defense. First round for Chiefs.
Solid patience, able to find those moments pretty early on, all things considered, for that bomb site into the round, as Chiefs make the most out of these situations, not only through true gunfire, but also the nitro cell picking up a player from KAG too. And when it's a 3v5 into the basement bomb site, 9 times out of 10 you are not winning that round. It just complicates things too far, and that was a big thing there. Chiefs were more than knowledgeable of the situation that they'd put KAG into, and what do? Well, they just play the entry points and see where you're going to show up.
Yeah, pretty simple, cut and dry. Turtle defense punching a little above their weight, and able to close out the 5v3 as you hope any team would be able to do. Move up to CCTV and Cash now, and it's not Chiefs that are attacking, but I do want to see it from both teams, given some of the stuff, the shenanigans I saw yesterday. Balancing these EMPs while a bandit is on the board. I know there's a 2-brow as well, so breaching is going to be difficult. I thought actually sticking that fuse might be a good idea.
That's what we needed to see.
But I do like these shifts overall. Look at that. Oh, we actually do have the fuse coming through there. See, I really thought that once you drop off the fuse, I was like, surely he doesn't get picked back up by a different player. But no. And he's got the AK-12 as well, so no shields. But I was going to say, with those Zoto canisters, unless you're going to try to do what some teams, I guess, have been able to do, which is throw the Twitch drone in and just shock it as it comes up.
Yeah.
Cluster charges, probably a bit easier to deal with.
I like the cluster charge play, but I especially like the addition of Capitao here. Not only does he have the secondary EMPs that can help free with the wall carder, but you also have those arrows that can seriously assist with dislodging the bandit as well. Although given the circumstances of what Chiefs have brought to the table, it does get a little bit more difficult, as we do have Pyro on that Tuberal that makes things a lot harder when it comes to trying to break open this wall. Let's see how things go here, though, as KAG begin to try and deal with this electrified breach.
There was a bandit trick, it just wasn't on the exothermic. It actually destroyed the cluster charge that Shiraneko had put down, but now as the Tuberao Zoto canister goes out, I believe, yeah, they have to use a second one to disable that cluster charge. So this is the benefit. If you throw the Zoto canister on the wall, it can't get the entire radius if you put it up top like Shiraneko is doing. So you have to throw the second one, and he's got more cluster charges than you have, Zoto, so they'll put it right back, and ooh, do think it gets destroyed again, unfortunately, so we'll try to put it down, but the wall gets open nonetheless. So a little bit tricky, takes a little bit more time than normal, but a minute 20 seconds, certainly a workable round.
Yeah, they made things messy enough to where the defense really couldn't stand tall up against the wall. You're worried about those cluster charges. You're worried about any other pressure being built upon by KAG. Instead, they choose to back off. But also, for all things considered, right, they did do a pretty good job of delaying out time. We're about halfway through this round with that breach getting opened up finally. And, I mean, at some moment in time when it comes to this bomb site, it's gonna get opened. So everybody's used to playing with that potential obstacle in their way from the defensive perspective, and we'll see how this continues to roll on as we've lost 2 players.
Blackright able to pinch the Azami as the firebolts land beneath CC window, but then gets traded as Tech swings aggressively on the plat wall breach, and now Garage giving a lot of trouble to these attackers, actually. Oda just peeks up. Oh, my lord. Making a name for himself. There is absolutely no reason you should even let him get that kill. He has already steamrolled you on top of rafters. 2 double kills in this round. 1 for Oda, 1 for Tex. The veterans doing the shooting, the calling, everything on CCTV. JBC will step in the goo mine, reveal his position at R90. 1 player falling back will make it past the green door in time. Jigsaw will get the 5th. 3 players fire back on Chiefs. And boy, oh boy, the breach gets open. I'm thinking, oh, we're good. Then Oda had other ideas.
Yep, yes indeed. And these defenses looking a lot stronger than what we'd seen thus far from Chiefs. 2 successful rounds back-to-back, and it's already going to proc a timeout for CAG as they really haven't had a snowball's chance in hell in either one of these rounds. It's been pretty piss-poor across the board, and we're really looking for them to have a solid opener here. We really want to see them not only get the entry, but make a solid consideration towards the site, and that's been the main thing, Carter. Maybe they haven't been able to get the opener, sure, but have they been able to even take a step in a positive way towards the bomb site? Absolutely not.
No, and I think, unfortunately, the reality of a lot of teams now, it used to be, when you think back to like 3 years ago when Wamai, or not 3 years ago, but 4 or 5 years ago when Wamai gets first introduced, we see a lot more teams start really focusing on holding rafters for a long period of time. Now that you have all these options to deny projectiles, it used to really just be kind of the Wamai or one guy by himself.
Yep.
Now it feels like as that position has developed, it is a lot more common now than it was then to play a second guy there. You can have another guy pop up and shoot to aid Oda. You can have a guy throwing traps, throwing Kibas, throwing a whole lot of stuff. But another important consequence of a second guy playing that position is you can't just throw the firebolts on top of the normal position and dedicate it entirely to that one guy. You might decide to use a firebolt to take down that other player, but that means because one more guy, just over time, has naturally, the strategy has involved 2 players instead of 1. If a firebolt is more likely to get used, and you only got 2 of them, and it's your main way of dealing with that core Garage player on the rafters, you might end up having enough util. So what are you left with? A Monty, too scared to walk into goo mines, too scared to walk into dread mines, and very little utility to actually deal with the player right in front of you.
Yep, 100%. Making life difficult for Anatenna's Chiefs. And let alone that fact, but even the players, like you said, they're to try and assist him with that situation. They don't have the utility, and at the end of the day, they're not up to snuff in the gunfights to be able to take any of that away from a Raptors player. Making the most out of this situation right now is Chiefs, and they've got to be happy as clams, man, when it comes to the fact that they already have that timeout pulled away from CAG, and now this is just a train that potentially can roll on for 4 other rounds if they start on the right foot.
The clams are not happy when they see me coming. That's all I'm going to say.
I could say the same. I'm known to...
Shellfish hate to see me roll up.
You and Parker rolling over to the oyster bar, huh?
Oh, my God. We would drain the Massachusetts Bay of oysters.
They're very tasty.
So
They're
delicious.
Tasty, but
love the fact that I live in the interior.
Speaking of salty treats, by the end of this, CAG might be a little salty themselves, just depending on how this goes.
We're only 2 rounds in. There's time for CAG to recover. They were able to open the breach.
Where is... thank God.
I was about to say.
Oh, my...
Oh, man. No. Come on,
Oh.
guys.
Oh, Carter.
Come on.
Carter, I'm getting frustrated. It's happening.
It's okay. It happens.
I need to breathe.
You lose an exothermic, you still got the Selmas, and you actually have 2 impact EMPs from Chibisu. Sure, Thatcher's unbanned. You could run him, but you didn't. It's unfortunate. But you play the hand you deal yourself. So now the EMPs come out, and look at that. Exothermic opened up. Jacuzzi wall open. We still got 1:45 and 3 Selmas. I see this as an absolute win.
You're being a very good therapist right now. I really appreciate that.
You know, Myers-Briggs calls me the diplomat for a reason.
I'm definitely not using that. That is not the case. But yeah, there is still some positive things going here for CAG, and yeah, they'll be able to use that Selma and those impact EMPs to break open construction. But the biggest issue is right now is timing. let alone that fact, but the fact that KAG has squandered a few of these angles. You think of the things that you could build on, upon over on the master balcony. A lot of those windows giving you immediate access to these positions, and although some keep barriers in the way, you can just shoot those in Common Day Siege. It makes life a heck of a lot easier in comparison to what it used to be, and something that I was hoping we could see KAG try and exploit, but nothing of the sort. Instead, we're down to a sub-minute here and starting to coil around the bomb site, sure, but no damage done to Chiefs in a lot of different ways that they can try and step in front of their opponents.
Oh my God.
As Shu will get a big kill.
Ooh, Shu. Oh no, doesn't get the second. Crosshair placement so good there, and he just whiffs the spray. But KAG overall winning the duels they need to. Very briefly, the round reaches an equilibrium, but KAG still maintain their advantage. Ace close around the corner. Oda will take the fight. Shots go wide. He'll push even further as the hard pings come out. The Grim is ready for it, but very low HP. Chibi-Su's able to land the pre-fire. I was very confused at how they were going to clutch that round out with literally no map control whatsoever. But my, oh my, they have found a gap in cash, and they plugged it expeditiously.
Yeah, somebody's got to be the spearhead. And it just so happens to be our player pushing in from cash directly into construction and completely catches a zombie off guard. A huge moment there for KAG as they're able to bowl over Chiefs. And yeah, Chiefs were able to respond in kind in some instances, but not in a potent enough way to be able to actually pull things back across the line. KAG making the most out of that situation. I think the biggest moment there for them inside of round 3 had to be when they were able to get Tex on the floor. As soon as they're able to down that clash, that opens up a lot of opportunity for them to be aggressive and try and get this case into its home. Get it planted down and try and make the most out of this situation. That's what we see out of KAG, and it bodes a, well, not a flawless round, but a very potent round for them at the end of the day.
That was the main reason why I was confused to how they were going to do this. I was like, I mean, you can just try to win a round off gunfights, but with that clash right there, how are you going to get through that? You just don't have the util to make it happen. But they're able to downer and also get the kills elsewhere to create a very favorable situation for them overall. First attacking round, they win. Gym Bedroom going their way, but now we go back down to basement where this round was kind of a whole lot of nothing, unfortunately. Despite the fact that Chiefs were pretty much entirely turtling on the site, somehow got 2 kills onto KAG while they were on a completely different floor. That's going to happen sometimes, especially when you can't exactly always predict without an IQ where those C4s are going to land in kitchen. But still goes to show the fact that KAG were playing very slow, not on the bottom floor, and yet still somehow managed to go to a 5v3. So that's one player peeking below the feet holes of the castle barricade, and again, they weren't turtling this time, Sam. They were playing full-on aggro, and they have accomplished the exact same margins they did before. Sheeran Echo, as we leave the early round, will at least pick up 1, but really it doesn't matter all that much with Black Ray on literally 1 HP.
A
well,
lot of
not literally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, very, very, very.
5 HP.
Very close.
1 bullet.
I mean,
he's going to die if somebody shoots him.
Yeah, he's essentially 1 HP, right? 1 shot, as we like to say. He's been dinked. He's been gushed, depending on what FPSs you play.
Ooh.
But
Okay.
what a position here for Sierra. Be able to gun down Cairo. And that's exactly what we need to see out of KAG here. You need to bare your teeth and try and get yourself back into this round. And really the only way you're going to do that, Carter, is by killing your opponent. You have to find these kills. You have to find these openings. And that's one that KAG will be very happy with.
Oda in an interesting position as well. O tries to take the fight with the guy Chan, and Anaton's able to land it. Of course, able to punish that aggression, or maybe too late positioning from Oda. Stuck inside of the bathroom, but he's able to get it done. Sheeran Echo, by the way, bit of an odd player for me on this roster because I was first introduced to him at Atlanta last year on CGL, where he was easily the best player on that team, and since then, he's consistently been bottom 2 for KAG, basically all the way through up until this stage. Even in Japan, when everyone's getting above a 100 EPS, he still finds himself at the bottom. So to see him have this impact is very, very nice. I hope to see him make it more consistent because finding this, not only getting that kill on the Azami, but now finding his way down blue to make this a 3v3, and now a man advantage. You're still going to be worried about Black Ray on low HP, but with these Candelas behind you, the EE1D as well, you might be able to just start pushing forward, utility landing, but nobody moves beyond the blue hallway for the moment. Jigsaw will creep closer on this smoke grenade. Yesterday, he was so good at this in the late round positioning in ways that the attack just could not predict, that the attack did not expect, won't be able to get a kill for his efforts there. Just tags up the Lion. Smoke grenade goes out, but it might just do better to hide him. Tex kills the backstabbing pressure, and now as the rest flood on in, Anaton downs one, and it's all on Jigsaw. Brought back from across the pond in the 1v2. He's oh so trusted, and to land one shot, I think he can do it.
Well done to Jigsaw. I mean, it's a scary moment there, a scary prospect any way you slice it. KAG, they did enough to be able to get themselves back into the round after the early aggression out of Sheaves on the mid floor that gifts them practically a perfect round if you're playing downstairs in the basement. KAG able to find those picks, able to work their way into blue and get a player off of the bomb site as well just to make things a little bit more palatable. But what did Sheaves do? They stay true to their guns in the truest sense of the term. A lot of positive gunfights finding their way into Chiefs' hands. And the most coming down there to Jigsaw in the dying moments as he handles that 1v2 with such grace. Very well done to him. And Sheaves now lead by 2 rounds as we continue on into round 5.
Very impressed with them finding a 5v3 on both basement defenses, but in entirely different ways. Playing passively, using your utility, or just maybe peeking a little bit and finding a kill, and then entirely playing aggressive that time. Obviously, they started bottling it a little bit, unfortunately, giving it away and making it a 2v3. But they still close it out. Still a 1vx. Maintain their lead by 2 rounds. Going back to CCTV and Cash. Took a little bit of time for KAG to open up the plat wall, but nothing major. Really the big problem was seemingly a lack of full utility to clear out that garage position. The Monty had goo mines and dread mines, but mainly the first in his way. The Capital used a lot of his utility to try to clear out the other player in garage, aside from the one that ended up being the core problem for them. And then Chiefs did a good job swinging overall and just keeping KAG at bay and winning the fights when they took them. Operator lineup by the whole, Sam. I mean, we got the Capital again.
Yep.
A lot of stuff has shifted hands, but they could very well run into that exact same problem.
Yeah, no more secondary EMPs for the Cap, but that's because Monty has them instead, so we'll just be able to bring some extra hard breach. And you guys have heard me talk ad nauseum over the years about redundancy when it comes to your offensive lineups, and look at all that there, Carter. You got exothermics, you got Selmas, and you got secondary hard breach too. If anybody goes down, you're still going to be able to get a wall open, but what's happened here?
Oh, the exothermic. I was about to say. So they got the second Zoto canister off, like right as the exothermic reached its apex.
Oh.
And I think literally it is just like when it reaches that point, the explosion is so instantaneous that even if you put that bandit battery down, it just explodes before the electricity can actually render in the game.
The bandit batteries actually turn on post the exothermic turning itself back on for the fuse timer.
Yeah,
So that's exactly what happened right there. Good catch.
What can I say? I really am quite something. Still have one Zoto canister, and it seems to actually... Wow, KAG have actually just fully rotated to a con push. You're actually going to be happy you have one of those Zoto canisters still because, as I mentioned yesterday, and Sam, I mean, you've watched a lot of these clubhouses, been the map that it is for a long time.
Yeah.
You're only pushing through one doorway, maybe the con breach as well, and if you don't take garage, if you haven't cleared red stairs, you're in kind of a tricky position. They haven't opened this breach, and yet the firebolt goes in. Jigsaw was playing there yesterday, so that's a good bit of counter-stratting from KAG, but, I mean, you still can actually get in con.
No, and they have quiz downstairs too, Carter. This is so good, but I don't think the KAG knows. I don't think they have any idea at all that bandit battery is still there. They're actually just dead in the water. They can't get this wall open right now. There's only one more secondary EMP for Shu. He's going to toss that down now. He's waiting for the Selmas to come out, and Tex is like, do I have to shoot it?
Oh.
He's not going to. Instead, he's playing for the bodies.
I was about to say, well, not only is he playing for the bodies, he's just playing for that C4. He
Nice.
actually throws it up. Oh, used it a bit early in Black Ray. Shiraneko, Anaton just clear out the site. I don't even know what the hell just happened. Everyone from Chiefs tries to take fights, and I think they're regretting it at this point. Cairo quick peeking the breach will regret that one too. And Tex now just running up onto the top floor. Monty spots him, fused down. There is nothing you can do at this point. Honestly, good shot on an Anaton right there, but Chiefs had a winning hand, and somehow it just disappeared in a moment.
It's all down to KAG still having those active angles around what they were trying to accomplish inside of construction, right? Chiefs are trying to catch them off guard with probably some more aggressive swings that we get to, end up seeing. We didn't exactly get to see them because of the positioning that we had to kind of witness everything that went down, but that's more than likely the case here. As Chiefs, once again, just trying to catch KAG off guard in one of those high-intensity moments where you can kind of swing through and make a big moment happen, but instead what happens KEG is more than prepared for that, and they find 3 bodies in less than 5 seconds. That's the entire bomb site, all except for Tex, I do believe, that was sitting over there trying to challenge the actual breach that we saw for the main wall. But it was all KEG all day. I mean, yeah, they didn't exactly have the easiest time getting that construction single panel open, but everything around that, just green lights for them as they work their way into the bomb site.
And the broader problem that KEG have had so far with these attacks is their time management, their broader strategy. But one thing that's going well for them right now is actually something that, at least bearing out in the stats, you don't often see, which is you have kind of a top 3 echelon of players. You have Shureep, Anaton, Chibisu, then a bit of a gap, and then usually Black Ray and Shiraneka rounding out the pack with a decent amount of distance between those top 3 and those bottom 2. Shureep obviously doing a bit, not great right now, but it is at least amongst the remaining 4 a lot closer on KEG than it might otherwise be, and even though they are struggling to put these rounds together, they're hitting their shots consistently enough that it is bailing them out of difficult situations. I mean, getting that 5v2 there is insane with the little control they had. Oh, I mean, read like a book there. That's Logi Hatch. Like, it's not like you're fusing an off spot. Cairo was ready for it, and Shiraneko is regretting that one.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it too, because that's just not something that you really expect to get away with in a situation like that.
Also, like, what utility is... I know the cluster charges propagate kind of widely, but I can't think of a lot of utility in Logi. I'm like, gotta fuse that at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not really a lot of things you build up around that hatch. Yeah, you might have some things like maybe a roll of barbed wire underneath the hatch, or maybe, a dreadnought mine or something around there. But that's really it, Carter. Past that, you're really hoping that one of these things takes a solid bounce and goes over inside of gold and does some serious damage.
And also, maybe you should probably place that cluster charge later in the round when people around Logi or Khan are actually focused on the push as a whole. Like, I don't know what's happening right now where the Monty's actually in.
Yep.
Then maybe, think about it this way. You push these people back, they start rotating into Khan, and then you place the fuse charge down and then detonate it. I mean, to be fair, maybe that's what he wanted to do. Place it there, leave it late, then activate it. But even then, I'm trying to read into it and think of it, and you still place it in a very calm moment of the round where they can react and we'll just take you down. Cairo, again, unread in the position. He's tagged up Shuri. Thank God the Ash gets away. He'll move forth, but...
Come on, that's twice. 2 people putting utilities on something soft and get immediately done up because of it. I mean, KEG are falling apart at the seams here.
I mean, they'll try to pick up the pace, and the Monty just pushes in deep into the site. But, yeah, there's Vulcan packs. You're going to be forced back and tagged up by the fire. It's 20 seconds. You can't push into the site with still 50 seconds remaining, but it just goes to the point that the utility, the gunplay, everything for Chiefs is just a little bit better than KEG in the hold, not only in this round, but as we've gone through this half and now approached this final round, stuck inside of Khan, Jigsaw with the third. That's the player sitting around Metal Balcony gone. I don't even know what you do at this point.
You know, I think you made a really good point earlier on inside of this round. And really, it's kind of in a vacuum because this has been the biggest round that we've seen it be a massive proponent of what's going on, right? But a lot of this feels mistimed, Carter. A lot of this feels as though they just don't have a really good understanding of what the positioning is for these players. But a little antsy there. Chiefs will be able to win via numbers in the dying moments of that round and have a 4-2 split here for our half. And what a half it was. But just to kind of finish my point there, KEG just not really having things in good timing and just honestly not good layering at the end of the day. I mean, a lot of those different positions that they ended up taking up and a lot of different ways that they implemented their utility across that map, across the board, was just not positive. It was not something where you really thought they were going to be able to make the most out of the situation, and they end up going punished for that time and time again. And obviously the 2 big ones being Fuse on the roof and Ash on the window for Metal Stairs.
And when you look back at the attacking rounds that they won, the first one being that gym bedroom attack, and the second one being the CCTV cache one, a lot of the story there was just them hopping into the site and winning the fights that they took, but not a lot of utility setting it up, or if there was utility intended to set it up, it didn't have a factor in the end. That gym bedroom attack was mainly just breaching, and the only execute op was the Grim, which was important, but I think the guy pushing Khan probably still hits that gap even without the bees there.
Yeah, 100%.
And on CCTV as well, you had really no execute utility. Sure, you had the Capital, but again, there was no utility used. They just shot everybody pushing in. That's commendable. That's good. But when Chiefs have won those fights, there has been no structure, no plan that KEG could fall back on that could then bring that man advantage back.
Oh, man. Last time we saw a play similar to this, Carter, it was Canadian inside of Kitchen, and I believe he was still on Dark Zero. going to be able to take down Chibisu.
Poor guy. Never stood a chance.
Yeah, dude. Life is hard in this current iteration of Siege for roaming defenders. I mean, if that Blitz gets around you with another hot gun, life is just nothing but good. Like, or everything past good, rather. It's just not exactly going to go your way. So, unfortunately enough for KAG, they will be presented the bad news pretty early on into round 7 as Chibi will go down.
They literally see the Mozzie despite the Mute Jammer and the Mozzie Pest, so you can't dread it out now. And I mean, I guess you got to be concerned there could be somebody in there, but where are we even dying from, guys?
What the hell did Tex just do?
Sheeran Echo, the Mozzie was off site. Oh, did he try to? I guess he tried to push Secret, I guess. Well, that's that's unfortunate, I guess.
Well.
And then now the kitchen hatch is just open for free. Think about, I mean, I know Cade's not on the board, but could maybe had some impacts if you wanted to switch up the lineup a bit, burn more time, but you decided to base everything on that roam of kitchen, then 2 people die anyway. The Mozzie's got to rotate back at a minute 50, and look at that. All of Dirt is soft, too.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's fine. You can share knees.
I went to motion towards
knees.
Carter. I just smacked his knee.
They say I had the best knees.
There are some pretty good knees now that I take a good look at them. And you know what else is good?
Nothing's going on.
Everything's good for Chiefs.
Just nothing's going on. Right
yeah. Well, there's nothing going on if you're KAG. In fact, this is probably the worst thing that could happen to you with how their strategy was set up. I mean, everything
Guys,
is begging you to hold on to kitchen.
We're going to roam. We're going to waste time. We don't even need to win a fight. We're going to burn time. Oh, it's a 3v5. We're going to have to rotate back a minute into the round. We open kitchen hatch. We left Dirt soft. Guys, we put ourselves in a bad position. I think we've trolled a little bit.
Uh-oh.
They just drop. I mean, yeah,
no,
you just drop sight at that point. And Ooh, hold up. I actually want to see this from Tex. He got both those kills. A little bit of a spray transfer had to happen there. Look at that. Oh, it just peeks the other angle. Less impressive than I thought. But hey, still a double kill. Good job for Tex. Kind of wishing we still had that tactical timeout for KAG. Admins, can we actually just give them a second one? Because I really think they need it right now. This is their map pick.
Man.
This is their map. They were banning the maps, and they were like, life's on the line. I hear Lynx is going to hype us up, that they're here to play, that they're competitive. Took a map off G2. Beat Lynx's favorite team. Beat his favorite team. Just want to say that again. And now what are we seeing? On their map pick, the attacks are very lackluster. If you miss those shots, it could be very well be a 6-0 with the structure they had going into them. And now the first attack we see, they try to set up a roam, and then 2 of them die immediately. Now, it's good for Chiefs to play that aggressive, but because you lost that so early, now you just feel like an idiot for opening that up.
Yep. Well, yeah, and that's the thing about harebrained schemes like that in Siege. You're either a brilliant brainiac that we're all going to praise for months to come because you did the craziest thing that nobody really goes for on, said bomb site, or you're a fool. That's the only 2 options. And this time around, better get your jester clothes on there, my friend.
You know what? Maybe Shirip gets like a quad kill there if the rest of his team doesn't get shot down and lounge in secret.
I think for me still, it's the fact that we have all those mute jammers and all those Mozzie
You
pests.
can still see in the kitchen.
Oh my God, Carter!
It's like, hey guys, there's a Mozzie in there.
It's like, so we haven't set this up in our own server and had our coach try and drone this guy out before. Like we haven't done anything to try and see if this actually completely stops the drone game. No? Okay, that's fine. Well, you know what? We'll pull it out when we're essentially down to 1 stock at the Montreal Major. I think that's a great idea.
Well, same situation that Chiefs, or the same op lineup they used to employ and try to unsuccessfully open up the plat wall yesterday, or at least after a lot of effort, and seems to be going a lot better, actually, than it was last time. If that Zoto canister was not there, that exothermic would have gone off successfully, and the 2 rounds used all 3 of them before we even got to this point, before we even reached 2 minutes. So, to compare, I know I said the Chiefs had a lot of bad coordination opening up this wall yesterday. That is like 120% better than what we saw yesterday. They actually do it in a reasonable time. And all the utility they waste, all the Zoto canisters, of course, only 1 bandit battery up still. We'll see what they do now, but looking a lot better than their attacks on this site yesterday.
And she is already looking to try and enter into the building and try and get some considerable map control. Who is this? It's going to be Cairo. He ended up dropping down that hatch. We saw him earlier waiting to try and drop into Logi as Chiefs begin to coil around this bomb site. I'm going to have a player on essentially every single entry point trying to get in through windows and breaches as well as the construction area. It's up to Chiefs to try and use this last minute to its absolute fullest.
Based on the trajectory of this round, assuming Chiefs are able to open up the con wall, which Bandit Battery right there, so you got to be careful. But it does still have an exothermic. He did not place it just now. So if they're able to use a nade or something. Ooh, Cairo able to cut down Chibisu, getting aggressive on that green door. But this breach remains elusive. This Bandit Battery still there. Nade thrown over, C4 sent out in response, and you lose the very guy that was about to open up that wall. That is a tough pill to swallow, unfortunately, and I don't know if Tex has the time to place a hard breach charge down. Well, certainly not. He's dead. His time has run out. 3v3. And with this breach closed, you're praying, I think, Quiz will try to lurk up red stairs or hop in the window and get a whole bunch of kills in a very small amount of time. The Azami is very trained on the window right now, and maybe the red stairs player as well, but no way!
Stop it. Stop it right now.
gets hip-fired, and he's got intel on the second.
Oh
Quiz
my God.
pre-fires
Oh my
and
God.
opens up round 8. That's the kind of plays I said. The timing didn't work out yesterday, but there was a whole lot of potential in Quiz, and we see it right there.
Just get the hell out of here, man. What the hell is that? Oh, man, I wish we had replays right now.
You call it luck. I call it divine intervention.
That's really all it can be, dude.
You read the Bible, Ringo?
Sure. I don't know who Chiefs were praying to, but they were praying hard because there's no other way that Quiz wins that gunfight. He is not getting that scope up close enough to his face at all. And I promise you, a millisecond more, and he ends up dying to the pure gunfire that we see out of our Tuberal. But instead, what do we get? A hip-fire headshot from Quiz, and something that completely blows the doors off of CAG after they did such a good job, Carter, of delaying things out. They even knew where Chiefs wanted to try an entry from. They even knew that there was some potential for Nook to try and work up the red stairs, and none of it goes their way.
Think about this, though. CAG start defense on Consulate.
But it's not their map choice.
CAG start defense on Consulate.
Before I say this, let me check this really quickly, because I don't think that CAG have a great
Don't
history.
worry, I'm going to tell you, Consulate is defender-sided, Sam. Don't you worry, I'll save you the time.
Let's see.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I really thought there was going to be more of a fight, especially on their pick. I'm honestly kind of surprised at how poor CAG are looking on both of these sides. I mean, we still have Consulate, which they did have a good result on earlier in the tournament, but, like, they looked strong today against CL4L. They had a really good performance against G2 that they let slip away, that they were really in control of to start this tournament. And this is almost looking like a different team than the one I've been watching so far. It really is surprising. Chiefs are obviously playing well. They're taking fights confidently. They're winning them. They're fighting and getting good control, but it is just CAG will try to do things, and it just doesn't work out. At least you get away with that rotation right there. You're happy about that one.
Yep.
But still something that Chiefs didn't need to win.
Such a scary prospect right now for not only CAG, but all the fans at home. Huge deficit stands directly in their face, and really, what do you do about it in a situation like this, Carter? I mean, you got to get the ball rolling in some regard, but you don't want to try and play too aggressively. You want to try and go back to the strategies that you're the most comfortable with, things that you think will be able to get around across the line and at least get you in the good graces of one bomb site. And that's what CAG are hoping to do here on the basement. They've been able to keep themselves alive, although it's been pretty close. But as soon as I say that, the caster's curse comes through and Jigsaw nukes Anatim with a frag.
We've had like more nade kills in 2 days than we've had in like some tournaments.
Yeah, what the hell is happening with that, by the way?
Since the nade change. I don't know. I think people might just be better at banking them and cutting the timer in half, maybe. But I don't know. It has been kind of weird, and that's the Maestro you take down as well. So Evil's a little less impactful than they were before. Really, all is riding on this blue player to stand tall to hold this position. I mean, if he falls down, and with the kitchen hatch open, you're going to be able to play the man advantage. You'll be able to drop into the site. You'll be able to use the bees as well to cut off a lot of those angles with the flashbangs going in too. Cairo does fall. That's very important. That's the blitz gone, but Chiefs still maintain that advantage. Even pushing deeper into the site. Tex cannot be stopped. Breaching double digits this round, though it's all he'll get. It allows his team to enter the site, allows his team in round 9 to close the book on CAG on their own pick. Leave the final bit of work in your star players' hands, and it is an easy 7-2 victory for Chiefs on a map I really thought we were going to see more from CAG.
I really did. I really did as well. You know, especially given the circumstances that it is their map choice, I felt as though they should be confident on at least one of these sides, and nothing really doing. I mean, just looking at their stats across the board, it's just not a great showcase, especially at the moment in time that we've reached. I mean, this is the 11th hour. You have to be able to hit your stride, and you have to be able to do it well. And CAG, they simply just, they can't dance, man. They got 2 left feet.
It's not like they're coming off a really hard-fought, heartfelt, victory as they're here, but a really difficult game against CL4L. It was a 2-0.
Yeah.
CL4L, I love the guys, kind of started collapsing at points in that series, and CAG did 2-0 them and kind of just diffed them at certain points. Not obviously, that takes effort, that takes will. You're not going to be fully charged going in this game. But man, that looks like they were tired. Like, that really, I can't say this enough, that could have been a 7-0. The only reason CAG were able to pull those 2 attacks over the line was, to be fair, winning 3 fights and not dropping a single body, which is a feat that is still impressive, but it goes to show that if these players, who were still struggling to hit shots at any point, just hit 4 to 5 shots less, or 4 to 5 less kills, Chiefs might have won 7-1. 7-0 even, because there was no fundamental structure that was propping up those attacks.
Yeah, and I think you make a great point, especially if we look at that round where they go for that spearheaded construction where they catch a zombie completely off guard. Just think if Chiefs are prepared for that situation at all as they bully their way in through cash. That's more than likely easily a 7-1 in that position as they're trying to pull the man count back across the line at that moment in time too. It's just a really poor situation for CAG right now, and especially if that's what we're going to see on a map that they feel as though they can win against Chiefs on. I am very scared for what we're going to see on Consulate.
In an odd way as well, the warning, the caution I gave to everybody about watching Chiefs in this game, hearing their strong attacking percentage and saying, hey, be careful, that might be a red herring.
Yeah.
What actually ended up happening was their attacks yesterday were a red herring. I'm not saying they were insanely good, but yesterday they were very sloppy. Today they were just competent. Yep. Today they got the walls open, got the control they needed, the time they needed.
Clean.
They played off each other well, and that was enough to beat CAG today, or beat CAG on this map today. And it was actually CAG so far with the performance they've had, that at least on Clubhouse, they just did not show up. They start defense on Consulate, the next map that we have, and they got to show up there on a necessary side because it's Chiefs' pick, and every round counts. We'll see Consulate right after this, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, that didn't go well for CAG. It did not go well. Just be honest. Let's lay it out there. Let's just all be honest with each other. It didn't go well. Some people might dispute my sentiment that I believe that could have been a 7-0 or a 7-1. But even if I believe you are a diehard CAG fan, which you're right to be, I don't think you could really make a credible argument that a 7-2 was... that anything more than that was possible with the way they were playing on that map.
Yeah.
And that's going to haunt them going into Chiefs pick.
Yeah. In fact, there could have been a whole heck of a lot less depending on how those other rounds went. I mean, you and I kind of talked about that in the ending moments there of kind of our pseudo-analyst desk at the end of map 1. But Chiefs, they've got to be happy as hell, man, because that game was pretty easy peasy at the end of the day. There was just not a lot of struggle that CAG put forth into the court, man, and it made life very easy for Chiefs at the end of the day. Didn't really have to sweat things too much, and now they move on to their own map pick in the likes of Consulate, which could provide a whole heck of a lot of different instances where they can practically achieve the same thing.
Of course, it is difficult to entry on Consulate, and they will be starting on that attacking side. I think just in this case, having Jigsaw on your team, potentially going to just be a lot more impactful because of how good of a player he is, how good of an entry he is. So him being able to have a factor in this game could be a massive recipe for success for Chiefs as they do start at what is typically the harder side. But with the lethargy we saw from CAG on Clubhouse, the attack's not great, and the defense is even more so. They would hold out on the site, and then Chiefs, to be fair, would maybe take a little bit too much time, have a little bit too little control. Would still manage to get Tex into a position where he gets a two-piece, Ode in a position where he can pop off, Quiz in a position where, with a little bit of luck, he's still able to completely pull back around that seemed Chiefs were going to lose, and going to lose at pretty dominant margins. Well, maybe not that, but still going to lose without much of a real say in their overall fate by the end. So as we get to Consulate here, as you are starting out on the defense, this is not only a necessary time to start winning back the vote, but also the best time to do it. You are starting out in the defense. It could be a little bit easier as long as you weather that first storm. As long as you don't let Chiefs shock you in the first round, you might be able to calm down and reassert yourself.
Yeah. Now, obviously, it's a lot of doom and gloom for CAG right now, given the circumstances of what we saw on Clubhouse, Carter.
You don't think they're happy with Clubhouse?
Probably the farthest thing from, I would say. But there is some positivity pulling, or rather, driving on over to Consulate. Chiefs are going to ban out Blitz. They'll be taking that away from Anaton, so only be the Monty available for offense. But the big thing for CAG here is that they played up against G2 on this map, and they looked very solid on the defensive side when it came to Consulate. So there is some green lights here for CAG. I don't know if they're going to be able to land this plane, but at a bare minimum, they've got some decent air to start off.
I'm literally, Sam, I'm holding on that G2 Consulate game between CAG and G2 like Bruce Willis in Evil Dead 2 when he's holding on to the plank. He's about to get sucked into the portal.
Yeah.
He's literally pulling him back, and both his feet are in the air, and he goes, he falls back. That's literally me right now. Like, there is so much hopium coursing through my veins. That is entirely because of that performance on Consulate, which was the first map they played at this whole tournament. I know they can do it. This team is looking better, especially with the performance we saw in Manchester. Like FearX, though I would say a step above. CAG have been starting to finally put the pieces together, making some roster changes, making some play style changes that have been paying off. And I would hate to see the journey end here, especially after a poor map like that, but then to see a map, even if it's 8-7, that they beat G2 on. They beat G2 on, who are looking at least maybe a little better than that previous roster towards the end at least.
They're looking more proficient for sure.
You'd hate to see them go out like this. You'd hate it. I would hate it at least.
Listen, I'm right there with you. You know, and that's the thing. When CAG are performing, they're a roster that is not to be trifled with. They can do a lot of different things, and they're pretty creative across the board. Even with Anaton. Anaton does not need a shield to find success, guys.
And let's be honest, they got great players.
Yeah.
I mean, Anaton is definitely probably, I would think a lot of people would agree, is the best player on this roster. But right out the gate, Sharif dropped 22 kills.
Yes.
Like,
to go from that to what we just saw
Yeah.
in Clubhouse is a pretty stark contrast.
wait, that was Bang, not Consulate. Silly me. Apologies,
But still, I mean, the point still stands. You have an incredible record, even on Bank. Bank's a hard map to clear. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that you can get punished, especially if you aren't, all encapsulating. The defense can get away with a lot of different antics.
They can.
And Shoe Reap still with a 22, what was it, like 22-9 or something like that? Just an absolute demon on Bank. But still, I think the point still stands. KAG had a very positive notation to start things off here for this entire tournament. And now it's came down to a very poor map up against Chiefs. That was their own map choice leading into Consulate, where, yeah, you get the favorable side, but things are starting to become worrisome. But
I love this.
You sing his praises, and he shows face.
I love
Shoe Reap
this.
will take down Tex, probably the most impactful player from the last game.
Oh, absolutely the most impactful player. The veteran member, formerly Tex.Fnatic, making the comeback, making his first international land in quite a long time. The first to go down on the striker. Candela going out, and he's like, oh, God, there's a Clash looking at me. Really disappointed by that, especially as he's calling over his buddy to play close on the blue doorway. And, of course, he got somebody, in this case, a Malusi, playing behind the shield on Vending Machine. Taking this position is difficult. Taking in a 4v5 is even more so, especially when you've already used 2 Candelas. Both of your frag grenades from Jigsaw are gone. Your best shot is quick peeking with an Ash Charge to destroy that shield, and I just don't think that's happening.
Yeah, let alone the fact that quick peeking's kind of impossible right now, given the position of those Banshees. You're going to have to be practically picturesque in order to not get tagged by one of those and either give up the goods or make a gunfight very easy for somebody when that thing does slow you down. Kandala in, it'll get soaked up by the magnet, and Chibisu is just going to stare it down.
Yeah,
And
sorry,
he's going to get full-whited, but nobody's really there to try and grab the reins in a position like that. You can see Chiefs are trying their best to find a way into this top-floor bomb site, and it looks like they want to try and build up at least one player around yellow. Oh, very scary there for Jig for just a second.
It's a pretty easy read for KAG to be like, well, they're not clearing admin. They're going to rotate, so let's start looking towards yellow, looking towards Spiral, and what do you know? They find somebody. Jigsaw's got it back down, and as he starts cresting the top of it, they lose another teammate. Fortunately, Quiz goes down. Cairo will finally find one as Shironeko falls, but think of all the utility that's still in the way. Think of the Clash that's still on the board, and Shuriep still riding behind the vending machine, never leaving. Jigsaw will give some respect to that position and will win that fight. So still in a disadvantage, but Cairo coming out of the smoke. Fodder for Chibisu's secondary. Only 1 kill for Jigsaw, and the Clash is hunting him down to give that information. One player around the corner might just be able to land the shots. 417 is awfully damaging when you land shots like that. There really isn't a whole lot you can do. Hold on. Except maybe find 1 frag. He's not winning the round, but nope. Can't even find one beyond the one they initially got. Look at the energy. They're getting back into it. They went around, and it was very good. Did they have to do a lot? No. But did they need to do a lot? No.
No. Just had to play into the hand that they're dealt, and especially after Shoereap gets that big pick initially, it was all just down to playing Consulate, how the map begs you to. Play into that utility game, play into that denial of space overall. Any way you want to do it, whether it be through shooting at your opponent, laying utility down, whatever, you want to try and hold onto that map control, and that's exactly what we see out of KAG, Carter. I mean, name one area of the map that Chiefs took that was actually important. They never got a hold of anything. They don't get a hold of checkers. They don't get a hold of front desk. There's nothing really going on for them in that regard. They're constantly kept at the gates by KAG.
You know, technically speaking, admin is important because if you're doing an admin clear, you gotta start somewhere.
That's true, but I wouldn't even consider that the true gate to that top floor bomb site. You already know what I'm going to say. It's got to be checkers, and they were never able to cross across that tollway.
No, that is true.
And that's where we're stopping.
That's where I'm stopping.
That's I concede.
Yeah, it's like that's a fair point. Got me on that one.
Oh man.
I will. You know, I've never met a hill I wouldn't die on, but sometimes you got to lay down your sword.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And KAG was more than happy to just rest with sword in hand on that one and just see how Chiefs really wanted to try and finish out the rest of that round.
Mozzie
because
Pest disabled.
a lot of their utility, a lot of their value already soaked up inside of those opening moments, and we might have another moment like that right here. Shoereap, time and time again, that's already 2 in a row. He's going to take out Jigsaw, and nobody is home for the Chiefs.
I'll hold it there.
Oh, God, Tex, come on, man.
All right, well.
Mismanagement of this situation. It is so poor for Chiefs.
It's like that Simpsons meme where, like, I don't remember his name. I'm sorry, anybody that's older than me, but, like, what's the grandpa's name?
Oh, dude, I did not watch Simpsons. I watched South Park growing up.
Yeah. That That makes sense.
Let that one speak for itself.
All
right, I'm just gonna shut up.
It's like the meme where he walks out the door, then immediately grabs his coat and turn around.
Oh,
The joke really doesn't work anymore because I don't know the character, and it took a long time to explain the meme. Either way, Shurip killed 2 people, and now again, it's like I don't really know how Chiefs are going to find a way out of this round. They have a lot of the core pieces. You got the exothermic. You could maybe, I was about to say, open the garage wall so there's no hard breach denial, but now you've lost Quiz.
This is really bad.
This is not going well.
This is really,
it's going
really
very
bad.
Great pre-fire. I love that pre-fire. That pre-fire, the round-defining moment for me. Nothing else happened in that round other than that pre-fire. Stop the count. We did it.
I'm not going to laugh.
You can laugh.
I'm not going to.
You're allowed to laugh.
Nope.
I'm a funny person.
Yeah, but then, like, I'd
You know
be doing
what's
too much for your ego at that point.
All right.
See, now
Come on.
no,
It's not all right on that one joke.
You just burned me on. I opened myself up to you. I said, I watched South Park growing up, and you said, of course you did, Samuel.
Yeah, of course I'm going to make fun of that. You think I'm not? Either way, point being, similar to a lot of that clubhouse, just not a lot has happened from Chiefs, unfortunately. They try to get into admin, can't move past checkers. Try to rotate, and they rotate so late that CAG are just ready for it. Round 2. I mean, what do you even say? They tried to clear admin. They didn't catch the Mozzie in there, so Jigsaw dies. Hey, maybe you misdrone it. Maybe the Mozzie gets a timing.
Yeah.
Who knows? But then winning that second fight with the guy on Repel, I mean, you've lost 2 players within 40 seconds of starting a round where you were going to try to full clear the top floor on a basement defense. That is just kind of an irrecoverable position, especially when CAG start playing, start pulling back to the site, and then they win a 3rd fight.
Yep.
Like, what are you going to do?
Yep. That's my biggest thing for Chiefs inside of that last round. They were trying to accomplish way too much across the entire map, and they weren't kind of bringing things back to bear in the one portion of the map that they wanted to start off on, which was admin. You have that player over on the manager window for hallway, and then it's just Jigsaw alone on an island in top admin to try and figure things out, let alone the fact that you had no idea that Mozzie was there in the first place. And yet again, another pick coming out of CAG, and it's all just these aggressive antics that we've seen this time in through Secret, and he practically gets away with murder.
All right. To be fair, obviously, got to check everything, but, I wouldn't expect that either. I would not expect a Soulless running the shotgun to open up a hole in the wall and to shoot me printer window. CAG are starting to reach a point as well, but they are genuinely ratting in a very successful way. It is not being accounted for by Chiefs, and it is one of the main ways that, not that they're winning these rounds, but they are just setting themselves up in such a strong position. You really couldn't tell based on the way they're playing that they just got smoked on their own pick. They are playing confidently. They're energized. They are just ready to go.
There we go.
Shurip takes that fight, and he doesn't even care. He knows he's getting traded, but he wants to do every bit of damage on the way out. Puts Quiz in a bit more difficult of a position, and Anaton will fall back as a result from it. But look at this again. Another successful early round from CAG. 3 opening kills in a row. It has been such a strong start for them on Consulate.
Yeah. Obviously it is Consulate defense, and this is something that we've seen them find a lot of success before against a much stronger opponent in the likes of G2. But it just goes to show you how this map ticks and how difficult life can be even if you end up losing 1 body early on, let alone 2 to 3. And that's the reality that we've constantly been seeing Chiefs live in. And yet again, we're going to have it here again in round 3 with that opening kill coming at a moment's notice as soon as we practically start the round. So now CAG will try and rest on all of the value that they've been able to pick up throughout this round thus far and see if they've done enough to try and close out Chiefs in the dying moments of round 3.
And that value should be pretty high. I mean,
wow.
All right, never mind. I was about to say, well, Chibishu's ratting in art, so if he just sits there, I doubt Chiefs will clear him, but he decides to rotate out, and it's in front of the hatch, unfortunately. So Chiefs get the 3v3, but now we're really looking more towards the yellow player. You don't want to overplay your hand here. You don't want to push too far, because even if they set up this flank drone, sure, you're spotted, but now just staying alive, you're going to be a bit concerned. Blackray even pushes forward, hits the flank, and takes down Oda. I think maybe even thinking that, as did I, that the Soulless was the one flanking when that just was not the case. CAG are playing aggressive, they're playing confidently, and gotta say, sure it's constant defense, the bounce back is impressive. Bounce back is really impressive. This is just a completely different play style, a completely different team than what we saw in those clubhouse defenses.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think this is something where CAG just feel very comfortable when it comes to their consulate defenses. And, I mean, obviously, thus far, they've had a very strong strategy as to how to deal with Chiefs Esports, let alone the rest of the pool. I mean, this is very similar to what we saw them pull off against G2. Obviously, weren't opening up every single round with an opening K, but, you know, doing their most when it came to holding down these bomb sites. And now with a perfect site rotation, they've procced that timeout by Chiefs, and I think this is a perfect time to take this because we've kind of already touched base on these opening moments here for Chiefs, but you just have to put more value into these opening moments. You have to be able to take control of the area of the map, especially on consulate, that you want. If you don't have the bodies there in order to do so, and it's going to be one of these 50-50 gunfights, if that ends up going the defensive way, you have hamstringed yourself in such a serious moment, and we've seen what comes to fruition when that happens. It's a perfect defensive side so far for CAG.
Perfect defensive side rotation, and never less than 3 players alive at the end of the round.
Yep.
Rounds 1 and 3, we had at least 3 players alive from CAG, and in the second one, I believe there was 4 as well. No flawlesses, but CAG have not really faced too much trouble. These early rounds have just been so strong that they can afford to drop a body or two and still feel comfortable closing out the round. With a perfect site rotation, certain things will unlock. They defended CEO first, and unless they want to go split, which they do not, they will now go back to the top floor bomb site. Chiefs tried to clear admin last time. They failed to clear admin last time. So what are you going to adjust now? Attacker repick could change things, but things are looking... There we go. I was about to say awfully similar to before, but Cairo will bring the Amaru. Now, they're going for something different.
Striker in. Frag grenades and EMP. Ying as well as Amaru. All signs point to a quick window play. That case is currently in Oda's hands. I really want to see what Chiefs opener is going to look like. How are they going to try and set themselves up for success? Is it going to be the admin clear again? Or are they going to try and flirt with something like yellow? Or maybe something like what we see over on the single balcony? Just have to try and see what will go on later on into this round. But as of right now, Chiefs doing their due diligence when it comes to clearing out admin, getting a good set of info in here and making their life a little bit easier. Although Shureep very close to being capable of swinging through and getting in the face of Chiefs as they try and enter this map.
Hopefully expected from the side of Chiefs at this point. I mean, we've had 3 rounds of CAG contesting every point of entry on a map where you don't really need to do that to succeed, and they've been doing it anyway and doing it successfully every single time. So I think Chiefs, aware of that, are playing a lot more further back, away from those repels, not even taking those fights, instead just doing the normal clears. Opening up the cubby wall, hard breach charged, used. We'll see where these Candelas land, but more importantly, see where this Amaru lands. I mentioned earlier that the CEO attack is so interesting because you can use all the same 5 operators, but just plug the pieces in different spots. As the Candela goes out, it seems like they're just baiting a bit of utility. Another smoke canister goes out, I believe, though it's not detonated just yet. Right? Actually, I don't know what that was. I thought I saw him throw something.
It was a proximity sensor. I heard the beep.
Oh, silly me.
Yeah.
They threw the prox alarm.
It happens. Don't worry.
Here we go.
Oh.
Goyo on the window. Diffuser gone. Oh, not diffuser gone. Well, the round is
gone.
Well, that's unfortunate. I felt bad in the moment. I was like, oh no, the Amaru's going in. Like, it's about to get really exciting. And Oda will find one moving into the cubby wall, but CAG still hold the entire site.
Yep.
They've got the full control. They can rotate the clash around still. That's a nice
Stop
shot on
it.
Black Ray. I'm starting to believe a little bit, Oda, especially as Quiz starts hitting
Stop
this
it.
backstab. Even though the
Stop
Banshee's
it.
triggered, the Clash has got to pull out her gun. Oda cuts it down. Oh,
come
happy
on.
feet.
Oh
Gotta
my
move,
God.
my friend. He's crouch walking away in a straight line. Chibisu now left like, guys, why'd you have to leave it up to me in the 1v1? Oda's got no Candelas.
Oh, Lord.
Chibisu misses the shots. Oh, the damage dealt to the defender. We start putting this diffuser down. He falls off, but we know Chimisu's got no utility for this. He's just got to
No
swing.
way.
He's got to
No
take
way.
the fight.
Stop
You're
it.
planting right in front of him, Oda. I get you're worried to cross, but it's such an easy shot to land, and that round almost slipped out of CAG's hands. But it really should have gone their way anyway.
Really should have. Really should have. And that's just kind of insult to injury for Chiefs. I mean, obviously, they've been just battered and bruised throughout this entire offensive half of themselves. But to fly so high but just burn up in the atmosphere, right? I think that's the biggest thing there. And just really not capable of pulling things across the line. And, like, I really hate to say it because I know it came down to a moment in a 1-versus-1 where, you know, Chiefs overall were not supposed to win that round. But Oda, man, Oda, you already tagged the player. You know you tagged him up a couple of times. And, yeah, it's an SAS operator. They more than likely have that M590 that they can kind of use. But you have the T95, man. You can just soak down any angle that you choose. And instead, he flirts a little bit too much with the case. In fact, I think that he was just like, I'm going to just try and stick this and hope I can get the plant down. Yeah. And that was just not the play there, Carter. Sadly, it was not.
Yeah, and when you're in a 1v1, you know, it's going to be difficult to kind of like keep your head straight in moments like that. And it very, very well could have worked out if he. I don't think he was going to stick it in any world. I think the plan was probably like, okay, I'll try to bait it, and once I hear the sound, I'll fall off and shoot him because I can retake the angle really quick once I do that. But when you're in a 1v1 like that, it's really hard to see at times what the right move is. And in this moment, could have been Chiefs' first attack, but after the tactical timeout, it is 4-0 for CAG. And that was still a 2v4 that Chiefs had to win. They needed Oda to get those 2 kills, needed Quiz to hit that backstab, and, well, frankly, needed Anderton to walk in a straight line, exposing his feet the entire time.
That was craziness.
There just needs to be so much more improvement on this attacking side for them to stand a chance on their map pick at this point. I mean, they might have good consulate defenses, but we're kind of trending towards a 6-0 at this point with how dominant these rounds have been. Even still, 4 rounds left post-execute on CAG's side. Shuri pushing in will get flash, but Shiraneko running out of the Visa double, I think.
Got
just
to be
shoots
kidding me.
Jigsaw in
You've
the
got
head.
to be kidding me.
Quiz running in for the 1v1. I mean, the droning, the comms, the coordination, it just is not there. 5 rounds in a row. CAG of the opening pick.
Yeah, and, you know, it just goes back to what we were talking about previously, Carter. You're setting up for an admin offense, but you have nothing to try and stop CAG from going for some more of these aggressive antics. There's nothing on the main door downstairs. There's nothing to stop that player from existing inside of admin, and they get away with 2 big kills.
And what's funny is Quiz had a drone in front of him, but he was literally like walking on top of that drone. It like when he died, it had just almost reached the door between printer and admin. There just wasn't enough time to even find that information, and unfortunately, didn't end up mattering. Oda, again, good in these late rounds so far. Very low HP, but we'll be able to find one, but Shiraneko, to be fair, just ratting in a corner. Tex completely unaware of that, understandably, as Shiraneko just making a good move, realizing it's low time. They're not going to be able to clear these off positions. Odds are they're going to be a bit off balance. I can catch them off guard if I do something like that. It's what Jigsaw was doing really well yesterday on the defense, and in this case, they just do it here. Anaton hears the exothermic be proc. He's like, all right, that's a freebie, 1v4. Cairo with the boss G.
Practically flawless.
It's just Clubhouse all over again. Just the teams are different.
Yep.
5-0, and there's nothing. There is nothing going on. Everything the Chiefs are trying to do, they are droning, but they're following drones too closely. If they are droning at all, CAG are hitting the shots. Chiefs cannot fire back effectively. They try to go in for these executes. They Amaru in. They don't know a Goyo pack is on the CEO window, so they lose a lot of that HP to the fire and then lose the fight anyway.
Yep.
There is just nothing going right for Chiefs right now. The executions, the setup, the gunfights, the droning, the utility, everything is going wrong on their map pick. And it's literally like I'm watching CAG on Clubhouse. But the only saving grace CAG had was in 2 rounds, they won important gunfights. Aside from Oda and Quiz in round 4, Chiefs have not even been able to do that. CAG have been the ones hitting all of these shots. 1-5 Cairo, 1-5 Jigsaw, 2-5 Quiz, 0-5 Tex. Oda is the only one consistently performing, and this man is left in unwinnable situations most of the time. Just nothing is going right.
No, not at all. When your best round is a practically 2 versus 5 that you boil down to a 1 versus 1, something's going very wrong. And especially the fact that this is Chiefs map choice, you'd really hope to see some better offensive standpoints, but we just have not seen anything. I mean, the cliff notes of their offense so far is we cannot clear admin to save our lives.
No.
And really, when it comes down to it, we just try and find these, these side entry points to the bomb site to try and make the most out of a situation that's already gotten murky. So for Chiefs, coming down to this last round, we're really hoping to see something that is positive. And really, at the end of the day, Carter, they desperately need this round. A 6-0 defensive half for CAG spells a demise for Chiefs.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, CAG did not have a great offensive setup when it came to Clubhouse, but it's so very difficult to get a perfect side no matter what map we're talking about.
That's now 6 opening picks
Stop it.
in a
Where
row.
is the droning?
We have not even droned yellow, and you're hopping down the skylight. The only reason you've won that fight is because shields are impossible to kill nowadays. You got your one. You got your freebie. There's Cairo with something. He's able to find Shironeko moving around yellow stairs. It is a middle floor defense. And now we actually have some semblance of control on the top floor. We still have Diffuser. And we've got a minute and a half to reset. It's not going to be easy, but look at this. They smell blood outside of B-Said. They smell Quiz going for this lurk, and from behind, Black Ray just takes his head clean off. Chiefs, for the briefest of moments, had maybe a path forward, and they take it away with that flank. Nice shot on the Boss G. Cairo will even it again, and now we move into the site. Plan on this mirror window, and this is a very good spot for Cairo to cover, actually. And because they've all rotated over, he can spot the one for a very brief second.
Oh my
long
God.
haul, but switching angles, switching weapons. He's got to break the secondary. How do you win that? Lady Luck give you favor. Cairo takes down Shoe Reap, and we might just have an attacking win for Chiefs. As the Monty bullies, batters, and bruises the cap can against the Miro window. 6-0 denied, but you can tell Chiefs know that one round does not make a victory.
Man, that Dokkaebi had me sweating, Carter. just all the different inputs. I'm like, just stop touching buttons. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, my God. Thank God, as well, that Doke was running flashbangs, because if she was running anything else, she's dead. She's so dead to that Legion, it hurts. But instead, we get a successful Chiefs round off the back of just some utter craziness. I mean, that was a wild one there for round 6. But fortunately enough for Chiefs, and fortunately enough for their fans at home, Chiefs will be able to get that one-round buffer to keep CAG off of map point. That's sometimes all you need.
6 opening deaths. But
I would like to remind you
one round
of what happened.
I see a way. I see a narrow way through.
You see a gap in the clouds, huh? You're flying high.
What were you going to say? I'm sorry.
No, you're good, brother.
Oh, I decided
you remember that?
I just, I was doing a bit instead of... Shout out to Oda. Oda's doing it.
Yeah, he is. He is. He is really doing it.
O-Dog!
Hey, dog.
Tex also got 2 kills that round. First 2 kills of the map for Tex right there.
I also just noticed that Chiefs have, like, they have Jigsaw and Quiz. Like, you're getting tested by, like, 2 completely different things.
Well, that's fun. I actually didn't think about that. That's really funny.
That's pretty funny. But
Yeah,
to bring it back to Barris to the point I was going to make earlier, this is the exact scoreline, I'm like 90% positive, as to what CAG had up against G2 on Consulate. And then things did not exactly go the way that you'd want them to.
No. It was Black Dragons who threw. They threw the 5-1 lead. Okay? A lot of teams can throw, okay? A lot of teams have the ability to bottle at this event. I know it can get confusing. We almost just saw it one series ago.
Oh, no, you're so right. G2 actually blew CAG out of the water on Consulate. It was 7-2.
I realized about halfway through, because I said it was Consulate at the beginning. I was like, oh my god, wait, that was Bank.
Yeah, no, so that's on me. Apologies.
It's fine. Because you want to know why it's fine? CAG are up 5-1 on defense anyway. They started out strong. They very easily could have closed that out in a 6-0, and all Chiefs could manage to do was bring back a very difficult situation with everyone performing very, very poorly aside from Oda, who's still getting, I think, some impactless frags. How are they going to start bringing these rounds back with the defense? Jigsaw will play aggressive. It's a good position for him. He'll send the C4 out. It won't find anything, but at least he's going to give CAG some concern. It's also a minute and a half, and they're only just now rappelling into admin, so it is a very slow clear for the attack, and remember the Checkers hallway. Remember how difficult it can be. They've still got to cross it. They don't have a lot of time to do so.
You better pay your taxes. That's the thing. Do you have enough money for the crossing guard in Checkers? I don't know. I don't know, Carter. They do still have some burn in the likes of Anaton. No frag grenades for the likes of Shoe Rape, so it's really just going to be down to Cerneko and Anaton to try and deal with this positioning. Although they haven't lost bodies, they've lost a lot of time. A minute remains now. Some fires burn up, some bees in, as they'll know where this Warden is positioned for now. They know no one's around that vending machine, and Checkers was just simply a pastime for CAG. They're playing chess now as they take down Quiz, and this round's been completely blown open.
Oh, no. One player close to the right. Jigsaw in a bit of a tricky spot with CAG players circling. Chibisu down below. Shiruneko, Black Ray, everybody fights back on CAG. C4 goes out, and we're even landing shots on the utility. There is just nothing that can go right for Chiefs this game as Anaton aims to move us into the post. Tex gets one in a 1v5. It might as well be a flawless map point for CAG. And if you picked a map today, well, should have picked a different one.
Yep. That's the best way to put that. Nobody playing up to snuff. Just really finding their own caliber, any comfortability on any of their own maps. It's honestly just opposite day when it comes to our elimination matches here today. But CAG making the most of this as, yeah, things pretty scary when it came to the end of Clubhouse. But as soon as it switched on over to Consulate, they have looked like a completely different team, especially with how fitting those defenses were. I mean, just time and time again at the necks of the Chiefs. And they were not capable of doing much at all. This is not looking like the NFL Chiefs in the slightest, as they have a flawless record. This Chiefs, well,
do not understand that reference.
Not a football boy. It's very, very poor. Basically,
you know, I heard Mahomes ain't Mahomes this year.
He's not, but the rest of the team is performing great. They actually haven't lost a game yet, and it's week 10.
See, my cousins and I have a joke that if you don't know football, but if you're talking to a guy who knows football, just say Mahomes ain't Mahomes this year, and odds are they'll respond to you very genuinely, like you actually know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, funny enough, you actually got it. He's actually not Mahomes this year. He's underperforming by quite a bit, but the rest of the team's fantastic. And then they made a trade for DeAndre Hopkins to the Titans, who's in the exact same division as them. So that's essentially making deals with Nazi Germany. That's how you can look at that. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, man. The Chiefs, just to put this into proper context for you, the Chiefs are about to potentially win 3 Super Bowls in a row. So you're literally dealing with the enemy. It's the worst thing possible.
Listen, all I'm saying, we're down 1-6. Chiefs. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Because...
well, that's a good pickup. Start things off with taking out Shoe Reap, which, I mean, he's been probably the biggest highlight player for me on CAG so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Shoe Reap has obviously been fantastic this series, though a lot of it, to be fair, was on the defensive side. And now, I mean, we got an opening pick. It's the first time we've actually had one this whole series for Chiefs. Actually have a 5v4. I love that. It's fine. It's Remadash. It happens. 5v4, likely a 5v3 right now as he just sees the edge of Chibisu. 1 kill going into this round. Your star player, to be for everybody, but your star player underperforming. Now Jigsaw finally starting to find his groove, find a rhythm on these defenses. Black Ray moving to fill that gap. Now left by the Brava, but again, it's another 1v1 that he's taking by himself with players around the corner, but they too realize that it is a disadvantaged position. They might find one, but Chiefs have wasted time. A minute and a half gone. They are pulling back, and they might find an angle in this Mav hole, but you've still not opened the breach.
A little bit of damage into Anaton, but practically barely anything at the end of the day. He's Swiss cheese to this entire wall, so has a lot of different holes to try and work with and angles to try and pick up yet another kill here as CAG is constantly trying to find a different way into this bomb site. We can see Black Ray working his way in through servers and past Anaton that we obviously know is on this other breach. It's all down to Cerneko, who we do actually still have over on that other farther side alongside his teammates. So we'll see what they can do with the dying moments of this round, as there's still a world where they're able to get a nice little entry kill here and open up this bomb site.
Ooh. That shot will reveal his position just a little bit, but Anaton is still the one that finds the kill. Quiz shut down, and the Goyo canister popped on that side. Tex prone. And a little bit of a crossfire, I suppose. It's a bit unorthodox between him and Jigsaw. But KAG have spent so much time just to try and get that pick, and now it needs to pay off. Now as they push into the building, they need to get these kills. He lands the cross. He pushes so far, but the pre-fire, it's too short. But the gunfights all go their way, and the aggregate KAG retain their man advantage. And Tex, the veteran, finds one, able to tag him up, fires almost all of his shots, but able to down one, run like hell, make it as far as you can! But on the prone, KAG wins 7-1 on their opponent's pick.
Oh my god.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game.
We're going to layer again. It's happening. And what's the breakdown of that map? What's the crazy thing that we're going to say for color commentary?
I think that right there, actually. Just look at the spirits.
Yeah, look at their spirits. Look at how Anaton finished that round. I think that just is all-encompassing as to how this game went. Chiefs thought that they could compete, but some solid gunfights out of KAG and a great understanding of how Consulate ticks gifts them a 7-1 victory here. As it's split 1-1. Only one map separates us from sending somebody home.
And in a weird way, it's kind of similar to that Falcons Alpha Team game that Rob and I casted, where it is almost inexplicable, this just sudden shift in momentum. Not completely inexplicable, but we have Clubhouse, where very easily could have been a 7-0. Could have easily been a 7-0 if KAG were just missing some very important shots, but they lose 7-2, they get a couple rounds, Chiefs are able to move on. But then, suddenly we go to their map pick. Suddenly I'm thinking, oh my god, Chiefs 7-2, go on to their pick. They'll get maybe 1 round, 2 rounds on the attacking side, but then we'll see those defenses, and that's where things will really come together. And to be fair, I think you can agree. They gave KAG a run for their money.
Yeah.
They certainly did. But to see just such a dramatic fall-off, I mean, look at those stats. Only one player had an impact in at least half the rounds played.
Yep.
Oda had an impact in 4 rounds. When we said it felt like nothing was going on, it really was true. And it's hard to explain drop-offs like that in one map, going to your pick. It's so weird.
Yeah. I really think it just goes to show how difficult Consulate can be from the offensive perspective. And I really think that Chiefs just had so much pressure on themselves going into that defensive half, and the fact that they really only had 1 round that could go awry before things obviously became a really big deal for KAG to be able to take this map away from you. So I think a lot of that anxiety just really did not assist them in that regard, especially with the fact that KAG, time and time again on their defenses, Carter, were more than capable of getting these entry kills. And it's just so hard to fight from a moment like that.
That's exactly what I was going to say. And like the thing I really got to commend KAG for is just that, of course, you know, the bounce back in performance and result, getting 7-1 on that second map, but really just the bounce back in vibes, in the emotion. I mean, getting 7-2'd on your pick, elimination match to start out after you've had a really good tournament so far. It sucks. It feels like the world is against you. But to see them swinging right out the gate, winning these fights, being confident enough to take them in the first place, it's really impressive. And you got to give KAG that on that second map, the fact that they're able to come back in a way like that. But the game is not done yet. KAG did still need to come back on map 2 in the series overall to even put us on layer. But now with the momentum behind their back, we're looking to Chiefs on layer to pull things through. We'll see you then. let's be honest again. I was like, CAG didn't really have it on map 1. Let's be honest again. It's been an odd game. It has been a bit of an odd elimination game. To bring everybody up to speed, CAG pick Clubhouse. CAG then lose Clubhouse 2-7. Could have been a 7-0. Chiefs pick Consulate. Chiefs then lose Consulate 7-1. Could have been a 7-0.
Are we going to have a competitive map?
Well, I mean, by definition, we're going to map 3. Oh, you said map. I don't know. That's a really good question, to be honest with you. I mean, because, like, it's technically a competitive match.
Oh, my God,
We're
Carter.
going to the 3rd map. But when we're looking at the trend of this series overall, just, I mean, take a look right here. It might seem normal at first glance, right? Quiz obviously at 44% cost, not looking great, and I think CAG heavily benefiting from a really strong team performance on map 2. But we had a team, Chiefs, pick a map, and only one player got a 50% cost. I mean, that's like DEFCON 1. Like, we're getting worried about what map 3 could look like.
Absolute asinine, honestly. It's just one of those things that, especially leaning into a map that was your choice, you would never expect in a million years. But that's exactly what we got. And now we rest at the precipice of Lair and what that has to offer to us. And honestly, folks, I wish either one of us had an idea, but that's the thing. We really don't, because of what we just saw. We just saw 2 maps go back-to-back on both of these teams' respective choices, and they went completely awry. Not the way that things were game planned at all. A 7-2 victory for Chiefs on CAG's map choice, a 7-1 victory on Chiefs' choice by CAG. Now we come into Lair, a map that is predominantly defender-sided. Offense has a lot of issues with things, and both of these teams have had their own issues on offense for these 2, last respective maps. So really, it is anybody's ball game here as we go into Lair.
But hopefully, we've all got the jitters out. Hopefully, even though losing our picks might seem weird, hopefully we have ironed out all the kinks, and on map 3, we will see both teams at a competitive form. Because if we're sending one of the, even though he might have come from the LCQ, but one of the legends of Japan up against the only champion of the OS region, this is a matchup worthy of a competitive series. And while we might be on map 3, we want to see that competitive map that you mentioned at the beginning. Let's see if Lair will be that case. Ban phase begins. It's always funny when CAG are the ones that ban the shield. It's like, even you understand that it's worthy of a ban.
Yeah, 100%. Especially Monty, especially on maps like Lair. He's just that consistent pressure that can constantly be gaining you map control, and he doesn't really, at the end of the day, have to expose himself all that much. In fact, you have to bring a whole swath of utility to try and deal with him, especially if he's trying to play in that more, safe way. So we'll have to see what goes on with that, but as for the remaining band, it's going to be pretty cut and dry as to what we usually see. Mirror removed, Azami as well, so these defenders won't have nearly as many fun tools to try and build up defensive bastions around the map. So we'll have to see how that goes. And as we get into round 1, Carter, if there's one thing that I can guarantee you is more than likely going to happen, just one. Not to take things away from Fresh and one of his favorite phrases, but I have a feeling that this map is going to be a bit honking at the end of the day.
It is. There's been NASA had their top scientists examine the first 2 maps, and they found decent to superfluous levels of honk in both maps 1 and maps 2. So hopefully on Lair we can chill out a little bit, can all hang out.
I doubt it.
And maybe, just maybe, if the stars align and the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, which it does. In hindsight, I think I should have said sun rises in the west and sets in the east. Either way, I think if we really put our minds to it, we can all get above 50% cost.
Let's do it together, guys.
Well, I mean, you and I can't because we're not playing, but I think...
Yeah, so therefore we're at 100% cost.
That's technically correct. I think overall, as we start on the R6 room defense, obviously you're in a zombie ban, but as you can see with the lineup they're bringing, it's just dealing with the fact that CAG are going to play shields, Fierce Mods, Goo Mines. They're ready for it. They've got the breach now as well. Pretty simple setup for the Lair defense. I am more intrigued if CAG are going to struggle on this attacking side. Are they going to be able to start off with a victory? But really, I think I said this, but I want to reiterate it. I want to see Chiefs bring back the energy. Think about that first round that CAG won after that demoralizing loss on Clubhouse. But they got that first round, and it could have been the only one they got. But the fact that they came out with the energy to bring the vibes back, if Chiefs win a round early on, I want to see them bring that same energy to get their heads back in the game.
You've got it. You have to. When it comes down to games like this, things get very difficult, especially mentally, Carter. And that's the one thing. That's the one thing you can't teach, right? You can be amazing at a video game. You can be so mechanically gifted, but can you handle the pressure of a situation like this?
Oh.
And that's the big thing. A huge nitro cell onto Anakin. He will stay alive, but they don't have the Finka to try and bring health back to his resources. So he's going to remain on that 16 HP for the foreseeable future.
That C4 came awfully close to just dealing away with the Blitz entirely. So frankly, you might feel very lucky getting away with 16 HP there. How close that C4 came to you. We'll have to back off and rotate, though, as gunfire being shot over towards Shureep, who probably thought he was a little more secure in this position, a little less known. Might just be. Nice. Of course, you can see the exterior breach not opened up, so fully safe to Bandit trick the wall on the opposite side, facing towards Ops. Even the vertical angle as well to try to fight that Deimos. That is where the gunfire is coming from. I was like, how is he shooting him rocket? But that's how.
There you go. First kill will go the way of the offense as Shureep will take down Jigsaw, but a lot of damage going his way, and for all intents and purposes, pretty even keeled in between these two, especially after Quiz gets a big frag here and can more than likely make a mockery of this mid-floor play that CAG have going on right now. They're trying to work their way in through Ops, trying to get one of these walls open to create a safe space to put this case down, but well, our Bandit of Tex is doing a very bang-up job of making that a moot point, as CAG does not have any utility to try and keep him away from doing this.
No. Even though they got the opening pick on a Jigsaw, it could be a 4v5, and frankly, you know, seeing if the Deimos didn't have an impact, I'd say C4s, goo mines are feeling good, but CAG are able to retake that advantage, and the Blitz still looms. Even though he's such low HP, he's able to get in, and they're not expecting it. Could be a lot of problems for Chiefs. Incoming, sends forth, uses the blinds, but such low HP, Ode is able to get that and fall off at the same time. Tex takes down Black Ray, and Chiefs on the cusp of getting around when it has been so long since they've been able to acquire one. Pistol around the corner, Goo Mine does him in. What are the vibes like? A little bit more stoic. I heard a brief yell, but I see some smiles. I see a bit of relief as Chiefs get their first.
Yeah, working towards it. Just trying to keep themselves even-keeled right now, and especially after such a beating as to what they took, you know, they're on Consulate. It'll more than likely take them a little bit to get back into, you know, a proper mindset to be that cheerful when it comes down to things. Really, this is more of a, oh, thank God moment as you get that first round to go off with practically, you know, without a hitch. So as for Chiefs, though, a lot still to be said on this defensive half. I think CAG had a decent, you know, set of circumstances to try and push themselves forward there. I just didn't really like the op choice overall there, Carter. We did not really bring a lot of things to try and deal with Bandit potentially tricking things out. And you know what's going to happen as well, because you look at these map ban choices, and life could have been even more difficult for CAG. We have Tubarão available. Chiefs haven't even used that yet. And if we end up getting back to that bomb site, we'll more than likely see him. We could also see him on the mid-floor bomb site as well, as we do know that wall ends up coming out from, you know, one of these walls over here on the bunk side of things. So we'll have to see what Cheese really wants to bring to the table, but it can make life so much more difficult for CAG when it comes to this utility. Oh, sorry, bud.
That's fine.
Just dirtied your knee there. I'll dust it off
You
for
have
you.
hit my knee twice today. I do just want to make
You just got good knees, man.
At
I
two
can't keep
different
myself
levels
away.
as well. I had my knees on my chair and now below the chair, and you've hit it both times. I mean, I am angled a little bit to the right, so I'll cut you some slack on that one. But you,
Well, you are in my bubble now that you bring it up.
Nah, all right, my bad. You are correct that there are a lot of operators that Chiefs can bring that can really throw a wrench into CAG's plans, no matter if they're running the shields or not. Just given how tight corridors Layer has, similar to Consulate in that regard, operators like Fenrir become a lot more powerful. The F-Naught can encompass a very, very wide area in these very, very small doorways. Jigsaw also has a lot of room to just slip away and sink into the background of a map as he moves around, cloaks himself with the ERC from the drones, and with the cover, with the architecture, to shield himself from view from the rest of the attack overall. CAG seem to be going for a full clear, and that's often a risky gamble on Layer. It is a big map. It is a dense map, especially as you're attacking the basement site. And with Chiefs holding the middle floor, a lot of time could be spent getting a whole lot of nothing.
Yep. That's the thing you always have to worry about on Layer. It's not if they're going to extend, it's how, right? Where are these players going to be positioned? How are they going to try and soak up some clock? That's why, arguably, this is one of Vigil's best maps, just due to the size and just how beneficial that ERC7 backpack can be. You can practically appear as though you're on multiple floors all at one time as long as that thing's on. Shoe Reap will be the first one to kill somebody, and it's actually going to be Jigsaw. But at a bare minimum, at least he did waste quite a bit of time, already down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. And don't forget, Keg is attacking that basement level.
With how much time we've spent, the fact that you're able to get a 5v4, you can feel a little bit more secure. Despite the low time, still players moving around though. Tex, I feel like, has been here the entire round, and he's not felt even a semblance of pressure, or at least that he needs to move at all. Quiz is a bit more fluid, looking to retake all this verticality now abandoned by CAG and try to backstab them later in the round. Somebody will fire some shots, and none fired in response. So while CAG have the man advantage, I think with this side of 4v5 can be very workable. As long as the remaining defenders are cognizant of where they can be pushed from. Shurip on run side, trying to push in. Quiz shut down on the roam. That was the player we saw flanking earlier. Anaton is ready to deal with it. But only 30 seconds remain. You need to start pushing in. You need to start applying a bit more pressure and get Chiefs in a position to start putting the diffuser down. He's traded, but diffuser falls, and yet Chiefs are falling harder. They're falling faster. CAG speed into round 2. Tie the game early on. They're excited over that victory.
Yeah, just a lot happier, a lot more emotion out of CAG than what we see from the Chiefs bench. And, I mean, why not, especially after that round and how successful it was. Chiefs had a lot of things going on that mid floor, a lot of extensions. We had 3 players overall kind of harbor side of that mid-level, and CAG was able to check all of the boxes across the board whilst also transitioning into that downstairs bomb site. Didn't even need the case plant. Instead, it's a very patient look as they know that Chiefs are going to have to try and kick up a dust storm to get out of this situation. And as soon as Chiefs tries to dawn the door of the offense, every single angle works its favor over towards the blue side of things, and they end up getting those big frags to close things out. And I think that's been the biggest piece for me for CAG's offenses so far. They don't try and go over the top with a lot of the different things that we see. They don't try and force these plants down or really anything of the sort. They take what's given to them, and that's really where it all stops. If you're going to try and frag out up against CAG in those dying moments, they're going to wait patiently for those gunfights. If you're going to give them a little bit of space to be able to put a case down, they'll do that too. And so far, it's boded decently well for them, all except for, obviously, Clubhouse.
Why did something go wrong on Clubhouse that I missed?
Yeah. Something slightly.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, it was just, it was not a great look.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoever lost that map, hope they did some introspection and came back harder on the second map. It is a lot easier to kind of, by the way, in case people are wondering, you know, CAG are in high spirits, Chiefs failing to do so. It's a lot easier to forget a map loss when it happened first and you won the second. It kind of feels like you're 1-0 in the series, even though you are 1-1. You just had that victory. It was a 7-1. The feel-good moment is a lot more recent than it was for Chiefs to start this series. So like you said earlier, you might need a little bit more energy to get back into it. Breach will be opened. Electroclaw tricking an exothermic is very, very difficult. Often have to anticipate the timing on the charge before you can actually really bet on landing it. Even then, could come down to a frame. It's very, very difficult, so CAG will be able to open the wall. When you have the OSA and that breach open, usually it indicates a direct take, and if that wasn't evident, it's enough. When OSA has the diffuser on this site, she is looking to plant on the opposite side. You see that doorway he was looking at right there? That is angling towards that drone. That is where they're going to try to put this diffuser down. Creeps in, and Shurip will already just get started. Everyone is focused. Chiefs are looking not the right way, as Shurip will back out. Cairo put to 1 HP as one of the talent shields is destroyed. They will have to take it up, put it in the site as Jigsaw retaking Rocket will cut down Black Ray. Feeling a bit more comfortable if you're Chiefs.
Or worrisome there initially, but nobody capable of holding that cross in a considerable way in order for this plant to go down out of Shurip. We'll more than likely see him move this ballistic shield as well, as Tex will be able to take out yet another. They are desperately looking for this plant now, and they have to get aggressive, but Chibisu, he's good for one, not good for another, as Cairo will take him down.
Just the prep, the angles, it's all too strong for the Chiefs. They saw last round that CAG tried to be very minimal with that take, and this go around. The moment they see that OSA shield go down, the call comes out. The Warden sends the C4 initially. It was sent a bit early that time, but the Cade was literally prone beneath a pre-made a Rooney hole in the wall and already didn't have the C4 in hand, but had the lineup for it to throw it and land in about the exact same spot or out of the breach in the case that we saw. And even though the C4 didn't get anything, CAG didn't rotate, and Chiefs are like, all right, if you want to rotate, we'll react, but if you're not going to, we know where you're pushing from. There's only two places you can come. You can either come from the breach or the door that's right next to it. So we've got a DMR, a TCSG, SMGs trained on you, and once Jigsaw clears the rocket side, what CAG were probably hoping to cause chaos, to backstab and throw the site into disarray, well, Jigsaw can hold there and say, hey, guys, you're fine. Just hold what's in front of you, and I'll call if things change.
Yep. That's really all they had to do. I mean, you saw Chiefs standing pretty tall there inside of the bomb site, and that's because of how minimal CAG's control was overall. They're trying to get things to go off with that control over towards the breach as well as the door that Carter was talking about, and then just having simply like a pseudo backstab set up over on the missile stairs, right? Just try and keep control of that lobby space and maybe cut down a Chiefs member if they're trying to rotate back. But instead, the jig was completely up. They knew exactly what was going on in that space. Ended up, stop it, don't do it.
Jigsaw.
Oh, man. I knew as soon as I said it.
He got the opening pick.
I knew it. I knew as soon as I said it.
I'm very pleased with myself after that one. Very even performance for Chiefs throughout all these rounds, by the way. But yeah, you are correct. The jig was up. Not much you can do at that point, especially when you're committing so hard to that direct execute. Bit of a change in the CAG lineup. We got all execute ops now. No shield, but Ying and the Grim, the classic combo at this point.
The jig was up. They saw the quiz, and they didn't pass. There you go.
Did Quiz even get a kill that round?
No, I don't think he did.
I mean, he might have.
I literally just used his name as, yeah.
Well, mine was better.
It was. It was. I'll give you that.
On our 6 room last time, we brought up the inability really for CAG to try and navigate past techs on that hard breach denial, specifically the Bandit last time. This go around, the Cade might be a little bit easier, but all we've got are the impact EMPs, no Thatcher. So if you're actually able to get to and execute, we have a lot of important utility, but still the threat of opening these walls with the Cade and the Tubarao brought by Chiefs is very, very real. Look at Jigsaw contesting this with the MPX, a position he would love to play, and doing so right now puts the ace to about half HP, and now they're like, oh, they're pushing ops. Let's get ready to stop them from breaching this wall for the rest of the round.
Wow. Oh, shoo. That's the one thing you have to worry about when it comes to verticality, folks. You want to be a good Buck player? Have that recognition. Realize that when you start to break open those floorboards, if somebody's up to snuff when it comes to a gunfight, they're probably going to want to influence that angle.
It's funny, because Shiri technically, I mean, maybe he didn't know about it, but that is where he was getting shot from in the previous round when he was Deimos down below. So maybe he just didn't recognize it or forgot about it later on, but we'll get punished for whatever lack of knowledge, whatever the cause was. Candelas and the Grims go out as CAG hit a heavy rotate to the opposite side. Jimizu jumps in. He's a bit delayed and just hops immediately back out once the goo mines enter his foot. Oda cuts down Shironeko, who I guess decided to commit to his play, his hop into bathroom. So you don't have those bees, but I hope the Candelas can make up for the difference. Just one. That's it. Still got 2 more. See Chibisu creep into bathroom, but Jigsaw holding the angle, and the Flores just is not aware. It's very separate, very uncoordinated from CAG at the moment. Black Ray was able to find Oda. That's just from ops. The wall is still there. The site is still firmly Chiefs. They will consolidate around this same position, but the player around the corner has a shotgun. Player could very well win this fight. The TCSG to the left. See if he loses his sight. Smoke grenade will block off certain angles as well, but we are taking our sweet time to throw these 2 Candelas. Finally, we move in, and Tex just played. Not even anti-flash. He still killed him through the blind. That's really unfortunate, actually. Chiefs win the round as a result. And, well, they are bouncing back quite nicely from just an absent performance on Consulate.
Yeah, 100%. It seems like whatever team starts things off on defense is the one that is the most potent, at least so far, right? And, I mean, given the circumstances of the map choices that we've had, that does make quite a bit of sense. But I don't think that either one of us thought it was going to be to this degree.
No, certainly I did not. And it's... I mean, for Chiefs, for me, it kind of makes sense with some of the warning signs I saw on the attack yesterday, Then I thought, oh, I mean, Clubhouse is far easier to attack than Consulate, but maybe it's a different story now, and really it just was not the case, unfortunately, despite it being their pick, and despite you can readily anticipate that you will be starting the attacking side given the map you are picking. As CAG takes their tactical timeout as they try to assess what they are doing wrong or what they need to fix. You want to get one more round, at a minimum. 1-5, sure, maybe it's possible, but a 1-5, kind of like an 06, it is good no matter what. It is always going to put the team that is up at an advantageous position and just win 2 fluke rounds at worst and close out the series in regulation. CAG have tried a few different things. They've tried opening breaches, focusing on that. Didn't really work. They weren't able to work around the Bandit. They tried going for full execute ops with the Ying and the Grim we saw right there. But with losing the buck down below, they try to go for a full rotate, and it seems like people are just operating on different pages, hopping into goo mines. Then you got to back out, actually, because, well, I don't want to die to the goo mine, but then people still commit. So even though they've tried all these different strategies, they've tried some shields, they've tried some execute ops, they've just tried going for the normal breach and plant, and it did work one time, that small direct take, but every other time they've tried these different strategies from directs to clears to rushes, it has just not worked. So how will they try to break from that game of musical chairs and actually manage to make something stick?
Do you have the mute in here for Tex, and that could provide a couple of issues here for Sereneko. That's a big thing. It seems like they're going to lean into the utility game here a bit and also bring some solid, utility to try and clear things out, at least for bodily position. Things like the blitz, things like the Dokkaebi to give you that info. We'll see how that works out for CAG. We've seen time and time again these adjustments across all of these maps for the offensive perspective, and it seems like nobody really has had a solid circumstance to provide. We'll see if CAG can be that outlier and finally find some semblance of success. It would be a huge moment here for them if they were able to do so, as that means that they could stare down the barrel of an even half here on offense, but it's going to require a bit of heavy lifting on their end.
Likely the way it might unfairly fall on Anaton's shoulders. Just whenever you bring that shield, it kind of bends the round around it. Utility, drones, communication, all kind of goes into how can we best set up that shield, or how can we best make it work for us. So Anaton will receive a lot of focus, very capable hands for that shield to fall into, let's be honest, but still, you want to get that player in a position. You don't want to let it be squandered, especially with how strong he performs in this roster, shield or no shield. Want to make sure he has an ability to find an impact. Down below right now, Dokkaebi call will go out. Not all of them, just the first. I don't know you'll find a whole lot from it. Smoke down instead rotates up yellow stairs, maybe to try to affect some kind of change on this roam, but Tex falls back. It's just Jigsaw and Quiz on the Vigil now, playing very, very close together.
And this aggressive play set up here from the Solus and the Vigil. Jigsaw and Quiz looking to see if they can potentially get a positive rotation up against this team, but they'll be really around the space. They don't really have to worry too much about that stairwell. They'll be able to make good on their promise with that roam to lay out a lot of time and make it back to the bomb site in a successful manner. No EDDs on the defense. That was a nitro cell that was thrown up to the roof that ends up taking down Chibisu. Now CAG, with very minimal time, are trying to pull the wool over Chief's eyes on this basement setup. This is not looking positive as of right now.
No, it's not, unfortunately. Thankfully, I guess the one saving grace we have is the main sort of time wasting, and there's just a guy
Lord.
there. All right, that's unfortunate.
That's the second time that's happened to our Buck on offense.
Blackberry's able to trade it back, cut down Oda. I was about to say, there isn't a lot of actual utility on the site to really stop this case from going down. You've got the C4, that's been used. You got the smokes, those have all been used. Sure, you're low time, but as long as you're able to work around these gunfights, you might be okay. Vigil blinded, a two-piece for Anaton, setting him up for success nicely in the late round. They're still low time, and they find Cairo nonetheless. A 3K for Anaton, a 3K for the Blitz. 2 rounds on the attack to make a little bit more progress.
Yeah, and for Chiefs, I mean, you really couldn't ask for a better round from a defensive standpoint in order to try and make the most out of it in the dying moments, right? They deny a lot of time. They force CAG down to pseudo-low time execute. I mean, it's about 40 seconds as they continue to push themselves forward. The biggest issue is that Chiefs cannot win out a proper fight in any, considerable way. A lot of these skirmishes go the way of CAG, and obviously the biggest one being Anderson with that 2K. Even if that secondary player ends up killing the Blitz, That's a completely different story for the Chiefs, but instead, Kegs blow the doors off of Chiefs as they fly by in that round, and now reach round 6 with the chance to tie things up here at the half.
With the chance, but no, I'm not going to do it. I start getting distracted by the attacker repick, and I start wanting to talk about that, and they always change the core up I want to focus on at the end. So the wait.
Gotta wait 7 seconds, 30 seconds,
I'm
right?
going to be patient. Wait and
2,
see
1,
if they stick the OSA. So this is what I was going to say. So, yeah, obviously, you know, they might be able to try something here, could change things up, but Chiefs were more than capable of countering that direct take last time. Which, bring in the blitz here, I am hoping that what they'll do, instead of just having one guy lurking backside, you can still try to do that same execute, but a shield might just be better equipped to actually cause that chaos you want to make.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely agree with you there. I think the other thing that you can definitely say about Osa, especially when it comes to this bomb site, she does make planting a lot easier, and she definitely makes you know, Overwatch when it comes to you know, not only the bomb site but your planter a heck of a lot easier too, because you have that shield to play off of.
Huh. Well, hold on a second.
And you look pretty quizzical right now. What's going on?
I do. You can obviously go pick it up, but the diffuser was actually with the opposite squad. It was in the Blitz's hands.
Might be a distraction method here with the Osa. They think you're going to go for the plant. They fly the blitz in, get some big kills, get this plant down, but...
What's up, big dog? Oh my god, he wants this so bad. Oh, the blitz wants it so bad. They are fiending for this Aruni running around the middle floor. Will spot one, they'll lose his half his HP in the process, and Texas probably thanking God that smoke canister, I guess thanking Cairo in the end that smoke canister landed. Still the Aruni goes down, and Jigsaw shot in the back, trying to sprint away from Doom. The only damage dealt to Kag in that entire time is near lethal damage to Chibisu. With 2 players down on Chiefs, 1 to very low HP. Might seem small as well, but 1 toxic canister expended. I don't know, Kag really meant to get all that much in the first half of the round, but boy, are they happy. They did.
Yeah, I think that they knew that a target was there. I just don't think that they knew it was a target-rich environment, right? I mean, they walk down a staircase, they get a kill, and oh no, Edison. He gets soaked up by the player still being downstairs, but this is also a call to Kag, as they know that Quiz is more than likely still rummaging around down low. Chiefs do have some, you know, defensive standpoint still, but with a minute remaining, this is honestly anybody's ball game. They have the case. Oh my God, they have the case on the staircase.
I just kind of assumed they would recover it, but we've just had a full rotation.
This is terrible.
Oda and Quiz here. Quiz peeking outside the window.